This poor kid nearly jumps out of his skin when a terrifying demon beast suddenly charges right at him out of nowhere. Just as the beast locks its gaze onto Xingyu, a mysterious chant echoes through the air. From the primal chaos before heaven and earth divided, I forge this blood alliance to summon a soul from the void. Blood is my oath. Words are my seal. By my command, blazing lion. The moment the chant ends, the monster is instantly vaporized. With the beast confirmed dead, everything happened way too fast for Xingyu, making him think it was just a crazy dream. He rubs his eyes, but his ruined house is still there. Instead of a demon beast, though, he sees a stunning girl standing beside a massive lion. This is Ru Yinsu, principal of Azure Dragon Academy, who apologizes for dragging him into this mess. She promises that Azure Dragon Academy will cover all the damages to his house and give him a handsome compensation. Ru Yansu hands him her card with a warm smile before heading off with her team of tamers. Xingyu looks at his savior with pure awe and sighs. Nowadays, everyone wants to be a beast tamer. If only he could be one too, but he is too broke to even buy a basic beast. He cannot enter the national exam, meaning he can never protect anyone. While he is feeling down, a random dog suddenly appears out of nowhere. The puppy gently places its paw on his lap and starts licking his face, taking him completely by surprise. Did you follow that giant dragon here? What kind of setup is this? A husky falling from the sky? Wait, could this dog actually be a spirit beast? Xingyu suddenly remembers seeing its picture in one of his textbooks, a tempest hound. It has a weak bloodline and needs 0 spiritual power. Hey, maybe I can actually afford to feed you. This is great. With his own beast, he can finally become a real tamer. The national exam is in just 3 days though. Is there even enough time left? Even so, he takes the pup in. But the next morning, he brings it to a beast shop, saying it has no future with him. He talks tough, but deep down, he just wants to find an owner who can actually feed it properly. And man, this little guy is a glutton. He ate a whole week's worth of food in one night. Just then, the shop owner opens up and snaps. What are you doing here so early, kid? Do you want to sell this beast? The owner takes one look at the puppy in his arms and scoffs, waving them away. A tempest hound? That trash beast has 0 evolution paths. Who in their right mind would waste money on it? Get lost, and stop ruining my business. Hearing those harsh words, the sad puppy snuggles deeper into Xingyu's chest. Fine, your loss, Xingyu thinks as he walks away. But suddenly, a strange system screen pops up. Tempest Hound, Level 1. Loyalty 59. Base bloodline is trash, but hidden bloodline? Hellfire. Talent? None. Hidden talent? Hellfire. It can deal raw, armor, piercing damage directly to any target. Normal evolution path? None. Hidden path? Tempest Hound, to Hellfire Wolf, and ultimately, Divine Prison, Yama Wolf. Is he seeing things? A real system screen? Xingyu rubs his eyes, but the floating panel is still hovering over his puppy. A hidden evolution path? No way. These beasts are famously known to never evolve. As the owner chases him off with a broom, Xingyu realizes something. Can only he see this floating screen? Just as he is trying to process this, a smug, familiar voice calls out his name. I thought you dropped out of the national exam because you were too broke for a beast. Where'd you get the cash? This jerk is Jae-soo, the richest heir in the city and Xingyu's annoying classmate from high school. He struts over, takes a highly patronizing look at the weak puppy, and bursts out laughing. Turns out Lina was right. You have no chance of passing the academy exam anyway. Xingyu is stunned to hear her name. Oh, you still do not know? Your beloved girlfriend, Lina Jiang? Well, actually, she is my girlfriend now. Loser, Jae-soo brags. Suddenly, a whiny voice calls out, asking where her sweet darling ran off to. Lina clings tightly to his arm, acting all cute, until she finally notices Xingyu standing right in front of them. She forces a fake laugh and tells Jae-soo to stop joking, claiming she has absolutely nothing to do with him. Secretly, she curses her bad luck for getting caught gold digging by her poor ex-boyfriend. To make it worse, he is holding a trash puppy. Xingyu snaps, reminding her of how he supported her when she was broke. Have fun being a gold digger, and remember, I dumped you. Xingyu barks back before turning his back on them. His defiance leaves Jae-soo fuming. How dare you talk back like that? Want me to beat you to a pulp in the national competition? Lina quickly comforted him. Suze, don't waste your breath on him. He is holding onto a useless Gale Hound. You should have broken up with him long ago. Hearing these words only made Xingyu even more determined. Who says a Gale Hound is trash? Just wait and see whether we have a future or not. 3 days later, at Zilan Square, the Unified National High-Level Beast Taming Competition was about to begin. Qingfeng City Exam Venue. All candidates, please enter the arena. The competition officially begins. The moment they saw Xingyu, the other contestants immediately began to whisper among themselves. So that is Xiao Xingyu. Why is he even here competing in the National Beast Tamer exam? Doesn't he lack even a single spirit beast? Exactly. Too poor to buy one. But registered 3 days ago, and even signed up for Azure Dragon Academy. Azure Dragon Academy? Is that a joke? Is not that one of the top schools among the 4 great academies, right? How does a useless loser like him even dare? Ignoring the gossip, Xingyu walked to the judge table and said, "Hello, examiner. I am here for the test." The admissions teacher for the Qingfeng region of Azure Dragon Academy was Chen Kanian. He was sitting idly, but upon hearing Xingyu, he looked up and could not help but feel highly skeptical. Was this really the only student in the entire Qingfeng district to apply for Azure Dragon Academy? Xiao Xingyu, you really have no idea how vast the world is. Over the past 5 years, only 8 students in the entire Qingfeng city dared to apply to Azure Dragon Academy, and not a single one got admitted. Yet, you actually dare to apply there too. If you pass, I will kneel down and call you father. Facing Suzi's arrogant insults and open provocations, Xingyu only replied coldly, "In that case, you better get ready to call me father." He then turned to Chen Kainian and said, "Sir, I am ready to begin the test." Student Xiao Xingyu, let me make one thing clear first. Azure Dragon Academy has a brutal testing process, and since you did not opt for any backup choices, therefore, if you fail, you will lose any chance to apply to any other beast taming academy. Xingyu still replied with absolute determination, "Sir, I understand. Let's begin." Having no further objections, Chen Kainian officially proceeded to start the young man's examination. The first stage is the spiritual power test. Chen Kainian pointed to a crystal ball on the desk. Understanding immediately, Xingyu placed his hand right on it. "Xiao Xingyu, your spiritual power is 316. Su Zhe laughed out loud. "And here I thought you were special. You cannot even reach the academy's baseline." Chen Kainian remained completely silent, but he felt deeply disappointed, hoping a promising talent had appeared. Just as he prepared to call the next candidate, a sudden change occurred. The numbers on the sphere began fluctuating wildly, jumping to 621, 711, 800, and finally stopping at 1028, leaving every single spectator utterly speechless. Spiritual power directly correlates with the potential of spirit beasts a tamer can contract in the future. Since every 100 points corresponds to 1 beast contract, having 1028 points means Xiao Xingyu has the potential to become a 10-star beast tamer down the road. Over the past few decades, only a select few in the Dragon Nation reached this level. It seems a brand new genius is about to rise. With these thoughts, Chen Kainian loudly announced that Xiao Xingyu scored 1028 points of spiritual power. I recall the genius girl, Ye Ningxuang, only scored 1030 points last year. To think you are this strong, only 2 points behind her. Su Jie, still refusing to give up his chance to humiliate Xingyu, sneered. So what if he is? The Azure Dragon Academy examination has 2 parts. Lina quickly agreed. There is no way he can pass the next stage testing his spirit beast's bloodline quality. Candidate Xiao Xingyu, it is time for the second test. As Chen Kainian was speaking, a technician rushed over and whispered, "Teacher Chen, the spiritual power machine experienced a slight glitch just now. His actual score is 1032, which is 2 points higher than that girl Ye Ningxuang." Chen Kainian pondered for a few moments before instructing, "Keep this machine error a secret for the time being." "Understood, Teacher Chen," the technician replied and hurried away. The second part, evaluating the bloodline quality of Xingyu's beast, officially got underway. Candidate Xiao Xingyu, please summon your beast. Hey Feng, it is your turn to step up. Everyone waited with bated breath, but they were utterly shocked to see that his summoned beast was just a common galehound. A galehound? Is not that the lowest quality bloodline imaginable? In this day and age, who still signs a contract with a galehound? Aside from spiritual value, a beast's bloodline quality is an incredibly massive factor that heavily restricts a tamer's future growth. And quite obviously, the bloodline quality of Xiao Xingyu's beast was just far too poor. With this in mind, Chen Kainian was just about to fail Xingyu's test when someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, look closely. That is definitely not a galehound, because a regular galehound does not have any evolution paths at all. He Feng suddenly transformed from a silly husky into a massive, terrifying demonic beast, complete with a system status panel floating above its head. Hellgale Wolf, initial stage level 1, epic hellish bloodline, boasting dual fire and wind attributes. Its skills included Infernal Bind, Hellish Roar, and Armor-Penetrating Strike, while its evolution path remained completely unknown. A 2-star evolution? Xiao Xingyu had no idea his new companion was actually this ridiculously overpowered. Chen Kainian smiled with satisfaction and announced that candidate Xiao Xingyu had passed, welcoming him to the prestigious Azure Dragon Academy. Hearing this, Su Zhe and Li Na immediately tried to slip away unnoticed, but Xingyu called them out. Are you guys leaving without saying goodbye to your father? Don't get cocky, kid. I won't say it. What are you going to do about it? Su Zhe talked tough, but Xingyu simply called for He Feng. Understanding instantly, the wolf pinned Su Zhe to the ground with one giant paw. Ready to talk now? Su Zhe had no choice but to call him father, only for Xingyu to reply that he had no such son. Telling him to scram, Xingyu recalled He Feng and walked away. As he passed Li Na, she shamelessly stopped him with a pathetic plea. Xingyu, my feelings for you over the last 2.5 years have been so deep. Can we maybe start over? Xingyu flatly rejected her and hurried off. He could not wait to share the exciting news of his academy acceptance with his beloved older sister. Excitedly, Xingyu pulled out his phone to call her, but the moment she picked up, he heard her weak, trembling voice calling his name, followed by chaotic screaming before the line went dead. Fearing the worst, he dashed off to find her. Meanwhile, a terrifying magic beast was rampaging through an agricultural market on the outskirts of Azure Dragon City. Ruoxu shielded a crying child behind a ruined wall, whispering softly to comfort them, telling them not to be afraid. But just then, the beast loomed right over the wall, locking its terrifying, predatory gaze directly onto her. Meanwhile, Xingyu finally reached the market his sister frequented. Panic gripped him as he desperately wondered what could have happened to her. Fighting his way through the fleeing crowd, he ran deeper into the chaos, just as the beast slammed its massive claw down toward Ruoxu's hiding spot. Screaming for his sister, Xingyu acted on pure instinct, charging straight into the danger zones alongside He Feng. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Hellgale Wolf. He Feng could now unleash Hellish Roar and Infernal Bind. Would he activate them? Absolutely. He ordered He Feng to deploy both skills instantly, but the giant wolf did not move an inch or activate any skills, simply turning around to stare blankly at Xingyu. With the monster closing in on his helpless sister, the situation became incredibly desperate, hanging by a single thread. Suddenly, Xingyu remembered the powerful tamer who had saved his life once before. During that encounter, the expert from the Azure Dragon Academy had chanted a specific mystical incantation. Desperate, he decided to try. At the dawn of chaos, when heaven and earth sigh, I pledge my heart and blood to summon spirits from the void. Hear my call and obey. The moment he finished speaking, He Feng's hellish roar instantly activated, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that vaporized the beast on the spot, leaving even Xingyu completely shocked. It was dead. Was this the true power of a beast tamer? Snapping out of his awe, he remembered his sister was still in danger and rushed to her side, asking if she was hurt. Seeing her safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was almost too late. Thank goodness, you are safe. Xingyu, how did you? Sister, I got into the Azure Dragon Academy. I am officially a tamer now. And look, this is my contracted beast, a Hellgale wolf named He Feng. Afterwards, Xingyu and Ruoxu inspected the dead beast's corpse, discovering a glowing spirit core inside. A system prompt identified it as a primary grade poison attribute beast core, drop guaranteed after slaying a magical creature. It could boost a beast's poison attacks, granting 5 additional attack power and 10 bonus experience points. Without hesitation, Xingyu tossed the core to He Feng. Although it was just a low-tier poison core, every little bit of energy counted toward the wolf's evolution. Late that night, Ruoxu quietly watched over Xingyu while he was fast asleep. Confirming the dragon-shaped crest on his back was still intact, she made a secret call, reporting that the Dragon Cloud seal remained unbroken. The seal of the Star Soul Dragon King was completely secure. Yet, she wondered how Xiao Xingyu had managed to form a beast contract. It seemed impossible, but the voice on the other end simply noted it was destiny, ordering her to keep a close eye on him. Acknowledging the order, she promised to watch him. Before long, the day finally arrived for Xingyu to head off to the academy. A huge crowd from the market gathered to see Xingyu off. They packed homemade food and even pooled their hard-earned money to help him with academy expenses. Grateful, Xingyu urged them to head back, promising to visit on his holidays. With that, he and his sister boarded the train together. Hours later, an announcement warned passengers that magic beasts had appeared on the tracks ahead, causing some turbulence before another alert suddenly rang out. The PA system crackles, announcing the train has passed the danger zone and is running smoothly. But before Xingyu, Ruo Shu, and the passengers can celebrate, a massive boom rocks the train violently, followed by a frantic warning. Attention passengers. 7 giant three-eyed apes have appeared ahead. Please secure yourselves and protect your lives and personal property. Suddenly, heavy dents warp the ceiling of the carriage, and the metal roof gets ripped completely off. A monstrous beast drops inside, sending passengers screaming in panic. Xingyu quickly drags Ruo Shui to the farthest corner possible, telling her to hide right here and absolutely not move. Terrified, Ruo Shui asks what he is doing, but Xingyu ignores her and walks straight toward the rampaging monster. Just as the beast strikes a heavy blow down at him, a gorgeous golden-furred fox blurs into view out of nowhere, slamming its massive tail right into the monster's face and completely disrupting its lethal attack. Hey, you idiot. Do not just stand there dazed. Back off if you want to live. A fiery red-haired girl steps in front of Xingyu, immediately commanding her golden fox companion to execute a devastating lightning strike. Together, Beast and Master charge. Instantly, the beast's stats appear. 3. Tailed Thunder, Fox, Extraordinary Level Tier 3, Thunder Fox, Bloodline, Epic Quality, possessing both lightning and wind attributes. Evolution paths include the 3, 4, and 9-tailed fox, with hidden paths like the Extreme Shadow Red Lightning and Red Lotus Lightning Fox. Skills include 3-tail Thunder Burst, a sweeping tail attack causing heavy electric damage, and a 1-second stun. Plus, Thunder Flash, a teleportation skill that instantly closes the distance to evade incoming attacks, while dealing heavy lightning damage. Reading over Xiao Zhao's impressive stats, Xingyu secretly celebrates. That 3-tailed Thunder Fox and that spear. Could she be Qin Yanran, the daughter of the famous Tianqin president? They are saved. But seeing the three-eyed ape fly into a rage, Xingyu quickly urges the other passengers to evacuate the train. Suddenly, a strange thought hits him. Three-eyed apes are pack monsters. Why is there only one single beast here? Right on cue, 2 more massive apes materialize. As Qin Yanran focuses on the first beast, they sneak up behind her for a deadly ambush. Fortunately, Xingyu summons Heifeng just in time, using Hellbind to lock down the apes and saving Qin Yanran from a fatal strike. I did not expect you to be a beast tamer too. Thank you so much. Qin Yanran says gratefully. No problem. I think anyone would have helped in that situation. Xingyu replies, but your beast. Xingyu trails off, checking the status board floating above Xiao Xiao. It shows her as mentally suppressed, sluggish, suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The cure requires soaking soul-soothing flowers in hot water, mixed with a lightning catalyst and a dissolved water-type beast core. Xingyu asks if her beast has been getting overly excited during battles lately, and does it become sluggish, even trying to self-harm afterward? Hearing this, Qin Yanran gasps in shock, asking how he could possibly know that. Obviously, Xingyu can't just blabber about his special ability to read beast information screens. Thinking fast, he explains that the fox is suffering from post-combat trauma stress syndrome. He covers, claiming he read about it in a pathology manual, noting that 3-tailed foxes are highly prone to it. Yanran finally realizes why Xiao Xiao has not smiled lately. She thanks him, promising to treat the fox as soon as she gets home. Then, she slams a hand onto Xingyu's back, nearly sending his soul flying. Throwing an arm around his shoulder like a brother, she chuckles. From now on, you are officially my little brother. She is completely oblivious to Ruo Shui, who is standing nearby and glaring daggers right at her. Ruo Shui stomps over, grabbing one of Xingyu's arms with a sweet but tense smile. Sorry, but he is not anyone's little brother. He is my brother, she declares. Qin Yanran's eyes narrow playfully. She steps right up and grabs Xingyu's other arm, firing back with a smile. Is that so? Well, from now on, he is my little brother too. My brother. No, mine. Neither backs down, and they begin a fierce tug-of-war using Xingyu's poor arms. Xingyu cries internally, begging them to stop before they tear him in half. A few hours later, at the Qinglong Academy's central square, a male instructor holding a microphone smiles warmly at the neatly lined up students before speaking. Welcome, New freshman, to Qinglong Academy. Please wait patiently. Our esteemed principal will arrive shortly. Standing in the crowd, Xingyu breathes a sigh of relief. After surviving Yanran, he has finally made it to school safe and sound. Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the square. Everyone looks up to see a massive beast carrying a gorgeous woman down to the square. The crowd gasps, recognizing the purple flame lion and director Su Ruin. Hearing the cheers, Xingyu's jaw drops. Isn't that the same powerhouse who single-handedly defeated the terrifying shadow magic dragon? Who knew she was actually the dean of Qinglong Academy? Su Ruyan masterfully guides her giant purple flame lion to a smooth landing. The instructor rushes over, offering her the microphone. Director, please share a few inspiring words with our incoming freshmen. Su Ruyan nodded, took the microphone, and looked at the crowd of freshmen. In a serious voice, she announced, "Congratulations on making it into the Azure Dragon Academy. However, I must emphasize one thing. No matter if you come from a prestigious family or a poor background, at Azure Dragon Academy, absolutely everyone must follow my rules, especially rule number 8. This immediately sent a wave of confused whispers through the crowd of freshmen. Have you heard of rule number 8? What makes it so special anyway? As they muttered, Su Ruyan continued. Rule number 8 is simple. Any conflict between students, regardless of who is right or wrong, must be settled in the arena. The loser must apologize to the winner. Hearing this, the freshmen's faces paled. Xingyu quietly realized that while rule number 8 sounded harsh on the surface, it actually stops rich kids from bullying the weak. Even ordinary students can fight back and demand justice with their own fists. 2 hours later, in Xingyu's classroom, the students were going around introducing themselves. When it was Xingyu's turn, the moment he announced his name, a classmate named Wu Shengyu jumped out of his seat. Pointing excitedly, he shouted, "You are Xiao Xingyu. I can't believe we actually ended up in the same class. Are you really that monster, with spiritual energy nearly matching senior Yang Ningxuang?" From the podium, Chen Kainian snapped, "Sit down right now. Class is starting." Wu Shengyu quickly sat back down, then leaned toward Jingyu at the next desk and whispered, "Big brother Xiao, I am following your lead from now on." Chen Kainian cleared his throat and barked, "Shut your mouths right now." He quickly wrote a line on the board and turned back to face the students. "All right, class, from today on, I, Chen Kainian, will be your homeroom teacher. I hope you all study hard at Azure Dragon Academy. Open the first chapter of the Beast Taming Encyclopedia. We will start with some foundational theory on beasts first. A beast's combat strength depends on 2 main factors. First is the beast's current level. The known stages, from lowest to highest, are fledgling, mature, complete, transcendent, and beast king level. The second factor is the beast's bloodline quality. According to current records, spiritual beast bloodlines are also ranked from low to high. The higher the quality of the bloodline, the stronger the beast, easily suppressing weaker species. Additionally, elemental attributes can also counter each other. For example, the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth counter one another. Metal beats wood, wood beats earth beats water, water beats fire, and fire beats metal. Aside from these basic elements, there are also special variations, like wind and lightning attributes. I won't list every single one of them. And so, the lecture continued smoothly. While the other students listened intently, Xingyu was fast asleep at his desk. Angered, Chen Kainian threw a piece of chalk at his head and yelled, "Xiao Xingyu, stand up right now." Dazed and half asleep, Xingyu slowly stood up. Chen Kainian snapped, "Unbelievable. You dare sleep in my class? Tell me, what is the weakness of the demonic sky lizard? If you can't answer this, pack your bags and get out." Xingyu calmly replied, the venom sac right under its belly. Chen Kainian, slightly annoyed, pushed further. "Next question. Where do frost-condensed crocodiles live?" Xingyu answered, "Frost Descent Lake in southern Dragon Country, and the deep cold pool below the Kunlun Mountains." His classmates sat there, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. Even Chen Kainian was stunned. Wanting to test him further, he threw out an even harder question. "If you encounter a sky-ripping demonic tiger in the wild, how do you handle it?" Xingyu calmly replied, "I would put my ID card in my mouth, find some shade, and lie down quietly." Chen Kainian stared in confusion. "Why?" The rest of the class leaned in, equally curious. Smiling, Xingyu explained, "Because the sky-ripping demonic tiger is a mutant beast king tier. Only 6-star beast tamers or higher can hope to survive against it. As for apprentice beast tamers like us, encountering one in the wild simply means certain death. So, I would keep my ID card in my mouth so my family can easily identify my body and lie in the shade to slow down decay. Chen Kainian suddenly slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, "That answer gets perfect marks." Xiao Xingyu, those questions were from the very end of the curriculum. How did you know them? Before the teacher could finish, Xingyu pulled out 3 textbooks with a grin, explaining he had already mastered everything. The classroom erupted in groans. Man, how are we supposed to compete with this monster? What kind of freak genius is this? Chen Kainian cleared his throat. The rest of you, study on your own. Xiao Xingyu, step outside with me. A moment later, outside the classroom door, Xingyu apologized. Teacher Chen, sorry for falling asleep in class. I promise it won't happen again. Chen Kainian waved it off. It is not about that. You mastered the entire course's theory in just 30 minutes. Xingyu grinned. It is all because you are an excellent teacher. Chen Kainian scoffed. Kid, drop the flattery. Since you already know the basics, you should study something more advanced. Handing over a card, he patted Xingyu's shoulder. This is the library pass for the Azure Dragon Academy. With this card, you can enter the library at any time and enjoy free borrowing privileges. Now go on. I have nothing left to teach you. A short while later, inside the Grand Library of Azure Dragon Academy, Xingwu was quietly reading when Wang Yan strutted in with his lackeys, shouting, "This library belongs to me today. Every single guy in here needs to get out right now." Knowing he was the son of Vice Principal Wang Dongxing, the male students kept their mouths shut and quickly bolted out of the building. With a sleazy smirk, Wang Yan turned his eyes to the girls, saying, "As for you ladies, why don't you stay and read with me?" The terrified girls begged him to let them go, but Xingwu, the only guy who hadn't fled, suddenly slammed his half-read book right into Wang Yan's head, muttering, "You're being way too noisy." Furious, Wang Yan roared, "Who did that?" One lackey pointed straight at Xingwu, shouting, "Young Master Wang, it was this clueless brat." Xingwu calmly stepped in front of a girl, glaring back. "Bullying girls? How pathetic of you." Wang Yan barked back. "Who do you think you are? Trying to play hero?" The kind girl whispered to Xingwu, "You should leave. His father is vice principal, Wang Dongsheng. We can't cross him." Hearing this, Xingwu sneered mockingly. "Ah, so your dad's the vice principal. No wonder you act like you own the place." Instead of getting angry, Wang Yan smirked arrogantly. "Glad you know. Now, get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness." "In your dreams," Xingwu barked, delivering a brutal kick straight between Wang Yan's legs, leaving him writhing on the floor in agony. His panicked lackeys rushed over. "Young Master Wang, are you okay?" Trembling, Wang Yan pointed at Xingwu and threatened, "Do you even know who I am? Laying hands on me means you won't walk out of this library alive. Today, I'm going to teach you exactly who calls the shots here at Azure Dragon Academy." Just at that moment, Su Ruyan walked in, bringing Chen Kainian and another male student with her. They had heard every single word of Wang Yan's threat. Su Ruyan remarked coldly, "How bold. I had absolutely no idea you were the one running Azure Dragon Academy." Wang Yan gasped, wondering how Principal Su had found out so quickly. Stepping closer, her face was dark and serious. "Wang Yan, I already know what happened. Since you two have a conflict, you will settle it under the Academy's rule number 8. Word spread like wildfire across the entire campus, and excited students started gathering to watch the showdown. "Hurry up. Xiao Xingwu and Wang Yan are fighting in the arena. We have to go watch." But Wang Yan's beast is a legendary grade 6 clawed void leopard. Can Xingwu even stand a chance against that? Are you kidding me? Big brother Xiao is practically invincible. Soon, at the arena square, Chen Kainian watched Xingwu from the stands, muttering, "Don't disappoint me, Xiao Xingwu." Down below, the referee shouted, "The match is about to begin. Both competitors, enter the arena." On cue, both Xiao Xingwu and Wang Yan stepped onto the stage to face each other. Wang Yan sneered, "Xingwu, I'm going to make you regret ever crossing me." Xingwu simply smiled back. "Is that so? Then I'll be waiting for your apology." The referee gave the signal, and the match officially began. Wang Yan immediately cast his summoning spell. "Bing Yan, come forth." A second later, the majestic beast materialized right next to its master. Xingwu didn't summon his pet yet. Instead, he used his system to analyze the opponent. Name, 6. Clawed Void Leopard. Level, Infant Level 1. Bloodline, Legendary. Attribute, Dual Ice and Wind. Talent, Profound Ice Freeze. Every strike inflicts freezing damage, while also reducing the enemy's movement speed and attack speed by 30%. Skill, Glacial Blast. It launches an ice orb that locks onto the target, exploding into a burst of frost blades for area of effect damage. With 72 loyalty, Xingwu noted that it was a highly versatile dual attribute beast. He looked serious, calling out, "Time to shine, Black Wind." A second later, a massive dark wolf appeared before the crowd. Wu Shengyu cheered. "Damn, Big Brother Xiao's beast looks so sick." The guy next to him agreed. "Yeah, in terms of looks, the leopard loses completely." Up in the VIP seats, Su Ruyan stared at Black Wind, lost in deep thought. She wondered what kind of beast it was, as it looked like an evolved version of a swift hound. But swift hounds were widely known as useless trash beasts with no evolution path. How did Xiao Xingwu pull this off? Hearing the crowd praise Xingwu's beast, Wang Yan grew even more jealous. "Humph, trying to show off? Just watch how I crush you." With that, Wang Yan ordered Bingyan to strike Black Wind with its ice-rending claws. Seeing the incoming attack, Xingwu ordered Black Wind to use serpentine movements to dodge and close the distance. But just as Black Wind drew close enough to strike back, Bingyan proved to be much faster. It swiftly flanked Black Wind, slashing its back with sharp claws and forcing the wounded wolf to retreat in sheer pain. In the stands, Chen Kainian frowned, whispering, "Xiao Xingwu's Hellgale Wolf is a dual wind and fire element beast, but the six-clawed Void Leopard is dual ice and wind. Is this elemental disadvantage really too much to overcome?" Inside the arena, Bing Yan presses the attack, unleashing a barrage of claw strikes. He Feng is left with no choice but to passively dodge. Wang Yan roars in anger. "Xiao Xingyu, I am going to destroy your beast." Bing Yan, unleash the Frozen Heaven Strike. Receiving the order, Bing Yan halts its chase and shoots a massive ice orb straight at He Feng. It explodes on contact, instantly freezing the poor beast inside a giant block of solid ice. Seeing this, Wang Yan bursts into a smug, arrogant laugh. "Xiao Xingyu, it won't be long before your pathetic beast freezes to death inside." Up in the stands, the entire crowd locks their eyes on Xingyu, eagerly waiting to see how he responds. Inside the ring, Xingyu simply chuckles. "Is that so? He Feng, activate Shadow Meld." To everyone's absolute shock, they watch He Feng transform into a cloud of dark mist, completely vanishing from the frozen prison. In the stands, Chen Kainian and Su Ruyan both furrow their brows in disbelief, whispering, "A dark attribute? A Hell Wind Hound possessing 3 distinct elements?" Down on the stage, Wang Yan looks around in absolute confusion, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. Where did it go?" He has absolutely no idea that right behind his back, a dark shadow is swiftly creeping across the ground towards him. Watching from the stands, Chen Kainian and Su Ruyan immediately realize what is happening and mutter, "So it turned itself into a shadow. No wonder the ice couldn't trap him." At that exact moment, He Feng leaps out from Wang Yan's shadow for a surprise attack. Luckily for him, Bing Yan rushes over just in time to protect its master, successfully repelling He Feng back to Xingyu's side. Xingyu snorts in response. "Let us show you what we can really do." He Feng, use Silent Claws. In a flash, He Feng vanishes again and suddenly materializes right next to Bing Yan, unleashing a rapid flurry of claw strikes. Bing Yan howls in agony as Wang Yan screams desperately, "Bing Yan, strike back. I ordered you to fight back." Wang Yan screams in a panic, but his commands are useless because Silent Claws is a dark attribute skill. Once it hits, it inflicts a silence effect on the target for 3 straight seconds. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Xingyu immediately orders He Feng to finish it with Hellish Roar. The heavy blast sends Bing Yan flying backward through the air before collapsing, completely unconscious. It is completely out of commission. Game over. The referee walks up to Xingyu, grabs his hand, and raises it high to declare him the official winner. The entire stadium instantly erupts in wild cheers for Xiao Xingyu. Students jump to their feet, excitedly chanting Xingyu's name, while Wang Yan drops to his knees on the ground, muttering, "No, this can't be happening." Xingyu walks over and says, "You lost." Su Ruyan steps down into the arena as well, saying, "According to our agreement, apologize now and end this ridiculous farce." Wang Yan keeps his head lowered in silence for a few seconds before gritting his teeth, muttering, "Xiao Xingyu, I am sorry." With that, he storms off the stage, cursing inwardly. "Xiao Xingyu, you just wait. I will definitely make you pay for this." Su Ruyan turns to Xingyu with a warm smile. "Xiao Xingyu, that was an impressive performance. You are only the second student to ever make me look at them in a completely new light. I am really looking forward to your performance in the freshman ranking competition in 3 days." Xingyu bashfully scratches his head and responds, "Thank you for the compliment, Dean, but who was the first person to earn such high praise? Xingyu wonders. Su Ruyan's face turns serious as she replies, a genius girl who broke through over 1,000 spiritual energy points, Yi Shuning. Xingyu instantly thinks, it is her again. He had already heard all about her legendary reputation during the entrance exams. Su Ruyan then pulls out a sleek ring, offering it to Xingyu with a warm smile. You are an exceptionally talented young man yourself. Take this spatial ring as your well-deserved reward for winning this battle. A spatial ring, it is a high-tech storage device, designed to hold huge amounts of food, medicine, and whatever else a tamer needs to carry. Xingyu is absolutely amazed, realizing this device can hold almost anything. Reaching out to accept the priceless gift, he smiles. In that case, I will gladly accept it. Thank you so much, Dean. Since he is worried about Ruoxu waiting anxiously back at home, Xingyu wastes no time and quickly heads back. However, just as he steps out of the academy gates, he accidentally bumps straight into a young girl named Shimeng. Xingyu asks in a worried tone, Hey, little girl, are you okay? Looking a bit dazed, Shimeng softly replies, No, I am fine. Xingyu crouches down to gently pat her head, saying, Be more careful when walking next time, little sister. Now, run along home. After giving her a friendly warning, Xingyu turns to leave, but Shimeng suddenly grabs his leg, crying out, Big brother, I have nowhere else to go. Please take me in. A short while later at their apartment, Ruoxu sees Xingyu bringing a little girl home. She instantly pinches his ear and scolds him. It is only my first day in Longyan City. Xingyu, how dare you go out and kidnap a child? Xingyu instantly protests his innocence, crying out, No, sis. Just let me explain. Let me explain. Ruoxu angrily snaps back. Explain? What on earth is there left to explain? She is standing right inside our home. A few minutes later, Xingyu explains. Sis, she actually has a severe fear of spirit beasts, making it impossible for her to ever become a beast tamer. After being constantly bullied by her family, she ran away from home. I brought her home so we could help cure her phobia. Shimeng quickly plays along, hugging Ruoxu tightly while crying and begging for help. That is right, Sister Ruoxu. Can everyone take me in? I do not want to go home. Ruoxu forced a smile and said, Then you can stay. Ruoxu then added, But Xingyu, you must remember, when looking for a woman, absolutely avoid anyone from the Ye family. The next day, at the Azure Dragon Academy, Xingyu stood in line, waiting for his upcoming assessment. However, his mind kept drifting back to Ruoxu's warning from yesterday. Why would she suddenly tell him to avoid the Ye family? Hearing him mumble, Wu Shengyu leaned in and whispered, What are you talking about, Brother Xiao? Why avoid the Ye family? Teacher Chen said these two classes are for combat role assignment. What exactly do you think a combat role is, Brother Xiao? Which role do you think my storm butterfly is suited for? Chen Kainian pointed at him, clearly annoyed. Wu Shengyu, stop whispering during class. Wu Shengyu quickly scrambled back to his spot, replying, Yes, Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen then turned a serious gaze toward the students gathered in front of him. Now, summon your spirit beasts, one by one according to your student ID. We will run tests to determine your combat roles. As each student stepped forward for their assessment, Teacher Chen immediately announced their results. Song Hu, your beast has an incredibly powerful defensive capability, placing you in the tank position. As for Wu Shengyu, your storm butterfly specializes in area of effect water attacks, so your role is a mage. Next up, Xiao Xingyu. Hearing his own name called out, Xingyu immediately stepped forward. Teacher Chen looked at him and said, First up is the offense test. Xiao Xingyu, begin whenever you are ready. With that, Xiao Xingyu summoned Black Wind, ordering the beast to unleash its hell howl directly onto the testing machine. The machine quickly displayed a 3 times critical strike alongside the number 6,371, sending a shockwave of disbelief through the crowd. A triple critical? I cannot even land a 1.5 critical. Teacher Chen stared at the monitor, muttering quietly to himself in disbelief. Generally, the raw damage output of a basic form spirit beast's ultimate skill ranges from 500 to 1,500 points. Yet, this Hell Tempest Wolf managed to land a triple critical, soaring way past 2,000. Xingyu chimed in. Teacher Chen, now that the offense test is over, I think the assassin role suits me best. Before he could even finish speaking, Teacher Chen quickly cut him off. He silently thought to himself, Xiao Xingyu, let us see exactly where your true limits lie. Left with no choice, Xingyu could only obediently proceed with the rest of the physical assessments. During the range test, Xingyu ordered Black Wind to unleash Hellfire. Wu Shengyu gasped, "No way. That attack range must be at least 800 meters, right? Maybe you should just be a marksman, Brother Xiao." During the defense portion, a shocked Wu Shengyu cried out. He even managed to withstand an attack from Teacher Chen's own Transcendent Tier Ice Armor Battle Turtle. "You are incredible, Brother Xiao." Next, during the control test, Xingyu commanded Black Wind to use Hellbind. Wu Shengyu suggested, "Maybe you should switch to a mage, Brother Xiao." Moving on to the buffing test, Teacher Chen carefully studied the data on his tablet. According to the simulated data analysis, any friendly spirit beast within 10 meters of the Hell Tempest Wolf will gain a 30% boost to battle intent, plus 10% attack and speed. Wu Shengyu asked curiously, "Teacher Chen, what is Xiao Xingyu's actual combat role then?" He literally fits every single role, making it impossible to choose. Internally, Wu Shengyu was so awestruck he was left utterly speechless. Teacher Chen suddenly raised a single finger and addressed the class. "Students, besides these 5 roles, there is one rare position that suits Xiao Xingyu perfectly. He is an all-rounder," leaving the entire class completely stunned. Shengyu was immediately puzzled, asking, "Teacher Chen, what exactly does being an all-rounder mean?" Heinian quickly went on to explain, "If a beast tamer summon is capable of excelling in every single role, that tamer officially earns the title of all-rounder." He then smiled and added, "It is quite obvious that Xiao Xingyu is the single all-rounder in our class." Hearing this, Xingyu felt a wave of pride wash over him under everyone's admiring gazes. The compliments kept pouring in, with classmates shouting, "Brother Xiao, how are you this incredibly overpowered? Seriously, it is unreal." Bathed in their non-stop praise and worshipful looks, a blushing Xingyu waved it off, saying, "No, it is really nothing." Kanian chimed in with a timely warning, "But do not celebrate just yet. While all-rounders are incredibly rare, they are not entirely unheard of. We do not have the database for this year's new freshmen yet, so for now, only Xiao Xingyu is known as an all-rounder." He then continued, noting that the second-year all-rounders are named Ye Shuangning and Han Tianjun, and the third-year all-rounders are Murong Qingyang and Li Xiancheng. Kainian then looked at his students, offering them some encouragement. "So, you all need to keep pushing yourselves." Once class wrapped up, Xingyu found himself walking down the busy city streets. He quietly planned to purchase some high-grade beast supplements to prepare for the upcoming freshman ranking tournament, when suddenly, a group of strangers blocked his path. "Hey kid, where do you think you are going?" Xingyu frowned, demanding, "Who exactly are you guys? These guys are acting tough, but they don't even know our Black Tiger Guild. They are seriously begging for a beating." Wang Yan points directly at him, shouting, "Guild leader Lei, why waste your breath? Break his leg right now, so we can see if he keeps acting so arrogant." He immediately agrees. Right away, young Master Wang. With that, the gang aggressively surrounds Xingyu for daring to mess with the young master. Talk about bad luck. Xingyu is caught slightly off guard. Glancing at their badges, Xingyu sees they are all 3 and 4-star beast tamers. Furious, he snaps, "Bullying a simple 1-star tamer like me is going way too far." Wang Yan sneers, completely dismissing him. "I am absolutely abusing my power here. What are you going to do about it?" Guild leader Lei chimes in. "Do not worry, young Master Wang. I will handle this kid right now." With a loud roar, he summons his spirit beast. Out steps the Thunder Tiger, a majestic beast crackling with fierce purple lightning. With a sharp command from his master, the Thunder Tiger charges straight at Xingyu. Instantly, Xingyu summons He Feng, who lunges at the attacker with glowing red eyes and sinks his fangs deep into the tiger's neck. Just like that, the formidable Thunder Tiger is slammed hard into the dirt by He Feng. Lei stares in absolute shock. The young master never mentioned that this kid's beast was this ridiculously powerful. Panic sets in for the guild leader. How could a rookie's beast easily overpower his own matured, extraordinary tier Thunder Tiger in a direct fight? Sneering at Xingyu, he tries to regain his confidence. "Let's see if a 1-star brat can actually stand against my entire Black Tiger Guild, packed with elite 3 and 4-star tamers." At his signal, the rest of the guild members instantly summon their beasts. 3 massive, terrifying beasts materialize, growling aggressively at Xingyu and his loyal He Feng. Suddenly, a cold female voice cuts through the tension. "Let us see just how powerful your Black Tiger Guild really is." This sudden interruption catches guild leader Lei and his entire squad completely off guard. Stepping protectively in front of Xingyu, she puts her hands on her hips and proudly challenges them. "Or is my Kongchong Guild a cut above yours?" Xingyu and Heifeng look back in surprise at their sudden allies. Recognizing the beautiful girl leading them as Yanran, he smiles and calls out, "Sister Qin." Suddenly surrounded on all sides, the Black Tiger members panic, crying out, "Boss, we are trapped. There is no way out." He stammers out the name, Changqiang Guild. Lei knows they are the second strongest guild in all of Longyan City. Even the top-ranked guild in the city would think twice before picking a fight with them. Instantly turning cowardly, he politely bows and asks, "Miss Qin, what pleasant wind brings you to our humble area?" She casually drapes her arm over Xingyu's shoulder with a cold smile. "Good thing I passed by, or I would have missed what you were planning for my dear brother." Lei's jaw drops in shock. "Wait, aren't you the only child of guild leader Qin?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Yanran cuts him off, declaring, "Xiao Xingyu is the adoptive brother recognized by me, Qin Yanran." She glares at him, making it crystal clear that anyone who messes with him is directly messing with Qin Yanran. Guild leader Lei instantly shuts his mouth, his face filled with pure dread, unleashing a powerful aura. Yanran adds with absolute authority, "And by extension, you are picking a fight with the entire Kangqiang Guild." Lei immediately switches to full kiss-up mode, pleading, "Miss Qin, please, this is all just a massive misunderstanding." He points an accusing finger directly at Wang Yan, whining, "It was all him. This brat paid us to target your brother." Shaking with fear, Wang Yan quickly throws his hands up in surrender. "Miss Qin, I swear I did not mean to cause trouble for Xiao Xingyu." Ignoring his pathetic excuses, Yanran turns her gaze back to the guild leader. "You know how to clean this up, right?" Sweating bullets, Lei quickly nods. Lei immediately turns on his client, shouting to his men, "How dare he offend young Master Xiao? Boys, teach this punk a lesson." Getting beat to a pulp, a dazed Wang Yan cries out weakly, "I literally hired you guys. How can you do this to me?" Back at the safety of the Kangqiang Guild, Yanran asks protectively, "Xiao Yu, how on earth did you get targeted by those thugs?" Xingyu shrugs, "I just went out to buy some nutritional supplements for my spirit beast. I had no idea I would get so unlucky." Hearing this, she beams, "Supplements? You should have come to me. My Kangqiang Guild specializes in making those." She offers with a generous smile, "From now on, whenever you need supplements, just ask. It is completely on the house." Xingyu is completely speechless by Sister Qin's incredible generosity, realizing how powerful she is as the guild leader's daughter. She then leads him inside to show him around their headquarters. This is the advanced training grounds for our Kangqiang Guild. It features top-tier machinery designed to help spirit beasts master complex combat skills much faster. Moving along, Yanran shows him the massive leisure zone. Here, exhausted beast tamers returning from difficult missions can kick back and relax with golf or even a nice sauna. Pointing out their final stop, she explains that this top-floor boardroom is where the high-level planners gather to map out strategies for their most critical missions. Next, she shows him the medical clinic, fully equipped with advanced healing technology. It is also fully stocked with rare medicinal herbs. Then, Yanran excitedly reveals the best part, saying, "Our beast healers have elite medical skills and can provide the most advanced technical treatment for any injured spirit beast." Hearing this, Xingyu quietly wonders, "A beast healer?" He instantly grabs Yanran's hand. "Sister Qin, can I join the Kangqiang Guild as one of your beast healers?" She hesitates, looking at him. "Well, that might be hard." Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupts their conversation. "Absolutely not," interjects Lu Yue, the strict vice president of the Kangqiang Guild. She sternly and mockingly remarks, "Setting aside who you even are, why did you show up here? With your young age and lack of experience, you want to heal our beasts? This joke is not funny at all." Hearing that voice, Yanran immediately knows exactly who it is. She quickly explains, "Auntie, he is the one who helped me tame the giant three-eyed ape on the ship, and he is also my newly adopted younger brother." Suddenly, a panicked staff member rushes through the door. "Vice President Liu, several severely injured spirit beasts have just arrived at the clinic." He stammers in distress, "We are short-staffed. What do we do?" Lu Yue calms him down. "Do not panic. Call for backup from our other branches." She turns to Yanran. "Go to the other guilds and ask for assistance." Before she can finish, the staff member cuts in. "There is no time, Vice President. Those beasts are bleeding out rapidly and can barely hold on." Hearing this, Xingyu steps forward. "Let me do it, Vice President Liu. Time is running out." Inside the Kangqiang Guild, the jade-eyed mastiff lies on a stretcher as two doctors desperately wheel it into the operating room. Shouting orders to the nurse, they yell that the jade-eyed mastiff on table 3 is suffering from massive blood loss, demanding blood bags immediately. Sensing his beast is fading, the worried owner frantically shouts, "Get out of the way! Move!" Due to massive blood loss, the jade-eyed mastiff lies motionless, its breath fading. The doctors stand around in panic, the tense air filled with trembling voices. "Doctor, please save my beast." The clinic plunges into absolute chaos as they yell, "He is losing too much blood. Stop the bleeding first. The arterial clamps are not working. The hemostatic medicine is failing too. We cannot stop the bleeding." One doctor shakes his head in despair. Standard medical procedures are completely useless here. Xing Yu quietly observes the chaotic scene, his eyes reflecting intense concentration and deep calculation. On the high-tech treatment table, the jade-eyed mastiff groans in agony, eyes closed tight against the pain as the system displays its details. Name: Jade-eyed mastiff. Level: Tier 3 Extraordinary. Loyalty: 92%. Bloodline: Elite. Vital signs: Failing. The massive wound was inflicted by a demon king beast, specifically, the venomous needle of a wasp king. A thick green slime covers the giant tear, blocking regeneration and keeping the wound wide open. The doctors examine the gruesome gash on the beast's body, confirming it was caused by a wasp king's poisonous stinger. The glowing green fluid is its signature toxin, which entirely prevents the flesh from healing. Suddenly, Xing Yu looks directly at the panicked owner and speaks with absolute confidence. "I know how to stop your beast's bleeding. The question is, do you trust me?" The trembling owner places his hands on his companion and pleads, "We are out of options. I have to trust you. Please just save my beast. I beg you." Xing Yu immediately details his cure: crush 1 heavenly soul herb and a purple cherry flower to make 20 backup doses, then add 1 poison attribute extraordinary beast core, and boil the mixture for 5 minutes. Hearing this, the doctors recoil in horror, staring at him in utter disbelief, arguing that the ingredients he mentioned are all highly toxic to various degrees, which is practically rubbing salt into the beast's wounds. Despite their harsh protests, Xing Yu remains completely unfazed. He firmly asserts, "Apply the medicine exactly as I said. If we miss this critical window, the jade-eyed mastiff will certainly die." The desperate owner screams in panic, "Do not just stand there. Go prepare the medicine, now." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two doctors quickly comply. 5 minutes later, one rushes back holding a vial of glowing green liquid, saying the medicine is ready. Xing Yu swiftly pulls on a pair of black surgical gloves with practiced ease. Taking the vial from the doctor, he carefully unseals it. Xing Yu then applies the medicine directly onto the deep, gaping wound, where the thick green fluid is still oozing out. The moment the treatment touches its flesh, the beast roars in agony, startling both Xing Yu and its owner. Suddenly, someone shouts in excitement, "The bleeding stopped! It actually stopped!" Indeed, only a few stray drops of green fluid remain on the sealed wound. As the exhausted jade-eyed mastiff drifts off to sleep, its emotional owner tightly hugs it. "Furball, you survived. Thank goodness." Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Xing Yu folds his arms, smiling warmly at Liu Yo. "So, Vice President Liu, did my performance satisfy your high standards?" She was deeply impressed by his recent performance. Reaching out her hand, she said, "Your performance truly exceeded my wildest imagination. I was far too rash before. Now, please allow me to formally invite you to join our Firmament Guild as a special alchemist." "I would love to," Xing Yu replied with a bright smile. They shook hands to seal the deal. Cut to Xing Yu's house, where Ningxu was interrogating him. "Are you telling me you got home late just to sign a special alchemist contract with the Firmament Guild?" Confused, he stammered. "Yes, sis." Ningxue turned her face away, pouting in mock anger. "I see. Now that you have an adoptive sister, you've completely forgotten your real one." Xing Yu quickly pleaded. "No way, sis. That is not true at all." Just as the tension peaked, Shi Meng burst in. "Brother Xing Yu, what is a special alchemist? Is it something delicious to eat?" Xing Yu chuckled and explained to the little girl. "Of course not. But joining the Firmament Guild means I will get a handsome salary," he excitedly shouted. "Which means a big feast for everyone this weekend." Shi Meng cheered along in pure delight. "Awesome. Count me in." Meanwhile, in Wang Yan's room, the bully was bedridden, his broken left leg in a cast and suspended high. Wang Yan roared with fury. "Xiao Xing Yu, I will make you pay for this." Lin Kang stood over him, crossing his arms. looking down at his useless son, tears streaming down his face. Wang Yan whined, "Dad, you have to get revenge for me." Lin Kang scolded him harshly. "You are my son. Yet you got utterly humiliated by some low-class clown from a backwater town in a duel. You didn't just embarrass yourself. You dragged our entire family name through the mud." Wang Yan sobbed, wiping away his tears. "Stop scolding me, Dad. How was I supposed to know Xiao Xingyu somehow contracted a beast with 3 different elements?" Lin Kang sat down beside him, gritting his teeth in frustration. Worse, he now has the backing of the powerful Firmament Guild. We might never get our payback. Lin Kang pondered, then nodded slowly. The Firmament Guild is indeed an opponent we cannot afford to provoke. But if Xiao Xingyu suffers a fatal accident during the Yunnan Mountain trial, falling victim to wild beasts, nobody could blame us, right? Lin Kang flashed a sinister grin, pushing up his glasses, as if victory was already in his hands. "Now, you and I are heading over to Yunnan Mountain, where the weather is absolutely gorgeous today." Instructors stood watch over the gathered crowd. Lin Kang spoke with absolute authority. "Today marks the start of the Yunnan Mountain freshman trial. To keep things exciting, this entire trial will be broadcast live across all major social media platforms." Holding his microphone, he pointed to their wrists. "The special tracking bands you are wearing will monitor your beast kills and stream your combat footage live." He then walked them through the strict grading scale. Hunting 1 to 10 magical beasts earns a C grade. Bagging 11 to 30 beasts gets a B, while 31 to 50 earns an A. On the massive high-tech holographic screen, the scoreboard began to glow. Lin Kang proudly continued. Slaying 51 to 80 beasts earns an S grade, while anything over 80 is a coveted S+. Instantly, Ru Huoyan chimed in. "Vice Principal Wang, before we begin, why don't we first announce the elite all-rounders among this year's exceptionally talented pool of freshmen?" Whispers erupted through the crowd. Rumor had it that last year's top champion at Yunnan Mountain was none other than Ye Ningxuang. Lin Kang looked down at the crowd and declared that based on initial assessments, there were exactly 3 all-rounders this semester. First is Murong Yangshuo from Class 1. He was a tall, striking youth, boasting long, silvery white hair, exuding absolute confidence. This promising young man was the proud heir of the prestigious Murong family. Lin Kang continued his announcement. Next, Murong Jingshen, also from Class 1. Gasps of shock echoed as students realized Class 1 had 2 geniuses. The gorgeous, pink-haired girl was indeed the Murong family's beloved daughter, and our final all-rounder is Xiao Xingyu from Class 3. While the shocking news left everyone stunned, Xingyu, the man of the hour, was completely lost in thought over the Murong family name. The Dragon Kingdom is ruled by 4 legendary beast-taming clans: Ye, Li, Murong, and Shangguan. Could they really be from that same elite Murong family? These 4 mighty clans each boast a unique guardian beast, ruling over 4 vast territories. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Azure Dragon Academy broadcast station. Instructors gathered around a large table, fixing their eyes on the screen behind Yang Shu. He began the broadcast with a highly professional tone. "Welcome to the stream, everyone. I am your host for this thrilling trial, Yang Shu." The camera quickly panned over to focus on the lovely Ruoyan. She smirked and asked, "Vice Principal Wang, how many magical beasts do you think Xiao Xingyu will manage to slay today?" Lin Kang scoffed coldly. "Honestly, predicting 50 kills is already being incredibly generous to that boy." Kai Nian stroked his chin thoughtfully and countered, "No way. With that kid's insane raw talent, he will hunt at least 80 beasts." Ruoyan rested her chin in her hands with a playful spark in her eyes. "What if you are both wrong? I bet he breaks Ye Ningxuang's record. Let's wait for his miracle." Outside, the pristine weather was absolutely perfect for some intense, high-stakes outdoor combat. Yang Shu's voice boomed through the speakers. The students are now entering the battlefield in order. The cameras immediately panned to them. Everyone was eagerly warming up, brimming with energy and ready to unleash their absolute maximum power. Yang Shu's voice carried a wave of pure excitement. The official trial finally kicks off. 20 minutes later, the reporter broadcasts the update. In less than half an hour, Wan Lin from Class 2 successfully takes down a short-tailed bear. The total number of hunted beasts has broken past 10. Ru Yan frowns, deeply worried about Xingwu. Gigantic beasts flash across the screen alongside massive cheers. A huge congratulations to Sun Tianhao from Class 5, whose total beast hunt has officially crossed the 20 mark. Suddenly, Yang Shu gasps in pure disbelief. This is absolutely unreal. The trial has only been underway for 1 short hour. Murong Yangshuo from Class 1 has already hunted 43 beasts. The live stream chat is losing its absolute mind. Classic Murong family genius. Young Master Murong is just on another level. I seriously want to marry this guy. That is absolutely insane. Is the Murong clan really this overpowered? Yang Shu goes all out, showering Yang Shuo with endless praise. Murong Yangshuo's Bai Meng Griffon is truly remarkable, being the only psychic-type spirit beast in this entire trial. Its spatial phase-shifting ability does more than just close the gap with his targets instantly. Every single physical strike it unleashes also carries a devastating, armor-shattering, armor-piercing effect. The broadcast immediately cuts to the Bai Meng clamping its jaws around a loose serpent. The beast's eyes glare with a sharp, lethal intensity while Yang Shu's commentary remains steady. Although the silver-flowing serpent boasts incredible self-healing, it is completely countered by the Bai Meng Griffin's unique skills, leaving it in a state too brutal to watch. As the Bai Meng tears into the serpent, Yang Shuo steps in to stop it, telling little Bai not to torture it. He touches the dead serpent, calmly telling the Griffin to just retrieve the beast's core. With the leaderboard numbers constantly shifting, Xingxin currently holds the #1 spot as the only girl in the top 3, followed by Yang Shuo and Xingwu. The camera then cuts directly to her engaged in battle with a massive beast. Yang Shu chimes in, saying that since we have seen Murong Yangshuo's showcase, it is time to check out Murong Xingxin. Her personal summon is the bone-winged bat beast, possessing a legendary bloodline and serving as the absolute only undead-type beast in this whole trial. He notes that she is a total master of the occult, while the opposing beast roars in a desperate stance for battle. Yang Shu explains that this bloodthirsty mad lion is a Tier 2 base form beast, carrying an epic bloodline. Its physical strikes pack a massive 5 times critical hit multiplier, but since it crossed paths with the bone-winged bat beast, today is its final day. The live chat is flooded with roses, with fans spamming cheers for Lady Murong to fly high and promising to support her forever. Her innate talent might actually surpass her brother, Murong Yangshuo. Yang Shu gets fired up, shouting that if Xingxin successfully takes down this beast, her total hunt will climb to 51. Watching from afar, Yang Shuo glances at the leaderboard, proudly thinking that his little sister is definitely going to secure the top spot. But suddenly, his eyes widen as someone pulls off a massive upset and passes her. Rewinding to just a minute earlier, a tense but highly focused Xingxin watches her undead beast lunge forward to deliver the decisive blow on the wild lion. Her bat companion unleashes a vibrant yet highly lethal wave of purple energy. Smiling in triumph, Xingxin feels completely confident that she has secured yet another clean kill. Suddenly, Xingwu's voice echoes out, catching her off guard, telling Heifeng to shred it. Just as her bat closes in with its fangs bared, a sudden shadow cuts in out of nowhere at the absolute last second. Blood sprays from the wild lion's chest, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. Just then, an incredibly smug voice rings out, boasting about the perfect steel. Deep within Yinim Mountain, Xingwu and Xingxin stand face to face, with the lifeless, bloodthirsty mad lion lying right between them. Grinning from ear to ear atop Heifeng, he cheerfully thanks Xingxin for handing over the easy kill. While she maintains a calm exterior, she is screaming absolute murder on the inside, as the scoreboard numbers suddenly begin to rapidly shift right before her eyes. Yang Shu raises his voice in excitement, calling it an unbelievable twist and pointing out just how cunning this guy is. No matter how prepared she was, Xingxin could never have anticipated such a sneaky move from Xingwu, who successfully steals her prey to claim first place. But there is no time to celebrate, as a giant 3-eyed demon ant suddenly emerges from the shadows, catching him off guard. He immediately readies for battle, while Yang Shu continues his rapid-fire commentary. Even through the broadcast screen, the intense rivalry between these two competitors is completely palpable. Xingxin refuses to back down, her eyes burning with fierce determination to win. Who will secure the final blow on this demon ant? Atop Heifeng, Xingwu barks out the attack order. Heifeng unleashes a dark disruption skill as Yang Shu continues his intense play-by-play. Xingwu strikes first, but the outer armor of this 3-eyed demon ant is famously thick. Heifeng exhales a stream of dark flames that binds the demon ant like rope, using its hellfire to bypass the beast's armor and deal direct damage. Xingwu carefully times his move, issuing another rapid order. Ordering a total sweep, Heifeng conjures a raging inferno directly at the demon ant. But suddenly, a strange gust of wind gently sweeps in, pushing back the massive flames. Murong Xingxin strikes, Her bone-winged bat unleashes a devastating sonic wave, completely disrupting the Hell Gale Wolf's final lethal assault. Xin immediately orders the finishing blow, and her ice firebone spirit successfully incinerates the massive three-eyed demon ant. As the beast crumbles and dissolves, a massive spirit crystal is left behind. She reaches down to pluck the glowing gem from the pool of blood. Xingyu approaches her with a slight pout, teasingly noting that she holds quite a grudge. This sudden twist makes their fierce competition even more intense. Ladies and gentlemen, things are finally starting to get very interesting. Right now, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xingxin are dead even for first place. With less than 1 hour remaining in this intense trial, who will claim the ultimate victory? Let us wait and see. Soon after, Xingyu manages to track down some fresh prey. He calls on Black Wind to get ready, but before he can even strike, the beast is wiped out. Yes, Xingxin stole his kill again. Xingxin goes head-to-head with Xingyu, snatching yet another target right from under him. Completely robbed of his hard work, he can only glare at the fallen monster in pure frustration. It seems no matter where Xingyu goes, Xingxin is right behind him, ready to steal his prey. Her hunt count has now reached 89 beasts. Host Yang Shu announces that after 30 minutes of relentlessly stealing Xingyu's hard-earned prey, Xingxin has firmly locked down the #1 spot. Seeing this, Xingyu finally begins to feel a bit awkward. He tries to reason with her, admitting he was wrong to steal first, but begs her to stop stalking him relentlessly. However, Xingxin's anger is far from over. She snorts coldly as the host hypes the crowd, questioning if Xingxin can extend her lead even further, or can Xiao Xingyu stage a massive comeback. Let us find out together. Meanwhile, the camera zooms in on Xingxin's incredibly dark, frustrated expression. Xingyu boldly issues a challenge, warning her that he will not go easy on her anymore, and she better stay alert. His highly confident smirk is caught perfectly on camera. It seems Xiao Xingyu was holding back earlier, but with less than 30 minutes left, can he pull it off? Can Xiao Xingyu actually reclaim the #1 spot before the time runs out? He mounts Black Wind to search for other targets, but Xingxin shadows his every move. Neither of them is willing to back down even an inch. As the minutes tick by, the number of beasts they have slain completely shatters the historical record. Their intense head-to-head chase becomes the ultimate highlight of the broadcast. Xingyu easily wipes out low-level beasts on the ground, growing incredibly smug. There is no way you can steal my prey from all the way up in the sky. Focused only on stealing, Xingxin ends up losing out on several targets. Frustrated, she rides her beast and furiously screams that he is a dirty scoundrel. Xingyu shoots back with total confidence, reminding her that with less than 30 seconds left, she has absolutely zero chance of winning. While Xingxin can only repeat her insults, even host Yang Shu is already declaring him the clear victor. Barring any sudden surprises, first place is practically guaranteed for Xiao Xingyu. Meanwhile, the young man feels highly insulted by her relentless name-calling. He asks if those are the only words in her vocabulary. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful wave of demonic energy erupts nearby. Hidden behind a massive boulder, the beast had been silently watching them for a while. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, it charges straight toward him. Even host Yang Shu is utterly shocked by this sudden turn of events, wondering how a level 3 fully evolved beast could appear here. Sensing the extreme danger, Xingyu quickly leaps onto Black Wind, but the monster closes in instantly, releasing a terrifying storm of raw energy. His eyes widen in absolute horror. Unable to dodge, both he and Black Wind are violently blasted right off the steep cliff. This is disastrous. Witnessing the horror, Xingxin freezes in shock. Screaming his name, she rushes to the edge and sees Xingyu barely clinging to a weak branch, while Black Wind holds his leg. She commands her beast to hold back the raging monster, while she desperately tries to pull him up, screaming to take her hand. As he dangles over the abyss, Xingyu suddenly spots Wang Yan lurking far below them. Realizing Wang Yan is behind this, he curses. But the weak branch snaps under the combined weight of both boy and beast. Watching him plunge into the dark depths, Xingxin screams out in absolute, helpless despair. Back at the broadcast studio, the tension spikes. Terrified for his student, Teacher Chen Kanian slams his desk and stands up, completely losing his cool. He demands to rescue his student personally, but Principal Ru Yan calmly steps in, telling him to remain calm and patient. She reminds him that both Xingyu and Xingxin are her beloved students too, promising that as principal, she will never let anything happen to them. They rush out to take action as Chen Kainian quickly orders the security department to activate the high-priority emergency rescue protocol immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Kang remains seated, gloating over the absolute success of his wicked scheme. Mocking the boy, He laughs that a simple trick was all it took to send the so-called genius straight to the afterlife. Sometime later, at the bottom of the Yinnan cliff, sunlight filters through the dense canopy. Xingyu slowly opens his eyes, immediately groaning from the agonizing pain racking his body. He realizes he is still alive, but his mind instantly flashes back to Wang Yan's wicked, mocking smirk up on the cliff. Piecing the clues together, he knows Wang Yan was behind this trap, and he vows to make him pay dearly for this betrayal. Suddenly, Xingwu realized He Feng was missing and began searching for him in a panic. He Feng, he realized he was lying on its body. Filled with guilt, he quickly patted his loyal beast. He Feng, did you use your own body to cushion my fall? The beast whimpered in deep pain. Luckily, Xingwu was a talented pharmacist who always carried emergency medicine on him. He gently uncapped the bottle and fed the beast. He Feng, drink this nutritional medicine. It will stop the pain. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and heavy storm clouds began pouring torrential rain. Seeing the terrible weather, Xingwu could only sigh in frustration. As the rain poured, he recalled He Feng to keep him safe. Come back, buddy. Let's go find some dry shelter. After searching around, he luckily found a spacious cave. Staring out at the pouring rain, his mood sank. He wondered when this storm would end. Being unable to contact anyone filled him with anxiety. His sister was probably worried sick about him. He recalled that chaotic moment when Xingshen screamed, asking him to take her hand. He wondered how she was doing. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby as someone stepped on a dry twig. Xingwu immediately froze. There was someone else in this cave. Before he could even turn around, a cold hand reached out and choked him. Dalu glared at him like a sworn enemy, her voice dripping with venom. Human, you saw my face. Now, I have to kill you. As her grip tightened, he desperately activated his unique analyzing skill. In a flash, all of Dalu's hidden stats appeared right before his eyes. Her title was Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Rank, Level 1 Beast King. Her bloodline belonged to the mythical Nine-Tailed Fox clan. First talent, the Eye of Disaster. Once activated, this eye technique can instantly petrify any enemy of a lower tier than her. Her second talent, Nine-Tailed Fox Transformation. It burns the enemy's soul, accompanied by a terrifying mental attack. Attributes, Beastkin, Esper, and Fire. Loyalty? Wait, there was a hidden evolution path. Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Ten-Tailed Heavenly Fox, and Ten-Tailed Dragon Fox. He realized she was a legendary Beastkin beast, the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Dalu was shocked when she saw him uncover her identity. Human, I cannot believe you recognized my true form. Choking and unable to speak, he desperately tried to project his thoughts to her. Even if I recognized you, I still stand absolutely no chance of winning. A Beast King tier beast was impossible to defeat. Worse, Dalu had absolutely no intention of letting him go. It seems I cannot keep you alive. Xingwu struggled desperately, coughing violently as he squeezed out a few words. You were injured by a pure-blooded dragon. In less than 30 minutes, you will die. Hearing him know so much shocked her even more. How do you? But suddenly, her severe injuries flared up, causing her intense pain. Could he seize this brief moment while her guard was down? This was his chance. Xingwu quickly unleashed his magical energy, blinding Dalu with a sudden, intense flash of light that completely blocked her vision. Before she could recover her senses, he quickly backed away, putting some safe distance between them. Xingwu painfully rubbed his bruised neck and scoffed. Since I already know you are the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, how could I not know this? Watching Dalu cough up fresh blood, he analyzed her condition. Status, heavily injured and near death. Estimated time of demise, 30 minutes. Diagnosis, wounded by a pure-blooded dragon. Demonic dragon energy has deeply invaded her physical system. Her heart is severely damaged, and her life energy is reversed. This shocking details left Xingwu quite stunned. He had no idea why a pure-blooded dragon, supposedly extinct 300 years ago, had returned. But first, he had to calm her down. Without hesitation, he firmly declared that he could save her. Weakened by her wounds, Dalu found it hard to trust his bold words. You are just a one-star beastmaster. Can you really heal me? Yes. She knew she was dying and had no other options left. The injury on my body was caused by a pure-blooded dragon. Even the most skilled master doctor among humans probably could not cure this. Yet, Xingwu remained completely calm and confident. It is not hard. I can save you. But he had to plan his escape. I do not want to heal you only to get killed. To guarantee his safety, Xingwu laid down his ultimate condition. You must sign a blood contract with me. Outside, The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping, and neither did the conflict in the cave. Angered, Dalu unleashed her terrifying energy. "You arrogant brat! Do you really expect me to submit and become your contracted beast?" Xingwu winced as her erupting purple aura began to heavily suppress him. He frowned and replied, "That is right." Dalu screamed in pure rage, her crimson eyes glaring directly at him. "You are digging your own grave." With that, she charged at Xingwu, her body radiating a violent energy as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. With her squeezing his throat, Xingwu gasped out with great difficulty, "Killing me is easy, but if I die, you die too." Angry and reluctant, Dalu stared down at him. "Do I really have to submit to a mere human?" Suddenly, a massive surge of pain hit her, leaving her mind feeling completely dizzy and disoriented. Dalu fell to her knees, trembling. Xingwu coldly warned her that the dragon's destructive power had already penetrated deep into her heart. If they did not sign the blood contract immediately, time would run out. Yet Dalu still struggled to submit. She could not die here, not when she still had that vital mission from her older sister. Her tight grip on his neck slowly loosened, leaving deep purple bruises on his skin, until Dalu finally had no choice but to accept his desperate proposal. "I agree to form a blood pact with you, so from this moment on." Accepting her words, Xingyu bit his finger, his expression dead serious as he began the ancient ritual. A drop of fresh crimson blood trickled down as Xingyu steadily pushed forward with the ritual. "From now on, you are the beast of Xiao Xingyu." Pressing his blood-stained finger gently against her forehead, a blinding star-shaped light erupted, sealing the pact between them. Dalu could only marvel in her heart, but quickly demanded, "So, your name is Xiao Xingyu? Tell me, can you finally heal this empress of yours now?" Xingyu calmly nodded. "Of course, you are my beast now. I will keep you safe." But Dalu suddenly gasped. "Wait, why are you taking off your clothes?" Dalu blushed deeply at his sudden action, but Xingyu remained dead serious, holding a sharp, gleaming dagger in his hand as he looked directly at her. "How am I supposed to draw blood to heal you if I do not undress?" Xingyu plunged the dagger into his own chest, gritting his teeth in visible agony. Pointing at the bleeding cut on his chest, Xingyu urged, "Drink it, quickly." Dalu blushed furiously, stammering out in pure shock. What on earth are you saying? No way. How could an empress like me ever do something like this?" Ignoring her extreme embarrassment, Xingyu flatly explained, "My heart's blood is the only thing that can protect your damaged lifelines." Internally, her mind was in absolute chaos. "Fine. I do not care anymore," she grumbled, shyly leaning close to him. Dalu began to drink his heart's essence blood to restore her shattered lifelines. A look of pure satisfaction washed over her face, her mind racing with disbelief. It felt as though a massive wave of warm energy was enveloping her. Once the treatment finished, Xingyu asked softly, "Your wounds are stable. Now, what is your name? After all, I am officially your beastmaster now, right?" Her hostile expression finally softened a bit as she replied, "This empress is named Dalu." Then she hesitated, looking at him. "Also, if you are truly my master, you had better answer me this." Dalu's gaze immediately turned dark and intense as she interrogated him. "How did you know my injuries were inflicted by dragon power?" Xingyu, however, had already anticipated this question. He suspected Dalu was connected to the extinct dragon race. She was clearly no ordinary beast. Perhaps she could shed some light on his own bizarre condition. Sighing, he said, "I will not hide it from you. 2 months ago, my eyes were accidentally soaked in dragon blood." As he spoke, Xingyu's eyes glowed a vibrant orange-yellow. He continued, "With just a thought, a floating display panel appears before me, showing detailed stats of any beast." He then shared his theory. "Your specific wounds were also laid out on that floating screen, right before my eyes." Listening to his explanation, Dalu was utterly stunned. From his description, why did his vision sound exactly like the legendary demon god's eye? She fell deep into thought. Legends claimed the legendary demon god's eye could perceive every detail of a beast, meaning Xingyu had completely mistaken it for a system. But that divine power was a sacred inheritance, passed down only through generations of the dragon demon gods. Yet, Xiao Xingyu was undeniably a mere human. Dalu could not wrap her head around how a mortal possessed such godlike eyes. "Xiao Xingyu, who are you really?" Seeing her silent for so long, Xingyu broke the quiet, asking, "Why the sudden silence?" Though deeply concerned, Dalu calmed her racing mind, thinking, "Whatever. Since he is my master now, if that power is indeed the legendary demon god's eye, it actually benefits me." Sitting down gracefully on a stone slab, Dalu smirked at Xingyu. You should count yourself incredibly lucky. Crossing her arms, she continued. That dragon blood likely mutated your eyes, granting you the legendary demon god's eye. Xingyu asked, dumbfounded. So the demon god's eye is not some game system? She rolled her eyes at him. A system? Stop daydreaming. You are not some reincarnated hero. Stop reading so many web novels. That data panel is simply the externalized projection of your demon god's eye power. Xingyu rubbed his chin, pondering. So it is just a visualization of that eye power? But then, why did I hear it speak to me? He recalled the mysterious voice that had once guided him, whispering, "Pick it up quickly. It can awaken your beast's bloodline, allowing your beast to shed its mortal shell and transform." He clearly recalled how, right after the Dark Devil Dragon's attack, that voice guided him to find an awakening crystal that could trigger Heifeng's evolution. Then, during the Azure Dragon Academy's trial, he had fed that exact awakening crystal to Heifeng. Xingyu recalled the moment Heifeng clamped his jaws around the crystal, as the surrounding air turned a fiery red, swallowing the beast whole. He never expected that his loyal beast would actually evolve into the legendary Hell Tempest Wolf, helping him ace the Azure Dragon Academy exam. That mysterious voice had guided him on both occasions. Xingyu sank deep into thought, wondering when he would hear that mysterious voice speak to him again. Just nearby, a demonic beast was secretly watching the cave. It bared its razor-sharp teeth, as if waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, the beast charged straight at them with a deafening roar. But Dailu reacted quickly, grabbing Xiao Xingyu by his collar to pull him back, telling the foolish boy to stop daydreaming. Dailu focused on the pouring rain outside, which signaled a brutal, inevitable clash about to unfold. The monster's overwhelming aura erupted, engulfing the entire space in a blinding crimson light. Xiao Xingyu recognized the beast instantly, identifying it as the lava lion tiger that had previously pushed him off the cliff. Though he thought they had safely escaped, the relentless beast had tracked them down. Before another word could be said, the monster lunged forward to shred them. Xiao Xingyu and Dailu barely managed to dodge the strike, but the beast's oppressive aura pinned him against the stone wall. It seemed like game over, but suddenly, blinding beams of purple light erupted, completely wrapping around the lava lion tiger's massive body. The beast roared in pure agony. Xiao Xingyu watched in absolute shock, his eyes wide as he witnessed the creature getting ripped apart by powerful magic. It turned out that devastating strike came from Dailu, who was now staring down the monster with complete confidence. "Even if this empress is injured," she declared, "you lowly beasts are in no position to provoke me." Unfazed by Dailu's terrifying pressure, the roaring beast retaliated, lunging forward with its razor-sharp claws to tear her apart. Their clash was absolutely cataclysmic, reducing their entire surroundings to pure chaos. Even though Dailu managed to block the strike, she found herself struggling, deeply angered that a mere beast dared to disrespect her royal majesty. With a cold glare, Dailu unleashed a devastating burst of mental energy straight at her opponent, simultaneously activating her legendary Eye of Heavenly Destruction skill. A colossal, ominous eye materialized in the air, casting a beam of energy that instantly petrified the beast, shattering it into pieces. Seeing the lava lion tiger finally destroyed, Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were safe, though his own condition was rapidly deteriorating. As his vision began to fade into darkness, he could only hear Dailu desperately calling his name before completely passing out. Deep within his vast sea of consciousness, Xiao Xingyu suddenly stood face to face with a colossal black dragon spanning hundreds of meters. The ancient creature declared that he had finally awakened, calling him the demon god's eye. Stunned by the overwhelming presence of the massive beast, Xiao Xingyu nervously stammered, asking who was speaking to him. He then realized he was actually sitting on the back of a giant black dragon, even though he was just in a cave with Dailu. When Xiao Xingyu demanded to know his identity and location, the dragon chuckled, asking if he had already forgotten him. It claimed that his beast's miraculous evolution was all thanks to its guidance. Suddenly, the truth clicked, and he recognized the dragon. Realizing this was the very voice that guided him to the Bloodline Awakening Crystal, he asked again who the dragon was, prompting the beast to explain. The dragon explained it was awakened by bloodline power, but knew nothing of its own identity. This triggered an old memory for Xiao Xingyu. He wondered if that bloodline power came from the dragon blood back then. Before he could speak, the dragon made a tempting offer. The dragon promised to guide him to ultimate glory, but Xiao Xingyu found it completely absurd that someone who forgot their own identity could ever help him achieve that. While speaking, the dragon displayed a holographic system panel right before Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Asking if he was already familiar with its power, the screen displayed his Gale Dog at level 1, with 59 loyalty. It detailed a lowly base bloodline, a hidden hell bloodline, and an epic grade quality. Its hidden talent was revealed as Hellfire, dealing true damage while completely ignoring enemy defense. The hidden evolution path led from a Gale Dog to a Hell Gale Wolf, followed by the Hell Nether Wolf and Hell Yama Wolf. Xiao Xingyu finally realized that the interface he mistook for a system was actually the work of this mysterious dragon. The dragon further explained that it could analyze any spirit beast, promising to manifest whenever Xiao Xingyu summoned it using his conscious mind. It promised him an incredibly outstanding future if he simply followed its commands. Highly skeptical of such massive benefits, Xiao Xingyu immediately questioned what the dragon actually wanted in return. The dragon admitted it only wanted to regain its lost memories. Xiao Xingyu then asked why it took so long to appear, fooling him into thinking it was a system. The beast explained that only as his master's power grew could they stably communicate like this, through their shared consciousness. Since he had now successfully contracted 2 different spirit beasts, the dragon decided it was time to manifest. Standing in the boundless void, Xiao Xingyu curiously asked where they actually were. When asked how he ended up here, the dragon replied that this was his sea of consciousness, where their minds were connected. It took the opportunity to meet him after he fainted. Surprised by this, Xiao Xingyu was told it was time to wake up. Unsure of when they would ever meet again, Xiao Xingyu quickly asked when their next mental encounter would actually be. Leaving him with a vague promise of always being by his side, the dragon faded away. When Xiao Xingyu finally opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer inside that dark cave. Confused, he wondered how he ended up in a hospital bed when he was just in a cave. Standing at the door, Kanian and Ruoyan noticed he was awake and rushed over, anxiously asking if he was all right. Slowly pushing himself up, Xiao Xingyu apologized for causing so much worry to Dean Su and Teacher Chen. He then curiously questioned the dean, recalling that his last memory was being trapped in that cave under the cliff. But how? Ruoyan explained that the rescue team found him near the cave already unconscious. With a serious look, she questioned him about what had actually happened inside that cave. Oddly enough, the rescue team discovered the carcass of the lava lion tiger right near the cave entrance. It was found less than 100 meters from where he was saved. Did he know what happened? He felt a bit guilty. President Su herself said he was unconscious, so how could he know? Surely she did not suspect a 1-star beast tamer who almost died like him could actually defeat a fierce lava lion tiger? Hearing Xingyu's response, she began to doubt herself. Was she really just overthinking the entire situation? Ruoyan quickly reassured him, telling student Xiao to rest easy because the academy would thoroughly investigate this incident and give him a proper explanation. He gave her a forced smile, saying he trusted the president, while Kanian also spoke up to praise him. Furthermore, for this Yinam Mountain trial, his and Morong Xingshin's final evaluation grades were both S+. They even broke the academy record. He was told to rest up and prepare for the upcoming freshman ranking competition this weekend. With that, the two departed, leaving him alone in the hospital room. As soon as the room emptied, a glowing projection suddenly materialized. It was Dalu. He had been wondering where she went, only to realize she was inside his beast taming badge. She immediately scolded him. That foolish boy had forced himself to feed the sovereign his own heart blood, collapsing into a coma right after his injuries. Recalling the dangerous situation inside the cave earlier made her face darken with worry. Since those 2 rescuers arrived, this sovereign hid herself to avoid being discovered by ordinary humans. Dalu frowned, wondering if his fall from the cliff was truly just an accident, like they claimed. He chuckled softly, a hint of mockery flashing deep within his eyes. How could there be any accident? He knew exactly who was pulling the strings behind his back. Xingyu recalled Wang Yan's mocking face, angrily swearing that he would absolutely not let him get away with it this time. In Wang Yan's study, Lin Kang sat, sipping tea and reading, radiating absolute calm. Suddenly, Wang Yan came rushing inside, with a look of pure panic on his face. He held up his phone, his voice shaking as he cried out to his father. Lin Kang frowned at his panic and set his teacup down with annoyance, demanding why he was so flustered. Lin Kang watched as Wang Yan urgently stammered that something terrible had happened. He hurriedly handed the phone over, trembling, as he revealed that Xingyu was not dead and was still alive. Wang Yan was terrified, crying out that since they failed to kill Xiao Xingyu, he would definitely come back for revenge, especially since the Kangqiang Guild backed him. Lin Kang adjusted his glasses, scoffing at the thought of revenge. What did an unfortunate accident at Yin'an Mountain have to do with them anyway? Wang Yan was still deeply anxious, but Lin Kang quickly cut him off, asking if Xingyu even had a shred of proof to back up his suspicions. Fear continued to well up deep inside Wang Yan. Panicking, he asked his father what they should do next, while the older man walked over to a nearby cabinet and began searching through it. They had already gone too far to turn back now. Lin Kang's face darkened as he spoke those chilling words. He toyed with a small box in his hands before tossing it over to Wang Yan, coldly ordering him to finish the boy off for good. Meanwhile, back at the family apartment complex, night had fallen, but the warm flickering lights glowing from within kept the place bright. Xingyu was relaxing on his bed when he received a phone call, wondering if it was old Wu calling him. As soon as he answered, Xingyu wailed happily, thanking the heavens that brother Xiao was alive and had safely won first place in the Yin'an Mountain competition. He admitted his blind admiration for brother Xiao was completely beyond cure. If he ever found out which brat had harmed brother Xiao, he would drag them around like a dog. Hearing this, Xingyu smiled, realizing how worried they all were. Before he could even speak, Xingyu quickly kept on talking. He babbled about how the freshman ranking competition was postponed just for brother Xiao, wishing for their friendship to last forever. Xingyu interrupted him, calling out Wu Shengyu's name as he realized what he was referring to. Wait, could it be about the cave incident? On the other end of the line, Wu Shengyu eagerly explained that his disappearance had actually become a massive trending topic online. The school had launched an emergency protocol to rescue him, postponing several classes and academic events, including the highly anticipated freshman ranking competition. He added enthusiastically, his voice full of eager anticipation. The freshman ranking competition was a prestigious annual event held at the Blue Dragon Academy, where new students would draw lots to determine their match brackets and fight order. After narrowing it down to the top 8 strongest fighters, they would select the top 3 champions among them. This high-stakes battle was basically a defining moment for their future, packed with intense excitement. Wu Shengyu reminded him. He warned brother Xiao not to be late. Xingyu nodded casually and hung up, telling him to get some sleep. Staring at the blank phone screen, he fell into deep thought, contemplating the upcoming freshman ranking competition. If he secures a high rank, the academy will definitely prioritize his training and shower him with resources. It is a known fact that beast tamers must supply enough spiritual energy to trigger their beast's skills. The higher the beast's rank, the more energy the skill consumes. Xingwu vividly remembers the last time Dalu unleashed her skill, she completely drained his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. He figured that with the academy's resources backing him up, he could definitely boost his spiritual reserves much faster. He desperately wanted to avoid getting drained like that again. Closing his eyes in deep thought, he wondered if he should just ask her. Lost in a sea of endless thoughts, he drifted off to sleep before he even realized it. Deep within his mindscape, Xingwu fell into an endless, gloomy void, surrounded by glowing red eyes locked onto him. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted behind Xingwu, blocking his path. He panicked as he stared ahead, confronted by a massive, furious red eye of the demon god. The massive eye glared down at Xingwu, asking in a chilling, murderous voice, "Do you want to take a shortcut?" Xingwu forced a laugh, scratching his head. "Well, since you're here, why wouldn't I take advantage of a freebie?" The demon god's eye went silent, then sighed. "Fine. Just help me recover my memories, and I will support you with everything I have." Xingwu breathed a sigh of relief. Confidently, he replied, "Deal. I, Xiao Xingwu, am a man of my word. We help each other out." The demon god's eye continued. "It takes you too much meditation just to enter this mindscape to speak with me. This is highly dangerous. So, to look up information, analyze conditions, and access the shop, I modeled a system interface after Human World Games for you." Suddenly, a screen packed with data appeared right before Xingwu's eyes. He explained further, "From now on, you can purchase whatever you need through the shop, but to prevent you from slacking off and delaying my memory recovery, I will send random quests through this system. Only by completing these quests will you earn points or other item rewards." Looking at the item list, Xingwu couldn't hide his excitement. "Now this is getting me fired up to grind." Overwhelmed with absolute excitement, Xingwu did not hesitate for a single second. He immediately tapped to purchase a Dragon Soul Pill, causing a detailed info screen to pop up. The Dragon Soul Pill. This elixir instantly boosts the user's spiritual energy by 10 times. However, after 5 minutes of use, a severe backlash will strike, sending him into a weakened state. Seeing him buy it, the demon god's voice echoed through his mindscape. "This Dragon Soul Pill is indeed what you need. but the side effects are massive, so use it with extreme caution. Consider this a freebie. From now on, you will have to fight for what you want yourself. He continued, his crimson eye locked onto Xingwu. In the future, just silently chant Beast Taming Void Breaker in your mind to call up the system. Beast Taming Void Breaker. Obey the sacred decree. I need to rest now. Unless there is an emergency, do not come looking for me. Hearing this, Xingwu replied with a respectful nod. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll take my leave. The demon god's eye let out a low chuckle, his voice blending challenge with trust. Good. You won't disappoint me, right? Once Xingwu left, the massive eye quietly watched his receding figure, its deep gaze filled with countless unspoken, mysterious secrets. The next morning, the sun rose high over the family apartment, golden sunlight streaming through the windows and warming up the cozy room. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed, "Sis, I'm heading out to school." Xingwu dashed out the door and glanced back at the two waving him off. Nuoxu watched with a worried frown, shouting, "You just recovered, so take it easy." Standing beside her, Xianying gently added, "Stay safe and take good care of yourself, big brother." He smiled back. "Got it. Now, go back inside." Walking away, Xingwu couldn't help but wonder, today is the freshman ranking tournament. Will old Wu even remember me? Passing by a utility pole, Xingwu's eyes caught a flyer pasted onto it. A second later, he froze. Intrigued by the bizarre content, he pulled the flyer down to inspect it, his voice turning dead serious. "What is this?" To his shock, it was a wanted poster featuring Dalu's face, labeling her as a wanted nine-tailed demonic fox. Xingwu dragged Dalu into a completely deserted, quiet alleyway, angrily pinning her right against the cold brick wall. Without holding back, he confronted her in a dangerously sharp tone. "Dalu, you lied to me." He shoved the wanted poster in her face, screaming in fury. "You're wanted by the royal court. Why didn't you tell me?" Dalu sighed, deliberately avoiding his sharp, piercing glare, as she muttered, "I didn't mean to hide it. You simply never asked." Xingwu scowled, his anger boiling over. He aggressively pointed at the poster and snarled, "You are a fugitive personally wanted by the Empress. How could you not tell me something this massive?" Dalu shrugged, her indifferent eyes locking onto him. "So what if I did? If you regret signing a blood pact with me, then just turn me in and collect the bounty." Sighing in absolute defeat, he could only lower his voice and try to reason with her. "Dalu, I am your master now, and I expect total honesty between us." Seeing Xingyu's deep patience, Dalu is caught off guard, suddenly feeling a strong wave of regret for keeping secrets. She hesitates for a moment. After a tense silence, Dalu finally speaks up to break the awkward atmosphere. Nodding in agreement, she says, "Fine." Dalu's gaze darkens as she speaks in an incredibly serious tone. "The only reason that woman Shangguanlan put such a massive bounty on me is because of what I hold right here." She raises her hand, revealing a glowing purple crystal orb shimmering brilliantly in her palm. Xingyu stares intensely at the mesmerizing, glowing crystal orb, feeling a strange sensation rise within him. He asks, "What is this thing?" Dalu immediately answers, "This is one of the supreme treasures of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon's Tear." Her voice carries a deep, majestic weight, as the crystal in Dalu's palm radiates a brilliant, mesmerizing, and utterly mysterious light. A pure-blooded dragon has three ultimate treasures: the reverse scale sword, the Dragon King's whisker, and the Dragon's Tear. The sword and the whisker are devastating divine weapons, capable of unleashing world-destroying attacks in battle. Dalu calmly explains the details. The Dragon's Tear, however, possesses no offensive power. Instead, it is fused from the collective tears of 10,000 pure-blooded ancient dragons. She continues, explaining that unleashing its full power can warp time itself and send someone to the past. Hearing this, Xingyu's jaw drops in pure shock. He gasps, "Travel back in time?" Xingyu takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure, his expression turning deep in thought. "I've wanted to ask you this. Didn't the Dragon Clan go completely extinct 300 years ago? Why have dragons suddenly been active lately?" His expression darkens as Xingyu looks directly at Dalu, his voice dropping to an icy cold tone. "What is the actual truth behind the Great Dragon-Slaying War 300 years ago?" Seeing his intense expression, Dalu becomes flustered and wary. "I actually also." Suddenly, a voice calls out to Xiao Xingyu. Dalu immediately vanishes, retreating back into his emblem. Xingyu turns around to find Murong Yangshuo and Murong Xingxin approaching. Yangshuo greets him, saying, "What a coincidence. What are you doing here? My sister thought she saw you, but I didn't believe her." Yang Shuo rolls his eyes, scoffing. You survived a disaster, but try not to die next time. His words sound incredibly harsh, but Xingxin knows better. She knows he actually cares deeply about Xingyu, so why the nasty attitude? Yang Shuo then scowls, angrily scolding Xingyu. Because you fell off that cliff, my sister felt so guilty she refused to eat a single bite of rice. No matter how I coaxed her, Xingxin wouldn't eat. I begged her to eat, but she just hid under her blanket, crying out that she wouldn't. He continues, explaining that only after she saw the news on television that he was safe, did she finally devour several bowls of rice that night. Before Yang Shuo can finish his sentence, Xingxin quickly covers his mouth, telling Xingyu to be careful next time, or else her appetite will be ruined all over again. Xingyu smiles warmly, amused that they were both so worried. I get it. I won't make my friends worry anymore. The freshman ranking competition is about to start. Let's head in together. Hearing this, Yang Shuo, displeased, coldly pulls Xingxin's hand away from his mouth. In a sharp, chilly tone, he says, We aren't close enough to be walking in together. Besides, you stole my sister's prey during the trial at Yinan Mountain. I still haven't settled that score with you yet. Then, Yang Shuo drags Xingxin into the school. Xingxin, let's go. They leave Xingyu standing there, completely baffled. He watches them leave, his face filled with suspicion. Then, why did he even bother coming over to talk to me? Arriving at the Azure Dragon Academy, the atmosphere is already electric. Brilliant fireworks burst into the sky, creating a highly energetic and festive scene. Inside the massive, buzzing arena, the excited host announces to the crowd, greeting everyone with immense enthusiasm. He solemnly declares that the highly anticipated annual freshman ranking competition is about to begin. All first-year students must participate in a random draw to decide their matchup order. Hearing this, students line up one by one to draw from the wooden box. Over in a corner of the hall, Wang Yan spots Xingyu, unable to hide his burning resentment. Xiao Xingyu, so you actually made it back in one piece. His eyes narrow, flashing with pure hatred. Wang Yan recalls the strange beast-carved box his father gave him, thinking to himself that this time, he will ensure Xingyu never stands up again. The host's voice echoes once more, inviting the next student up to draw their number. Hearing his name called, Wang Yan proudly steps forward. Seeing him, the surrounding students begin whispering and gossiping among themselves. One student murmurs, Isn't that Vice Principal Wang's son? Let's go. Another replies, That's him, all right. He uses his father's power to harass female students in the library. What a creep. The crowd keeps whispering about him. Didn't Xiao Xingyu beat him so badly in their last duel that he completely lost face? As Wang Yan draws his lot, he hears the insults and mockery behind his back. Boiling with rage, his face twists into an incredibly ugly scowl. Another bystander chimes in, Yeah, he's basically the biggest laughingstock of our entire Azure Dragon Academy. Wang Yan's face has gone completely dark. He tightly clutches the drawn slip, smirking maliciously. Xiao Xingyu, he is going to make him pay for every single bit of humiliation. The slip of paper reveals the matchup. Round 1, Match 7 Xingyu versus Wang Yan. Talk about perfect timing. Today is his ultimate shot at revenge. Wang Yan laughs inwardly, promising to return the humiliation 100 times over. As the bracket flashes on the screen, the entire crowd erupts in shock. Wait, are our eyes playing tricks on us? Is Wang Yan actually fighting Xingyu? Oh my god, what a crazy coincidence. Talk about a bitter rivalry meeting head-on. Wang Yan recalls the rigged slip taped to the box, thinking triumphantly to himself, Father, please don't worry. I definitely won't let your high expectations down. Striding over with sheer arrogance, Wang Yan points right at his rival's face. Xiao Xingyu, once we get on that stage, he gnashes his teeth, glaring as if he wants to tear him apart, before declaring, I will personally destroy your spirit beast. Xingyu hears the threat, but only shrugs with pure disdain. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting to see you try. With those final words, both step onto the arena. Facing off, the tension between them is absolutely electric. A powerful gust of wind sweeps across as Xingyu walks forward calmly, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. Up in the stands, Yang Shuo looks over and asks, Hey sis, why do you keep staring so hard at Xiao Xingyu? Instead of answering, Xingxin turns to him with a serious question. Brother, can you feel that? Yang Shuo stands there completely clueless, having absolutely no idea what she's talking about. But Xingxin just replies with a quiet, solemn tone. Ever since Xiao Xingyu survived that fall off the cliff, his energy has become insanely powerful. And she isn't the only one noticing. Ruyan feels it too. She silently wonders, Xiao Xingyu, it's only been a few short days. What on earth did you go through down there? Back on the arena, Yang Shu raises his flag high to announce the match. First round, battle number 1, Xingyu versus Wang Ya. With an excited flourish, he whips the flag down to signal the start, shouting at the top of his lungs, begin. The moment the referee's voice rings out, Wang Yan snaps into a defensive stance and quickly leaps backward. At the exact same time, Xingyu sidesteps gracefully, keeping his guard up to maintain a safe distance from his opponent. Xingyu shouts with fierce determination in his eyes as he summons his beast, calling out for He Feng, who instantly readies itself for battle. Wang Yan summons his beast with absolute determination to crush his rival. Out leaps Bing Yan, a massive leopard covered in what looks like shimmering ice armor. Instantly, the giant digital screen flashes with the stats of the two beasts. First, He Feng. The screen lists name, Infernal Gale Wolf, current level, level 1, initial form, bloodline, epic quality, special talent, Hellfire. Its effect ignores all armor to deal direct damage. Attributes, wind and fire. As for Bing Yan, name, Void Rending Leopard, current level, level 1 initial stage, bloodline, legendary, special talent, Mystic Freeze. Every single attack inflicts freezing damage, instantly reducing the target's movement speed by 30% and their attack speed by 30%. Attributes, ice and wind. Yang Shu explains to the crowd that the info on the giant screen shows the official stats verified by the testing device. He invites everyone to take a look. But suddenly, Xing Xin's expression darkens. It seems she has noticed something highly unusual about He Feng. This dark aura is completely off. Even though the screen displays He Feng as a level 1 initial stage Infernal Gale Wolf with an epic bloodline, something is wrong. Xing Xin grows highly suspicious, knowing the beast standing in front of them cannot possibly be that low level. Judging by the sheer pressure radiating from the Infernal Gale Wolf, its actual rank is definitely beyond level 1 initial stage. But then she reconsiders. The official measuring device is never wrong. The Infernal Gale Wolf's rank really is just level 1 initial stage. Xing Xin rests her chin in thought. There are just too many unanswered questions here. This is incredibly bizarre. Unless she suddenly realizes something. Xiao Xingyu is intentionally suppressing his wolf's power, planning to use this very tournament to trigger a massive breakthrough. Back to the Battle of the Beasts. Bing Yan charges forward aggressively, flashing its sharp fangs to strike, but using its incredible agility, He Feng easily dodges the ferocious lunges and leaps back to safety. Bing Yan unleashes a powerful technique, blasting a massive block of ice straight from its mouth directly toward He Feng. Strange, dark shadows begin rising, fueled by He Feng's special ability. Blocking the attack with shadow stealth, the massive ice block shatters midair. Yet, the strike still unleashes a bone-chilling wave of frost, completely engulfing the arena and the stands. Everyone in the audience finds themselves shivering as the freezing wind from that massive icy blast sweeps over them. Everyone watches while literally trembling from the cold. Meanwhile, the dark shadows slowly start to fade away. Following Bing Yan's powerful attack, He Feng has vanished without leaving a single trace behind. But what Bing Yan absolutely doesn't expect is He Feng suddenly appearing right behind it, its eyes glowing a menacing blood red. With a devastating hellish roar, the ground explodes into pieces, sending Bing Yan flying helplessly through the air. Watching the giant leopard flail around helplessly midair is honestly kind of hilarious. Down below, the audience breaks into a cold sweat. Despite the frosty winds, the sheer intensity of this battle has everyone feeling completely suffocated. Even while wearing a thick puffer jacket in this blazing, volcano-like weather, the host still tries his best to livestream for everyone. What an incredible duel. One moment it is freezing cold, and the next, the temperature just keeps rising higher and higher. A mysterious mark suddenly glows on Xingyu's hand. He activates his ultimate move, the dark-fronted claws of absolute silence. Watching the host present this match, you can really tell he absolutely loves his job. Xingyu takes the lead by unleashing an incredible dark attribute combat skill. A haunting, dark shadow emerges behind Black Wind, radiating an intense pressure that threatens to completely overwhelm the opponent. Black Wind delivers a loving slap to Ice Flame, but honestly, that looked incredibly painful. The crowd teases that the leopard got hit so hard it cannot even trigger its skills anymore. Haha, look at how foolish it behaves. It is a perfect reflection of its owner, like master, like beast. Enraged, Wang Yan wonders if Xingyu expects him to fail the same way twice. He immediately orders Ice Flame to finish the opponent off, though everyone wonders if this move will actually work. Seeing its master's command, the beast opens its mouth to reveal a glowing blue orb inside. Ice Flame bites down on the orb without hesitation. Instantly, its entire body begins to undergo a wild transformation. Jagged ice shards erupt from its body out of nowhere. Its sharp fangs grow longer at a terrifying speed, looking deadlier by the second. Its razor-sharp claws and leg strength grow far more powerful. Ice Flame completely transforms in both looks and raw power. Its eyes lose all their previous innocence as it suddenly reaches a terrifying level of strength. With a mighty roar, thick blocks of ice materialize around it, forming a heavy defensive barrier to block any incoming attacks. Looking slightly concerned, Xingyu wonders to himself how the beast could have gained so much power so suddenly. He decides to use his special ability to uncover the truth. Activating his demon god's eye, Xingyu stares directly at Ice Flame with curiosity. A forbidden red aura swirls around the beast. It looks like they used a banned drug to boost their power temporarily. Furious, Xingyu exposes Wang Yan's cheating. Xingyu confronts Wang Yan for forcing his beast to take banned drugs just to win. Instead of denying it, Wang Yan smugly tells him to mind his own business before ordering Ice Flame to charge forward. He yells out, "Ice Flame, protect me with ice blades!" Surging with temporary power, the beast rushes forward and unleashes a barrage of sharp ice shards directly at Black Wind. Frozen in place, Black Wind takes a heavy beating from the sharp ice, suffering painful cuts. Xingyu watches anxiously, loudly shouting words of encouragement to boost his partner's fighting spirit. "Hang in there, Black Wind." Meanwhile, Wang Yan gloats arrogantly, thoroughly enjoying his apparent victory. But he is not done yet. He immediately orders Ice Flame to launch another devastating attack. Activating its ice-shattering drill, the beast gathers small shards to form a massive block of ice, hovering threateningly over Black Wind. The massive ice block grows larger than ever, looming right above Black Wind. Once it reaches its maximum size, Ice Flame instantly drops the colossal weight straight down on its target. Trapped by the sharp ice blocks, Black Wind is completely pinned down, unable to move even an inch. The audience watches in absolute shock at this sudden turn of events, wondering how the leopard became so incredibly powerful out of nowhere. It is over. Xingyu has lost his advantage, and defeat seems completely inevitable now. Wang Yan proudly mocks his opponent, claiming that he only let Xingyu win their previous arena duel on purpose, but this match finally shows his true, unrivaled power as a young master. Meanwhile, Lin Kang proudly chats with Ru Yan about Wang Yan's performance. He asks director Su if his son's talent is any less than Xingyu's. However, Ru Yan completely ignores him, keeping her eyes glued to the arena. Her face is filled with pure disgust, her eyes burning with anger. She knows a leopard cannot gain such power instantly, without some underhanded tricks. To her, they are nothing but a pair of foolish, deceitful fools. Back in the arena, Black Wind is struggling heavily. The match referee comments that Xingyu's current situation is looking incredibly bleak. If this continues, the Hellwind Wolf will not only lose but also suffer permanent physical damage. Watching the harsh winter strike unfold, Yang Shu mutters in disbelief, wondering if the match is already decided, or if Xingyu can still turn things around. Everyone watching the intense battle feels an overwhelming sense of worry and nervous anticipation for Xingyu's fate. Facing his arrogant opponent, Xingyu merely smiles to himself. Did they really think the over 100 demon beasts Black Wind hunted back on Yinnam Mountain were weaklings? He points his finger directly at Wang Yan, immediately commanding Black Wind to prepare for a devastating counterattack. Calling out to Black Wind, Xingyu commands a hellish Fire Lotus attack. Instantly, Black Wind breaks free as a blazing Fire Lotus blooms beneath its feet. Realizing the tide of battle has completely turned, Wang Yan screams in pure panic, telling Ice Flame to run away immediately. But Black Wind draws closer, radiating an incredibly intense, scorching heat. Trying to escape is completely useless. Black Wind halts in the open clearing, slowly lowers its head, takes a deep breath, and lets bright red flames ignite inside its jaws. Right after that, Haifeng spews out a blazing Fire Lotus, releasing a massive wave of power. Hai Nian seems extremely pleased with this sudden turnaround, exclaiming in awe that it is the fire attribute skill, Hellfire Lotus. Ruyan is equally amazed, noting how incredible it is to perform a high-tier skill meant only for fully evolved beasts. His future is limitless. Lin Kang never expected a shocking outcome like this. With such a terrifying growth rate, he cannot let this kid live. Meanwhile, Heifeng's blazing lotus relentlessly chases down Bing Yan. Ladies and gentlemen, your eyes do not deceive you. Xingyu has just unleashed a skill meant for fully evolved fire beasts. A colossal fire lotus now looms directly over Bing Yan as the announcer keeps shouting in excitement. The Hellgale Wolf is currently only in its infant stage, yet it has mastered an elite-level skill. Yang Shu confidently notes that at this rate, Xingyu will surpass Ye Shining, as Xingyu pours all his power into the finishing Hellfire Lotus. With the referee's high praise, Xingyu is poised to become the #1 genius of Qinglong Academy. In an instant, Hefeng's devastating strike completely obliterates and incinerates Bing Yan. Following this lethal blow, a thick cloud of dust envelops the entire arena. As the flames fade, Bing Yan is revealed lying motionless on the ground, with Xingyu standing victoriously by its side. The entire crowd goes dead silent, paralyzed with shock after that epic blast. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the official call. Yang Shu breaks the tense silence, shouting with pure, unbridled excitement, "We have a winner." Xiao Xingyu, he points directly at the young tamer, announcing his victory. Xingyu stands there with a deeply satisfied grin. His classmates erupt in wild cheers. This guy is an absolute monster, and that Hellfire Lotus was terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly, the massive electronic screen flashes to life, and the crowd starts whispering, "Hey, look at the display board. The Hellgale Wolf stats are actually changing." Hefeng's profile shows a jump from initial stage level 1 to level 3, all in just a single fight. Wang Yan is completely crushed, having never expected to face such an embarrassing defeat. Yang Shu exclaims, "Xiao Xingyu has just shattered an unprecedented record." He passionately goes on, "Since Qinglong Academy began hosting the freshman ranking tournament, we have never witnessed a miracle like this, a beast leveling up twice mid-battle. And the creator of this miracle is Xiao Xingyu." Hearing this, Xingyu and Hefeng grin triumphantly. Bing Yan lies defeated on the stage floor, as Wang Yan watches helplessly, while Haifeng lets out a thrilled howl. It dashes over to Xingyu, who smiles proudly and pats its head, praising, "Incredible job, Haifeng." He then begins to recall how Haifeng hunted dozens of demonic beasts in Yinan Mountain before being ambushed by a fierce lava lion tiger beast. Surviving that life-or-death battle pushed Haifeng to his absolute upgrade limit, reawakening his terrifying, savage combat instinct. This time, Xingyu relied on the ice attribute skill of the six-tide void leopard to suppress Haifeng, pushing him to trigger a breakthrough. Lost in thought, Xingyu suddenly notices a heated argument breaking out in the stands, with Ruyan's voice ringing out. She demands solid proof before making accusations. Frowning with unease, Xingyu wonders what kind of scheme Lin Kang is plotting now. Deciding to check it out, he sees Lin Kang acting outraged for his son, loudly shouting that the rules require restraint. But now, the six-tide void leopard lies dead right on this stage. Isn't that enough proof? The academy instructors look furious. "Principal, even if Xiao Xingyu is a rare genius, his cruel methods make him too dangerous to keep around." Exactly. If his character is this corrupt, he must be expelled immediately. "You cannot shield him, Principal." Ruyan calms the crowd, promising that the academy will thoroughly investigate and provide a clear explanation. However, she shoots a warning glare toward Lin Kang. "Until the truth is out, if anyone dares to frame my student, I will make them pay." Ruyan immediately commands her staff to bring the corpse of the six-tide void leopard over. She summons the beast doctors to perform an autopsy. Soon, they begin a meticulous examination of Bing Yan's body. They hook the beast up to various scanning devices. Stepping forward, Ruyan anxiously asks the doctor if they found anything. One doctor replies, "Principal, the severe internal bleeding was likely triggered by the shockwave of the Hellfire Lotus." The diagnosis catches Ruyan off guard, while Lin Kang chuckles inwardly. He had already bribed the academy's doctors, knowing the clever principal would definitely try a stunt like this. He turns to Ruyan and smugly asks, "Did you hear that, Principal?" Even the doctor confirms it. Xingyu steps in, asking Vice Principal Wang if any killer would strike so ruthlessly before everyone. He quickly explains, "Furthermore, Hefeng's Hellfire Lotus is primarily a soul-burning strike. In contrast, the corpse of this six-tide void leopard clearly shows it died from extreme internal organ hemorrhaging." The instructors begin whispering in agreement. It makes sense, as he would never commit murder under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd. Xingyu wants to lay all the cards on the table. Is this diagnosing doctor's report really clean? The doctor's face immediately turns pale. Leaning in close, Xingyu whispers in his ear, advising him not to throw away his career as a spirit beast doctor for a petty bribe. He tells the doctor to think carefully. Panicking, the doctor wonders what Vice Principal Lin Kang will do. Is everything exposed? Xing Yu then looks toward the academy's instructors, earnestly pleading that this matter is of the utmost importance. He requests an immediate blood test on the six-clawed rift leopard before any decision is made. Ruyin barks an order to get it done. 5 minutes pass as the medical team works frantically on Ice Flame's lifeless body, while a stunned Wang Yan stands frozen beside them. The head doctor hesitantly reports to Ruyin that the rift leopard is dead. Annoyed by his stammering, she demands he speak up clearly. He points with trembling fingers at the test results, showing in utter disbelief that the spirit beast died from a berserk pill. Hearing this, Wang Yan loses his mind and tries to attack the doctor, calling him a fraud. Desperate, he drops to his knees before Ruan. He begs the principal to believe him, swearing he never gave Ice Flame any berserk pills. But the doctor holds his ground, presenting the official lab reports that prove the six-clawed rift leopard was indeed drugged. Once consumed, the drug forces a spirit beast into a state of frenzy, skyrocketing its power before delivering a fatal backlash. Ruyan snatches the lab reports, glaring down at Wang Yan in absolute fury. With such solid proof, there is no room for excuses. Speechless and trembling, Wang Yan turns to Lin Kang, pleading with his father to save him. Around them, the instructors whisper, utterly appalled by his cruelty. No one expected a student to drug his own spirit beast. They never realized this kid was so completely heartless. Feeling cornered, Lin Kang swallows his pride and pleads with Ruan, begging the principal to give his son just one more chance. She coldly warns him to remember his position and duties at the academy. He is not just a father, but the vice principal of Azure Dragon Academy. If he dares to let personal feelings ruin their strict rules, he can pack his bags and get kicked out right alongside his son. Realizing that Ruyan is absolutely ruthless and showing no mercy, Lin Kang knows he will get dragged down if he hesitates. To save himself, he loudly announces that Wang Yan has violated school rules and is officially expelled. This decision hits Wang Yan like a bolt of lightning, and he stares at Lin Kang in shock. He quietly asks if his own father is truly expelling him, but Lin Kang whispers back in a barely audible tone. The berserk pill evidence is indisputable, meaning they must play along for now. But he promises his son that he will get absolute revenge for this. The two put on a dramatic show of severing their ties. Lin Kang barks for the guards to drag the trash out of the school. As Wang Yan is dragged away screaming, the scene cuts to the bustling campus where students are chatting about the tournament's dramatic end. Rumors say the official list of the top 8 is finally displayed on the board. The top 8 freshman ranking list is officially up, showcasing elite talents like Murong Xingxin, Xiao Xingyu, Murong Yangshuo, Zhao Tianming, Fan Rui, Zhou Siyu, Sun Wanpeng, and Lin Enzuo. Standing near the Murong siblings, students whisper that Xiao Xingyu is easily the most formidable threat among this year's batch of freshmen. Despite having zero background or backing, the guy managed to secure a spot in the top 8. It is an unbelievable run. After witnessing his crushing match against Wang Yan, other opponents forfeited. Seeing this, Yang Shuo steps up to comfort Xingxin. He tells his sister not to worry, recalling how Xiao Xingyu stole her prey during the Yinan Mountain trial, and promises to utterly crush him in tomorrow's match to get her revenge. But Xingxin merely keeps her eyes locked on Xiao Xingyu's name. She wants to defeat him with her own hands. Elsewhere, classmate Wu excitedly runs up to Xingyu, shouting the massive news that he made the top 8. Xingyu remains completely unfazed, asking why his friend is panting and so incredibly hyped over a simple top 8 placement. Wu insists on throwing a massive celebration, completely unaware that a furious Lin Kang is watching them from the shadows. Gnashing his teeth, he warns Xingyu not to celebrate too early. Meanwhile, Xingyu's house is completely trashed, looking like a fresh crime scene. He wants to see if the kid can still smile once he gets home, flashing back to when Wang Yan begged his father for help. His desperate son had offered to steal Xingyu's beast-taming credentials to make amends, but the father called him a fool for thinking so small. He explained that a quiet exit was a necessary sacrifice to keep their larger plans completely safe from suspicion. Walking home under the moonlight, Xingyu smiles as he thinks back on his hard-earned victory. Even though it was late, classmate Wu absolutely insisted on throwing a victory party. But the moment Xingyu finally gets home, the sight freezes him in his tracks. Shocked by his shattered front door, Xingyu rushes inside, shouting for his family. He quickly finds a sobbing Shimeng, her eyes completely filled with tears. She cries out that sister Ruoksu was taken by a masked kidnapper, who left behind a warning letter. She clings to him in fear. Shocked and deeply worried, Xingyu gently pats her head to comfort her. He reassures her that Ruoksu will be safe. Picking up the letter, his eyes narrow at the message inside. To save your sister, come to Yinnan Mountain. We cut to Mount Yinnam. In the pitch black of night, a worried Xiao Xingyu arrives at lightning speed. He rushes forward, fueled by pure rage at whoever dared to touch his sister. Suddenly, Xingyu spots Ruokshu fast asleep beneath a massive tree, completely alone in the wilderness. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure in a black cloak steps from behind the tree. Calm down. Your sister is just sleeping. Xingyu roars. Let her go. The figure sneers. Aren't you curious about my identity? But Xingyu already put the pieces together. He pieces it together. Only Wang Yan holds a grudge, but that weakling lacks the guts for a kidnapping, so you must be his father. Unmasking himself with a wicked grin, Vice Principal Wang Kang chuckles. You really are as clever as they say. Xiao Xingyu, he boastfully declares. If you were my son, I could have trained you into the strongest young beast tamer in the Dragon Empire. But Wang Kang's expression suddenly turns ice cold. Since you dared to harm my real son, you have to disappear forever. With a wave of his hand, he summons his loyal spirit beast. Erupting with seismic force, the giant rock demon grizzly descends. My grizzly is a king-class beast, Wang Kang boasts, as his summon lets out a deafening roar. It possesses absolute immunity, unleashing devastating skills without ever being interrupted. It instantly dispels all enemy crowd control. A mere one-star tamer up against a mighty king-class beast. Xiao Xingyu, your journey ends today. The grizzly bares its massive fangs, snarling viciously at the boy. Xingyu just smiles. Vice Principal Wang, I am afraid you are going to be disappointed. Wang Kang pushes up his glasses in disbelief. Are you planning to feed that weak wolf of yours to my grizzly? Xingyu smirks. Whoever said I only had one beast? With a dramatic gesture, Xingyu initiates his next summon. Lulu, it's showtime. Instantly, massive dark clouds blanket the entire sky, causing Wang Kang's confident smirk to completely vanish. Amidst this terrifying aura, a delicate fox ear suddenly twitches. It wiggles lazily as she wakes up. Why did you summon me? A gorgeous fox spirit appears, stretching sleepily and complaining about her nap being cut short. Master, you'd better make this up to me. Pointing straight at Wang Kang's beast, Xingyu commands, Lulu, send this oversized teddy bear to the afterlife. Lulu sighs. So if I take out this bear, I can go back to sleep? Xingyu agrees. Absolutely. You can sleep for as long as you want. Sensing her overwhelming pressure, Wang Kang realizes he must strike first, before it is too late. Wasting no time, he orders his grizzly to launch a brutal surprise attack on Xingyu. The flying sparks startle Lulu. Fully awake now, she glares at the incoming beast with icy contempt. As the giant grizzly raises its hammer to crush her, Lulu casually activates her skill, the Eye of Cataclysm. In less than a second, the massive bear is completely turned to solid stone, frozen in place. Wang Kang points at Lulu with a trembling finger. Stuttering, you are the nine-tailed fox, the Emperor-class calamity wanted nationwide. Lulu just stares back blankly, completely unbothered. Wang Chang tries to threaten them, snarling that contracting with a national outlaw makes Xiao Xingyu the most wanted criminal in the country. Once this secret gets out, but before he can even finish his threat, Xingyu flashes a dark smirk. Vice Principal Wang, if I summon her right in front of you, did you really think I'd let you leave this mountain alive? Infuriated, Wang Kang spits back. You arrogant brat. The massive gap between a 1-star and a 6-star tamer cannot be bridged by a single beast. And Wang Kang is a powerhouse 6-star tamer. He channels his spiritual energy, shattering the stone, encasing his beast's head, allowing the bear to forcefully break free from the rest of its petrified shell. As the stone crumbles away, the grizzly's fury reaches its absolute boiling point. It lets out an earth-shaking roar, eyes blazing with pure destructive rage. Seeing the impending danger, Xingyu calmly instructs Lulu, take this bear down, Lulu, and I'll treat you to an absolute feast afterwards. Suddenly, an eerie silence falls over the desolate mountain forest, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Breaking the silence, Wang Kang laughs. Indeed, the nine-tailed fox is formidable, Xiao Xingyu, but do not forget, no matter how powerful she is, it doesn't change reality. You are still just a lowly 1-star tamer. With that, he ignites a blazing purple flame, warping the air around them. Let me show you the terrifying difference between a 1-star and a 6-star master. The grizzly unleashes its raw strength, tearing up the earth and sending massive chunks of soil flying everywhere. Snarling with lethal intent, it wields a deadly weapon only a fraction of its own size, yet radiating an incredibly sharp, terrifying pressure that echoes across the silent peaks. Its brutal roars echo through the valleys, conjuring a thick, oppressive fog that completely blankets the entire battlefield. Watching the chaos unfold right before his eyes, Xing Yu's expression darkens as he realizes the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. This dense fog is a dark attribute domain. Wang Kang's beast has gone completely berserk, overflowing with violent energy. Xing Yu immediately realizes this is a dark attribute beast, meaning it must consume human or beast blood to sustain its twisted power. It all finally makes sense to Xing Yu. The low-level beasts vanishing in Longyin City for the last 5 years? It was this monster all along. Adjusting his glasses with a smug grin, a sinister skull mark suddenly begins to glow on Lin Kang's right cheek. He sneers wickedly, telling them that becoming food for his demonic giant bear is an absolute honor. Xing Yu is completely shocked. That mark is the infamous crest of the ruthless Red Skull Guild, known as a savage terrorist organization of dark beast tamers. This faction is home to the most brutal criminals. In fact, the Red Skull Guild stands proud as one of the world's 5 great dark syndicates. Still, Xing Yu calmly stares down Lin Kang without flinching. Imagine what happens when the world learns the Azure Dragon Academy's vice principal is a Red Skull member. Unafraid, the old man sneers back. Since he already revealed his true identity, he has absolutely no intention of letting them leave this mountain alive. Hearing this threat, Dalu quickly warns her master that with his current depleted spiritual energy, she cannot unleash any of her skills. But he reassures her, declaring that Xiao Xingyu never fights a battle unless his chance of victory is a flat 100%. With that, Xingyu swallows the dragon spirit elixir, bows his head, and exhales a breath heavy with raw, surging energy. Intense spiritual energy begins to rupture throughout his entire body, forcing a painful roar from his throat. Seeing this, Lin Kang orders his beast to strike, mocking that this time next year, he will make sure to light incense at Xingyu's grave. As the dragon spirit elixir dissolves into his bloodstream, an intense, bone-chilling cold flows straight to his heart, supercharging his soul. Calling out to Lulu, she receives his backed-up spiritual support and charges forward to obey his command. She vows to protect him, just as Lin Kang's demonic beast charges, brandishing its weapon in a frenzy of dark, chaotic energy. In this critical moment, Xingyu yells out the ultimate skill, Bloodthirsty Crossbow. Instantly, a massive demonic beast with burning eyes emerges. It is Dalu, transformed into her majestic 9-tailed demon fox form. Standing tall in her beast form, she throws her head back and unleashes a deafening howl. High above, a massive, creepy eye suddenly manifests in the sky, locking onto the demonic bear's heart as its target. Completely oblivious, the giant bear keeps charging forward. But the moment the sky eye locks on, it fires a devastating beam of pure energy. The raw energy pierces directly through the enemy's massive body, shredding through their heavy armor. The strike also pierces straight through Lin Kang himself, sending him into a screaming fit of pure agony. Thrashing in pain, Lin Kang screams about his dark guild, before violent flames erupt, burning his body to absolute ash. Up on the Yin'an cliffs, Xingyu and Dalu watch it all end. Suddenly, his body sways, the brutal side effects of the dragon elixir finally hitting. Completely dizzy, he can only hear Dalu's voice calling out to him in the distance. Kneeling down in a panic, Dalu begs him not to sleep. She even slaps his face, demanding that her master wake up for her immediately. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes, and Dalu's sharp ears pick it up instantly. The moment she turns around to demand who is there, a powerful hand suddenly grabs her tightly by the throat. A sudden flash of lightning illuminates the dark sky, finally revealing the face of the mysterious person standing before her. High on the desolate cliffs of Yin'an Mountain, Nixu chokes Dalu and lifts her high into the air. Terrified by her overwhelming, monstrous aura, Dalu can only watch as Nixue calmly calls her a 9-tailed demon fox. Frowning, she notes that Dalu is actually a powerful Beast King tier demon beast. She is shocked that such a beast contracted with her younger brother. This revelation makes Dalu widen her eyes in absolute disbelief. Staring at her cold expression and the massive wave of spiritual energy radiating from her, Dalu stands completely frozen. Dalu has never felt such a massive, surging dragon presence before. Confused, she wonders how Xingyu's own biological sister could possibly possess such incredible power. Before Dalu can finish questioning who she really is, Nixu coldly cuts her off and signals for absolute silence. Shushing her, Nixue maintains a completely blank expression but speaks with a mysterious tone, saying she has no need to know her identity. With a swift motion, she tosses Dalu aside and turns her attention to the unconscious Xingyu, speaking softly. Stepping over, Nixue sits down beside her brother. Looking at him with deep concern, she softly repeats that she is simply his older sister. Gently placing her hand over his chest, she begins channeling her own spiritual energy to help heal his damaged body. Watching her concentrate on the healing process, Dalu slowly steps closer and hesitantly asks about his current condition. Continuing the treatment, Nixu explains that he likely consumed some dangerous medicine to temporarily boost his power and is now suffering the backlash. Once the healing is complete, Nixu calmly reassures Dalu that there is absolutely no need to worry. Xingyu will be perfectly fine after resting for 3 days. Hearing this, Dalu pulls him close and lets out a sigh of relief. With her task seemingly complete now, Ruoxue pushes herself up and walks straight to the edge of the cliff, powerful spiritual energy swirling around her body. Seeing this, Dalu panics and cries out, "What are you?" But before she can even finish, Ruoxue's eyes suddenly widen. Glowing musical notes begin to drift from her mouth in an incredibly enchanting, mysterious way. Next, countless magical melodies explode outward as Ruoxu activates her signature Dragon's Whisper skill, sending the sound waves deep into the forest. The melody sweeps down to the raging fire burning fiercely at the bottom of the cliff. Everywhere the musical notes touch, the destruction is instantly restored to normal. Dalu watches in sheer disbelief, realizing this is the legendary Dragon's Whisper. She knows that Dragon's Whisper is a legendary skill of the pure-blooded dragon clan, capable of restoring all things in existence just by chanting a specific melody. Ruoxu uses her incredible spiritual power to completely erase every single piece of evidence from tonight's fierce battle. With silver scales gleaming on her cheek, she smirks proudly. Every single trace of tonight's fight has been completely wiped clean, except for the two of us and Xingyu. Absolutely no one will ever know what went down tonight. Dalu is no fool, knowing that among the pure-blooded dragon clan, only one specific dragon possesses such platinum-colored scales. She stares at Ruoxue's darkening expression and confidently names the beast, Hundun. In response, Ruoxue immediately unleashes the overwhelming, oppressive aura of a 9-tailed silver dragon. I do not care if the Dragon Empire's Empress is hunting you, but since you signed a blood contract with my little brother, do not even think about double-crossing him. Her terrifying aura flares up with sheer threat. Serve my little brother faithfully, and I will leave you in peace. Otherwise, she points directly at Dalu, I will personally sever all 9 of your tails on the spot. Got it? Panicked, Dalu quickly stammers, I got it. Ruoxu then warns her with a dark, chilling expression, and don't you dare whisper a single word to Xingyu about my true identity. Meanwhile, back in a hospital room, Xingyu slowly opens his eyes to see the two standing nearby. Seeing his sister and the dean there, Xingyu feels relieved. Ruoxu sighs deeply and collapses beside his bed, crying, Xingyu, you are okay. Thank goodness, you worried me to death. He smiles helplessly. Sis, you are crushing me. I cannot breathe. Xingyu suddenly pipes up. Hey, sis. That night, Ruoxu unconsciously sat up, stared at him, and then began to explain what had happened. That night, after I finally woke up, I found myself on Mount Yinan. You were also unconscious next to me, completely drenched in sweat. I had no idea what happened, so I carried you all the way down the mountain to the clinic. Hearing this, Xingyu cannot help but rejoice in secret. His sister did not notice anything unusual, meaning Lulu must have cleaned up perfectly. Just then, Dean Su Ruoyan walks over to explain the ranking tournament's results. Xiao Xingyu, you have been unconscious for 3 days, missing both the semifinals and finals of the freshman ranking tournament. Thinking of the 2 top-ranked competitors and their massive fame, she proceeds to tell Xingyu the final results of the competition. First and second place went to Murong Xingxin and Murong Yangshuo. Therefore, you are considered to have voluntarily forfeited your spot. Ruoyan flashes a fake smile, intending to comfort him, but realizing what she is doing, Xingyu quickly cuts her off. Dean Su, do you not find it strange that I suddenly ended up on Mount Yinan? Xingyu asks, his face frowning with deep anxiety. Inside the tense hospital room, Ruoxu and Xingyu silently await Ruoyan's response. She contemplates for a moment before sighing wearily. Getting straight to the point, Ruoyan speaks seriously. 3 days ago, Vice Dean Wang also vanished. He sits there in absolute suspense, terrified that everything is about to be exposed. Beside him, Ruoxio glares at Ruoyan with pure, cold-blooded, murderous intent. If she dares to act against Xingyu, she is fully prepared to strike at any second. She is ready to eliminate her instantly. However, Ruoyan continues speaking. But I will keep investigating this matter. I truly believe you are innocent. Besides, it is about time the Azure Dragon Academy gets a new vice dean. Hearing this, Xingyu is quite surprised. Did the dean actually choose to protect him? She sits down next to Ruoxu to continue their conversation. My main reason for coming today, besides checking on you, is to talk about the Supernova competition. Intrigued, he asks. The Supernova competition? Ruoyan explains that the Supernova competition is a massive event jointly organized by the 4 great beast-taming academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu. Each of the 4 major academies will send their top 3 freshmen to compete. The competitors are all the most talented prodigies of their respective schools. For our Azure Dragon Academy, the #1 genius is undoubtedly Ye Changning. However, during last year's Supernova competition, she was defeated by Li Mo from the White Tiger Academy, only placing second. Ruoyan trustingly places this heavy responsibility onto Xingyu's shoulders. So, I highly hope you can step up and become one of our academy's key representatives and lead the Azure Dragon Academy to reclaim our rightful glory. She urges him not to refuse, stating this is the perfect way to make up for missing the freshman ranking tournament. He calmly asks, "Dean, what exactly are the requirements to participate in this Supernova competition?" "I am still not sure." She immediately explains, "There are only 2 entry conditions. First, a competitor must have at least 2 spirit beasts. Second, they have to be a 2-star beast tamer." Ruoyan patted Xingwu's shoulder with total confidence. The competition is next month, but she was absolutely sure he would qualify before the big day arrived. Xingwu was deeply touched. Principal Su highly valued him and had helped him out so many times before. He resolved to fight with everything he had. He simply could not let Principal Su down. Besides, he wanted to see if White Tiger Academy's strength could actually defeat Ye Xuangning. Patting his chest, he confidently promised that first place in the Supernova tournament would be his. Later that night, Xingwu made plans to head deep into Mount Yinan. He recalled that last year, every single competitor in the Supernova tournament had contracted at least 2 spirit beasts. He pondered how to survive the upcoming matches. Though he actually had 2 beasts, Dalu was a wanted criminal nationwide and absolutely could not be summoned to fight in public. And worse, Hei Feng was still just a Tier 3, initial stage Infernal Windwolf. Surviving a high-level tournament like the Supernova with that would be nearly impossible. Reaching a wide clearing, he stopped. Tonight was the perfect night for Hei Feng to break through. Xingwu summoned his beast, and it burst forth fiercely from roaring crimson flames. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to glow, sending a colorful stream of evolution resources flying out into the air. Xingwu smirked, incredibly glad he had planned ahead. After leaving the hospital, he used his earnings as a beast doctor for the Firmament Guild to buy fire attribute nutrients and rare evolution materials. But he did not stop there. He also gathered loot from various battles, along with rewards from the freshman ranking tournament and his grueling trials in Mount Yinan. Staring at the massive pile of resources, Xingwu smiled confidently, sure that this haul would finally trigger the evolution. He ordered Hei Feng to swallow it all. The beast immediately opened its maw, vacuuming up every single item. As soon as the resources were consumed, its body erupted in a violent explosion of blazing fire. Xingwu shouted, urging Hei Feng to hold on. Dalu stood by, ready to follow his instructions. He warned her that Hei Feng could lose control during this breakthrough and asked her to guard them. She quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hei Feng's eyes turned wild as its aura grew increasingly violent and untamed. Telling Hei Feng to stay calm, Dalu quickly cast a magical barrier to block his wild advance. Knocked down by the crushing pressure, Xingwu could feel the immense, agonizing pain his spirit beast was going through right now. Struggling to sit up, he quickly brought up his system interface. Following his urgent command, the screen began analyzing how much time remained for the evolution to complete. The system updated in real time, displaying progress bar at 30%, then 58%, climbing to 73%, and 79%, hitting 87%, 90%, 92%, and finally stopping at 99%. The screen froze at 99%, making Xingwu panic. But just as he feared failure, a massive, powerful paw stepped right out of the purple flames. The transformation was complete. Xingwu cheered in pure excitement, celebrating his partner's successful evolution. The wolf's brand new stat sheet popped up. Species: Netherworld Infernal Wolf. Rank: Tier 1 Adult Form. Bloodline: Infernal. Boasting an epic bloodline, its first talent was Hellfire, which deals absolute true damage by completely bypassing physical defenses. Its second talent, Demonic Power, boosted offense and defense, converting 50% of all damage dealt directly back into its own health. As for attributes, it now wielded fire, wind, darkness, and demonic power. Its skills now included Infernal Entanglement, Hellfire, Roar, Shadow, Stealth, Silent Claw, and finally, the Decisive Blade. Witnessing this, Dalu gasped in shock, completely stunned that it had awakened a demonic attribute from the underworld. She couldn't help but marvel at Xingwu's raw talent. This kid was definitely no ordinary beast tamer. Dalu then asked him how he planned on securing his second contracted beast for the upcoming tournament. He fell deep into thought over the issue. Later, during a chat with Yanran, she learned about his dilemma and immediately stepped in to help. She mentioned that she heard he was about to enter the prestigious Supernova tournament. She insisted he couldn't go without a proper beast, offering to buy him one. Xingwu shyly thanked Yanran for her generous offer. She enthusiastically dismissed his thanks, telling him that as his sister, his problems were hers to share, and it was only a single beast anyway. Yanran generously brought him into a shop, telling him to pick whatever he wanted. Sanyang greeted them with a warm, welcoming smile. Welcoming Miss Chen warmly, the shopkeeper asked if they were shopping for lightning attribute nutrition potions or lightning attribute magic beast cores today. Yanran spoke up, calling out to Sanyang. She explained that her younger brother was competing next month and needed a new beast. The shopkeeper smiled brightly, telling them to leave everything to her. Leading Xingwu over, Sanyang offered to personally recommend a top-tier spirit beast for him to check out. First up is a spider-type spirit beast, the evil pink spider, boasting an attack power far superior to others at its level. Next is a tiger-type beast, and this extreme shadow purple patterned cat is also impressive, fighting with high agility and landing heavy critical hits. She was about to introduce another one when Yanran suddenly cut her off. Yanran straight up demanded premium beasts, telling Sanyang she did not need cheap recommendations and should only showcase their highest quality spirit beasts. Since Yanran offered to pay, Sanyang took the hint. With Lady Qin speaking up, Sanyang stopped hiding her true treasures, opening a private room so the young master could choose the absolute best beasts in the shop. They stepped inside where the premium beasts were kept. How does it look? Sanyang asked Xingwu if any caught his eye, showing him around while explaining that this Earthblood pangolin scored incredibly high in every single stat. The burning damage and lethal venom of the three-eyed overlord snake were also outstanding. The Icebone Eagle possessed a legendary bloodline, proving top tier across all categories. Xingwu remained hesitant because none of these beasts possessed a hidden bloodline. Standing behind him, Yanran asked what was wrong, wondering if none of Sanyang's top selections pleased him. Sanyang was surprised that such premium beasts failed to satisfy him, asking what kind of creature he was actually looking for. She urged him to name his demands so she could import them. Suddenly, a voice from outside called for Sanyang, announcing a new delivery had arrived. A hulking, sinister-looking man walked in carrying a cage, boasting about his fresh cargo. Inside the cage sat two little girls. Xingwu quickly noticed the fairy-type beasts. Confused, he questioned Sanyang, noting that from what he knew, fairy-type beasts were considered completely useless. He asked Sanyang why she would even bother stocking fairy-type beasts. Yanran pulled him aside and whispered that while these fairies could never be sold as battle beasts, they were highly sought after as playthings, ensuring constant buyers. Xingwu quickly realized they were meant to satisfy the desires of wealthy and powerful elites. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he sensed a unique energy source. He immediately scanned little Freya's status. She was labeled a level 1 water elemental sprite, possessing a low-grade bloodline with no special talent, besides her basic water attribute. She had 0 skills, but held a hidden legendary bloodline, an angelic bloodline of mythical quality. He was shocked to find a hidden bloodline in a mere water sprite. Seeing him freeze, Yanran called out to ask why he was daydreaming. Xingwu turned back with excitement, declaring his desire to buy her. Sanyang smiled suggestively upon hearing his unexpected choice. Sanyang teased him while Yanran looked on in utter disbelief, asking if Xingwu was playing some kind of joke. He defensively argued, asking what they were thinking since he only wanted her as a battle beast. Internally, he rejoiced over finding a legendary angelic bloodline. After leaving the shop, Xingwu brought Freya back to Mount Yan'an. He unlocked the cage and gently lifted her out, reassuring her not to fear. He fed her a healing pill, telling her it would quickly mend all her wounds. Freya recovered rapidly and perked up instantly. Xingwu then offered his index finger, asking if she wanted to form a contract and become his beast partner. Freya hesitated, carefully considering his offer. Shyly recalling how gently Xingwu had treated her, she finally grabbed his finger, signaling her agreement. He excitedly asked if she was truly willing to seal the deal. He sliced his fingertip to let a single drop of blood fall. Freya accepted and slowly absorbed the drop of blood, smiling warmly as she officially became his partner. On Mount Yan'an, the sacred contract was successfully bound between them. Xingwu happily asked the little sprite if signing the blood contract meant she finally accepted him. Gently tapping her, he noted that a blood contract truly forged a much deeper bond between tamer and beast. Suddenly remembering he had one more gift, Xingwu summoned a small, glowing crystal that floated gently right above his palm. He explained that this was a crushed, bloodline awakening crystal, designed to trigger her evolution once consumed. Freya cautiously approached the crystal, reaching out with her tiny hands. She picked up the fragments and nibbled on them, puffing her cheeks out in the most adorable way. Suddenly, she sensed something was terribly wrong as her face turned pale. She dropped the remaining crystal fragments. Shivering in intense pain, she curled up as if thousands of electric shocks were tearing through her tiny body. Xingwu knew this was the critical moment of her evolutionary breakthrough. He could only offer words of encouragement, urging Freya to stay strong and hang on. The energy waves grew increasingly violent, unleashing a blinding beam of light into the sky that radiated an overwhelming pressure. Sensing the immense danger, Dalu quickly manifested to shield his master, alertly asking what was going on and checking if Xingwu was unharmed. Dalu cast a protective magical barrier around him, her face tense with absolute vigilance. Xingwu quickly spoke up to reassure her that he was completely fine. A massive vortex of light enveloped Freya's body. The surrounding air trembled violently, signaling that her evolution had reached its final phase. Suddenly, a gorgeous young maiden emerged from the vortex, spreading her pure white angel wings as a brilliant, shimmering aura radiated all around her. It is finally complete. Freya emerges looking absolutely stunning, with her long golden hair flowing down, exuding a majestic and completely untouchable aura that feels sacred. The system panel pops up before his eyes once more. Xingwu mutters in awe, noting that her hidden lineage is activated as a holy light angel beast. Initial state: Tier 1 bloodline. An Angel bloodline. Mythical quality talent. Holy light protection dispels all negative status effects from enemies while granting a holy light shield to his entire team. An angel attribute and holy light skill. Holy light cross slash unleashes cross-shaped sword energy, dealing 3 times critical damage to his targets. It also stacks a holy light shield for himself and his allies. Flowing light sword formation flaps her wings to unleash a feather-shaped holy light sword array, dealing massive area damage. Her evolution path goes from Holy Light Angel to 4-Winged Angel, 6-Winged Archangel, then Holy Archangel. He slowly walks closer to her and softly whispers, "Just wait until I become a 9-star Beast Master. Will you be able to evolve into a 12-winged Seraphim then?" Xingwu realizes he still hasn't given her a name, so he smiles. "Right, I still need to name you, since you were a water elemental spirit before awakening your hidden lineage. How about I just call you Freya?" Xingwu named her after Greek mythology, as the name itself perfectly translates to a water elemental spirit. Freya lands gracefully on the ground right in front of Xingwu and Dalu, dropping to one knee to bow respectfully before her master. Looking down at her, he smiles warmly and says, "Freya, from now on, we will fight shoulder to shoulder." Dalu can't help but admire her, saying, "Looks like you are one step closer to the supernova competition now." He nods, "Exactly." Xingwu smiles with immense pride, a subtle but determined look on his face. His next target is becoming a 2-star Beastmaster. Over at the faculty office, a hand suddenly slams down hard on a desk. Someone here is absolutely furious. After hearing Xingwu lay out his ambitious next goal, Instructor Kanian explodes in anger, completely unable to believe his ears. "Wait, what did you say? You want to register for the 2-star exam?" Xingwu just gives a sheepish smile, scratching his head as he admits it. "Yes, Mr. Chen. The supernova competition is coming up, so I must pass the 2-star exam as soon as possible." Frowning, Kanian feels a wave of anxiety wash over him. How are these kids growing up so fast? Even the Murong siblings managed to pass their Beastmaster certification exams just 3 days ago. And word is that Xiaoxingwu's beast, Black Wind, has already evolved into a Tier 1 adult form. Perhaps he really does have what it takes to meet the standards for the 2-star exam. Calming his nerves a bit, Kanian looks at him and says, "Fine. If your spiritual energy score actually meets the standard, then I will agree to let you take the 2-star exam." Hearing this, Xingwu quickly grabs the spiritual energy meter from his hand, grinning widely as he says, "You promised, Mr. Chen." The nearby teachers gather around with excitement, having long heard of Xiao Xingwu's incredible potential and wanting to see it with their own eyes. The numbers on the screen slowly climb, reflecting his rising spiritual energy, before finally locking in at an incredible 2583. The instructors gasps in absolute shock at the display. A score of 2583 is something they would never believe without seeing it firsthand. Kanian falls into deep thought. Normally, when a beast evolves, their master's spiritual energy naturally receives a massive boost as well. Yet based on historical records, a typical 2-star master's score usually hovers anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000. He cannot help but praise the boy, noting that even his most talented past student only had decent potential. Back then, when their beast reached adulthood, their energy was barely 1,500. But this kid easily smashed past 2,500. "So, does this mean you will let me take the 2-star exam?" Xingwu asks eagerly. "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen." He quickly heads to Blood Mist Valley, the site of his upcoming exam. The deep, foggy chasm cuts through the desolate wilderness as a helicopter transports him over the rugged peaks. Xingwu slides open the heavy helicopter door, standing tall and proud, right at the edge. He calmly looks down at the treacherous canyon. "So, this is the exam site?" Xingwu presses his earpiece as Ruyan's voice suddenly comes through. "You have arrived at the entrance of Blood Mist Valley. Your 2-star exam is about to begin, so get ready." Kanian chimes in with a warning, telling him that the valley is crawling with countless dangerous magical beasts. If things get out of hand, do not try to be a hero. Just send a distress signal immediately. Standing right by the open door and fully prepared for the trial, Xingwu takes a deep breath and calmly says, "All right, I am ready." Back in the monitoring room, Dean Kanian and Ruyan prepare to guide his descent. "Your only objective is to make it from the entrance of this valley to the exit. Do that, and you pass. The 2-star Beastmaster exam officially begins now. We wish you the best of luck." With that, Xingwu leaps straight out of the helicopter. Below him lies a massive, dark canyon that seems absolutely bottomless. Inside the monitoring room, Kanian keeps a close eye on the feed, reporting, "Dean, Xiao Xingwu has officially entered the Blood Mist Valley." He spoke in a grim tone, instantly picturing a dark and utterly terrifying scene in his mind. Any creature wanting to cross the Blood Mist Canyon must first fight the massive iron-beaked crocodiles. He added that they would then have to escape the blood demon spiders guarding the devilish cave. But with several of those blood demon spiders already evolved into Tier 3 beasts, could Xiao Xingyu actually handle them? What is more, because of last night's heavy rain, the Crimson Water Swamp was teeming with hidden threats. Both of them still shuddered at the thought of the Blood Mist Gorge, imagining a silent, lifeless wasteland. Something deep beneath the swamp had likely sensed an intruder stepping right into their territory. A massive crocodile looked up. Xingyu landed right in its domain. He gasped in shock, realizing a whole pack of ferocious crocodiles was waiting right beneath his feet. Iron-beaked crocodiles. Instantly, the system screen popped up, identifying them as Tier 3 early-stage monsters. Elite bloodline. Their talent was a super strong bite. Fatal poison. Poison element. Skill, death spin, ripping enemy weaknesses by spinning their bodies wildly, while spitting a burning red toxic fluid from deep within their throats. This causes severe burns, sluggish movement, weakened defense, and various other nasty debuffs. Seeing the pack surround the boy in a tight circle, Kanian spoke up anxiously. "These iron-beaked crocodiles are all early-stage magic beasts. If Xingyu would just summon the Hell Netherwolf, he probably would not be in any danger, right?" But Xingyu did not flinch before the massive beasts. He called out Freya's name, and instantly, the summoning crest on his hand flashed brilliantly. A blinding layer of golden light enveloped him, leaving the surrounding beasts with absolutely no time to react. With Xingyu's summoning cry, Freya appeared, pure angel feathers floating around as she spread her majestic wings wide. Watching the screen, Kanian gasped in total disbelief, blurting out that he did not even summon Black Wind. Not just him, but Ruyan was also completely stunned. wondering if this was Xiao Xingyu's second contracted beast. Meanwhile, Xingyu was already clashing with the beasts. Freya quickly cast her Holy Shield skill on him, wrapping his body in a gentle, protective ring of light. Kai Nian was utterly shocked. He never expected the boy's second beast to be this incredibly rare. That kid Xiao Xingyu was truly bizarre, actually contracting an angel-type beast with a legendary mythical bloodline. He looked over at Ru Yan, asking in wonder where on earth this kid could have found an angel-type beast, since none had appeared in Dragon Hidden City for ages. She thought back, remembering rumors that Xiao Xingyu bought a simple water elemental spirit at a shop 2 days ago. Could that actually be her? Kai Nian gasped. That was impossible. A water elemental's bloodline is extremely weak, while a holy light angel has purebred, high-tier blood. Ru Yan grew deep in thought, quietly reminding him of something. She told him not to forget that the Hell Netherwolf also started out as a low-grade Gale dog. He turned his eyes back to the monitor, whispering that Xiao Xingyu always seems to turn what they think is impossible into absolute reality. This was what a true beast master looked like. Back at the swamp, the battle raged on, and Xingyu called out to Freya. Instantly, she unleashed her next move. A holy light cross slash tore through the air, wiping out dozens of crocodiles in one strike. Inside the monitoring room, Kai Nian gasped in sheer awe. Just one strike. One single hit slaughtered those iron-beaked crocodiles. Complete bloodline suppression. The mythical quality of an angel-type beast was truly legendary. Its mythical tier lived up to its legendary name. Having cleared the beasts, Xingyu turned to his next target and told Freya to carry him across the swamp. The moment he finished speaking, a gentle pair of arms wrapped around his waist. Before Xingyu could process what was happening, Freya scooped him up and took off straight into the sky. Flustered by her sudden action, he stammered, asking what she was doing. Completely ignoring her master's protests, she carried him securely and flew swiftly across the swamp. He was incredibly embarrassed, pleading with her to put him down since this was way too humiliating. Who would have thought that a powerful warrior like him could blush so easily? Embarrassed, he hid his face, while Freya flew on with a deadpan, serious expression. Arriving at the next destination, she set him down. Before them lay a massive rift overflowing with heavy, dark energy. He could not help but note how dense the demonic energy was. Suddenly, thousands of tiny spiders poured out from the crack, multiplying at an alarming rate. Thick spider webs spread rapidly, with their arrival growing denser by the second. The situation before them looked even more dangerous than the last trial. Xingyu cautiously warned his little companion, telling Freya to be careful. The little angel refused to back down. Gripping her sword, she slashed a massive blazing cross. It seemed the thick webbing made it difficult for Freya to unleash her skill, clinging tightly onto her blade, but she was not done. Finally, her real attack burst through, the two crossed slashes merging to unleash a wave of absolute destruction. Even Xingyu was left completely stunned by the sheer force. Just then, a giant spider emerges, dripping with dark energy as thick red webs shoot from its massive fangs. It roars in sheer fury, looking ready to tear both of them apart and devour them whole. The system screen pops up again with its stats. Name: Blood Demon Spider. Growth stage: Mature. It has a Tier 3 elite bloodline. Innate talent: Super endurance. Immune to water and fire. Impervious to weapons. Poison attribute: Skill: Web Dungeon. Weaving a massive web to trap enemies inside and suffocate them to death. After reading this, Xingyu frowns, analyzing the terrifying blood demon spider standing right in front of him. Dozens of glowing, vicious eyes glare at him through the shadows. Since blood spiders hunt in packs, this cave is likely crawling with them. There must be at least 20 beasts hiding in this cave. Before Xingyu can even react, the lead spider screeches and lunges straight at him. Back in the observation room, Kanyan and Ru Yan closely watch their every single move. This holy light sprite is merely an infant stage beast, yet it actually managed to bypass the level gap and damage a mature stage blood demon spider. Back in the fray, the giant beast unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks on Xingyu. Forced to dodge, his tamer crest suddenly flashes with brilliant light. He softly calls out, "Black Wind." Instantly, the beast materializes by his side, unleashing a powerful pressure that dominates the entire cave. Freya and Black Wind step forward together to shield Xingyu, locking into their battle stances. Suddenly, Ru Yan warns him over the comms. "Xiao Xingyu, do not get greedy. Your goal is to reach the exit, not to kill every single monster here." Xingyu just smiles faintly and calmly issues a command to his partner. "Black Wind, Hell Roar." The moment the skill activates, the blood demon spiders instantly sense the overwhelming danger coming their way. They immediately counterattack, shooting thick webs. Trapped in the sticky matrix of silk, Black Wind struggles to break free. Seizing this perfect opening, another spider launches a surprise web attack right at him. The sticky silk wraps tightly around his hind leg, pinning Black Wind to the ground and leaving him completely immobilized. Left completely helpless, the beast roars in absolute frustration. Seizing the opening, the entire spider army coordinates to spam even more webs and seal him away. Sensing the rapidly worsening danger, Xingyu quickly orders Freya to back Black Wind up immediately. Freya casts Holy Light Shield on him, while Black Wind spins to launch Hell Black Lotus. Freya immediately executes her brilliant support skill. Her power fuses perfectly with Black Wind's dark energy, creating an absolute barrier around him that completely neutralizes the incoming spider attacks. The protective barrier transforms into a swirling vortex, surging forward toward the spider horde. Within moments, the entire pack of blood demon spiders is completely wiped out. Lowering his guard, Xingyu scoffs as he stands beside Black Wind. 25 spiders. Is that really all these beasts have got? But before they can even catch their breath, the ground beneath their feet suddenly begins to shake violently. Xingyu quickly senses that something is very wrong. Suddenly, the wall ahead explodes in a shower of rocks and debris, flying straight toward them. Before he can even react, the dust clears to reveal the towering silhouette of an absolute monster emerging from the ruins. He gasps in shock at the creature's true form, sensing the overwhelming aura of a perfect stage demon beast. The system panel flashes again. Name: Crypt Demon Eye Spider. Evolved from the Blood Spider. Level: Perfect Stage. Tier 1 Bloodline. Elite Quality. First Talent: Super Endurance. Immune to water, fire, and completely impervious to weapons. Second Talent: Tunneling. Attribute: Psychic System. Suddenly, Kanian's urgent voice echoes through the comms, warning him, "Xiao Xingyu, run now. Yesterday's storm caused this beast to evolve. You stand absolutely no chance against it." Caught off guard by the order, he replies in utter confusion, "Run? But Teacher Chen, what about my test then?" Knowing the extreme danger, Kanian shouts back, "You can just retake it next time. Survive this first, and you will easily pass later." Refusing to back down, Xingyu snaps back in anger. Waiting for the next exam is a total waste of my time. For this 2-star test, I'll slay gods and Buddhas to pass. Understanding their master's resolve, Black Wind and Freya launch a coordinated assault on the giant crypt demon spider. However, even after taking the combined hit directly, the monster remains completely unharmed. Xingyu finally begins to realize the deadly situation he is in. Kanian snaps, "Xiao Xingyu, stop being reckless. I am coming to get you right now." Dalu also begs him to listen, "Just give up. He is right, you cannot win this. With your current strength, there is absolutely no way you can defeat it." Instead of showing fear, Xingyu's face hardens with determination. "Ha, now this is getting interesting." Dalu is completely speechless at his sheer arrogance, staring at him in utter disbelief. "What?" Meanwhile, Xingyu tightly clenches his fists with resolve. He declares, with absolute determination, "I will pass this 2-star beast tamer exam. I will conquer and slay this beast, and push my own limits to the very edge." Horrified, Dalu shrieks, "You are an absolute madman." Facing the towering blood-eye earth spider, Xingwu stood firm. He ordered Heifeng to sneak behind the monster and unleash his silent claw. Heifeng began to fade away, preparing for his sudden, devastating ambush. Knowing that not a single second could be wasted in battle, the massive blood-eye earth spider spat toxic silk directly at Xingwu. He quickly shouted, "Freya, protect me." Heifeng made his move. The dark beast instantly materialized right behind the giant blood-eye earth spider. He unleashed the strike right onto the spider's back. However, the blood-eye earth spider detected Heifeng and instantly lashed back with a counterattack. Sent flying by the sheer force of the blow, Heifeng crashed backward. Xingwu cried out in panic, "Heifeng!" Heifeng crashed straight toward Xingwu and Freya. The force of the impact slammed all three of them hard against the stone wall behind. Despite taking a heavy blow, their morale didn't drop at all. Meanwhile, the blood-eye earth spider growled threateningly, but Xingwu showed no fear. He confidently gave the beast a thumbs down, displaying pure contempt. Was he seriously mocking the monster? "Who cares if you have a human face? What are you so smug about?" His provocative words completely drove the blood-eye earth spider mad, unleashing its fury. The beast sprayed toxic silk at Xingwu. He quickly jumped onto Heifeng's back, analyzing the situation. Hey Feng, that silk is venomous. Keep moving and change positions. With its massive body, the Blood-Eye Earth Spider chased after them relentlessly. Xingwu glanced back at the chasing monster, thinking that running forever wasn't an option. He had to find a way to take it down. Suddenly, he noticed something crucial about the raging Blood-Eye Earth Spider. Why was its health bar slowly depleting on its own? The Blood-Eye Earth Spider attacked relentlessly, ignoring the bleeding wound on its back. Riding on Heifeng's back, Xingwu quickly realized that the wound itself wasn't deep. Yet, the toxic silk it spat was definitely losing its vibrant color. Could its health pool be directly linked to its silk production? After taking a direct hit from the Blood-Eye Earth Spider, Heifeng was visibly injured. Xingwu called out to Freya. Heifeng is hurt. He cannot carry us any further. Freya, teleport us now. Freya grabbed Xingwu, lifting him off Heifeng's back and up into the air, allowing all three of them to dodge the spider's strike. Now absolutely sure that his theory was correct, Xingwu grinned. The Blood-Eye Earth Spider's health bar had just dropped once again. Haha, you ugly spider. I finally figured out how to beat you. He then instructed Heifeng, who spat directly on the monster, completely disgusting it. Heifeng growled in response, fully understanding his master's plan. Without hesitation, the beast repeatedly spat on the Blood-Eye Earth Spider, successfully driving the monster into a state of absolute fury. Enraged, the Blood-Eye Earth Spider unleashed 4 massive webs of toxic silk to trap all 3 of them. Xingwu reacted instantly, commanding Heifeng to use Shadow Stealth and launch a counterattack. Moving like a phantom, the beast easily evaded the spider's deadly strikes. Watching the battle unfold from above, Xingwu became more and more confident in his theory. He confirmed his suspicion. Every time the Blood-Eye Earth Spider spat silk, it drained its own life force. Xingwu reasoned that once the beast depleted its very last thread of silk, it would be left completely drained of life. He shouted his new strategy to his beast. Heifeng, don't fight it head-on anymore. Just keep annoying and disgusting it. Heifeng growled in agreement. He rapidly shifted positions right in front of the spider, leaving the beast completely unable to lock onto its target. The moment the Blood-Eye Earth Spider spat its toxic silk, Heifeng leaped into the air, dodging the attack perfectly. Unfortunately, the toxic silk still caught Heifeng's hind leg, violently dragging him out of the sky and down to the ground. Without losing any of his energy, Heifeng used his agile movements to swiftly break free from the sticky, venomous silk. Sensing that the perfect moment had finally arrived, Xingwu ordered Heifeng and Freya to coordinate a joint attack. Heifeng, stop holding back. Use your demon power. Freya, cast Holy Guardian Light to cleanse him of all negative status effects. Inside the helicopter, Kai Nian and Ru Yan spotted Xingwu's group. Kai Nian asked anxiously, "Are we still not going to help them?" Ru Yan calmly replied, "Keep waiting. He has already figured out how to handle it." Yet, Kai Nian still seemed deeply worried. He pressed on, asking, "But can Xiao Xingwu really hold out?" 7 hours had passed, and the group was still desperately battling the relentless Blood-Eye Earth Spider. By now, Xingwu was completely exhausted, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Yet, he continued to analyze the situation. That ugly spider had lost 90% of its health, and its silk was fading fast. It couldn't defeat Heifeng, while he was buffed by demon power and Holy Guardian Light. If this keeps up, the monster is doomed. Lost in thought, a sudden realization hit him. Wait, all living creatures have a will to survive. Why was it burning through so much health? Yet, it still refused to stop fighting. Was this purely out of sheer hatred? But it has never left its cave. Could there be some kind of treasure hidden inside? The demonic Earth Hell Spider fires a massive stream of toxic silk right at Xingwu's team, and it is gaining speed fast. This is the moment of truth. Xingwu orders Heifeng to counterattack. Heifeng unleashes Hell Howl, channeling every bit of his strength to blast the attack right back at the monster. The battle is completely in Xingwu's hands now. He confidently shouts out that the beast is running dangerously low on spider silk. This is their chance. Xingwu orders Heifeng to deliver the final finishing blow, and Heifeng unleashes the devastating Hellfire Lotus. The demonic Earth Hell Spider takes 2 critical hits from Heifeng and looks completely done. But wait, it is not over. Summoning every ounce of its remaining strength, the beast launches a desperate, all-out counterattack directly at Xingwu's group. Instantly, Heifeng and Freya throw themselves forward to shield their master. Xingwu firmly commands them to forget about him, switch from defense to offense, and finish this monster off right now. Obeying the command, Heifeng leaps high into the air, prepares his Hellfire Lotus, and unleashes his ultimate, strongest strike on the beast. With no way to block the devastating attack, the demonic earth hell spider takes the full force of He Feng's strike and goes flying. Finally, Xing Wu slumps to the ground with a massive sigh of relief. We did it. We actually did it. He does not forget to praise his loyal battle partners either, telling He Feng and Freya they both did an amazing job. With the demonic earth hell spider finally down, Xing Wu leads his team straight into the beast's lair to hunt for hidden treasures. He urges He Feng and Freya to follow him inside, promising there must be good loot waiting as the team ventures deep into the cave. Suddenly, Principal Tuo's voice crackles with sheer urgency, warning Xing Wu to get out of there immediately. But Xing Wu is still hyped about the treasure inside. He asks in confusion, pointing out that he already defeated the demonic earth hell spider. Principal Tuo cuts him off with a chilling warning. Even if that monster is dead, its body can still move for a short time. Panic washes over Xing Wu as those words sink in. He quickly spins around to check the situation, asking what she meant. But right behind him is a terrifying sight he never could have anticipated. The demonic earth hell spider, which supposedly lay dead just a second ago, is now looming right over them, ready to strike, unleashing its absolute final breath. The beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the entire cave. Xing Wu and Freya sprint toward the entrance, but he freezes in horror. The towering monster has completely blocked their only way out. Deep wounds tear open across the monster's body, forcing a scream of pure agony from its throat. Xing Wu quickly orders Freya to retreat into his beast metal, a command that suddenly triggers a memory of his promise to her. He promised to protect her and never let her get hurt. Now, without hesitation, Freya flies straight at the beast, leaving Xing Wu screaming in panic. He screams for her to come back, but Freya moves like a rocket, slamming into the beast in a blinding flash of light. Freya strikes with such unbelievable power that she sends the massive beast sliding all the way out of the cave entrance. She launches the monster into the sky. With one final cry of pain, the beast explodes into pieces right before her eyes. Xing Wu runs over from behind, completely stunned, asking if she just unlocked a brand new skill on her own. He scoops Freya up in a massive hug like an excited kid, praising her endlessly while the little creature looks slightly exasperated. Returning to the cave, they search around and finally find the mysterious item the beast was desperately risking its life to guard. Xing Wu points inside and asks Lulu if she recognizes this seed. Turns out, it is the legendary precursor to the ancient Sky Lake Vine Beast. Clutching the seed with absolute joy, he realizes an ancient bloodline like this could easily be a legendary illusion god tier. But a bloodline this powerful is incredibly hard to grow. He turns to Lulu, asking if she knows the proper way to plant it. Lulu thinks deeply, noting the requirements are insane. It apparently needs rare materials like icebone phoenix tailgrass to sprout, not to mention ghost, firefly, nectar, and fertilizer from a divine beast. Xing Wu sighs, complaining that this seed is more demanding than a spoiled princess. Lowering his voice to negotiate, he points out that Lulu is an imperial tier beast herself, and you are a legendary demonic weapon, feared by the Dragon Empress. Surely a big shot, like you knows where to find divine beasts. Lulu snaps, asking if he expects her to pick up dung. Xing Wu smirks, but she instantly cuts him off, saying it is not happening. Just then, a massive roaring noise echoes outside the cave, prompting Xing Wu to rush out to investigate. A helicopter is hovering overhead, and someone inside shouts down to ask if Xing Wu is all right. He reassures Principal Tuo he is fine. 2 weeks quickly fly by, and the streets of Four Spirit City are packed with crowds. Surrounded by deafening cheers, he thinks to himself that this national tournament is truly on another level of excitement. Someone mocks him for arriving so early, and he turns to see the Murong siblings walking his way. Xing Wu greets Yang Shuo warmly, then compliments Lu Jin, telling her she has gotten even more beautiful since they last met. Yang Shuo instantly spits his water out in shock and furiously asks what the kid just called his little sister. He casually replies, "Look, writing Murong Jingxin's name is just way too tedious, so I decided to give her a nickname instead." Yang Shuo furiously crushes his drink can and roars, "Wait, when did you even write my sister's name? And what kind of childish, vulgar nickname is Lu Jin anyway? I am going to beat you to death today." But Murong Xinshin quickly holds her brother back, telling him to sit down. Hearing his sister's voice, Yang Shuo's anger vanishes instantly. Fine. Xing Yu leans in and asks Xingshin, "Hey, Lu Jin, how have things been lately? How is your beast's evolution progress going?" She smiles, replying, "My first beast has already evolved to the second mature stage, and my second beast awakened the lightning attribute." Hearing this, Yang Shuo literally turns to stone. His sister is not only talking to another guy, but she actually accepted that cheap nickname. Clutching his head as tears stream down, he realizes his little sister has officially outgrown him. He remembers calling her by a childhood nickname once, and she ignored him for days. Yet when Si Xingyu calls her that ridiculous name, she just rolls with it? Talk about massive favoritism. Yang Shuo cries out, looking up at the sky in despair. Oh God, this world has gone completely mad. My own sister clearly has a crush, and is constantly taking an outsider's side over mine. The two just stare at him blankly, wondering what his deal is. Xingzhen sighs, choosing to ignore him, while Xingyu asks, by the way, who is our opponent today? Nobody knows since the draw results aren't officially announced yet. But suddenly, a familiar voice cuts in. Actually, the results are already out. Seeing the newcomer, everyone gasps in utter shock. Dean Su Ruyan steps up to announce their first opponent is White Tiger Academy. No matter what, you must crush them in the solo matches today and deliver a complete and absolute defeat. Suddenly, a mocking voice sneers from behind. Why is Dean Su so incredibly angry? It is none other than Zhu Qingyu. She sneers. Are you really that afraid of losing to my White Tiger Academy? Ruin glares back coldly. Shouldn't you be back at your own bench, Dean Zhu? Why are you loitering around Azure Dragon Academy's turf? If you want to spy, can't you just check your phone? Qingyu scoffs. Oh, I only came to get a glimpse of your supposed trump card. I heard he took down a fully matured demonic beast and can even summon both angel and demon beasts at once, just like that legendary man did. Ruyan snaps back angrily. Well, seeing is believing, after all. I admit, the kid has some skills, but he is merely the next Yanning Chang, riding on a bit of luck. Do you really think your student is that strong? Seeing things escalate, Yang Shuo quickly steps in, whispering, Dean, please watch your public image. Xingyu sits back, observing the intense rivalry. Word has it that she and Dean Su have been bitter rivals since childhood, always trying to outdo each other in everything from academic grades to family background. Neither of them will give an inch. But right then, Kanian rushes in to announce that the Empress has finally arrived. Xingyu huffs, just you wait. I will make your Azure Dragon Academy pack up and go home. Ruyan calmly responds, I will be waiting to see you try. Still fuming, she barks out her orders. Si Xingyu, Murong Yangshuo, Murong Xingxin, follow me to welcome the Empress immediately. Up above, the sky slowly parts, casting down a brilliant beam of light. A vibrant, colorful cloud appears, revealing a massive, awe-inspiring figure looming inside. As the cloud drifts closer, the silhouette of a titanic beast appears, with a majestic figure standing proudly atop its head. The crowd below erupts in wild cheers. The Empress has arrived. Oh my God, she is truly the most beautiful and powerful woman in our entire Dragon Nation. This is Shangguanlan, the Supreme Empress of the Dragon Nation. Her personal spirit beast is a terrifyingly fierce white Qilin. Shangguanlan is a breathtaking yet formidable woman, her sharp eyes scanning the massive crowd below with absolute authority. Xingyu is completely awestruck by this breathtaking sight. Is this truly the absolute Her aura is incredibly overwhelming. As her massive beast touches down, Shangguanlan gracefully steps off, radiating a level of power that demands absolute respect. Xingyu spots the badge on her chest and gasps, an 11-star badge. A beast emperor standing high above all 10-star masters. The massive gap between us is definitely more than just a few stars. At that exact moment, his special eye interface displays her beast's info, the legendary 7, color sacred Kylin, a third-stage god, slaying class beast, a pure-blooded Qilin lineage. However, all details regarding its creation quality, talent, attributes, loyalty, and skills are completely hidden. Xingyu nods. The gap is indeed too massive, easily exceeding the scanning limit of his demon god's eye. He then smugly asks Lulu in his mind, Hey Lulu, since the Empress put a massive bounty on you, how are you even alive? Aren't you incredibly lucky to have met me? Without me, you would have died 1,000,000 times over. Lulu clicks her tongue, replying, While you speak with zero respect, I honestly can't argue with that. Qingyu inquires curiously. That 7-color sacred Qilin surely isn't the Empress's only active spirit beast, right? Of course not. She commands creatures that are even more powerful. Just then, Xingyu suddenly senses a distinct, ancient dragon energy swirling around her. He is utterly stunned. Dragon Force. Pure Dragon Force. Lulu, does she actually possess a pure-blooded dragon? Weren't pure-blooded dragons completely sealed away and wiped out hundreds of years ago? Dalu shrugged, admitting she did not know. but she explained that according to historical records, only the purebred dragons, purebred phoenixes, and purebred killins possess a creation tier bloodline. When it came to power, the dragons ranked first, followed by phoenixes and killins. Yet the race Ye Feng annihilated was actually the dragon clan. Dalu found herself wondering as well. If the purebred dragons were truly extinct, where did that woman encounter one? Plus, there was the dragon's tear, one of their 3 great treasures. Clearly, the war of dragon annihilation was far more complex than it seemed. As they struggled to uncover the truth, Empress Garin looked down from above and ordered the tournament to begin. Ru Yan arrived to deliver the news, informing Xiao Xingyu that according to the draw, he would be up first. He assured Principal Su that he would win the opening match. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo mocked him, saying that even if he lost, the rest of the team would carry him. As Xingyu stepped onto the arena, the announcer's voice boomed. On the right was the White Tiger Academy contestant, Lin Tianxi, son of the Tiger Sword Guild president. A muscular powerhouse stepped forward. Facing him on the left was Azure Dragon Academy's rising genius, Xiao Xingyu. As the match began, Xingyu looked completely outmatched at first glance. Summoning his partner, he called out for He Feng to emerge. The wolf let out a fierce, intimidating roar the moment it appeared. Across the field, a giant python slithered out as its master ordered the sand burial red python to battle. In the stands, Xingxing grew anxious, wondering if the python's sand attribute countered He Feng's firepower. Yang Shuo explained that in same-tier duels, elemental counters were far more decisive than bloodline suppression. This was going to be a tough fight for Xiao Xingyu. His opponent immediately unleashed a devastating sandblade tornado. A massive vortex whipped up, tearing toward Xingyu and He Feng. He immediately ordered a counterattack. He Feng unleashed its hellish howl, blasting a beam of purple energy from its maw. The 2 massive attacks clashed head-on, but the sand tornado easily overwhelmed He Feng's fire blast. Splattering blood showed the wolf was hurt, forcing He Feng to take a step back. His smug opponent yelled over, boasting that with the elemental advantage, Xingyu stood absolutely no chance. He offered to show mercy if Xingyu surrendered right then. However, Xingyu responded with a completely random question. He asked if the weather felt a bit humid, raising his hand to say the real fight was only just beginning. He claimed he would end it in just 2 moves. The opponent scoffed, but Xingyu did not waste any time. He Feng unleashed another hellish howl, but pointed it directly into the sky, launching a massive wave of energy upward. The Empress's maid wondered if he was trying to melt the sand, though the Hell Wolf's fire was not hot enough. Garin replied that she was wrong. Intrigued, the maid asked what the young man was actually aiming to do. Watching the arena with deep amusement, Garin revealed that he was trying to exploit her artificially created rainbow clouds. He Feng blasted his energy straight into the sky, leaving Tianxi completely bewildered, as all of his smug confidence suddenly vanished. He muttered, wondering what Xingyu was planning, when suddenly, light rain began to drizzle down from above. Rain? Tianxi gasped in realization. Panicking as he figured out the trap, he desperately ordered his giant python to react. He screamed for his python to stop it, but Xingyu smirked, telling him he had already missed his golden opportunity. By the time Tianxi realized, it was too late. He cursed inwardly, realizing the wet sand would ruin his attacks. Neither the sand dragon tornado nor the quicksand burial could be cast with wet sand. Having completely neutralized his opponent's moves, Xingyu finally ordered He Feng to unleash their ultimate strike, Hellfire Lotus. He Feng leapt into the air, launching a direct attack at Tianxi's python. Defenseless, the giant serpent took the full brunt of the devastating blast. The massive python writhed in agony, severely wounded by He Feng's fiery lotus. The battle was completely over when the python finally collapsed. The referee quickly declared the winner, loudly praising Xiao Xingyu for his absolutely brilliant and unexpected tactical display. He did it. Xiao Xingyu had actually pulled it off. Using only 2 moves, he completely turned the tables to win. Both Tianxi and his giant python lay unconscious on the ground after taking the lethal impact of He Feng's strike. The referee was deeply impressed, marveling at how effective that artificial rain trick had been. The Empress of the Dragon Kingdom had watched the entire match, and only now did she offer praise, noting his excellent timing and clever strategic mind. Her close maid stepped forward. She reported that their thorough investigation into Xiao Xingyu's background showed absolutely no issues. Exceedingly pleased with this news, Empress Garin decided to grant him the very first invitation to this year's prestigious Imperial Soul Training Camp. The maid was shocked that a commoner received the first invite, but bowed quickly, accepting her orders. Back below the stands, Yang Shuo praised Xingyu the moment he returned to the group. He admitted it was impressive how quickly he finished the fight, while Xingchen clapped and cheered him on. Hearing that, Xingyu smirked with satisfaction. He was clearly thrilled with his recent victory, confident that he would never taste defeat. Director Su stood up and shouted, praising Xiao Xingyu for his great performance and promising a huge reward once they returned. Xingyu waved casually toward Ruyan, joking that Director Su had better not forget about that promise when they got back. Suddenly, Dalu chimed in, sensing the presence of phoenix tail grass nearby. This left Xingyu utterly confused, as that rare herb only grew at the border. Does Four Spirits City have it too? Standing right beside him, Xingchen softly asked if he was going to watch the next round. Xingyu quickly made up a random excuse, claiming his own fight was over, and he just needed to use the restroom. Hearing his response, her face instantly fell, looking deeply disappointed. Seeing his sister's reaction, Yang Shuo instantly lost his temper, aggressively demanding to know what Xingyu had just said to her. Xingyu quickly tried to soothe the situation, encouraging Lu Jin to win her upcoming match while promising his silent support. But Xingchen just called out his name. Looking at Xingchen, he sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing and insisting he had urgent business to do. He simply couldn't stay to watch. Turning her face away, Xingchen softly muttered that he absolutely had to hang out with her once the tournament ended. Xingyu didn't need to be told twice. He immediately bolted as the referee's booming voice announced the next matchup on stage. The second battle featured General Murong's daughter, Murong Xingchen from Azure Dragon Academy, facing off against Zhou Ye, the son of the Huangyan City Lord from Baihui Academy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Tangyu Summit in Four Spirit City. A massive crowd had gathered, loudly cheering and praising General Zhou Chenggong for his exhausting years of tireless service, guarding the distant border. People welcomed the city lord home with simple gifts, offering fresh eggs and expressing their deepest gratitude for his protection. In the distance, others showered him with endless praise, calling him the pride of Four Spirit City and a legendary hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Squeezing through the crowd, Xingyu marveled at how many people had gathered to welcome them. As Zhou Chenggong and his majestic beast, the giant war rhino, marched past, a detailed stat screen popped up before Xingyu's eyes. It was a Tier 2 Beast King, with a mythical-grade giant war beast bloodline. Its special talent was War Roar. This psychic-class roar could boost ally morale, increase attack and defense, and shatter enemy armor. Possessing immense crushing strength, the beast also boasted a staggering loyalty score of 150. Xingyu gasped in absolute shock, immediately calling out to Dalu in his mind. An 8-star tamer, with a Beast King stage partner, and a loyalty level well over 100. Xingyu could only wonder how many deadly battles they had survived together. Dalu solemnly explained that the aggressive giant war beast clan shared an old grudge with her 9-tailed fox clan. But she quickly recognized this famous city lord named Zhou. Only Zhou Sheng guarded the western fortress of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Xingyu realized that this man must be the father of Zhou Ye, who was currently fighting Murong Xingchen. Dalu immediately began hatching a devious plan. Since phoenix tail grass grew in the monster-infested Legu Glacier that he guarded, he was sure to have some on him. She suggested that Xingyu should just steal his storage bag, leaving the young man completely speechless and sweating. Robbing an 8-star master sounded absolutely suicidal. But, as Xingyu was complaining, he suddenly noticed something deeply concerning about the giant beast. He watched closely and saw that the mighty Rhino Emperor was limping. Could it be suffering from some hidden illness? Looking sex. Its massive body, even around the rims of its eyes, was completely covered in tiny, parasitic bugs. Sensing a golden opportunity, Xingyu shouted loudly across the crowd, calling out to General Zhou Chenggong that his giant war rhino was suffering and that he knew exactly how to cure it. His shout instantly caught the general's attention. Turning around, the war hero asked with a serious expression why the young man thought his partner was sick. Sizing Xingyu up, he noted the boy wore an Azure Dragon Academy uniform and looked no older than his own son. How could he possibly know medicine? Xingyu confidently flashed his identification card, introducing himself as a special pharmacist from the Kangzhong Guild, and asked if the beast was constantly lethargic, and if red spots broke out across its skin whenever it rained, and if its skin even began to fester. Shocked by the perfect diagnosis, the general admitted he had returned specifically to find a cure, though he remained highly skeptical of a mere student. He simply couldn't trust him yet. He challenged the boy to explain the root cause and see if it matched other doctors. Xingyu just smirked, calling it simple. Plucking one of the tiny bugs from the beast, he explained that these desert mites were the sole source of the entire illness. Zhou Chenggong closely evaluated the kid, realizing he indeed possessed some genuine medical knowledge. He admitted that despite hiring countless famous doctors over the years, none could completely purge these desert mites. Since the young man boldly stepped forward, he asked if he truly had a cure. Hearing those words, a highly mischievous grin spread across Xingyu's face. He suggested they discuss the details privately, as he would require specific rare herbs. The general instantly agreed to his request. Zhou Chenggong invites him, saying, "Come to my villa. Just name any herbs you need. Once the treatment is done, I will help you with anything." Standing before Lord Zhou, Xingyu can hardly believe he just stumbled upon such an incredible opportunity. It seems he will not only secure the phoenix tailgrass, but also gain a powerful ally. Cutting to the Zhou estate, Xingyu stands before a massive herb cabinet, carefully selecting 15 baskets of falling silver flowers, 20 grams of heavenly bamboo grass, and 25 grams of fire poria. Adding his family recipe, he brews the purple soul essence. Having brewed the remedy for Qi Huang, Xingyu advises carefully, "City Lord Zhou, this is purple soul essence, specifically made to cure sand parasites. Have him drink the liquid, apply the dregs externally, and it will work rapidly with zero side effects. If you still have doubts, you can always find someone else to test it first." Trusting Xingyu completely, the Lord calmly replies, "My young friend, you worry too much. I never doubt those I trust. Let me administer it." Zhou Chenggong sits beside Qi Huang, gently bringing the medicine close and stroking its head, whispering, "Be good, drink this up." Xingyu's medicine works like magic. The moment Qi Huang drinks it, the beast falls into a peaceful sleep as the sand parasites crawl out one by one. Lord Zhou is stunned by the sheer efficacy of Xingyu's recipe. The little beast has not slept this soundly in a very long time. The medicine is absolutely miraculous, leaving him in awe of Xingyu's talent. "Young brother, no. Dr. Xiao," he stammers. Before Chenggong can even finish his sentence, Xingyu quickly cuts in. "I know exactly what you are worried about. City Lord Zhou, the sand parasites on your spirit beast will be completely eradicated, and I can give you the formula. Once you return to Huangyan City, you can use it to help your soldiers' beasts." Deeply grateful, Chenggong thanks him, but wonders, "Thank you so much. But what is your price?" Xingyu states his terms. "I need phoenix tailgrass and glowworm flowers." To Chenggong, this seems like a very small request. After all, phoenix tailgrass is not an expensive herb, and while the glowworm flower is rare, it is not impossible to find. The boy adds that these two items are more than enough. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Chenggong extends an enthusiastic invitation. "Dr. Xiao, please stay for dinner tonight. Since we get along so well, let us share a drink and chat." Xingyu scratches his head sheepishly at the offer. "To be honest, City Lord Zhou, I actually snuck out to come here. By now, Li Lang has probably finished sparring with my teammate." Hearing about the match, Chenggong's eyes light up as he exclaims, "The heads of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academies have been at odds for ages. Even I have heard of their rivalry." Chenggong offers to tag along, adding, "Perfect. I wanted to pay my respects to the Empress anyway." Back at the arena, the announcer is passionately describing the clash between Xingxin and Zhou Ye. "Ladies and gentlemen, this showdown is reaching a fever pitch. The intense duel between Zhou Ye and Murong Xingxin has been raging for an entire hour, yet neither side has yielded an inch." Up in the stands, the crowd is cheering wildly, while Xingyu watches from below, unable to believe his eyes. Are they seriously still fighting? Indeed, Xingxin and Zhou Ye are still locked in combat. Wearing a smug smirk, Zhou Ye mockingly taunts Xingxin. "Classmate Murong, you are clearly at a disadvantage. Why push yourself so hard to hang on? Besides, you have been distracted since the very start. What on earth are you looking for?" Xingxin completely ignores Zhou Ye's petty provocations. Her mind is elsewhere, wondering why Xingyu isn't back yet. If he sees her lose, it will be incredibly embarrassing. She tells herself, "No, I absolutely must win this for him to see." From behind, Xingyu shouts out, "Lu Jin, why are you pushing so hard? Is your soul power even holding up?" Xingxin quickly turns to look at him. Xingyu activates his divine eyes to quickly assess the situation. Both Xingxin and Zhou Ye are clearly pushing their absolute limits. With their spiritual energy on the absolute brink of exhaustion, it is a double-edged sword for both sides. He decides to analyze their spirit beast's attributes. Xingyu looks closely at Xingxin's beast, wondering if this is actually Lu Jin's primary companion. It seems she has summoned her ultimate trump card. This girl's fierce competitive nature is actually pretty adorable. The system details pop up. Snow Spirit Demon Slayer, Adult Stage Tier 2, boasting a mythic grade bloodline. First talent, One Eye, granting powerful vision to spot enemy blind spots and weaknesses. Second talent is the Frost Storm. Upon taking damage, freezing shockwaves erupt to boost defense shields. Attributes: flying and ice elements. Loyalty is at 99%. Xingyu then examines Zhou Ye's beast, completely caught off guard by its highly unusual ability. 12 clones? No wonder this fight is dragging on. The panel displays Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf, Adult Stage, Tier 2, Mythic Grade Bloodline. Mythic Bloodline. First talent, Wolf Head, which significantly reduces all incoming direct frontal damage. Second talent, Shadow Clone. It consumes mental energy to manifest 12 identical clones. Clones deal true damage, but defeating them drains the user's mental strength. Attributes: Psychic. Type: Loyalty is maxed out. 87. Xingxin shouts out her ultimate skill, Winter's Descent. Countless ice shards shoot rapidly toward the demonic-eyed wolf. Zhou Ye counters immediately. He activates his clone illusion technique to cleanly dodge Xingxin's incoming blizzard attack. The demonic-eyed wolf easily dodges every single ice shard, aggressively charging forward with a fierce, challenging roar. Sensing the danger, the Snow Spirit Demon Hunter leaps into the air to maintain a safe distance. Still, it gets hit by the demonic-eyed wolf. A spectator remarks that this clone move is pretty deceptive. How can anyone spot the real one among those clones? Xingyu frowns, thinking there's definitely a way. Xingyu looks at Xingxin. He has to take a gamble here. Standing right behind her, he covers his mouth and coughs repeatedly, desperately trying to signal her and drop a hint about the real beast. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Xingxin immediately picks up on his signal. She glances back, totally confused, while Xingyu clutches his chest and dramatically keeps up his fake coughing act to guide her. After hearing his repeated coughs, Xingxin finally catches onto his plan. But still, what exactly is he trying to show her? Is this some kind of code? Meanwhile, right behind her, Zhou Ye's wolf is already preparing its next lethal strike. She intensely scans the confusing swarm of real and fake beasts, finally spotting the actual physical body. Unlike the illusions, the real demonic-eyed wolf lets out the actual, heavy breathing of a live beast in combat. Having spotted the enemy's fatal flaw, Xingxin immediately orders a swift counterattack, and her Snow Spirit Demon Hunter unleashes a massive strike. Zhou Ye's wolf is no longer invincible. It takes the full, devastating force of Xingxin's Snow Spirit Demon Hunter head-on. Zhou Ye grimaces, gasping, how is this possible? He cannot believe his eyes, desperately trying to calm his panic. No, she must have just guessed. The wolf shifts its clones, but Xingxin lands another direct hit on the real beast. After taking 2 devastating, fatal blows, Zhou Ye's beast is completely knocked out and unable to fight. The referee bellows the final result. The match is decided. The glorious winner of this battle is Murong Jingxin. With a flawless 2-0 lead for the Qinglong Academy, the victory is sealed. Smiling brightly, Jingxin happily jogs back toward her brother and Jingyu. Yang Shuo beams. You're absolutely the best, sis. Xingyu joins in, clapping and offering his congratulations. Xingxin dives straight into Xingyu's arms, squealing happily. Thank you so much. Xingyu chuckles. No problem, it was nothing. But Yang Shuo immediately cuts in, watching this cozy display before him with pure, shaking panic. What are you doing, sis? And you, Xingyu, what did you do to my sister? Yang Shuo snaps, pointing threateningly at him. Get your hands off her. If you dare touch my little sister again, I will break you. Xingyu chuckles awkwardly. Relax. I was only giving Xingxin a little tip. We cut back to Zhou Yi, whose smug arrogance has completely vanished, replaced by sheer dread. Dean, I lost. He stammers. Hearing this, Dean Qingyu's face twists with absolute, furious rage. Standing right before the 3 elite students he considers the best in his academy, the dean snaps his cigarette in half out of pure rage, leaving Zhou Ye and Tianxi trembling. Qingyu roars furiously. Emergency team meeting tonight. We analyze strategy, and if we do not get results, nobody sleeps. Train until you drop. They shout back in unison. Standing next to the Empress, Cheng Gong sighs. Looks like my son's strength still needs some serious work. General Murong's daughter is incredibly perceptive. Finding that tiny flaw, at the exact critical moment, She is indeed a prized seed of Qinglong Academy. But the Empress remains expressionless, telling him to stop playing dumb. She only noticed because she was warned. And the one who warned her was none other than Divine Physician Xiao. Pierced to the core, Qing Gong immediately drops to his knees to beg forgiveness. Your Majesty, please do not blame them. I beg you to give the children another chance. Ignoring Qing Gong's frantic pleas, the Empress speaks in a calm, measured voice. Zhou Ye, Murong Jingxin, and Xixing Yu all performed exceptionally well. I will personally grant them invitations to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Hearing this, Qing Gong's face relaxes, and he bows, thanking Her Majesty. We jump right back to Xing Yu and the two Murong family siblings. Xing Yu smiles and asks, Yang Shuo, Dean Su is treating us to barbecue tonight. Any good places to recommend? Yang Shuo snaps, get lost. Who is your brother? I'm not your brother. Just then, an official approaches to hand invitations to Xing Xin and Xing Yu. Xing Yu and Murong Xingxin, your incredible performance on the arena floor has been recognized by the Empress herself. These are your invitations to the prestigious Imperial Soul Training Camp. Please accept them. Xing Yu takes his letter, turning to Yang Shuo. Hey, Yang Shuo, what exactly is this Imperial Soul Training Camp? He explains. The Imperial Soul Training Camp is a legendary program the Empress built specifically for the 4 great academies, where Her Majesty herself acts as the head instructor. Xing Yu listens as he adds, not a single person who graduates from there fails to become a top-tier pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Shuo folded his arms and replied, the Empress taught me herself. Xing Yu finally realized the danger, cold sweat pouring down. He thought that despite the perks of being near the Empress, he had a blood contract with Lulu. If they were discovered, while he was deeply lost in thought, Xing quietly walked over to his side. She placed her warm hand on his anxious face, which took him completely by surprise. Xing Xin softly comforted and encouraged him. Hey, stop zoning out. Didn't you say you wanted to get some barbecue? We can worry about the future later. Xing Yu sighed. All right. Soon, they were at a barbecue spot, where juicy, sauce-marinated skewers sizzled over hot coals, smelling absolutely delicious. The trio of Xing Yu, Xing Xin, and Yang Shuo sat together, happily enjoying their freshly grilled skewers. Xing Yu stuffed his mouth while asking Yang Shuo, Brother Yang Shuo, you and Lu Jin are from the 4 great clans, yet you actually enjoy eating at street stalls? Yang Shuo replied without hesitation. We in the 4 great clans aren't gods who don't eat normal food, not just barbecue. My sister and I love spicy soup and spicy strips too. Xingxin was far more polite than them, covering her mouth while chewing as she silently glanced at her brother and Xing Yu. Xing Yu started thinking of little Shimeng back home, remembering the time she first saw deep-fried dough sticks. Shimeng had asked him blankly, Big brother, what is this? Xing Yu replied in shock. What? You've never even heard of fried dough sticks? Xing Yu laughed and said, I thought the 4 great clans would be the same. Sitting beside him, Xingxin listened to his story and could only sigh in exasperated silence. Sensing her mood, Xing Yu asked, What's wrong? Xingxin replied in a lazy, tired tone, It's nothing. I just find you a bit annoying, that's all. Xing Yu teased her. Is it that time of the month? I'm a doctor. Come on, let me check your injuries. Yang Shuo choked and spat out his food in pure shock, while a dark, murderous aura erupted from Xingxin's head. Yang Shuo screamed in rage, pointing his chopsticks threateningly right at Xing Yu's face. Xiao Xing Yu, I'm going to murder you. Xing Yu quickly scrambled backward. Xing Yu pleaded for calm, offering to drink 3 penalty cups. Yang Shuo crushed the beer can in his hand, yelling directly in Xing Yu's face. Drink what? This beer is as weak as plain water. It doesn't count as a penalty. Hearing this, Xing Yu confidently called the waiter over. Boss, bring out your strongest liquor, the owner quickly replied, coming right up. In an instant, the waiter placed a whole crate of strong liquor on the table. Yang Shuo issued a challenge. Xiao Xingyu, let's have a duel. Today, I will drink you under the table until you crawl, or else I'll take your last name. After challenging Xing Yu to a drinking duel, Yang Shuo ended up vomiting uncontrollably right outside the entrance. A still sober Xing Yu asked, Yang Shuo, are you okay? Can you keep drinking? Yang Shuo, unable to stand straight, slurred, I can still drink. Let this be a warning. You better treat my sister well when you marry her, or else this brother-in-law will. Xing Yu laughed in amusement. Lu Jin, your brother is totally wasted. He actually accepted me as his brother-in-law. Beside them, Yang Shuo kept vomiting. Suddenly, Lu Jin blushed and asked Xing Yu, "With my brother here today, it wasn't very fun. Could we go hang out together another day?" Scratching his cheek, Xing Yu awkwardly agreed to hang out with Xing Xin on another day, suggesting the day after tomorrow since he had a team match tomorrow. Sprawled out on the street, Yang Shuo whined childishly despite being dead drunk. "No way. I want to go too." Later that night back home, Xing Yu held the seed in his hand and muttered, "I have the phoenix grass now, and the glow flower will be delivered soon." Looking at the glowing, rare seed in his palm, Xing Yu sighed dejectedly. "Now I only need the feces of a god-tier beast king, but how on earth am I supposed to get that?" No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find a solution. Clicking his tongue, he decided to deal with it later and went to sleep. In the dark night, the crest on Xing Yu's hand glowed mysteriously. The next morning, the sun rose high. As Xing Yu slept soundly, a woman's hand gently pressed against his face, shaking him repeatedly to wake him up. Xiao Xing Yu, wake up." Xing Yu slowly opened his eyes and mumbled in a sleepy voice, "Huh, Lulu?" Seeing Lulu standing there in the flesh, he jolted wide awake and screamed out in sheer shock. Xing Yu bolted upright and pinned her against the opposite wall. "How did you sneak out on your own? Did the Empress's guards spot you?" Lulu replied calmly, "No, I just came out to gather some information. There's something very important you need to know." Hearing this, Xing Yu finally relaxed and sighed. "That's a relief. You scared the life out of me," he muttered, patting his chest to calm down. Lulu looked at him with slight disdain and pointed out, "It's fine to pat your chest, but stop squeezing mine." Xing Yu quickly pulled his hand back, waving his arms to explain, "Sorry about that, total accident." He then sat down in his chair and seriously questioned her. "Since you snuck out of my beast crest, what did you manage to find out?" Lulu explained, "The Navy Grand General of the Dragon Kingdom, Murong Jin, captured the Calamity Demon Python Medusa. She knows too much. Based on what I know about the Dragon Kingdom, they will definitely execute her during the full moon in 3 days." Xing Yu asked in confusion, "Isn't Murong Jin actually Lu Jin's father? How does any of this concern you?" Only then did Lulu finally reveal the secret connection between them. Dalu revealed she and Medusa were actually friends, and that Medusa was a legendary god-tier spirit beast. Xing Wu was shocked. Leave it to the Dragon Nation's Navy Admiral to actually capture a god-tier spirit beast. Realization hit him. "Wait, are you planning a rescue?" Seeing his hesitation, Dalu began sharing Medusa's deepest secrets to persuade him. She holds a dark secret about Empress Shangguan Lan's involvement in the legendary Great Dragon War. "Master, can we please save her?" Xing Wu immediately shut it down. "No way, I am not risking my life, even if you call me master." He pointed out the harsh reality of the prison's location, an impenetrable underground fortress hidden right beneath Navy headquarters. Thousands of elite high-level beast tamers patrol and guard those dark cells constantly. Worse yet, Navy headquarters is guarded by Admiral Murong Jin himself, a formidable 9-star beast tamer who commands a legendary creature carrying the sacred sea god bloodline. He asked if the two of them breaking in was just a suicide mission. Dalu could only look on with deep regret. Lifting Dalu's chin, Xing Wu firmly told her he would not throw his life away. He ordered her to stay, reminding her she was bound to obey him. But right in the middle of their tense argument, the system sent a sudden notification directly to Xing Wu. A holographic screen popped up with a special quest: infiltrate Navy headquarters to break out and rescue a prisoner. The target was the Calamity Python Medusa, keeper of the Empress's secrets. The prize for a successful rescue? A mysterious egg. A pure bloodline dragon egg plus 10,000 tokens. But failure meant the Empress would discover Dalu's location and uncover his secret identity as her master. Xing Wu cursed in frustration. This stupid system rarely gives out quests, and now it wants me to go on a suicide mission. Damn it. But as he calmed down, he realized that if his identity got exposed, his sister would be dragged into danger too. In the end, Xing Wu decided to take the gamble and look on the bright side. Completing this meant not just epic rewards, but a golden opportunity to form a contract with the god-tier beast Medusa herself. Besides, Medusa's rare materials could nourish his heavenly soul beast. It was time to risk it. Changing his mind, Xing Wu put on a cool, calm face. "Lulu, you are my beast, but you are also my family. I want to help you unconditionally. So I have decided we are going to break into that prison and rescue Medusa together." Dalu was absolutely overjoyed, tearfully thanking him. A screen flashed, showing her loyalty had spiked all the way to 90%. Suddenly, Xingwu's phone buzzed with a loud alert. It was an official Navy announcement regarding Medusa's upcoming public execution. Breaking news. Navy headquarters announced they would publicly execute Medusa on Ice and Fire Island in just 3 days. In a massive high-profile operation, Admiral Murong Jin of the Dragon Nation had successfully captured this extremely dangerous god-tier spirit beast. The capture of the Calamity Python Medusa showcased the Navy's ultimate might. Yet, Xingwu found the timing highly suspicious. Why execute her in exactly 3 days? Dalu explained that the Divine Python clan possessed a highly unique bloodline. Beheading them during a full moon is the only way to harvest a flawless beast core. Doing it any other day would completely ruin it. Xingwu sighed heavily. A mere 2-star beastmaster invading a heavily fortified naval base teeming with top-tier experts? It sounded completely insane. Lulu, return to your beast badge for now. I need the next few days to prepare some sort of plan. Though extremely worried, Dalu trusted him. I am putting all my faith in you, Master. After promising her, the scene shifts to today's combat arena. A terrifying battlefield completely surrounded by thick smoke and boiling lava. Below them lay a glowing red pool of bubbling volcanic liquid. Both Xingwu and Yang Shuo had arrived, standing right at the edge. Xingwu grimaced. This lake looks exactly like fresh blood. It's totally disgusting. Why did they have to choose this horrifying arena? Yang Shuo explained that during the Great Dragon War, a massive dragon allegedly crashed directly into this very lake. Its blood supposedly dyed the water, turning it into molten lava forever. Of course, it is just a rumor with no real proof. Intrigued, Xingwu activated his divine eyes to inspect the lake. This high-stakes team battle was getting wilder by the second. He wanted to see what was actually hiding down there. Peering into the glowing depths, he spotted a mysterious, faint light. He instantly felt an overwhelming energy surge. This ancient power was undeniably draconic. Hidden down there was an actual dragon bone. If his beast could absorb that bone, it would trigger a massive evolution. But how on earth could he retrieve it from boiling lava? Seeing him completely zoned out, the Murong brothers nudged him to snap out of his trance. The match is about to start. Wake up. Be serious. Millions of people across the country are watching this live stream right now. Helicopters buzzed overhead as the enthusiastic commentator welcomed the massive nationwide audience watching the highly anticipated team matches of this season's Supernova tournament. Countless high-definition cameras surrounded the arena, all tracking their every move live. Back at Xingwu's house, the television blared with the commentary. It was Azure Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy, showcasing 6 exceptionally gifted young geniuses. Who is actually going to take the win here? Shi Meng cheers happily, confident that her brother is bound to crush this match. Easy on the soda, Meng Meng, or you will get cavities. Meanwhile, back on the stage, the crowd is going absolutely wild. Fans are roaring for both sides. Xingyu pumps himself up. Lu Jin was right. He absolutely has to show his sister what he can do. With a wave of his hand, he summons He Feng, who appears with a fierce, bone-chilling roar. He Feng stands right behind Xingyu, bearing its razor-sharp fangs, waiting for the order. Yang Shuo and Xing Xin summon their beasts, the Thunder Tempest Lion and the Bone Wing Bat. But their opponents refuse to back down. Determined to end their late-night training, they call out their own beasts, the Sand-Searing Red Python and the Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf, ready to secure a guaranteed victory today. Xingyu notices the sly smirk on the last opponent's face, instantly suspicious. Why has not this guy summoned his spirit beast yet? Deciding to strike while they are unprepared, Yang Shuo commands his Thunder Tempest Lion to charge forward and lead the attack. The opponent does not even flinch. Suddenly, a dark shadow darts out from right beside him at lightning speed. Xingyu shouts a warning to Yang Shuo, who also senses the sudden danger. Wait, what is that? A dark blur slashes right past Bai Meng, leaving deep, bloody gashes. The shadow lands, revealing a menacing monkey beast radiating a toxic, poisonous mist. The massive lion beast stands tall, showing off its powerful build, looking ready to rip its opponent to shreds. Xingxin gasps in sheer terror, identifying the creature as the ninja shadow ape. Yang Shuo grows tense. This beast can teleport multiple times within a set range. This match just got way harder. Seizing the momentum, the other 2 opponents quickly unleash the Sand-Searing Red Python's special move, summoning a massive, roaring sand tornado. The Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf activates its illusion technique, splitting into 3 identical wolves, making it impossible to spot the real one. The raging tornado surges toward the siblings. Realizing they are in trouble, the brother asks Shin Er if she has experience fighting this wolf. Can they even win this? Last time, the evil-eyed gray wolf was already exhausted when they fought it, but now, the blinding sandstorm completely blocks her vision, making it impossible to spot the real body among the clones. Zhou Ye orders the evil-eyed gray wolf to focus all its attacks on the netherworld shadow wolf first. Left completely isolated, He Feng takes several heavy hits. Seeing his beast injured like this makes Xingyu's blood boil. He Feng keeps its cool, charging straight through the sandstorm. Following its master's command, it launches itself directly into the vortex. Roaring with sheer determination, He Feng struggles to shatter the cyclone. Suddenly, the ninja shadow ape throws its lethal spinning kunai. 3 razor-sharp blades tear through the howling wind, sinking deep into He Feng's flesh and making the beast howl in agony. Xingyu quickly orders He Feng to shift into shadow form, allowing it to dive underground and evade the remaining deadly projectiles. Xing calls out in concern, asking if he is okay. Xingyu calmly reassures her that he planned for this exact scenario. Yang Shuo angrily calls out the opponents for their cheap tactics, ganging up specifically to target Xiao Xingyu. How cowardly. Xin agrees, urging the team to protect Xiao Xingyu and stop them from getting away with their dirty play. Yang Shuo signals Bai Meng, commanding the Thunder Tempest Lion to unleash heavenly thunder to wipe out the wolf's shadow clones. Moving with blinding speed, the lion effortlessly dissolves the illusions, forcing the fake wolves to fade into nothingness. Furious, the enemy orders the ninja shadow ape to throw another spinning kunai. But Xingxin blocks them, deploying her bone-winged bat. The bat beast swoops in to intercept the incoming attack. The black-robed opponent just sneers, claiming their efforts are completely useless. You cannot protect that wolf forever. With all 3 of us wearing you down, Xiao Xingyu will be the first one eliminated. Acting as if they are not even talking about him, Xingyu shrugs it off. Oh, really? But then, he grits his teeth. He Feng unleashes its demonic power, standing tall as an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupts from its entire body. Staring into He Feng's sharp, glowing eyes, the black-robed foe gasps in utter shock. Fully healed already? Xingyu just smirks. The real fight starts now. You and I can see He Feng standing tall as the commentator screams, "Ladies and gentlemen, look at that demonic self-healing. Every single wound on the netherworld shadow wolf is completely gone, fully restoring its combat power." The black-robed opponent is utterly baffled. All 3 of them had pooled their firepower to crush that one beast. Any other ordinary spirit beast would have collapsed and been knocked out ages ago. That demonic healing factor is completely broken. Suddenly, noticing his own beast acting strange, he stammers in confusion. The red python, once fierce and aggressive, now cowers back in fear. He panics, realizing his beasts are terrified. Could this demonic energy actually be suppressing their spirits? He Feng channels its energy, unleashing Hellfire Lotus and breathing out a massive, devastating torrent of flames. Yang Shuo watches in absolute awe. How can a single beast command 4 distinct attributes: fire, wind, shadow, and pure demonic power? The Hellfire Lotus is a signature move that easily gets the job done. He Feng unleashes a torrent of fire from his mouth directly at the enemy. In response, the crew cut guy orders his Crimson Python to deploy Sandstorm Dragon Fist, while his other beast conjures up a massive whirlwind. This whirlwind is so massive it literally sucks in everything around it. It sweeps right into the blaze. Suddenly, the fire erupts violently, completely devouring the massive whirlwind. The crew cut guy is completely frozen in shock. How is this possible? Wind and earth are supposed to counter fire. Counter elements? Faced with sheer, absolute power, elemental advantages are nothing but a joke. With a smirk, Xingyu issues the command for He Feng to detonate. Instantly, a deafening blast rips through the arena, completely shattering the whirlwind and erasing it from existence. The shockwave kicks up a blinding dust storm, sending the cameras and crew flying backward amid terrified screams. Ah! As thick smoke blinds the entire arena, crackling flames refuse to die down. Through the haze, the Crimson Python emerges, battered, bruised, and practically on the verge of tears. And the other 2 beasts do not fare any better, leaving them looking completely disheveled, their gear torn to shreds. Meanwhile, Xingxin glares at Xingyu with frustration, realizing that he was still holding back during yesterday's match. He taunts his opponents with a smug grin, asking if this is really the best White Tiger Academy has to offer. Because if so, he can easily solo all 3 of them. The crew cut guy curses, but the leader in black calmly holds him back. The leader warns him to keep his head cool and stick to the plan. Going all out, they launch a silent attack as the python unleashes its sand ninja dragon fist. Simultaneously, the ninja ape leaps high into the air, raining down a barrage of sharp shurikens. Not to be outdone, the evil-eyed blue wolf charges forward with razor-sharp claws, putting He Feng in a highly dangerous situation. All three enemy beasts are closing in on him from different directions. The crew cut guy is grinning ear to ear, absolutely certain that not even demonic strength can survive a massive coordinated assault of this scale. But Xingyu just chuckles, remaining completely unfazed. In a flash of lightning, a blinding radiance erupts, illuminating the entire arena. Debris flies everywhere as a giant silhouette looms through the dust cloud, causing the crew cut guy's face to turn completely pale. What on earth is that? As the dust clears, a giant He Feng stands clad in armor of pure flame. The black-clothed fighter instantly gasps as he recognizes the incredible skill. It is the legendary solar flare armor, a skill reserved for elite fire attribute beasts. Confused, the crew cut guy barks out, asking what that even means. His partner quickly explains that the solar flare armor can tank heavy, explosive attacks, absorbing the incoming force to reinforce its own defensive shields. This advanced technique requires immense comprehension from the beast and massive spiritual energy reserves from the master. But how does Xiao Xingyu know this high-level skill? Suddenly, Xingyu breaks their trance, asking what they are staring at. Have they not noticed something is off? Confused, they scan the arena, only to realize the Murong siblings' beast has vanished. The leader's eyes dart upward in panic. It is in the sky. Yet, their own beasts remain completely clueless, still growling in false confidence. The shadow ape ninja senses the danger, but it is already too late, as Xingxin's beast slams heavily onto it. Taking flight again, the bat fires a blast of stored energy directly at the trapped opponent. The leader clenches his fist in rage. The shadow ape ninja does not have enough strength and is about to be knocked out of the ring. He has no choice but to summon his second beast. He calls out his massive rock giant to save the ninja, but this move was fully anticipated. Xingyu smirks, noting they have finally forced the enemy's fourth beast into the arena. As Freya watches the massive fist of the giant bear down, Xingyu commands her to counter with heavy power fist. Freya raises her weapon, effortlessly creating a glowing, transparent barrier, which completely halts the opponent's devastating, earth-shattering blow. The leader stammers in disbelief, recognizing her as the rare Holy Light Angel beast. He cannot comprehend how a mere infant-stage creature is holding off his fully matured, colossal rock giant. Xingyu simply smirks and warns them that his beasts are far beyond their imagination. As the battle rages on with terrifying intensity, intense heat radiating from the molten lava warps the air around them. Suddenly, Yang Heng's beast is grabbed and dropped straight into the boiling lava by Xingxin's bone-winged bat. The referee's voice immediately booms across the arena, declaring the Shadow Ape Ninja as the first official beast eliminated from the match. Thanks to Xiao Xingyu's interference, Yang Heng stood zero chance of rescuing his beast. Xingyu stands proudly in the ring, flanked by his two incredibly powerful beasts. The sheer pressure radiating from their bodies is absolutely overwhelming. He calmly gives He Feng his next set of instructions, ordering him to sit out the next clash. Xingyu decides to let Freya take center stage. Respectfully, the mighty wolf nods in agreement. Infuriated by this arrogant attitude, Yang Heng snaps, calling him completely delusional for thinking a weak infant-stage beast can challenge their fully matured beasts. With a roar, Tianxi commands his Crimson Python to launch a lethal charge straight at Xingyu. Teach that reckless Xiao Xingyu a lesson. Suddenly, Freya, who was standing right next to him, flashes and vanishes. Xingyu smiles to himself, knowing they completely underestimated her power. That is when Yang Heng finally senses something is terribly wrong. He screams, warning the rock giant to protect the sand burial red python. But it is too late. Freya suddenly appears right before Tianxi's beast. She moves so fast, her body blurs completely, leaving nothing behind but a few flashes of afterimages. Freya suddenly delivers a direct, heavy kick straight to the snake, sending the massive beast flying dozens of meters back. Tianxi's beast fails to react in time and takes the full impact. The rock giant quickly rushes over to catch its falling ally. No one expected her kick to be this powerful, forcing even the mighty rock giant to stumble back after catching the sand python. Everything happens in a flash, leaving the camera crew completely unable to capture the action. What on earth just happened? The director demands an instant replay, but it is still way too blurry. He tries slowing it down 1,000 times to see. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo stares in shock and asks, Xingyu, what kind of skill is that? A light speed kick? Xingyu smiles proudly, explaining that Freya unlocked it herself and calls it the Light Flash. Zhou Ye frowns, noting how terrifying that beast is, since even the rock giant could barely hold its ground. He asks Yang Heng what they should do next, but Yang Heng can only frown in utter confusion. Standing opposite them, Xingyu calls out loudly to his opponent. He points directly at Yang Heng and asks if his beast has ever experienced a light-speed kick before. Yang Shuo's lip twitches at the sheer, absolute disrespect. That line is bound to become the ultimate flexing quote of the entire year. The opponents try to reassure their team, telling everyone not to panic, because that beast surely cannot use such a light-speed kick repeatedly. They still have 2 beasts left, and a solid chance. Yang Heng admits his miscalculation, promising to give full support from here on. Zhou Ye immediately summons his beast, calling forth the mighty war drum rhino. A massive blue rhino appears instantly, its entire body wrapped in a thick, dark blue aura. TNC is pumped as his beast emblem flashes, refusing to lose a second time as he summons the Savage Ash Tiger. The Savage Tiger leaps into action beside its master on the battlefield. Seeing this, the Murong brothers refuse to stay idle, eagerly calling out to charge ahead. Yang Shuo reassures them, saying there is no way he would let his teammate fight all alone. Jingyu quickly commands Freya to target the smallest opponent, the Savage Ash Tiger, and kick it down. Receiving the order, she immediately charges forward, but Yang Heng shouts back, promising he will not let them have their way so easily. He calls out his rock giant. Meanwhile, the Murong brothers are busy fighting off a heavy barrage of enemy beast attacks, shouting as they block their path. Freya confronts TNC's beast head-on. She unleashes a light-speed kick straight to its stomach, leaving it no time to recover as the other beasts pair up to clash. Over here, Yang Shuo's Thunder Lion struggles to defend itself against the massive rock giant. Zhou Ye's War Drum Rhino is also taking heavy damage from a powerful thunder attribute attack. Zhou Ye, Yang Heng, and Tianqi are quickly wearing down. Gasping for breath, it is clear their spiritual energy is running low. Sensing the bad situation, he admits to Yang Heng that his spiritual energy is running critically low, but looking at Xingyu, he still has plenty of energy left. Tianqi quickly chimes in, admitting he is at his limit, with barely enough energy for one final move. Yang Heng reassures them, telling them to unleash their ultimate skills. This is their absolute last chance for a massive comeback. Meanwhile, Xingyu notices their sluggish movements, warning the Murong brothers that the enemies are low on energy and will likely unleash an all-out strike. A comeback? Lu Jinying and Yang Shuo, in this final clash, let us unleash our strongest ultimate skills as well. He orders his rock giant to gigantify, instantly causing its massive stone body to grow even larger and far more durable. TNC shouts for his sand python to unleash its sandstorm, wrapping the massive rock giant in a swirling vortex of green energy and heavy desert dust. Zhou Ye commands his evil-eyed gray wolf to cast an illusion technique, creating dozens of identical stone giants to swarm the field. His lips curl into a smirk as he calls out to Lu Jinying and Yang Shuo. Jinying nods back, fully understanding his next move. Got it? He shouts, ordering the full assault. Instantly, dozens of giant stone illusions charge straight at He Feng, completely surrounding him. They all target the lone beast, raining down massive stone fists like sledgehammers smashing into the earth. Under that devastating attack, a massive cloud of dust explodes outward, completely blinding everyone on the battlefield. Suddenly, a loud howl pierces through the dust, catching Yang Heng's attention and forcing him to look up at the sky. Floating high up in the sky was Xingxin's bone-winged bat, alongside the majestic Thunder Tempest Lion holding He Feng in midair. It immediately launched its next strike, gathering immense, magical energy to form a swirling red and gold vortex. With a smirk that he just couldn't hide, Xingwu looked up and yelled, "He Feng, finish them off. You and I are about to see this match reach its absolute climax." Xingxin roared out, ordering her bone-winged bat to channel its undead flames. Yang Shuo also shouted commands to his Thunder Tempest Lion, channeling raw lightning energy directly into the netherworld Hellwolf. Right away, both spiritual beasts transferred their massive elemental powers directly into He Feng. Absorbing those two massive sources of energy, the magical vortex grew larger and increasingly violent. This combined ultimate strike from all three beasts created a massive hurricane, trapping every single opponent inside the arena. Sensing the massive attack had gathered more than enough energy, He Feng unleashed his full power. A torrent of blazing fire erupted wildly from his jaws. The flames surged forward like a ferocious dragon, tracing a blazing path across the sky and aiming directly at where their opponents' beasts had gathered. Upon impact, A colossal explosion rocked the entire arena, kicking up thick dust and sending shattered rocks raining down like a meteor shower. Countless rock giants were blasted away by the devastating, destructive force of this single skill, their bodies shattering into thousands of stone fragments of all sizes. But it wasn't just them. The entire arena trembled from that violent shockwave. Even the surrounding water thrashed violently, as if shuddering before the sheer impact of that combined strike. After what felt like forever, everything finally went quiet. The lingering wind swept away the thick smoke, gradually revealing the ruined arena floor. The illusions of the rock giants had vanished, leaving only the real one lying completely unconscious. Their allies didn't fare any better, as the evil-eyed frost wolf was totally knocked out, its body covered in wounds, and the sand-buried red python shared the exact same fate as the other two beasts. Yang Heng, Zhou Ye, and Tianxi collapsed to the ground, utter regret and defeat written all over their faces. "We lost," they muttered, as the referee's voice echoed across the stadium. "The match is over. The winner is the Qinglong Academy team." Unable to contain his joy, Xingwu grabbed Xingxin by the waist and spun her around, yelling, "Lu Jin, we won." She offered a soft smile and nodded. Yang Shuo couldn't stand the sight, quickly stepping in to stop him from getting too close to his sister. "Xiao Xingwu, do not flirt with my sister on live camera." While he was still basking in the glory of their victory, a voice suddenly called out his name, "Xiao Xingwu." It was Yang Heng and his teammates, stepping up to praise him. "Xiao Xingwu, you really are incredibly strong. Honestly, losing to you yesterday makes total sense now. This time, we are truly completely defeated." He laughed awkwardly at their praise, politely replying, "Haha, thanks for the compliment." But then, Xingwu overheard a nearby conversation that sounded way too familiar. "Well, Principal Su, congratulations. Principal Su, our academy getting national spotlight this time is all thanks to your Baihu Academy acting as our perfect stepping stone." The sight of the two principals smiling warmly while shaking hands instantly caught his attention. He sighed helplessly. It seemed Principal Su was at it again, trying to show off. Qingyu threw a subtle, provocative remark her way. "Principal Su, you better keep a close eye on your student. Who knows? Next year, Xiao Xingwu might belong to my academy instead." Ru Yan wasn't about to back down, confidently firing back. "Trying to steal my guy? Do you even have the ability to do that?" With that, she gestured to Xingwu, calling him over. "Xiao Xingwu, come here for a second." As soon as he approached, she swiftly pulled him close. Xingwu was completely lost about what she was doing, but by the time he realized it, his face was already pressed directly against her chest. Talk about absolute main character luck. She smirked proudly at Qingyu and declared, "I saved young Xiao's life once, so he will absolutely stand by my side." He immediately blushed, whispering, "Principal Su, please don't do this. We are still live on broadcast." "Oh, I was just making a statement." Meanwhile, over at Ruoxu's apartment, the television screen was broadcasting the exact moment Qingwu and his principal were talking with Qingyu. Watching this live, Ruoxu growled in frustration, accidentally snapping her remote controller right in half. That absolute shameless woman. Sitting right beside her, Shimeng jumped in surprise at her sudden outburst. Night gradually fell over the city, with streetlights and windows lighting up one by one, casting a beautiful glow along the busy streets. Strolling through the lively evening crowd, Xingwu and his friends headed back. He slurred heavily. "Lu Jin, I can definitely keep drinking. Brother Yang Shuo, let's grab another round. Now, you and I might wonder how this guy got so drunk so fast." Yet today, only a few bottles had him completely wasted. Xingxin giggled, replying to her brother, "Maybe he just can't handle cocktails." After bringing him back to his dorm room, the Murong siblings decided to let him rest. Let him sleep it off. "Come on, sister, let us head back." The bedroom door clicked shut behind them as they departed. Sensing he was finally alone in the room, Xingwu slowly opened his eyes to check his surroundings. The tamer crest on his hand flashed, and he spoke softly to summon her out. "Dai Lu, come out. Let's make a trip to Fallen Dragon Lake." At his call, she immediately appeared and asked with suspicion, "Wait, aren't you totally wasted right now? Where are we going at midnight?" He replied, "I found a way to save Medusa, and I need you with me." Dai Lu could not believe her ears, her eyes widening in pure shock. "Are you for real?" Qingyu quickly explained. "To break her out of prison, you must evolve. You've been stuck at Tier 3 Beast Emperor for too long, and that dragon power inside you isn't fully cleared. What if I can get you a bone from a purebred dragon clan?" She was utterly confused. Where would you even find a purebred dragon bone? And what then? but he just gave her a confident smile. You'll swallow the bone, fuse the purebred dragon blood, trigger your evolution, and upgrade into a 9-tailed dragon fox. Dai Lu laughed softly and teased, Xiao Xingyu, are you actually stupid or just playing dumb? No beast tamer summon, even a beast emperor, can fuse with purebred dragon blood. No matter how good that dragon bone is, it is still just a bone. His face turned dead serious as he asked her, I know, but what if I actually have a way? Stunned by his ridiculous proposal, she let out a forced laugh. Me? Upgrading into a 9-tailed dragon fox? A dragon fox? Seriously, you are too much. But deep down, Dai Lu hesitated. She genuinely wondered if she should trust his crazy plan. The city at night was completely drenched in a torrential downpour, yellow streetlights reflecting off the empty, ghost-like streets. Over at Fallen Dragon Lake, the heavy rain kept pouring down. Xingyu and Dai Lu walked along the rocky edge. He said seriously, a stormy day is perfect. Nobody will spot us. Lulu, use your foxfire to protect me, and I'll guide you underwater. Agreeing instantly, she wrapped her tail around him and dragged him down. Hey, Dai Lu, take it easy, will you? Within moments, the two dived deep into the eerie, blood-red waters, following Xingyu's exact directions. Dai Lu asked curiously, where is this dragon bone anyway? He quickly guided her. Lulu, shift a bit to the left, and keep diving down. They struggled to navigate the pitch-black depths. Wrong way, shift to the right a bit. We probably have 200 to 300 meters left. As they neared the bottom, Dai Lu finally spotted what they were looking for. She signaled to Xingyu, I see it. A massive skeletal structure suddenly loomed before them. They couldn't believe such a massive thing was hidden at the bottom of the lake, so they swam toward it at full speed, her eyes wide with shock. Before she could speak, Xingyu cut in, the dragon heartbone. It is the smallest, densest, and hardest bone in a dragon's body. She asked in surprise, how do you even know that? Are you seriously only 18 years old? Suddenly, the ring on his finger glowed, and his expression turned intense. A massive wave of golden light erupted, completely wrapping around the giant skeleton. The giant bones shrank rapidly and were sucked straight into the ring. Xingyu quickly whispered, Lulu, once we get back up, we'll head to the outskirts forest to start the fusion. It's packed with beasts, meaning no humans, so it's much safer. Dai Lu nodded in agreement. Cut to a deep cave hidden within the forest, where the rain outside continued to drizzle endlessly. Inside, Dai Lu was wringing out her soaking wet tails. We got the dragon bone, but how exactly are you going to help me evolve into a 9-tailed dragon fox? He pulled out a glowing red stone and handed it over. Don't rush. I've got a little treasure for you. Looking at the glowing red stone in her hand, she asked in shock, what kind of treasure is this? Is this even real? Where did you get this? As the stone glowed, he tossed her another spiritual pill. Hey, who is the beast tamer here anyway? Stop worrying about my business. Take this heart protection pill as well. It will boost your chances of success during the fusion. Xingyu thought to himself, I obviously can't tell her that this blood fusion crystal and the heart protection pill came straight from the system shop. If I said that, she would think I'm completely insane. Suddenly, Xingyu's tone turned dead serious. Lulu, he said. She hummed, and he continued. Your evolution comes with massive risks. If the dragon blood fusion fails, the backlash will be brutal. Grabbing his hand, she teased, are you actually worried about me? Xiao Xingyu, didn't you say you wanted to be the strongest beast tamer in the world? So why are you acting so hesitant now? Then Dai Lu said directly, the moment I followed you to Fallen Dragon Lake, I already made up my mind. To save Medusa and escape the Dragon Empress's control, to live freely under the sun, I must become stronger. So I'm ready to risk everything. Xingyu smiled, placing a hand on his chest. You're right. I was being too indecisive. Lulu, get ready to fuse. With that, his ring flared to life. Dai Lu transformed into her massive, majestic giant fox form, fully prepared for the upcoming fusion. Xingyu released the giant dragon skeleton from his ring toward her. The massive bones materialized, returning to their original size. He commanded Dai Lu to absorb the skeleton, the red crystal, and the pill all at once. She opened her jaws and swallowed them down. In a flash, everything was inside her, and she began to absorb the power. Within seconds, everything shifted. Dai Lu's body began trembling uncontrollably as an intense, burning heat surged within her, making it absolutely unbearable. Overcome by discomfort, she dashed straight out of the cave, charging forward blindly despite the forest trees blocking her path. She violently swept them aside to clear a path, while Xingyu chased closely behind, desperately trying to calm her down. Lulu, the bloodline fusion crystal is finally kicking in. Hang in there, I know you can pull through this. Suddenly, he froze. A massive wave of raw power erupted right in front of him, creating an invisible wall that blocked him from moving forward. Looking down, Dailu saw the glittering lights of the city below, her face contorting with deep, burning hatred as she spotted something. Projected on a giant electronic screen below was the image of Empress Guan Lan of the Dragon Kingdom, the very tyrant she swore to destroy. Dailu's eyes dilated in pure fury, shaking violently as years of pent-up rage finally rushed to her head. Sensing that Dailu was losing control, Xingyu quickly rushed forward to stop her from going wild, shouting, "Lulu, master your animal instincts. Now is not the time for revenge." He continued, "Remember what you just said. If you lose control now, all of our efforts will be completely wasted." "Master," Dailu whispered softly. In her wild eyes, only the sight of Xingyu had the power to make her calm down. "Lulu, you must hang on. I will get stronger right alongside you. We will get our revenge, and I will help you walk under the sun again. I promise I will stay by your side forever." But Dailu suddenly screamed out, "Get away from me." With a furious, deafening roar, Dailu unleashed a powerful blast of wind that knocked him completely off his feet. Though unhurt, Xingyu was still deeply worried about her unstable state. Could she have failed? But as the dust settled, her beastly fox form faded away, leaving behind the stunning figure of a human girl. Gasping heavily, she looked completely exhausted, her beautiful face shrouded in a dark, weary shadow. Seeing that Dailu had finished her breakthrough, Xingyu couldn't help but shout in pure joy. "No way! You actually succeeded." Before he could even react, she suddenly lunged at him. Dailu pinned Xingyu flat on the ground, straddling him completely, leaving the poor guy staring up in utter confusion. Panting heavily, she glared down at him and muttered, "Xiao Xingyu, you absolute jerk, why did you have to say all of that like it was a marriage proposal?" Dailu leaned in dangerously close, making him stammer nervously. He stammered that he did not mean it that way. Dailu looked at him with teary eyes. Later, as the scene shifted to a peaceful mountain sunrise, Xingyu reflected on what had happened. Sunny day. The 20th of the 20th month, year 20. He was not an easy guy, but in this life, he definitely could not become a grand archmage by age 30 anymore. His inner thoughts sounded exactly like a dramatic diary entry. Sitting on a rock, looking completely drained with dark circles under his eyes, a gloomy aura surrounded him as he blamed himself for being incredibly stupid. He only knew that dragon blood could make a beast tamer stronger, but completely forgot about 4 very important words. Dragons were naturally lustful, and as a mere human, how could he ever resist a 9-tailed dragon fox? One might ask why he did not send other beasts to stop her. The truth was, even if they all attacked together, they were absolutely no match for Lulu. And if anyone wondered why a grown man could not control his basic primal instincts, he could only attribute it to human nature, which was far more absurd than any drunken mistake. While Xingyu was lost in his exhausted thoughts, a pale, slender hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed him. It turned out Dailu was choking him, screaming that Xiao Xingyu was a shameless bastard, while he cried out that he was actually the victim here. Hearing that, she immediately let go, cursing herself for being unable to control her own actions. She worried that everyone would laugh at her if they went back. Rubbing his sore neck, Xingyu pulled a cloak from his spatial ring and urged her to put it on, saying it was not good to stay naked. Dailu smirked sarcastically, letting out a dry laugh. "You have already seen everything you should not see and done everything you should not do. Now you are playing gentleman? What a total hypocrite." Xingyu could only helplessly wrap the cloak around her shoulders. "Lulu, we are both consenting adults here. So, if we ended up making a baby fox from that one time, I will take full responsibility for its life." His deadpan seriousness completely caught Dailu off guard. Flustered and angry, she hurled a rock at him, screaming, "Get lost." Xingyu covered his head and ran for his life. Stopping a short distance away, he rubbed his head, checked his phone, and smiled. Xingyu confidently held up his phone to show her. "Lulu, despite that little accidental slip-up between us, I still want to congratulate you on your successful breakthrough and evolution." The screen acted as a mirror, reflecting her new appearance. Seeing how different she looked, she stared in complete wonder and confusion. "Are these dragon horns on my head?" Observing her with his newly awakened eyes, he simply nodded. "That is right." Dailu excitedly checked her body, gasping in surprise. "Wait, All of my previous injuries have completely healed. Appearing right in front of Xingyu was the system status screen, showing Dailu's profile. Name, 9. Tailed Dragon Fox. Rank, Divine Beast Stage 1. Bloodline, 9. Tailed and Mythical Class. Purebred Dragon Bloodline, Primordial Bloodline, and her first innate talent. Next is the Calamity Eye. Once activated, this powerful eye technique can petrify any lower-ranking enemy with just a single glance. Her second talent, Nine-Tailed Foxfire, burns enemy souls with a terrifying mental attack. Her third talent, Dragon Power, keeps her in a permanent state of absolute super armor. Enemies cannot interrupt her spellcasting, and she is completely immune to any crowd control or enemy skills, while dealing massive physical and mental damage to them. Her fourth talent, Dragon Soul, triggers when she takes severe damage from enemies, automatically unleashing the Dragon Soul to block fatal attacks from Dragon Foxes, Beastmen, and even psychic attributes and fire types. Loyalty is 88. Her skills include Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Bronze Crossbow, Nine Tails Burning Sky, Divine Dragon, Tail Whip, and Dragon's Breath. Evolution path is 9-Tailed Dragon Fox, then 10-Tailed Dragon Fox, with some unknowns. Hobbies? Eating wild bamboo shoots and sleeping in. Admiring her, Xingwu gives a thumbs up and says, Lulu, you are the first beast in the world to fuse purebred dragon blood. You are incredibly lucky. But wait, is she grumpy and moody because of pregnancy? Xingwu, if you keep talking nonsense, I will fight you to the death. Cut to a house. Xingwu is searching for info on his phone while the prison is heavily guarded. If they want to save her, they must head to Ice Island in 2 days, while their school's finals are scheduled in 6 days. That means they only have one single shot at this. If they fail, they will have to fend for themselves, abandon Medusa, and flee the Academy Tower, otherwise they will surely be suspected. Then, he turns and asks Lulu if she has any questions. Dalu is deep in thought, holding her hand to her mouth as she wonders. I am just thinking, are you really only a 2-star beast tamer, with your soul power around 2,000 to 3,000? How can you compete with a 9-star beast tamer? He just smiles and brushes it off. I have my ways. I just need a dragon soul pill. But for some reasons, I must refine it myself this time. And since you now have purebred dragon blood, Lulu, could you give me a bit of your blood later? Hearing this, she slices her own finger without any hesitation, eager to help Xingwu. Go ahead and take it. I will surely do my absolute best to help you. Shocked by Dalu's sudden action, he yells out, that is enough. But she keeps dripping her blood into a glass vial for him, letting it flow without stopping. Worried sick about Dalu, he grabs her hand and puts her finger into his mouth to stop the bleeding while gently scolding. Do not go hurting yourself like that anymore. Dalu is instantly touched by his care, her face flushing crimson. But just as the romantic tension peaks, Xingwu's phone suddenly chimes with a new notification. Beep, beep, beep. He lifts his phone to check, completely ignoring the adorable, blushing face of Dalu standing right next to him. It is a message from Lu Jin, asking him to meet at the night market's north gate at 7 p.m. because her brother wants to grab some barbecue. Before long, evening arrives, and Yang Shuo is already waiting. Spotting him, Yang Shuo waves and calls out, Xiao Xingwu, over here. Xingwu asks him, you two got here so early? Yang Shuo replies with a tired, resigned look on his face. Sigh. My sister insisted on it. Turning around, there is Xingjin, looking gorgeous in her dress, as she shyly scolds Xingwu. You are so slow. As both guys look at Xingjin, Xingwu awkwardly apologizes, cooking up a quick excuse. Sorry, I gamed way too hard last night and ended up sleeping in. Xingwu then looks at her. By the way, Lu Jin, can you do me a quick favor? That nickname is exclusive to him. When she shyly asks what he needs, he immediately gets straight to the point. I need some rare herbs, but they are too expensive for me to afford. Without any hesitation, she agrees to help him. Sure, I will help you. Hearing her agreement, he is absolutely thrilled. Lu Jin, you are so loyal. I love you to death. Yang Shuo quickly coughs. Xiao Xingwu, I am still standing right here. You know. Xingxing turns to her brother, giving him a look. Brother, Xingwu and I are going to buy those herbs first. Yang Shuo immediately takes the hint, adding, right. I almost forgot. I have some business tonight, so no barbecue for me. Before heading off, he coldly gestures for Xingwu to step aside and have a private word. Xiao Xingwu, we need to talk. Putting an arm around him, Yang Shuo whispers a warning that if Xingwu tries anything funny with his sister, he will face his wrath. While I am away, you two will be spending time together. Keep your hands to yourself and watch your boundaries, or else, if you dare take her to a motel, do not blame this brother for turning on you. Xingwu replies that he has absolutely no such desires. With that, Yang Shuo bids them farewell as if nothing happened. I am leaving first. Have fun. You too. Xingxin yells after him, warning him not to return to the hotel too late. Cut to a traditional medicine shop where the two can be heard chatting. These herbs are all yours. Consider them a gift. Hearing this, Xingwu's eyes instantly light up with joy. Hehe, Lu, Kim, you really spent a fortune on me this time. To repay you, I promise to research and craft a custom medicine tailored to your beast's unique traits to boost its strength. She smiles warmly in response. All right, I will hold you to that. But then, she hesitates, asking softly, Xingwu, do you feel anything? Confused, he asks. Feel what? Seeing her expectant gaze, he wonders if Lu Jin is just hoping for a compliment on her lovely outfit today. She thought about pretending to be blind just to tease him. With that thought, he decided to speak up, claiming he felt absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Xingxin immediately felt incredibly disappointed. She stared at his retreating back and called out, Is that so? Suddenly, a black cat with glowing eyes appeared from the darkness. Startled by the cat, Xingxin lost her balance and fell. Xingyu anxiously cried out her name, Lu Jin. Sitting on the cold ground, Xingxin replied that she was fine, just startled by the cat. Xingyu knelt to check on her, asking if she sprained her ankle. You really are careless. Feeling wronged, Xingxin muttered that she had sprained her ankle over 20 times since childhood and was completely used to it. He then turned around, offering his back to her. Lu Jin, the ground is slippery. Don't walk anymore, let me carry you back. Xingxin quickly waved her hands, insisting she could walk on her own. Meanwhile, the black cat was still sitting in the corner, leisurely licking its paws while watching them. Xingyu urged her from nearby. Stop arguing and just get on my back already. Ultimately unable to walk, Xingxin had no choice but to let Xingyu carry her back on his back. As Xingxin's chest pressed softly against Xingyu's back, a sudden wave of awkwardness and tension filled the air between them. Xingxin hesitantly called his name, Xiao Xingyu, and he softly replied. But then, she looked up at the sky and said something that completely ruined the romantic mood. It seems like it is raining. Xingyu looked up as well, confirming that raindrops were indeed starting to fall. Carrying Xingxin, Xingyu dashed forward like crazy as the rain poured. Startled, she asked, Xiao Xingyu, are you an ostrich? Why are you running so fast? He snapped back, stating that if they didn't run, they would get soaked. Eventually, they reached the hotel while the rain continued to pour outside. Once back in their room, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Xingyu dried his hair with a towel, sighing that they were finally back. However, when he glanced at Xingxin, he noticed her wet dress was clinging tightly to her skin. He quickly threw a towel over her head. Lu Jin, your dress is completely soaked. Dry yourself off. He casually asked if she needed help changing, but Xingxin grabbed the towel and declined, saying she could manage. Xingyu then offered to massage her ankle. Xingxin was about to call him a pervert, but before she could finish, he had already knelt down in front of her. She stared at the man gently massaging her ankle, completely speechless at his sudden kindness. As he examined her ankle, Xingyu asked if her first injury was caused by a spirit beast, leaving her completely stunned. She asked how he knew. Xingyu credited his demon god eye in his mind, but outwardly just shrugged and said he was a doctor. If I can treat beasts, I can treat humans. Hearing this, Xingxin began to recall memories from her past. She explained that it happened when she was 5, out at sea with her father. When they hit a massive tsunami, their navy vessel was attacked by countless water beasts, and she fell overboard, almost getting eaten alive inside the massive jaws of a black gold-armored shark. Her father saved her but lost his arm in the process. She softly added that a sprained ankle was absolutely nothing compared to the heavy price her father had paid. Xingyu thought to himself how cruel fate was, considering he had to break into the Navy headquarters to bust someone out tomorrow. Clashing with Admiral Murong was inevitable. He wondered if this reckless move would somehow bring trouble to Lu Jin's family. He stood up and advised her to rest as much as possible, so her leg would fully heal before the final tournament. I'll be going now. She nodded, but clearly reluctant to let him leave. She suddenly grabbed his hand to hold him back. Startled and blushing, Xingyu turned around and asked if there was something else she needed. Shyly, Xingxin asked him to help her to the bathroom since she couldn't walk. Xingyu readily agreed to help. Behind the frosted glass of the bathroom, her silhouette was faintly visible as Xingxin completely relaxed, and enjoyed a nice, hot shower. As warm water washed over her, creating a thick mist, the heavy rain outside the hotel showed absolutely no signs of stopping. Stepping out of the bathroom, Xingxin wondered if she had been too obvious. Suddenly, she noticed Yang Shuo sitting there, having arrived unannounced, sitting on the bed with a glass in hand. He didn't even look back, as he asked if her leg was feeling any better. Startled, she saw Yang Shuo hesitating before explaining that Xingyu had asked him to watch over her, because he had to leave early. He gently lectured her, saying he knew about her crush, but she was being too reckless and needed to handle her feelings more carefully. He told her to handle this relationship with absolute care. Feeling a bit disappointed, Xingxin obediently nodded and said she understood. Meanwhile, Xingyu was brimming with energy as he summoned Dalu, telling Lulu to come out and help him refine some medicine. The moment she appeared, she teased him about leaving Xingxin. Blushing, he grumbled that he only did it to help her. He instructed her to control the fire, needing her to refine at least 2 complete dragon spirit elixirs. That way, their chances of saving Medusa would be much higher. Unable to tease him further, Dalu pouted and called him completely boring. Throughout that entire night, the two worked side by side. Xingyu prepared the ingredients, while Dalu used her spiritual fire to refine them. By the time dawn approached, the rain was still pouring outside, but they had finally finished refining the dragon soul elixirs. Despite his dark, sleep-deprived eyes, Xingyu's face lit up with absolute joy upon seeing the 2 successful pills. Exhausted, he wanted to rest, so he gave Dalu instructions. "Lulu, I am going to sleep. Wake me when we set out," he murmured. But as Xingyu tried to lie down, Dalu quickly stopped him. He opened his eyes in utter confusion, but Dalu simply smiled and said, "Thank you, my master," or rather. After a good sleep, Xingyu finally woke up feeling refreshed. Standing before the mirror, he smiled, fully prepared. It was finally time to embark on this unpredictable journey of life and death. Dalu spoke up with a worried expression. "Master, maybe you should not go. You have absolutely no obligation to risk your life for a spirit beast. Now that I have attained the beast god form, I can probably escape safely." Hearing that, Xingyu flicked her forehead, telling her to stop talking nonsense. He reminded her that she was not just his beast, but his family. No matter how dangerous the journey would be, he was going to see it through. Dalu was genuinely surprised by his resolve. He bluntly cut her off. "Stop being so emotional. I am not doing this entirely for your sake anyway." She quickly reminded him. "Right. How are you going to explain your absence to the academy over the next few days?" Xingyu laughed. "I told them my sister misses me. Principal Su approved my 3-day leave. The academy is honestly surprisingly easygoing about this." Cut to the gymnasium of Azure Dragon Academy, where Yang Shuo's voice echoes loudly. Xiao Xingyu took a leave of absence, so he will skip training. Xingxin muttered softly as she walked right beside him. Glancing over, Yang Shuo asked where she was going. Xingxin turned and replied that she was not feeling well, so she would skip training and head straight back to the hotel. Yang Shuo sighed and nodded. "All right, little sister, you head back first." He wondered what on earth she and Xiao Xingyu had discussed yesterday to make her look so incredibly downcast. Watching the Murong siblings walk away, Kai Ren sighed in deep frustration. Everyone was skipping training, and absolutely nobody bothered to ask for their teacher's opinion anymore. Over at Bilan Coast, the sun was slowly dipping below the mountains. Standing on the shore, Xingyu and Dalu stared across the water at their destination, Icefire Island. Pointing toward the massive island, Xingyu turned to her and said, "Lulu, going straight from here is the fastest way to reach Icefire Island. It is close, so you can probably swim over, right?" She rolled her eyes. "I am a fox, not a shark. Soaking in water for too long makes me miserable." So, Xingyu asked what they should do instead. Dalu raised her glowing hands, gathering her energy to cast a skill. "Watch closely," she smiled. To Xingyu's absolute shock, she slammed her palm down, sending a massive wave surging across the water. Fish swimming nearby were instantly tossed into the air. Xingyu quickly warned her to withdraw her divine power before it was too late. "You are going to attract all the sea beasts here," he warned. But she smiled smugly, saying this was exactly what she wanted. Once she spotted her target, she raised her hand to strike, securing it with heavy spiritual chains and dragging the creature out of the ocean. It turned out to be a massive fish covered in sharp horns. Xingyu was stunned. It was a level 1 beast king, a lava tiger whale king. It was incredibly powerful, but unfortunately for it, it met Dalu. Under her heavy chains, it quickly became docile. Xingyu and Dalu leaped onto its head, and she gave the command to set off. "Take us to Icefire Island," she ordered, and the poor beast reluctantly complied. Turning to him, Dalu still felt a bit anxious and asked if he was nervous. Sitting cross-legged on its back, Xingyu replied, "If I told you I was not nervous, it would sound like a total lie." She teased, "You can still back out if you regret it." But he simply stretched out, saying he never had any regrets. "Lulu, it is still a long way to Icefire Island, so wake me when we arrive." Dalu watched him with affectionate eyes and softly whispered Xiao Xingyu's name. Too lazy to open his eyes, he asked what was wrong, but Dalu simply smiled and said it was nothing. She silently made a promise to herself that she would protect Xiao Xingyu with her entire life. The scene shifts to Icefire Island, a place where ice and fire coexist. Right here sits the naval headquarters base. Inside, a man sat reading news about his two children. It seemed both Shor and Jiner were finally on the right track. This man was none other than General Murong Jin. His gaze then shifted to Xingyu, and he could not help but praise the youth. He possessed incredible talent. Suddenly, a land general walked in and asked why he did not just take leave to visit Four Spirit City if he cared so much. Surprised, Murong Jin asked, "Old Bai, what are you doing here?" Bai Yu explained that executing Medusa was a massive event. The Empress was concerned, so she had sent him to provide backup. This made Murong Jin worry. He asked if the Empress doubted his capability to handle the execution. Old Bai warned him not to be careless, as things on the mainland were complicated, with Eastern forces being intercepted while acting suspiciously. Even the southern nations were highly unstable, crawling with dangerous escaped fugitives. The Yanming faction is the real trouble here. They won't give up on Medusa so easily. Puffing his cigarette, Rong Jin asks Bai Yu, "Did they spot you coming here?" The old man laughs out loud. But then Bai Yu's face suddenly turns incredibly menacing. "Do you really think they can leave Icefire Island alive once they realize two great generals are here?" That's right. He is the legendary land general, Bai Yu. His terrifying expression completely paralyzes the two nearby guards. Their heads spin and their legs go weak. Rong Jin quickly steps in to warn him. "That's enough. They are loyal subordinates. So, stop pressuring them, we are running out of time." Time for the execution. A massive titanium transport pod descends, opening up to reveal Medusa, heavily bound in thick iron chains as she is dragged out. Under the bright moonlight, she is forced to her knees before the guillotine, awaiting her final sentence. Looming from above, Bai Yu sneers, "Medusa, your crimes are unforgivable. Surviving until today is a merciful gift from Her Majesty, the Empress." Suddenly, she opens her eyes, staring right back at him, and calmly asks, "My crimes are unforgivable?" Her status window pops up the disaster-level beastkin, Demon Python Medusa. She chuckles coldly. "If my sins are unforgivable, then what about the forbidden secrets that Shangguan Lan is hiding from the entire world?" Having snuck onto Icefire Island, Xingyu and Dalu observe the scene. Dalu whispers, "Two whole generals just to oversee Medusa's execution? How do we fight this?" Xingyu replies, "Let's wait a bit longer, an opportunity might present itself." He looks up to scan the area, thinking, "Wait, is someone else here too?" Meanwhile, on another front, massive ocean waves begin to crash and roar, growing more violent by the second. Rong Jin looks incredibly tense as he prepares his Dragon Fang axe. With rain falling like heavy bullets, Rong Jin's two subordinates strain to pull the release lever. After a brutal struggle, the locking mechanism finally opens up. Watching from behind the lock, Medusa's eyes burn with fury as she mockingly shouts, "Shangguan Lan, do you truly believe my death will bury your unspeakable secrets forever at the bottom of the ocean?" Chains still binding her body, Medusa releases a burst of spiritual energy and screams, "One day, the horrific sins you committed 200 years ago will be dragged into the light." Instantly, Rong Jin's subordinates are overwhelmed by her intense energy. Their faces twisting in pure agony. His ally beside him isn't doing any better, trembling violently while holding the chains, his face turning pale. The spiritual pressure fills the air, and he can smell the danger. It's clear this is no ordinary power. Whatever is coming, there is no escaping it now. The powerful energy released by Medusa immediately wraps around the remaining subordinate. He is now completely controlled, his terror plain to see, yet he is utterly powerless. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the land general appears, his booming voice echoing across the battlefield. "Don't breathe the demon mist." Bai Yu unleashes his spiritual energy, conjuring a violent gale and an endless swarm of growing branches. Medusa can only watch as everything around her begins to shake. At that exact moment, The Land General's spiritual power sweeps over everyone present on the battlefield. And of course, Bai Yu doesn't spare Medusa, wrapping her in a thick layer of thorny branches that makes her scream in pain. Bai Yu gives a wicked smirk and mockingly praises her. Medusa, you truly are impressive, still trying to cast illusions, even when backed into a corner. Staring at his repulsive face, she decides to bring up the past. Bai Yu, have you forgotten the tragedy of your clan? Out of the 5 great clans, only yours was wiped out. As their sole survivor, serving Shangguan Lan is quite the choice. Are you not ashamed to face your ancestors? Hearing this, Bai Yu stiffens, his expression turning cold as he snaps. You talk too much. As the Yanming forces arrive, Rongjin's subordinate quickly briefs them on the current situation. The power supply box for the execution grounds is right here. Once we cut the electricity, we strike immediately. Suddenly, guards surround them with weapons raised, shouting to freeze or they will open fire. Caught in a tight spot, one of them yells, "We're compromised. Detonate it now." The other guy instantly obeys, triggering a massive, deafening explosion that sends shockwaves echoing through the area. The blast completely destroyed toward of the Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, the Yan Ming group charges in. They summon their spirit beasts, whose deafening roars fill the air in a synchronized assault. Seeing the chaos, Bai Yu barks, "Do not panic. Activate defense protocols and lock down the entire island. Not even a fly gets through." Rongjin burns with intense killing intent, ordering his men to proceed with the execution. If Medusa dies, the enemies will retreat. Sensing the urgency, Xingyu commands Da Lu to act. Hearing this, Da Lu leaps forward, shouting, "Leave it to me." She enters her combat stance, clearing a path so quickly that Rongjin's subordinates are sent flying. With incredible agility, Da Lu grabs Medusa and rockets upward. Even though the escape path rises hundreds of meters high, she ascends effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. Rongjin only catches a glimpse of her silhouette, but spotting a highly distinct feature, he asks in absolute horror, "The 9-tailed demon fox?" As they escape, Medusa remains heavily bound. She stares at Da Lu, trying to speak, but Da Lu immediately cuts her off, saying, "Don't say a word. We will handle this once we get out of here." Still shaken, Rongjin begins summoning his massive spiritual energy, the 9-tailed demon fox. Wanted posters of her cover the entire dragon nation, yet she still has the nerve to walk right to their doorstep. "Just as well, I will send you straight to the afterlife." But before anyone can react, a mysterious dark figure crashes down with a massive explosion, looking exactly like Madara Uchiha from Naruto. A massive section of Icefire Island lights up with blazing fire, highlighting the clash between these two massive powers. Naturally, this sudden display immediately grabs everyone's attention. Bai Yu looks over and quickly alerts Rongjin, "Wait, look over there." A mysterious figure in a black cloak stands proudly on the cliffside, with Da Lu and Medusa backing him up right behind. Looking closely, they immediately realize this is Xingyu. He is sporting a black cloak that looks exactly like the Yanming uniform. Bai Yu is suspicious, because almost no one from that faction possesses such a heavy, crushing aura. "Are you with the Yanming?" Xingyu looks down with cold, hollow eyes and a freezing voice. "You have absolutely no right to know my identity. I am only here to rescue this little snake. Block my way, and you die." Meanwhile, the two girls stand by watching the drama unfold, each lost in their own thoughts. Da Lu silently praises him. "Wow, this kid can really act." Medusa is totally unimpressed. "A little snake? With such weak energy?" Down below, the troops cannot see clearly through the billowing black cloak. They wonder how a mere 2-star beast tamer dares to stand against them. "Who on earth is this?" Suddenly, a voice shouts back, "Is one of ours? Forget him, let's just go help." Rongjin mutters impatiently, keeping his voice low but firm. "Listen up, cloaked punk. Whether you are with Yanming or not, trespassing into our customs headquarters is a death sentence. I will make sure to completely wipe you out." Unlike Rongjin, however, Bai Yu is thoroughly enjoying this dramatic showdown. Capture this cloaked guy alive, and there is a massive reward. Hearing this, Xingyu just scoffs, highly amused by their sheer arrogance. Suddenly, his spiritual energy erupts like a volcano. Even Medusa, standing right beside him, is stunned as his power level inexplicably skyrockets tenfold. Glaring down at the enemies, Xingyu quietly whispers to Da Lu, warning her that his body can only handle this power for 10 minutes. "After 10 minutes, my life is literally in your hands." She calmly replies, "I got it." Rongjin channels 100% of his authority, ordering his troops to charge. Armed with their beasts, the soldiers surge forward, charging straight up the cliff toward Xingyu. The soldiers and their ravenous beasts close in aggressively, trapping Xingyu and his companions right against the cliff edge. Unshaken by the danger, he gives Dalu the signal to strike. Stepping forward, she instructs him, "Just keep Medusa safe." With the warnings out of the way, Dalu's playful expression turns deadly serious. She throws her head back and unleashes a deafening roar, as a massive torrent of spiritual energy violently erupts from her body. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down from above, slamming directly into the enemy forces. The sheer weight of her aura suffocates them, making it impossible to breathe. The soldiers groan in agony, while their beasts collapse to the ground, foaming at the mouth and completely unable to stand. Even the Yanming troops start foaming too. "Kama-san, why are we getting blasted by this?" He struggles to squeeze out an answer. "You idiot. That just proves he is really one of us." Stunned by Da Lu's terrifying power, Rongjin can only assume that this fox beast has somehow unlocked a legendary evolution. Bai Yu is utterly terrified. Dragon scales, horns, claws, and eyes. That legendary dragon power vanished more than 200 years ago. Rongjin warns, "Old Bai, this guy is way too dangerous. We cannot let him leave Icefire Island alive." Bai Yu clenches his fists, his anger boiling over. "I do not need you to tell me that." Bai Yu snaps. The moment he speaks, the earth beneath them starts splitting wide open. Xingyu watches in shock as the cliff crumbles, feeling a massive, terrifying vibration shifting deep beneath the dirt. Suddenly, a massive, predatory plant-type beast bursts through the rubble, looking incredibly colossal and fierce. Caught completely off guard, all three of them find themselves balancing right above a gaping mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. Before they can even react, the monster snaps its jaws open, sending them tumbling deep into its dark gullet. Falling through a disgusting, slimy red throat, they slide deeper into the belly of the beast. The wet, squelching, swallowing sound makes everyone outside shudder in pure horror. Rongjin's subordinates stand frozen in shock. It is a god-beast class, the cursed Demon King Flower. Another soldier marvels, saying that seeing this ancient-blooded plant monster in person is absolutely breathtaking and massive. He praises General Bai Yu as the ultimate plant beast master, effortlessly taking out the invaders with a single move. Back inside the monster's slimy stomach, our heroes crash onto the floor. Xingyu pushes himself up, completely ignoring the disgusting slime covering his clothes. Looking around, Xingyu turns to Dalu to ask where they are, but a frowning Medusa cuts in to answer instead. This is the pocket dimension inside the stomach of the cursed Demon King Flower. And, suddenly, a pack of fierce, grotesque beasts emerges from the shadows, completely surrounding them and catching them off guard. "Oh no!" Medusa stared in absolute shock at the massive swarm of spirit beasts surrounding them from every angle. Meanwhile, Xing Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant, crimson light. As he analyzed the battlefield, Dai Lu wasted no time. She unleashed her purple spiritual energy, forming a powerful protective shield around the three of them. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a specific spot deep inside the massive beast's stomach. Xing Wu pointed directly at it and barked an order. "Lu, use Dragon's Breath to strike the weak spot on their right flank." Without hesitation, Dai Lu summoned a surging spiritual dragon and sent it roaring straight toward the target. Outside, Bai Yu's beast took a direct hit to its weak point, causing its body to swell violently in 3 places. An anxious Rongjin asked, "Old Bai, are you okay? It has been 6 minutes." Bai Yu just stared and scoffed. Anyone swallowed by the cursed Flower Demon King suffers an agonizing death, their flesh and bones literally melting into liquid. Even if that dragon fox has some tricks, survival is absolutely impossible. Before Bai Yu could even finish his sentence, his beast exploded into pieces, spraying blood everywhere as its body tore into 3 chunks. Seizing the moment, Dai Lu burst right out of the beast's stomach with a fierce roar. Bai Yu stood there, in utter disbelief. How could a mere fox tear straight through the stomach of his cursed Flower Demon King? It made no sense. Rongjin was equally horrified, realizing that at the same rank, the power of Dragon Flame is truly terrifying, even with ancient blood flowing through its veins. A plant-type beast like the cursed Flower Demon King stood no chance against the searing heat of Dragon Flame. He suddenly shouted, "We have been locked in a bloody feud with Yan Ming for over 100 years now. You possess such unbelievable strength, yet your name is not in the top 10 wanted list." Standing atop Dai Lu's head, Xing Wu only responded to Rongjin's words with a cold sneer as the old man's voice grew darker. "If you refuse to reveal your identity, then we will have to lock you in the deep-sea prison and interrogate you by force. Instantly, Rongjin summoned his own spirit beast, a gargantuan sea creature that breached the ocean surface, sending massive waves crashing everywhere. Xingwu's eyes widened in surprise, never expecting the old man to summon his beast right at this moment. Immediately, the sea creature began releasing destructive sound waves aimed directly at them. The sonic blast flew straight at them, but Dai Lu reacted instantly, raising a powerful barrier to block the impact. Watching the shockwaves rattle their shield, Xingwu broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "The destructive power is insane." The beast's sonic attacks grew stronger, battering them without a single moment of rest. Unable to hold back any longer, Dai Lu retaliated by unleashing a roaring torrent of fire straight at her opponent. The two opposing forces clashed violently, triggering a massive, ear-splitting explosion that shook the entire sky. Sensing the danger, Xingwu warned her, "Lu, we cannot afford to stay and fight. The medicine only has 3 minutes left." Hearing this, Dai Lu quickly turned around in a panic, shouting, "In that case, we need to get out of here right now." Realizing their plan to escape, Bai Yu let out a cruel sneer and barked, "Do not even think about running. Myriad vines." Instantly, Bai Yu's vines wrapped tightly around Dai Lu's entire body, completely trapping her. Bai Yu laughed maniacally, shouting that even though the cursed flower demon king was injured by the dragon flame, plant-type beasts are born without any sense of pain. "You kids completely miscalculated this time." Watching the trap close in, Xingwu thought to himself, "A perfect pincer attack, surrounded on all sides. We are in deep trouble." This was looking incredibly bad, as the thick vines wrapped tighter and tighter around Dai Lu. Beneath the waves, Viathan opened its glowing eyes and roared fiercely, launching its deadly trident straight through the air toward her as she struggled to break free. Xingwu suddenly spoke, "Lu, stop struggling. Deactivate your shield and put away your dragon force." Her eyes instantly darted upward, to look at him in shock. "Why?" she asked. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Just do as I say." Meanwhile, the creeping vines and the incoming trident closed in together. Bai Yu watched the battle unfold with total confusion. Why was the fox suddenly giving up, even turning off its defensive shield? Rongjin took a slow puff of his pipe and replied calmly, "It does not matter. No opponent has ever survived the devastating strike of Viathan's sea god's trident." Suddenly, a bright light pierced through the smoke. "Brother Jin, they are still alive." Bai Yu gasped in disbelief. "No way." Through the blinding light, a majestic purple dragon soul soared high into the sky. Rongjin was stunned. "A dragon? No, that is a dragon soul." Gritting his teeth in fury, he muttered, "To actually summon a dragon soul, who is this kid?" Meanwhile, Dai Lu looked around in utter shock, realizing she was still alive. Xingwu quickly explained, "Lu, this is your innate dragon soul talent. It automatically shields you from any fatal blow. This is perfect for countering both Viathan and the cursed flower demon king." Pouting, she grumbled back, "You are way too calm about this." The system screen suddenly flashed, displaying her incredible stats. 9. Tailed Dragon Fox, Beast Body First Stage. Bloodlines. Mythical 9. Tailed Fox and Purebred Genesis Dragon. Innate Talent 1. Pupil of Misfortune. Once this eye technique is activated, a single gaze can petrify any opponent with a lower cultivation level than hers. Innate Talent 2. 9. Tailed Fox Fire. It directly burns the enemy's soul, unleashing a devastating mental attack on their mind. Enemies cannot interrupt her spellcasting. She is completely immune to any crowd control skills, and she inflicts massive physical and mental damage upon them. Fourth talent, Dragon Soul. When heavily injured, it automatically unleashes the Dragon Soul to block any fatal strike. Attributes are Dragon Fox, Beastman, Psychic, and Fire types. With a loyalty rating of 88, skills include Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Red Bow, 9 Tails, Heavenly Wrath, Dragon Tail Whip, and Dragon Breath. The evolution paths to 9-tailed Dragon Fox and 10-tailed Dragon Fox remain unknown. He grimaced in exhaustion and said, "My spiritual energy is almost gone. In one more minute, I might pass out or even slip into critical condition. We have to retreat now." Dallo turned his head to suggest, "Let's split up." But Bai Yu gritted his teeth, ordering an absolute kill. 2 vines suddenly shot up from the ground. She raised her claws, immediately splitting the earth. As she leaped away, a massive wave of energy erupted, shooting straight into the sky. Xingyu's eyes widened as he roared, summoning a swirling purple vortex of pure force. In the center, a massive eye slowly materialized, Rongjin stood tall with a grim expression, declaring they represent the honor of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. We represent hundreds of millions of our people, and we absolutely cannot let them escape from this ice-fire island. Vihan wielded the sea god's trident, and the beast swept its tail underwater, summoning a massive trident that shot toward the surface. The powerful force launched it skyward, while the purple eye flashed, unleashing a massive beam of energy crashing down. The two energies collided in a blinding flash, making Vihan roar as the shockwave rumbled through the air. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The shockwave blew him back, making Xingyu gasp as thick smoke blanketed the entire sky. The two elders stared at the scene in front of them. Rongjin bit his cigarette, gritting his teeth because the targets had escaped. Baiyu frowned and let out a sigh, wondering if this was the true power of the Dragon Soul, since they failed to stop them. Unable to accept this, he roared that this was the Navy headquarters, not some playground they could just enter and leave at will. Ships lined up across the water as the entire Navy received orders to search the surrounding seas. Suddenly, an attack rained down, shaking the entire area as the radio behind him burst to life. An urgent report came in that they were ambushed by the South Island Alliance. Rongjin gasped in shock, demanding to know what happened. "General, ship number 1 is leaking." But before he could react, the radio offered reassurance along with another urgent update. "General, don't worry, they are no match for us." "Wait, General, the turbine on ship number 7 has just been destroyed." "General, ship number 3 is under fire, but don't worry too much." The reports of incoming attacks kept flooding in without stopping. "General, our flagship is damaged." Hearing this, he squeezed the radio in sheer frustration. Immediately, Rongjin turned around and ordered them to abandon the search for the cloaked man, commanding all forces to reinforce the battlefield. Nearby, Dalo poked his head out of the water, desperately searching. Master, where are you? Master, please answer me." Underwater, Xingyu's body continued to sink. The side effects of the dragon spirit pill were too severe, leaving him completely powerless. Thinking of Lolo, he felt so cold and sleepy. Suddenly, a giant shadow glided past him and transformed into Medusa. She placed Xingyu in the palm of her hand and rose, staring down at him with a curious expression. A mere human actually had the potential to stand against 2 9-star beast masters? That was truly impressive. Suddenly, she stuck out her long tongue to inspect him. Apologizing softly, she dove back down, submerging completely. Medusa's sharp eyes scanned the surrounding area. The kid was unconscious and heavily injured, making his situation critical. Spotting a deserted island ahead, she decided to stop there. In the distance, a deserted island loomed faintly. Meanwhile, Rongjin frowned, his eyes filled with deep disappointment. Having lost that battle, the 2 grand generals had completely lost all their pride. The elder sighed, warning that they must figure out how to face the wrath of Her Majesty. A blinding light suddenly erupted across the sky as the 7-colored Holy Kirin charged straight down, standing majestically above the clouds, like the ruler of the heavens. Seeing the figure standing on the Kirin's head, both generals panicked. Guanlan glared down with freezing eyes, demanding to know where Medusa was. Both quickly reported in trembling voices, confessing that they had miserably failed to live up to her imperial trust. Medusa had been stolen, and they were ambushed by an outside force, claiming the culprit otherwise never would have escaped. Her face darkened instantly as she roared, demanding to know the identity of the thief. Baiyu turned completely pale, trembling as he struggled to answer. He reported the culprit wore a black cloak and a demon mask, with the 9-tailed fox Dalo serving under him. They claimed to know nothing else. Guanlan scoffed at this ridiculous excuse, absolutely furious that 2 grand generals could not even defend their own navy headquarters. Terrified, both knelt to plead guilty, declaring they were fully prepared to accept any punishment. "Your Majesty, they possess the power of dragons, and that 9-tailed fox actually has a dragon soul." Sensing the residual purple energy, she wondered if it truly was the power of dragons. No, that was absolutely impossible. Guanlan's face darkened as she demanded in a stern, icy tone, "Tell me where the man in black went. Once I return, you 2 will be severely punished for failing your duties so miserably." He quickly pointed southeast, and without another word, she spun around and vanished into the night. Watching her leave, Baiyu grew deeply thoughtful. Even the Empress was taking action. A massive storm was clearly brewing in the Dragon Empire. Outside, torrential rain poured down relentlessly, while inside a dark cave, a small campfire flickered, casting soft, warm light. Medusa gazed into the distance, amazed at how much they had survived. Beside her, Delu gently cradled Xingyu's head on her lap, nodding along. Exactly. Without my master, I would have just been a dying, wounded fox left to rot. Dailu softly murmured. Medusa wondered if their bond was getting a bit too close. Just then, an unconscious Xingyu let out a faint, painful groan. Dailu panicked, wanting to feed him water, but Medusa reminded her that this deserted island had absolutely no fresh water. Without hesitating, Dailu sliced her own finger with a blade, letting her fresh blood drip directly into Xingyu's dry mouth. This selfless act left Medusa stunned. She never expected a beast companion to willingly bleed herself dry for a mere human. As the blood warmed him, Xingyu drifted into a dream, staring at a pair of small hands. Confused, he muttered, "What is going on?" Looking closer, he realized those hands belonged to Guanlan. As she suddenly reached out to grab him, his dream shattered and he screamed. Snapping back to reality, Xingyu bolted upright in the cave, screaming in sheer panic. Relieved, Dailu rushed to his side. She cried out, "Xingyu, you are finally awake. You slept all morning and worried me sick." Rubbing his pounding head, he weakly asked where they were. Dailu gently assisted him, explaining they were on a deserted island completely out of the Navy's reach. They were safe and far away, but Xingyu shook his head, still feeling incredibly dizzy and confused. Trying to recall his strange nightmare, he licked his dry lips and glanced at Dailu suspiciously. "Wait, is this dragon blood? Did you feed me yours?" Blushing, Dailu looked away, explaining he had been severely dehydrated. Without fresh water on the island, it was her only choice. Touched, Xingyu smiled and praised her, thanking her for the massive help. Suddenly, the system chimed, announcing Dailu's favorability had hit 99. Just then, Medusa walked in with water, rolling her eyes at their flirting. Xingyu stared in confusion. "A crown?" Glancing at the purple crown on her head, Medusa walked over to hand him the cup. Naturally, his eyes immediately drifted to places they really shouldn't be. As Xingyu blushed furiously, she quickly covered herself. Sternly, she told him there was no need for him to feel thankful. "I should be the one thanking you for saving my life," Medusa added, leaving Dailu watching her sudden change of attitude in deep suspicion. It turned out to be the ultimate sacred ritual of the Divine Python clan. Xingyu laughed awkwardly, telling Shasha not to be so formal. Hearing his casual response, Medusa felt a little annoyed. "Mr. Xiao, my clan always repays our debts, especially for saving a life. Tell me what you want, and I will do it." Surprised, his eyes went wide as he grinned. "Anything?" A mischievous smirk spread across his face as he boldly pointed at Medusa, shamelessly declaring that his only demand was her. Irritated, she placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. "I know exactly what you want, and the answer is absolutely not." Her instant rejection left Xingyu completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock. For a moment, the entire cave fell dead silent. Flicking her snake tongue menacingly, she warned that while she would gladly do almost anything to repay him, a blood covenant was completely off the table. Confused, Xingyu asked why, only for Medusa to look down on him proudly, declaring that beasts would never serve as slaves. Refusing to give up, he offered free meals and housing, but she simply shook her head and rejected the offer. Listening to their banter, Dailu recalled how she was also forced to sign a blood pact, but in hindsight, it had actually turned out great. Suddenly, Xingyu coughed up a dramatic spray of blood, shocking both girls as he collapsed backward, prompting Dailu to quickly catch him. "Oh, Shasha, I foolishly believed risking my life would melt your frozen heart, but clearly I was dead wrong," he wheezed. "You really are just a heartless, cold-blooded snake." Medusa began to panic, while Dailu frantically asked why he was coughing up so much blood. Continuing his dramatic act, he cried out, asking what the point of living even was if she refused to sign the contract. "In my next life, I'll never save an ungrateful snake like you," he sobbed, while Dailu played along, begging him to stay awake. Unable to bear his dramatic guilt-tripping, Medusa finally cracked and screamed that she would sign. Instantly, a perfectly healthy Xingyu sat up and grabbed her hand. "Oh, Shasha, you are the absolute best. I suddenly have the will to live." Realizing he was just faking, Dailu playfully pinched his cheek, asking where on earth he had learned to play such shameless, rogue tricks just to get his way. Wincing from the pinch, he argued that as a beast tamer, a little trickery was nothing to be ashamed of. A life-saving favor easily deserved a contract. Dailu raised her eyebrow, asking what he would have done if the guilt trip failed. His eyes narrowed with a devious glint as he admitted he would have simply handed her in for the bounty. Compared to facing Guanlan, she would have yielded to him easily. Dailu is completely speechless. It seems moral people have gone totally extinct in this day and age. By comparison, Medusa is practically a rare saint of pure morality. With that, Xingyu stands up and approaches her. Joshua, let's sign a blood contract. She nods. He gently places his finger on her forehead, and a drop of blood sinks in. A glowing magic circle instantly erupts beneath her feet. Medusa opens her eyes as the contract mark appears. Xingyu grins happily with a big thumbs up. Joshua, from now on, you are my beast companion. Medusa still cannot believe this is happening. Did she really just bind herself to a mere human? It feels absurd. Dalu pats her shoulder supportively. Then, the system screen flashes open again. Her status reads Calamity Ghost Python Medusa, a Tier 2 Divine level beast. Mythical Divine Bloodline, with her primary talent being Calamity Descent. When her true form emerges, it triggers devastating natural disasters like tsunamis, lightning storms, and volcanic eruptions. Her second talent is Nightmare Entanglement. Any target caught in her gaze, as long as they are lower ranked than Medusa, will have their soul pulled into an endless, agonizing nightmare. She has the beast attribute with psychic and water subtypes. Her loyalty is at 10. Her primary skill, Nightmare Devour, drags enemies into the baptism of 9 tormenting nightmares. With their souls severed, death entanglement triggers. She uses her massive body to constrict and bind her helpless prey, constricting them until they suffocate and lose consciousness. Her venomous fangs sink deep inside to drain their vital life force, converting it into her own HP. Her habits include a love for sweets, and she prefers dark, cold habitats. Her evolution path shows Calamity Ghost Python as peak form, with Hidden Path 1 leading to the heaven-reaching Dragon Python. Her second hidden path unlocks the legendary World Serpent form, possessing a body massive enough to wrap around the entire planet. Reading through this insane stat sheet, Xingyu breaks into a cold sweat. Joshua is incredibly powerful, if only he still had the dragon bone. Now, he must find the Eye of Samsara and the underworld spider's beast core to help her evolve into the legendary World Serpent. Suddenly, blinding lightning rips through the sky above. He clutches his chest as a sharp, agonizing pain flares through his entire body. Seeing Xingyu turn deathly pale, Dalu grows deeply worried. You look terrible. Are you in pain somewhere? Xingyu gasps. Dalu, I suddenly have a terrible feeling. We are supposed to be safe, but my heart is racing. His face turns completely pale. Wait, if they successfully rescued Medusa, why has the system not issued his rewards yet? Is the quest incomplete? Realizing the danger, Xingyu turns around and yells to Dalu. We have to get out of here right now. Leaving this island immediately, he quickly pulls on his mask. If we do not leave this second, we will be trapped. Nodding without a second thought, she agrees they must flee, telling him she can swim fast and to climb onto her back. The violent lightning intensifies, striking the water and shattering the earth into flying debris. Looking back in absolute horror, Dalu gasps that the entire deserted island is completely leveled. Scanning their surroundings, Xingyu suddenly points toward the sky above. A majestic Hulin descends alongside a stern woman. Quanlan unleashes a crushing pressure, noting that the black robes and ghost mask confirm she found the right person. Dalu instantly recognizes the entity hovering above them, the 7-colored Holy Chilin. Damn it, it is her. Medusa looks up with tense, anxious eyes. Since she managed to track them all this way, escape seems entirely impossible. Xingyu just stares back in grim, silent defiance. The strongest expert among all beast masters? A legendary beast emperor. Why is she here? His spiritual energy is totally depleted, and without any dragon spirit pills, his beasts cannot unleash a single battle skill. How can they survive this? Dalu steps in front of Xingyu, forming a protective barrier, telling her master not to worry and to leave everything to her as they lock eyes with the enemy. Quanlan frowns, breaking the heavy silence. She muses that the little fox has quite the luck to fuse with pure dragon bloodline, wondering if it is because of him. Black-robed brat, reveal your true identity, and I will grant you a quick, painless death. Dalu hastily raises her hand and yells to wait. Quanlan raises an intrigued eyebrow. Knowing they stand zero chance, Dalu quickly proposes a desperate deal. She offers to surrender her own life if Quanlan spares her master, even if it means imprisoning him forever. Xingyu stares in shock at Dalu. The tyrant cold-heartedly snorts, declaring that a dying beast has no right to negotiate. Hearing this, Dalu stops pleading. There is nothing left to say but fight to the death as Medusa lunges forward. Since it has come to this, they will fight. Quanlan's eyes flash with murderous intent as she commands them to die. summoning a golden dragon. Dalu freezes in horror at the immense dragon power, as its tail easily shatters her protective shield into pieces. Quanlan reveals herself with dual wings on her back and sharp horns on her head, leaving Dalu stuttering in sheer panic. That black dragon's soul carries such a sinister energy. What kind of monster is she? Is Quanlan not even human? Medusa hisses back, warning the fox that this is her true form, and she wants to bury them along with her secret. Dalu's fists clench and tremble before slowly loosening, realizing there is absolutely no hope. Both the Qilin and Quanlan radiate a terrifyingly oppressive power. Her eyes flashed with absolute determination as she muttered, "I cannot lose." In an instant, Dalu transformed into her majestic fox form. Even knowing she was completely outmatched, she still charged right into battle. Dalu was beaten brutally, spitting up blood as deep wounds ripped across her entire body. Suddenly, her leg was sliced right off, and before she could even react, her ear was severed too. Next, Dalu's body was torn to pieces as blood splattered everywhere. Xingyu's eyes widened in sheer panic as he screamed. Unable to hold her beast form, Lulu collapsed back into human shape, prompting Medusa to instantly fly him toward her. Falling into the water, Lulu was quickly pulled out by Xingyu. He frantically cried, "Lulu, are you okay? Are you badly hurt? Don't scare me like this," he begged. With blood dripping from her mouth, Dalu weakly raised a trembling hand and whispered, "Master, we finally met. Why was it so late? If only we had just a few more days together. I truly regret dragging you into this mess." Xingyu shook his head, tears streaming down. "No, Lulu, I don't regret it. I don't regret a single thing. I chose this." Dalu gently caressed his face, pulling him closer as tears flowed freely down both of their cheeks. She softly kissed his cheek, a gentle smile still on her face as she murmured, "Please forgive me for leaving first." With those words, her hands slowly went limp. Xingyu's pupils shrunk in absolute horror as he screamed out in pure despair. Holding Dalu tightly, Xingyu could not stop crying as memories of their journey flashed by. Watching them, the Empress frowned, completely annoyed by this emotional drama. "It is time for you to join her," Guanlan sneered, unleashing her terrifying power. Waving her hand, Guanlan summoned a swirling vortex of fire. Medusa coiled her body defensively, warning him, "Master, I will protect your body with my life. Dalu and I will wait for you below." Xingyu shook his head, crying out. Medusa froze, unable to believe her ears. Holding Dalu's lifeless body, Xingyu looked up and let out a furious roar. "No, this cannot be the end. I only want to see Lulu alive." Suddenly, a glowing pearl materialized in front of Xingyu, slowly floating upward to everyone's absolute shock. The pearl then split into several smaller glowing gems, circling around the three of them while bursting with immense power. Guanlan gasped in disbelief, realizing it was the dragon's tear. A giant clock appeared, spinning backward as time reversed, and wounds began to heal. At the same time, Guanlan's deadly ultimate attack vanished. Even the shattered ground repaired itself, returning to normal. Xingyu's eyes widened as he saw Dalu standing safely right in front of him. Sighing in relief, he cheered. It actually worked. This left Dalu utterly confused, asking, "Xingyu, what are you doing?" Suddenly, her cheeks flushed bright red. But before she could say another word, Xingyu leaned in and pulled her into a passionate kiss. Medusa quickly covered her face, not knowing where to look. "What are you two doing?" she squeaked. Xingyu finally pulled away, looking extremely rushed. "Lulu, no time to explain. We have to run. Let's swim toward the beast straight. The more chaotic the scent there, the better." Though completely lost, she nodded. Seconds later, the ground behind them exploded, sending massive rocks flying everywhere. Standing atop her Kirin, the Empress searched around, noting their aura ended here, right at the border of the beast strait. Guanlan scoffed, her eyes sharp. "They sure run fast," she muttered, glaring coldly toward the deserted island ahead. "Black-cloaked brat, the next time we meet will be your absolute demise." With that, the area fell into a heavy silence. Hiding in a tense corner, they wondered if she would follow. If she could actually track them in this chaotic strait, then there was nothing left to do but accept their fate. Dalu asked curiously, "How did you know Guanlan would come after us like this?" Xingyu turned to her, clutching his chest. "Lulu, I cannot lose you. That excruciating pain in my heart. I never want to experience it again." Medusa smirked. "Are you seriously confessing your love to a beast fox? What on earth are you blabbering about?" Lulu blushed as Xingyu pulled out the glowing pearl. "This is the dragon's tear. which I accidentally activated just now. Place your hands on it, and you will understand everything that happened. He held it out to both of them. After a long silence, Xingyu asked, Lulu, why are you crying? Did my words move you? Dai Lu rubbed her eyes defensively. No, it is just dust. I just got some dirt in my eyes. Suddenly, the system screen popped up with a loud notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing Medusa. Quest reward issued. 1 dragon egg and 10,000 system points. Please check your inventory. Staring at the screen, he grinned with joy. Since the reward was sent, it meant they were finally safe this time. After thinking for a moment, Xingyu turned to her. Medusa, Lulu told me you know the hidden truth behind the great dragon-slaying war 200 years ago. Can you tell us? Is Guanlan actually human? Or, Medusa sighed deeply, saying, the dragon-slaying maiden became the evil dragon itself. During that war 200 years ago, 90% of the Dragon Kingdom's top masters fought. She began, recalling the past. Back then, there were 2 universally recognized peak experts. One was Guanlan, and the other was Li Yan. At that time, Guanlan was not yet the empress, and Li Yan had not yet become the leader of the rebel alliance. When Medusa was just a young girl, she hid and watched. Back then, she was only a tiny snake hiding in a volcanic crevice. Their battlefield was right in Dragon Valley, her home. Because of that, she witnessed the entire brutal war with her own eyes. That horrific scene was burned into her memory forever. After Guanlan slaughtered countless giant dragons, she stood right in the center of Dragon Valley. Drenched in dragon blood, she laughed like a complete maniac before transforming into a massive black dragon that dwarfed all others. Bloodthirsty, killing friend and foe alike, until Dragon Valley was completely wiped out. Back in reality, Medusa shrugged and sighed. Once the dust settled, the dragon race lay in ruins, and almost every beast tamer was wiped out. The sole lucky survivor was Li Yan, the current leader of the Flame Alliance. As for Medusa, her distance saved her life. Even though she had nothing to do with it, Guanlan still wanted her dead. Xingyu realized why Li Yan betrayed the Dragon Kingdom to fight Guanlan. Rubbing his chin, he sank deep into his own thoughts. Why did Guanlan transform into such an evil dragon? Was it her constitution or something else? How many giant dragons did Li Yan kill back then? Ultimately, Medusa was just an observer. If he wanted real answers, he would have to ask Li Yan himself. Suddenly, Xingyu remembered something. This was wrong. He was just a 2-star beast tamer from Azure Dragon Academy, while Li Yan was a rebel leader. They had absolutely no connection. If he really ended up involved with him, what would happen to him and his sister? Seeing his silence, she asked, Master, now that you know Guanlan's true identity, what do you plan to do next? Xingyu forced a smile. What plans could I possibly have? Act like some righteous hero and expose the crimes she committed 200 years ago? No way. Why pick a fight with a monster? Dalu watched him with deep concern. After this ordeal, Guanlan would definitely keep her eyes on him and never let him go. Xingyu just smiled. Guanlan was targeting the mysterious man in black. What did that have to do with Xingyu? Dalu raised her eyebrows in total confusion. Wasn't he that man in black? But he quickly cut her off. Alright, stop overthinking, silly. Let's hide here for a bit, then get ready to slip back to Four Spirits City. Suddenly, the dragon tear in Xingyu's hand glowed brightly, and he began to stumble. Dalu screamed his name as his vision went completely blurry. Where was this? Why was it pitch black? The moment Xingyu opened his eyes, he saw Guanlan standing there. He quickly turned to run. That black dragon actually chased him all the way here. But as he ran, Xingyu crashed into a mirror. Who left a mirror here? Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute disbelief. Seeing his body covered in dragon scales, Xingyu panicked. Dragon scales? Why did he have them too? He clutched his head, screaming in despair that he didn't want to become a man-eating monster. I don't want to. Xingyu shrieked as wings sprouted and horns grew. As he screamed, Dalu asked anxiously, How is he? Medusa replied, His body is extremely weak, and he has a high fever. He will probably be out for days. Human resistance is truly pathetic. Hearing this, she grew deeply concerned. What should we do then? Medusa revealed a potential solution. Beast milk could boost his immunity and speed up his recovery. When Medusa stared pointedly at a certain spot, Dalu fumed, What on earth are you looking at? How could I possibly have beast milk? Under Medusa's intense gaze, she could only nod in sheer embarrassment. Fine, I get it. I'll go get some right now. Meanwhile, facing a deep, dark cave entrance, a startled Xingyu muttered, I'm not a monster. Sighing in relief, he whispered, a dream? Thank goodness, that saved me. He then asked anxiously, have I really slept for 3 days? Jute, the supernova competition. Sitting nearby, Medusa reminded him, we're still at Demonic Beast Strait. You've been asleep for about 3 days. Xingyu panicked. From the start of the journey until I passed out, it's already been 4 or 5 days. I need to hurry back to Four Spirits City for the finals. Otherwise, the Academy will definitely get suspicious. If even the Empress notices, it's game over for me. Just then, Dalu returned. Seeing him awake, she happily cried, you're finally awake. Thank goodness. Medusa comforted the trembling Xingyu. Master, your body is shaking. I know you're worried, but please don't rush. He didn't dare think about the worst case. How could I not be worried? What if I don't make it back? But as he spoke, his eyes fell on what she was holding. Surprised, Xingyu asked, Lulu, what's that in your hand? She hesitated. Beast milk. Beast milk, for you to drink. Xingyu interrupted in sheer terror. No, 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 I'm a human. I only drink bubble tea. Beast milk is way too gamey. I can't drink that. Dalu glared firmly. No way. You have to drink every single drop. Medusa piped up from the side. Master, do you have any idea how you survived these past 3 days of coma? Beast milk boosted your immunity and kept you alive. For this, that smelly fox actually made a massive sacrifice. Xingyu seemed to realize something. Looking at the bottle in his hand, he couldn't help but curse. Medusa quickly urged him, drink up, hurry. This is what that smelly fox worked so hard to milk specifically for you. If you don't drink it, you'll break her heart. Dalu quickly added, Xingyu, this is what I worked so hard to extract. Drop by precious drop. You have to drink every drop. Please. Seeing her absolute sincerity, Xingwu gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Fine. I will drink it. Xingwu reminded himself of how much Dalu had sacrificed for him. He definitely could not break her heart again. Shutting his eyes, he threw his head back and chugged the entire bottle. Once finished, he muttered, instantly feeling the Silver Moon Tiger Emperor's power. Staring at his completely blank eyes, Dalu smirked. What else did you think it was, huh? Chugging some water, Xingwu asked. At your current speed, how long until we reach the Dragon Kingdom coast? Medusa smirked. Half a day is more than enough. Looking at them, he suggested, since we have time, why don't you two hunt a magical beast? I'll grill it for us. Sure thing. Just wait here until we get back. Once they left, Xingwu pulled out the mysterious egg. With them gone, it was the perfect time to check his system reward. He quickly opened up the interface. Item, Dragon Egg. Race, Pure Dragon Tribe. Current attribute, Unknown. Talent, Unknown. Hatching method, consistently infuse with dragon energy. Required growth materials to speed up the process. Dragon Bone Snow Lotus, Dragon Heart, and Earth Flame Fruit. Hatching restriction, keep away from dark energy, or it will trigger a catastrophic genetic mutation, turning the pure dragon into a demonic dragon. Reading this, Xingwu stared at the egg, utterly speechless. Dragon Bone, Snow, Lotus, and Dragon Heart? He couldn't even grow a basic seed yet. And now he had to raise a whole dragon. Oh well, dragons are noble beasts, so tough requirements make sense. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the cave entrance. Dalu marched in dragging a massive pile of prey. Xingwu, we're back from the hunt. He laughed. That was fast. Setting up a campfire, they began roasting the meat, eating like they had been starving for a whole week. Medusa took a huge bite out of a beast leg, looking completely satisfied. Even in human form, her appetite was absolutely legendary. Noticing Xingwu's thoughtful face, she asked, Master, is something on your mind? Xingwu hesitated, then asked, how do you view our relationship? Medusa smiled warmly. You are my life savior, Master. You can tell me absolutely anything. Hearing that, he grinned. Awesome. Then, can you give me some of your poop? Medusa froze in pure shock. Excuse me, what? Xingwu repeated. I asked if I could have some of your poop. Medusa's eyes flared with rage as her sharp claws slid out. Do you want to die? Seeing them about to clash, Dalu rushed in. Calm down, sister. Medusa hissed. Don't stop me, Fox. I'm going to rip this kid apart. Xingwu then dropped another bomb, freezing the entire room. Well, Lulu, since Medusa won't do it, why don't you poop? Dalu gritted her teeth. She said, no. What makes you think I'd agree? Xingwu, you freak. What kind of sick hobby is that? Both girls gritted their teeth, screaming in unison, "Get out, you pervert." Xingwu held up a plant pot, looking completely innocent. "Come on, it's just fertilizer for my plant. Do you really have to overreact like this?" Completely speechless, Dalu sighed. "Master, Medusa and I are beast kin, not wild beasts. We have our dignity as females." Staring at the plant pot, she realized. "Is this for a plant beast?" Xingwu nodded, pulling it back. "My bad. That was disrespectful. But I really need fertilizer, and it has to come from a god-tier beast." While Dalu stood there pondering, Medusa confidently puffed out her chest and gave him a brilliant idea. "That is simple. We are right at the demon beast strait. Tons of god-tier beasts are sleeping right under the ocean." Ready for action, they headed straight to the beach. She launched 3 massive fireballs straight into the water. They sank to the ocean floor, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion. A small, angry figure burst out of the water. "Which brat dares to disturb my sleep?" It was Shi Jing, looking extremely annoyed. "Who threw fire into my ocean?" Xingwu stood on a rock, hands on his hips. He was looking at a mutated flame spike whale, incredibly rare. The kid glared back suspiciously. "Rare? Who are you calling rare?" "Punk." Taking a closer look, Shi Jing realized there was a human standing there. "A mere mortal? You must be tired of living." Xingwu smirked and taunted him. "That's right. Come ashore and fight me then." Enraged, the kid roared. "I'll end you in 3 seconds." With a flash of lightning, Shi Jing leaped onto the shore, ready to tear him apart. But the moment he landed, he froze in sheer terror and immediately fell to his knees. Medusa and Dalu stood before him, fully releasing their terrifying power. "You want to kill our master? Let's see if you even have the strength. Have you decided how you want to die yet?" Shivering, the kid kowtowed frantically. "Mercy, grandmas. I have a 200-year-old mother to support, and 3 eggs waiting to hatch at home." Xingwu walked over and patted his head, highly amused. "Wait, don't whales give birth to live babies? We aren't heartless monsters. We won't take your life." The kid looked up. "Really?" But Xingwu's next words made his face turn completely pale. "Just give me some of your poop, and you can go." The kid's jaw dropped. "Wait, what?" Snapping out of it, the furious whale smacked him with his tail. "You absolute creep." The girls yelled in panic, "Master!" After a while, they are drifting at sea, with Xingwu's face still bearing the mark of the little beast's tail. "Seriously? You two didn't even try to stop it. It was just a little bit of poop. Was it really necessary to beat me like that?" Lulu bursts out laughing. "Serves you right." Xingwu pouts. "Whatever. At least we got a share." Halfway through, Medusa stops to make an announcement. "Master, the Kangli mountain range lies ahead. Crossing this will lead us to Xiling City." Xingwu nods. "Fine. Let us take a break. I need to wash up in the river, or this smell will definitely raise suspicions." Dawn breaks, and sunlight shines over the rushing waterfall. He grins mischievously, casting a teasing glance at her. "Hey Lulu, do you want to join me? I can rub your back. Plus, I know Eastern medicine massage techniques." Lulu turns away with a flat refusal. Instead, she finds herself staring at Xingwu's 6-pack abs. Ah, youth is truly great. One look and you can tell this kid is bursting with untamable energy. Unable to listen to any more of this, she covers his mouth. "Zip it, you teaser. You two sure are close. I heard the snake women and foxes from Silver City are amazing." Medusa finally snaps out of it and slaps Lulu's hand away. "Get lost. I am not into that." Medusa huffs. Xingwu shakes his head. "Wait, you two actually know each other?" "Not really," Lulu answers. Xingwu heads deep into the forest to search for something, when suddenly, a small creature leaps out from the bushes. It lands right on top of Xingwu's head. Lulu approaches from behind and inspects it. A lightning-eared rabbit. Suddenly, a pack of wind wolves bursts from the trees. They snarl, staring down the trio with menacing eyes. Xingwu looks at the rabbit, then at the wolves, and sighs. "Great. It seems they see me as a rival trying to steal their rabbit prey." Smirking, Xingwu gestures to both Lulu and Medusa to handle the threat. Catching his drift, they immediately prepare to launch their attacks. Staring at the charred remains of the wind wolves, Xingwu clicks his tongue. "Damn, Lulu, you are brutal. Didn't even give them a chance to run." She raises an eyebrow. "What? I just saved your life and you are complaining?" He laughs nervously. "Of course not." Suddenly, the lightning-eared rabbit leaps out of his hands. "Listen, little guy. It is survival of the fittest out here. I cannot protect you next time, so get lost. It hits the ground and vanishes in a flash of lightning, only to immediately dive straight into his pants. Get out of my pants right now. Xingwu pulls at his waistband, pointing down and shouting furiously. Get out. Under the law, my little brother has every right to sue you for breaking and entering. Lulu stands nearby, completely facepalming at his antics. Explaining the legal system to a rabbit is just plain weird. Finally, Xingwu grabs the creature by its ears. Stop clinging to me, brat, otherwise, I might just have spicy braised rabbit head for dinner tonight. He holds the struggling beast right up to his face, ignoring its wild wiggling. Fine, I will give you a shot. If we are meant to be, I will keep you. Xingwu opens his system panel to inspect the lightning-eared rabbit. Hidden stats show a mutated lightning-eared rabbit. Initial form, and cannot be evolved. Bloodline, trash tier. Talent, none. Weak lightning element, useful only for charging a phone. Skills, absolutely 0. Hidden skill, Heaven's Return. Instantly resets a teammate's skill cooldowns. Maximum of 3 consecutive resets per use. Likes, carrots, and thunderstorm weather. Reading this, his face lights up with pure excitement. Cooldown resets are insanely broken. You are a god-tier support, and I am the favorite child of destiny. Placing it in his palm, Xingwu looks up. Lulu, Medusa, I am keeping this rabbit. I want to form a contract and make it my beast companion. Medusa frowns in disagreement. Master, have you lost your mind? A lightning-eared rabbit cannot evolve. It is even more useless than a basic galehound. Lulu shrugs. Whatever. The master must have his reasons. Let's not stop him. The scene shifts to Xiling City, a bustling and highly prosperous metropolis. Inside the massive outdoor arena, a huge crowd has gathered. Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of the Supernova tournament. Up on the stadium's massive screen, the announcer hypes up the crowd, introducing the match between the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird teams and Shi Lian's squad. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Yang Shuo paces nervously with his phone. Where on earth did that idiot Xingwu run off to? He is not answering my calls or texts. We only have 15 minutes left. Please tell me he did not bail. Xin walks in and offers to call him. Yang Shuo frowns. I have already called him a dozen times. It is always the same voicemail saying the subscriber is out of the coverage area. Just try calling him one last time, she urges. Yang Shuo grips his phone tightly. Fine, as soon as the call goes through, an automated voice plays. We are sorry, this number has an unpaid balance. Gritting his teeth, he furiously taps his screen. Unbelievable. Well, at least he is in service. Isn't it just a simple unpaid phone bill? This young master will pay it for you. While he grumbles, Xingwu slides the door open. Lu Jin, brother Yang Shuo, long time no see, I missed you. Yang Shuo grits his teeth and barks. So, you only show up after I pay your bill? Pay me back right now. A system notification chimes. Account topped up by 100,000 credits. Yang Shuo points directly at him. This time, I paid your bill. Next time, don't just disappear on us. Xingwu chuckles awkwardly, promising it won't happen again. Behind them, Xingxin looks on, highly suspicious. Didn't you go back to Longjin City to visit your sister? Why was your phone completely unreachable every time I called you these past few days? Xingwu stammers, trying to dodge the question. To quickly change the subject, he grabs her hand and blushes, telling Lu Jin, she looks absolutely stunning today. Xingxin beams with joy, asking if he really means it. But her brother, seeing Xingwu's sketchy face, scowls and warns his sister not to let love blind her to his obvious distraction. An announcement suddenly blares over the speakers, stating the tournament begins in 10 minutes. Competitors from both sides are urged to get ready and head out for the opening ceremony immediately. Yang Shuo turns around to leave, calling for Xingwu and his sister to move out. Her face turning bright red, Xingxin quickly follows him. She tells her brother she is heading to the restroom, and Xingwu waves, telling her to hurry back. But as she washes her face inside, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind. Xingxin, looks like we meet again. She spins around in surprise, only to see a very familiar face. Si Lian, what are you doing here? Si Lian crosses her arms with a smirk, mocking Xingxin for not expecting her to be in the tournament too. Competing? Are you replacing Liner? Xi Lian arches an eyebrow, a mocking grin spreading across her face as she replies. She fell ill and got injured. So what is wrong with me taking her spot? Ignoring her completely, Xingxin simply turns around and walks away. Xi Lian calls out behind her, warning that even though they are childhood friends, she won't be holding back on the stage. But Xingxin just keeps walking, ignoring her completely. Is that so? Then let's see what you've got in the ring. Watching Zinshan walk away, a sinister grin creeps onto Zi Lian's face. She vows to completely humiliate Xingxin in front of the massive crowd. Watching her walk out, Wei An frowns deeply at her attitude. Xi Lian, it's time for us to head out. She nods, telling her brother she is ready, and the two siblings fist bump in solidarity. With heads held high, they march proudly toward the arena. Zhang Li stands in the center of the arena, roaring to the crowd that the Supernova Grand Finals are finally underway. Right on cue, Wei An's team makes their grand entrance. Emerging from the left side is the powerhouse team representing the Vermilion Bird Academy. Xia Lian waves cheerfully to the crowd. Erupting from the Tianhua crowd are massive cheers of excitement. Oh my god, it's really Xia Lian. She actually made it. So the rumors about Liner being sick were true. Xia Lian is such a babe. If I could marry her, I wouldn't even mind being forced to raise 20 kids with her. Look at Wei An's sleek build. He's absolutely lethal. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo's team stands in the corner, keeping their guards up. Xingwu, the She siblings of the Vermilion Bird Academy, are definitely not to be underestimated. Their father is Xie Zhang, a 10-star beast tamer and a trusted minister of the Empress. He's also the grand strategist of the Dragon Kingdom, as Xingxin nods along. Rumor has it that Wei An might even become the future husband of the Dragon Kingdom's princess, Sheng Wanchan. Getting pumped up, Xingwu declares he's going to trash this royal fiancé. With a sweeping gesture, the announcer points to the opposite side. Entering from the right is the team representing the Azure Dragon Academy. Yang Shuo calls out, telling them it's time to step up. Xingwu nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Xun Li gestures toward the seated Guanlan. The head judge for today's match is none other than the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. Standing nearby, Xie Zhong chuckles softly behind his hand. Your Majesty, if I recall correctly, that young boy's name is Xingwu, isn't it? She glances at strategist Xi, noting that the boy will soon face his precious child, asking if he isn't curious about who will win. He smiles, stating that victory depends entirely on the kid's own skills, and he cannot decide that. Yet, his words carry a deeper meaning. Still, has Your Majesty not uncovered the true identity of the mysterious cloaked man yet? Guanlan's expression darkens at the mention of him. She replies that the Soul Emperor Association has deployed all their silver priests to secretly investigate every 9-star and 10-star beast tamer, but they still have no leads. Shizong replies, Your Majesty, have you ever heard the saying about it being darkest under the lantern? The mysterious man in black might not even be a high-ranking beast tamer. He could be an influential general, or perhaps. His eyes narrow into a menacing glare, as he suggests that the culprit could just be an inconspicuous nobody from some random city. Feeling an intense gaze on him, Xingwu looks up, only to be struck by a sudden wave of dizziness. Behind him, Xingxin asks if he is all right. Xingwu, what's wrong? Snapping back to reality, he shakes his head and tells her it's nothing, though his eyes remain glued to the Empress. Though he escaped Guanlan, just remembering that terrifying encounter still sends chills down his spine. There is no way she'd recognize him as the man in black, right? After all, he's currently just a low-profile, 2-star beast tamer. The announcer raises his voice to explain the rules. This year, the match will feature an alternating challenge format, and he calls for both teams to step onto the arena. Entering the prep zone, Yang Shuo takes charge. Before the battle even starts, he volunteers to be their first defender. Just watch me work, kids. Xingwu teases him right back, warning Yang Shuo not to go out and get himself knocked out first. Yang Shuo grits his teeth, telling him to get lost. Right then, Zhuangli calls for the first round to begin, summoning the attackers and defenders. Cracking his knuckles, the opponent grins cockily. Up in the stands, the crowd gasps in shock. Vermilion Bird Academy's first fighter is their absolute ace, Wei An. Deep down, Yang Shuo is getting nervous. He expected to face Fang Jing or Xi Lian, but this is on a whole different level. He didn't expect to face a top-tier boss right away. But as the son of the Dragon Nation's admiral, he can't embarrass himself in front of his crew and his sister. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts his thoughts. It's over. Yang Shuo is confused, but Wei An just smirks. The moment I stepped onto this stage, your defeat was already sealed. I'll crush all of you by myself. Hearing this blatant disrespect, Yang Shuo boils with rage. Wei An, you underestimate us. Instantly, the Thunder Tempest Griffon materializes, hovering menacingly right above Yang Shuo. Without hesitating, Wei An summons his own beast, Come forth, heavenly demon blue flame beast. Yang Shuo instantly freezes in shock. What on earth is that monster? Watching from the sidelines, Xing Yu frowns, quickly opening his system to analyze it. The system screen scans the target. Mature level 3, heavenly demon blue flame beast. Mythical quality with an ancient demon bloodline and specialized demon genes. It has a passive aura that reduces enemy attack power and movement speed by 70%. Psych-type attribute with 68 loyalty. Weakness, the tail. Xing Yu then quickly switches over to scan Yang Shuo's beast. Thunder Tempest Griffon. Mature phase, level 3, with a rare bloodline. Legendary tier bloodline. Its thunder can temporarily paralyze an opponent's soul. Lightning flying, dual type, with 94 loyalty. There's a hidden evolution path to turn this beast into an Azure Lightning Griffin, unlocking powerful fire and lightning battle spikes. Its main weakness is poor aerial endurance. If the battle drags on too long, it will end up paralyzed. Standing nearby, Xing Xin looks incredibly worried. My brother is in deep trouble. Xing Yu quickly calms her. Lu Jin, don't jump to conclusions just yet. Yang Shuo still has a solid chance. He just needs to target the opponent's tail to turn this around. But with cameras everywhere, there's no way to warn him. Xing Yu bites his lip, watching the battlefield intensely. The Griffin relies on high burst damage, especially in the first 3 minutes. If it doesn't land a decisive blow early, it's over. Its poor aerial stamina will show, and Xing Yu realizes he'll have to help Yang Shuo evolve his spirit beast later on. Back on the field, Yang Shuo initiates the assault. Thunder Tempest Griffin, use heaven-shattering lightning spear. But the enemy beast casually blocks it with its bare body. Xiang Li excitedly commentates the match as an unbelievable spectacle unfolds right on stage. The heavenly demon blue flame beast easily tanked the Griffin's absolute ultimate move. It didn't take a scratch, and Wei An didn't even use his spiritual energy yet. Seeing this, Yang Shuo clenches his fists in frustration. Yang Shuo stands frozen, processing this. The enemy intentionally used his raw body to block his beast's proudest, most powerful attack. He's mocking me. Seeing Yang Shuo's silence, Wei An smugly tilts his head up. Brother Yang, your Griffin relies entirely on early momentum. Its peak power window is going to run out real fast. Yang Shuo scowls, ordering another attack. Whether it runs out or not, I know my beast better than you. Shut up. The Thunder Tempest Griffon charges up, launching another strike. Wei An just chuckles with absolute confidence. Tough guy, huh? Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, Hungry Tiger Pounce. The beast stomps, shattering the arena floor. In a flash, it leaps forward, biting down hard on the Griffon's wings. Sweating profusely, Yang Shuo grits his teeth. What? It's not letting go. The demonic beast repeatedly slams the Griffin's body into the concrete. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts in wild cheers. That beast is insane. As expected of strategist Xi's son, Wei An points 2 fingers at Yang Shuo, ordering his beast to release the Griffon. When it finally lets go, blood stains the demon beast's mouth. As the beaten Griffin lies on the ground, Wei An smirks mockingly. It's just a match. No need to die here. You can just surrender. Yang Shuo is furious. Wei An, I will never lose to your Xi family in front of my sister. Let's keep going. Wei An chuckles. Foolish. Xing Xin tries to shout, but Xing Yu covers her mouth. Brother? She turns to Xing Yu with a confused and upset look. Why are you stopping me? Xing Yu gently pats her shoulder. Lu Jin, right now, Yang Shuo on that stage isn't just a competitor. He is a big brother, fighting for his sister. Back on the arena, Yang Shuo clenches his fist in deep thought. His Griffon's wings are heavily damaged, meaning any skill will now demand way too much spiritual energy. He can't lose to the Xie clan in front of his sister. It's time to bet everything. Refusing to back down, he summons another beast. Come out, blazing iron giant ape. The armless ape emerges alongside the injured Griffon, both letting out a deafening roar. The moment it appears, Yang Shuo commands, Ape, use steel giant club. Instantly, 2 massive arms manifest on its body, slamming hard onto the ground. Yang Shuo quickly commands both beasts to charge together with full lightning power. The 2 beasts combine their strength and charge. The ape's massive arm crashes down with terrifying force. Wei An's eyes narrow. Sensing the incoming danger, he quickly shouts, Demon Beast, absorb. It immediately opens its mouth, blasting a wave of energy as violent lightning strikes down, blocking the giant ape's attack. Yang Shuo falls to his knees, gritting his teeth. Was it absorbed? How is this possible? I practiced this skill countless times. Meanwhile, his opponent on the other side yells out in sheer arrogance. This match is over. Flame Beast, use Blue Demon Roar. With those words, a surge of blue energy blasts from its mouth, striking the giant ape and griffin directly. Zhongli yells out. Match over. The winner is Wei An of the Zuke Academy. It lies in a pool of blood with eyes rolled back, right next to the motionless griffin. Wei An turns and walks away, looking back with utter disdain. Too weak. Carry him out. Next, outside the ring, Xing Yu quietly observes and evaluates the situation. Wei An getting such an insanely overpowered beast must be his father's doing, right? Xingxin nods. Wait, is his dad a master beast tamer? With his power, heading to the Blood Ice Mountain to capture a heavenly demon bloodline beast is like a walk in the park. Xing Yu asks, Lu Jin, is there some bad blood between you and the Shi family? Xingxin thinks back to their childhood, remembering a fierce dispute with Shi Lian over the bone-winged bad beast. That very bone-winged bad beast was brought back from the Blood Ice Mountain by the Empress during her military campaign. Back then, both of them screamed, "It's mine." No, it chose me. It literally came to me first. Suddenly, its sharp wing cuts Xie Lian's hand, drawing blood. Xingxin immediately lets go in worry, asking, "Are you okay?" But Xie Lian snapped, "It was you. You humiliated me and stole my beast." Ever since that day, she deep down hated the Murong family. Our Xi family will never forgive you. Confused, Xing Yu asks Xingxin, "Red eyes? But aren't their eyes usually gray?" She explains right away that this is called heterochromia, a genetic trait unique to the Xie family. Aside from looking a bit creepy, it does nothing special. Suddenly, Xing Yu's eyes glow a fiery crimson. An info panel on Wei An pops up. The Eye of Prediction, a beast eye that clearly tracks every enemy movement. It anticipates strikes and attack angles beforehand, passively intimidating the foe. Seeing this, Xing Yu begins planning his next move. Guanlan, the Xie family, the two most powerful factions in Dragon Country, are deeply connected to these beasts. It seems the legendary dragon-slaying war still holds many secrets. Just then, Shang Li announces that the second round is starting. With ultimate determination, Xingxin steps into the arena as the announcer introduces her to the crowd. Defending champion, Wei An of Zuke Academy versus the challenger, Xingxin of Qinglong Academy. Watching from below, Shi Lian smirks, yelling, "Teach her a lesson, show no mercy. Destroy her beast right in front of her face." Wei An looks back and replies, "Hey, I am a gentleman, but during a fight, I will do my absolute best." He then glares at her with pure contempt. "Xingxin, forfeit now while you still can, or you'll end up worse than your brother." But she snaps back, "I am going to crush you." Xiong Li fires up the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is bound to be an absolutely earth-shaking clash. Will Wei An defend his title and score a back-to-back win? Or will Xingxin avenge her brother and conquer the arena? Immediately, she summons her bone-winged bat beast, which quickly sprays a wave of corrosive venom at the blue flame beast. Wei An quickly orders a dodge, and the beast leaps away. Xiong Li watches from the sidelines, completely stunned. What? The heavenly demon blue flame beast is actually dodging instead of blocking? Is it scared of the Bonewing's fire? Watching from the stands, She Zong rubs his chin. The Murong girl found the blue flame beast's blind spot. That kid is surprisingly sharp. Sitting nearby, Guanlan asks with deep intrigue, "So, strategist, who do you think will win?" He replies, "My son inherited my beast eyes. Is the outcome even a question, Empress? Though that boy is tricky. If they clash, as his father, I will naturally stand by my son." The Bone Wing continuously sprays toxic venom, keeping the blue flame beast back until it gets dizzy and completely disoriented. Xing Yu cheers happily, "Great hit. Go, Lu Jin." Meanwhile, Xing Yu analyzes that the blue flame beast's 70% damage immunity only applies to direct physical or magical attacks. The undead fire looks like normal magic, but it carries a soul-piercing mental attack, which is something the blue flame beast cannot ignore. Xingxin commands again, "Bone Wing, Undead Feather Rain." It instantly rains down countless venomous orbs on the target. Unable to dodge, it takes the full impact. Enraged, Wei An barks, "Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, Crimson Vortex." It roars, creating a fiery shield that blocks the Bonewing's attack. Wei An immediately barks out another command, "Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, Reflect Damage." With another roar, those deadly orbs are blasted right back at the Bonewing. Caught completely off guard, its lower body takes a brutal hit. This blue flame beast is incredibly tricky, and that tiger head hasn't even revealed its skill yet. Wei An smirks arrogantly. Miss Murong, it's time to end this match. Behind him, the blue flame beast flares with murderous intent. Realizing things are critical, Xin barks out an order, Bone Wing, recover and use Wrath of the Undead. The two massive beasts charge, and their brutal collision unleashes a giant vortex across the arena. She pours every bit of her remaining strength into Bone Wing. Up on the stage, the blue flame beast is clearly losing ground. Spotting this, Wei An panics, realizing that at this rate, they are going to get completely overwhelmed. Bone Wing's raging tornado closes in on the blue flame beast from behind. Xin knows that while Wrath of the Undead looks insanely powerful, it is not enough to deal a fatal blow to the blue flame beast. It is time to unleash her true trump card. Seizing her chance, she commands a bone dagger to fly straight at the blue flame beast. But Wei An just smirks, entirely unimpressed by what he calls a cheap, useless trick. Right on cue, the blue flame beast effortlessly swats the dagger aside, leaving Xin completely stunned. What? Bone Wing hovers behind her, completely exhausted. Xin frantically plans her next move, but using that ultimate skill drained all her energy, meaning she cannot even summon the Snow Spirit Fiendslayer. Xie Lian sneers with pure contempt. You lost, Xin. You are finally finished. Brother, take this chance to completely destroy her Bone Wing. Up on the stage, Wei An arrogantly sneers. Get off the stage, you useless trash. Along with your pathetic weakness, Hai Lin rushes forward, desperately trying to intervene, shouting, Contestant Wei An. But without even letting the referee finish, Wei An orders his beast to use Blue Demon Roar, unleashing a devastating blast of energy straight at Xin and her weakened Bone Wing. Seeing Bone Wing throw itself in front of her, Xin screams, Bone Wing, no, get out of the way. But right at that exact second, another spirit beast suddenly leaps out from behind her, immediately firing its own massive energy beam to block the blue flame beast's deadly attack. As the smoke clears, Xingyu stands firmly in front of Xin. Wei An is utterly shocked that this guy's spirit beast easily deflected his blue demon roar. Furious, Xingyu points right at him, demanding, Wei An, what is the meaning of this? Under the official tournament rules, if one side runs completely out of energy, they lose. Why did you ignore the referee and intentionally go in for a lethal strike? The crowd in the stands begins whispering in anger. Seriously, Wei An is incredibly dirty. If that attack had hit Bone Wing, the beast would have been crippled forever. Yet Wei An just acts innocent, scoffing. Hey, how was I supposed to know she was out of energy? The referee didn't even blow his whistle. Meanwhile, Shizong stands calmly in the VIP seats, waving his hand. As a referee, failing to judge the match properly almost caused a catastrophic disaster. Guards, get in here. Drag this incompetent official away and ban him from refereeing for life. Watching the guards drag Hai Lin away, Xingyu sneers, realizing they are pinning the entire blame on the referee. That old man Xiezhong is absolutely shameless. But since the Empress remains completely silent, she clearly has no intention of getting involved. The poor referee begs for mercy, but it does absolutely nothing. Lord C, please, I was wrong. I apologize. Xiongli quickly steps in, saying, well, there seems to be a little conflict between the competitors. But no matter, the second round has concluded. The winner is our reigning defender, Wei An, who will now go head-to-head against the challenger, Xingyu. Xin immediately grabs his arm, crying out, I really should have won, but something is seriously off about Wei An. He read my every single move. Xingyu nods with a serious expression, replying, I know. Leave the rest to me. Below the stage, Xie Lian glares at him. If it wasn't for Xingyu, her brother would have already crippled Bone Wing. The ultimate opponent? Once he faces her brother, he will just end up begging for mercy on his knees. Meanwhile, Lin Yan approaches Wei An with a pill. Under the official tournament rules, any competitor who successfully defeats 2 consecutive opponents is rewarded with a standard spirit recovery pill. He snatches it, snapping, I don't need you telling me that. Xiong Li raises his voice again. Ladies and gentlemen, with the Azure Dragon Academy suffering back-to-back losses of the Murong siblings, their entire hope now rests solely on Xingyu. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird Academy still has all 3 of their fighters standing. Will Wei An extend his legendary win streak? Or can Xingyu pull off an insane comeback? Wei An narrows his eyes with a smug grin. Xingyu, if you surrender now, your beast can avoid a lot of unnecessary pain. Otherwise, but before he can even finish, he freezes in absolute terror. Xingyu is staring right through Wei An with a cold, terrifying bloodlust that instantly paralyzes him. His gaze is absolutely terrifying. Clenching his fist, he coldly vows, "Right now, I am going to make your sister watch exactly how pathetic her beloved brother looks on this stage, before I personally destroy her spirit beast." Wei On furiously points his finger, screaming, "You think you can touch my sister's beast? Try beating me first." Instantly, the massive heavenly demon blue flame beast charges forward. Xing Yu refuses to back down, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Black Wind, charge." He instantly issues his command. Heavenly demon blue flame beast, use Crimson Vortex. Xing Yu counters immediately. Silent Claws, go. The two powerful beasts clash violently in a desperate, life-or-death battle. Seeing the battle turn incredibly fierce, Xiong Li cannot contain his excitement. "Oh my god. I cannot believe the Netherworld Wolf landed 23 consecutive Silent Claws." The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast is completely locked down and cannot activate a single skill. Wei On realizes things are looking bad and desperately screams, "Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, stop forcing it. Pull back right now." Just as it tries to retreat, Xing Yu instantly fires off a devastating command to Black Wind. "Finish this, Black Wind. Unleash Netherworld Roar." The blue flame beast gets completely tangled in the very chains it created. Meanwhile, Black Wind leaps high into the air, dragging the massive beast right up with him. He stomps hard onto the blue flame beast, sending it screaming in agony. Unable to withstand the pressure, the flame beast plummets straight down to the cold hard ground. The impact is so brutal it triggers a massive shockwave. There, the blue flame beast lies, completely paralyzed on the dirt, unable to even twitch. Wei On grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Witnessing Xing Yu's sheer dominance, even Xie Zhong feels a strange wave of surprise wash over him. How could his strength and presence possibly evolve this much in just a few short days? Backed into a corner, Wei An decides to go all out, unleashing his hidden trump card. The demon blue flame beast prepares its heavenly flame punishment, opening its massive jaws. Xiang Li is losing his mind in the commentator booth. It is finally happening. The legendary demon blue flame beast is actually getting serious now. With an ultimate attack like flame heavenly punishment, that netherworld wolf has absolutely nowhere to hide. If it gets pushed out of bounds, it is an automatic loss. Suddenly, the flame beast unleashes a torrent of fire from all three heads. Xing Yu reacts instantly. Black Wind, Shadow Sneak. Obeying the command, the wolf instantly dissolves into the darkness, rushing forward. While the flame beast is busy flooding the arena with fire, Black Wind uses the distraction to quietly slip behind the monster unnoticed. But as Black Wind lunges, the beast's massive tail blocks him cold. Wei On smirks in triumph. "Xing Yu, you walked right into my trap. Game over." Yet, Xing Yu just smiles, completely unfazed, leaving Wei On utterly baffled. "Oh, really?" Right on cue. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Wei On suddenly gasps as he realizes the truth that was just a shadow clone. Seizing the moment, Xing Yu orders his real wolf to strike. Black Wind, Nether Roar. The wolf unleashes a devastating beam of pure spiritual energy, blasting the massive flame beast backward across the arena. Slamming into the ground, the beast is left completely dazed. Wei An's mind is spinning out of control in pure confusion. No way. He actually outpredicted my prediction. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his wrist as his gauntlets shift from dark black to a glowing blue. "Xing Yu, I admit you are a worthy opponent. But now, it is time for me to show you my true power." Wei On points forward, yelling with absolute fury. The demon blue flame beast activates its second form, morphing as giant arms sprout violently from its back. Up in the stands, Xiang Li goes wild. Incredible. 3 heads and 6 arms. The flame beast has officially transformed into a humanoid beast warrior. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the monster adopts a truly terrifying new form. Yet, Xing Yu does not even blink. Staring at the massive humanoid beast, he smirked. "So what if it transforms? I am still going to crush you right here." Suddenly, a glowing blue light manifests before Xing Yu. Seeing this, Wei An's jaw drops in pure shock. A second spirit beast? Just what is he trying to summon? Within seconds, the beast materializes, and it is a tiny, adorable lightning-eared rabbit. The entire arena goes dead silent. Wei An stands frozen in utter disbelief, while over in the audience, Yang Shuo is just as shocked. Even Xin Xin is completely speechless at the sight. The only one wearing a knowing, smug grin is Xie Lian. Guanlan stares in pure disbelief. A lightning-eared rabbit? Breaking the silence, Wei An suddenly bursts into hysterical, mocking laughter. "Xing Yu, What a joke. And here I actually thought you were a worthy opponent. Turns out, you are just a fool. A low-tier, elementless garbage beast like a lightning-eared rabbit? That is your big secret weapon? Pointing aggressively at Xing Yu, he commands his flame beast to strike. An absolute trash. Xing Yu, you do not even deserve to stand before my flame beast. 6. Harmony's strike. The beast's 6 arms glow with concentrated spiritual energy as it charges forward, launching a relentless barrage of attacks at Black Wind. Xing Yu clenches his fist, giving his new summon a sharp command. Support Black Wind. Instantaneously, a massive surge of elemental energy wraps around the wolf. Black Wind lets out a roaring howl as raw magical power completely envelops his body. A cold sweat breaks on Wei Yan's neck, but he keeps up his cocky front. It is completely useless. My Flame Beast's second stage defense is 3 times stronger than before. Your pathetic Hellfire Lotus cannot even scratch us. Xing Yu just chuckles. One might not break your shield, but what about 2? How about 3? Wei Yan sneers in response. 3? What absolute nonsense are you talking about? Hellfire Lotus is an ultimate skill with a massive cooldown. The cooldown takes at least 1 hour. But before he can even finish his sentence, his voice dies in his throat, his face pale with horror. This is impossible. Quick, activate Crimson Vortex. Xing Yu just grins, casually patting the little rabbit's head as if he is taking a walk. Too late. A massive Hellfire Lotus streaks across the sky directly at the Flame Beast, sending Wei Yan into a total panic. I cannot lose. Block it, no matter what. But seeing not just one, but multiple fiery lotuses screaming toward him, he breaks down in tears. No. The Flame Beast desperately raises its barrier, trying to survive the impact, but a colossal explosion tears through the arena. As the thick smoke finally clears, Lin Mo notices the beast shaking so violently it can barely stand, and rushes to make the call. The winner is Xing Yu of the Azure Dragon Academy. Up in the booth, Xiong Li jumps up and screams into his microphone. Behold, his absolute masterpiece, the triple Hellfire Lotus Strike. Meanwhile, utterly defeated and broken, Wei Yan collapses onto his knees in the dirt. He frowns in disbelief. A triple Hellfire Lotus? How is that even possible? Could this be the exact reason he formed a contract with that electric-eared rabbit? With a smirk, he quietly reveals the truth. It is not a triple power boost, but a 3-time ultimate cooldown reset. As Xing Wu raises his index finger, Wei Yan realizes he can still only cast his Hellfire Lotus once, making him clench his fists in absolute rage. 4 massive Hellfire Lotuses? So this was your real trump card all along? Xing Wu, you better watch your back. Watching from the sidelines, Yang Shuo bursts out laughing. Honestly, you and I can see exactly why he is so hyped. That is my brother right there. Xin happily claps along while Principal Zhu calmly makes his next move. Our Zhuke Academy can lose the match, but we will never lose our dignity. Shay Lian, you are up next. Hearing this, she instantly begins to stutter. My turn? But Principal, even my brother lost. If I go up there, is it not just a suicide mission? He does not sugarcoat his response. Xie Lian, your father is literally sitting in the judge's seat. You know the consequences, right? Left with no choice, she finally steps onto the field. Xie Lian glares and barks at him, shouting that she cannot believe he is even worthy of standing before her. Xing Wu simply welcomes her with a smile. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally here. His words leave her completely stunned. Waiting for me? Yeah. Xing Wu's expression suddenly turns cold as he loudly declares his intention to get revenge for Lu Jin by completely crushing her beast. Though terrified inside, Xie Lian still acts incredibly arrogant, warning Xing Wu that her powerful father is watching them from the judge's panel. I advise you to throw the match and let me win. Do that, and I will guarantee you a life of luxury and endless wealth. Just lose to me, and you can become friends with someone like me. Compared to the massive influence of my Shi family, what is the Murong family anyway? Xing Wu bluntly fires back, asking what that has to do with him. Snapping, she loses her cool and strikes first. She orders her Wild Knight Peacock to teach him a lesson, but in the blink of an eye, the beast is blasted straight into the wall. Xie Lian freezes, frantically turning around to call out to her fallen peacock. Xing Wu points at her coldly, reiterating his promise to obliterate her beast. Lin Yuan quickly shakes his head and signals to Xiong Li, who immediately grabs the microphone to make an announcement. A single strike knockout. A flawless attribute countering move that completely bypassed all defenses, taking down a fully powered Wild Knight Peacock. Xie Lian still cannot believe her eyes, muttering about how it is impossible since her peacock is a water-attributed beast. Against a fire-type netherworld hell wolf, there is no way she should have lost in a single round. She gnashes her teeth in sheer anger. Even if she could not win, lasting just 3 rounds would have preserved the honor of both Zhuka Academy and her family. But for Xingwu to humiliate her like this is completely unacceptable. Xiongli steps up to remind her that she can summon her second beast, according to the rules. She snaps back, telling him to shut up before she loses even more face. Wei On quickly steps in to defuse the situation, announcing his sister's surrender and urging them to prepare the next match immediately. Though slightly confused, Xiongli agrees. Regaining his composure, the announcer steps forward to make the official declaration. The match is over. Xingwu of Qinglong Academy has successfully defended his position. Now, let us see who dares to challenge next. Looking at the next challenger, Fang Jing cannot help but wonder, noting that only one opponent remains. This Fang Jing has not shown his skills yet. Honestly, you and I are about to find out if he is their secret weapon, as he eagerly enters the final match. With a loud shout, he declares that he is heading straight in. Fang Jing summons all 3 of his beasts. But shortly after, he raises both hands in surrender. Xiang Li wastes no time and yells out the verdict. The winner is Xingwu of Qinglong Academy. Principal Zhu watches this unfold with an absolute headache, muttering about what an embarrassment. With a sheepish smile, he casually asks him if his strength is slightly lacking. Fang Jing just shrugs helplessly, saying that since an elite like Wei An lost, there is no way a regular grunt like him could make a comeback. Yang Shuo finally seizes his chance to run over and celebrate, praising Xingwu for making him look so good. Even Xing Xin cannot contain her excitement. Xingwu, we actually won. He turns to her with an incredibly excited voice. Lu Jin, we took the championship. Why are you still so calm? With that, Xingwu suddenly lifts Xin Xin up into the air. Lu Jin, this is Qinglong Academy's finest hour, so wipe that frown off your face. Let us celebrate. Flustered by this, she begs him to put her down. Xingwu, what are you doing? Put me down. Elsewhere, a defeated Wei En takes out his frustration on a nearby vending machine. Both he and Xie Lian still look incredibly bitter. Meanwhile, down on the stage, the top 3 competitors stand together after the intense battle. A system notification suddenly pops up, announcing that he has unlocked a brand new achievement. For winning the Supernova tournament, he receives an attribute fusion crystal and a bloodline upgrade crystal. Reading the prompt, Xingwu smirks with total satisfaction. Finally, his quest is complete. He opens his system interface to inspect the 2 newly acquired gems. The attribute fusion crystal allows him to fuse entirely different elemental attributes directly into his spirit beast's body. He needs to find a chance to use this bloodline upgrade crystal on Freya. It raises a spirit beast's bloodline quality, making it absolutely perfect for Black Wind. During the medal ceremony, Guanlan showers Xing Xin with endless praise, calling her a brave and good kid. Receiving her reward, the girl is absolutely thrilled. Thank you for the praise, Lady Empress. Seeing her approach, Xingyu shifts slightly. It is finally his turn. Suddenly, Guanlan grabs the back of his head, freezing Xingyu in his tracks. She smirks and whispers, "We have met before, haven't we?" Her words instantly make him break out in a cold sweat. Met before? What does she mean? Is his cover blown? Xingyu's entire body begins to tremble. Nearby, the girl holding the medal nervously calls out, "Lady Empress?" She waves her hand, signaling for the flowers and medal. Before presenting it, Guanlan teases him, saying she thought he was brave. Why so nervous now? Xingyu is sweating bullets. Seeing the Empress up close for the first time is keeping him on edge. He watches her walk away, his mind racing with doubt. What did those words actually mean? Does she not want to expose him, or is she unaware? She simply says, "Out with the old, in with the young. I expect great things." Xingyu is still left feeling completely bewildered. Is he truly safe? Suddenly, loud, deafening cheers erupt from the top of the stadium. Young Master Xiao, I am a talent scout for the 2 new guild, ranked 30th on WeChat. A massive crowd instantly swarms around Xingyu. I am from the Ice Soul Guild. Would you be interested in joining us? Young Master Xiao. Hey handsome, 2/3 of our Sword Dance Guild members are gorgeous girls. Even our guild leader is a stunning, mature beauty. But he does not care, coldly turning away to explain that he is already a specially recruited alchemist for another guild. Walking away, Xingyu grumbles to himself. Being famous sure brings a lot of trouble. Standing beside him, Yang Shuo is curious. Since those are top 50 guilds in the country, why did you reject them? Xingyu honestly replies that Yanran and her aunt at the Firmament Guild have been too good to him to ever betray. Yang Shuo hesitates, staring at him. Yanran's aunt? Seeing his face change, Xingyu is completely bewildered. What on earth is he thinking? To Xingyu, they are basically like his own family. Suddenly, Ruyan strolls over, holding a bottle of wine. Let us go drink to our heart's content. Kai Nian sighs, reminding her that she literally wrote the school rules. Students cannot drink during the competition. Hearing this, Ruyan immediately turns around, pointing her finger. What kind of garbage rule is that? Go tell the disciplinary department to delete it immediately. He can only helplessly comply with her wishes. Whatever the principal says, goes. Ruyan then quickly wraps her arm right around Xingyu's shoulder. Xingyu, you are our championship hero. Do not be shy. But you look stressed. He can only offer a weak, awkward laugh. You actually noticed? Ruyan tells him to spit it out so she can help him ease the burden. Xingyu boldly asks to see her legs. Hearing this, Ruyan immediately grabs his collar and drags him away, telling him he is in for it. Xingyu panics, screaming for Teacher Chen to save him. But Lu Jin, Yang Shuo, and Kai Nian completely ignore him. He is on his own. Standing in the back, Xing Xin ignores him too, calling him a pervert. Xingyu is dragged straight into a room as the door slams shut. Once inside, Ruyan suddenly pins him against the wall, calling him incredibly bold. Xingyu is left with no choice but to beg for mercy. Principal, I really am under tons of pressure. Just grant my final wish before I die. Surprisingly, Ruyan slowly lifts her skirt, making his eyes widen. She smiles gently, saying it is his reward. If he passes the 4-star Beast Tamer exam before the semester ends, he can do more than just look. And what if he becomes a 9-star Tamer within 10 years? Xingyu hesitates, but a sudden cough abruptly interrupts the moment. They are told not to flirt in this room. Turning around, they see Xiaoni standing there, looking highly embarrassed. She politely bows, addressing Xingyu. The Empress has invited him to Wenchuan Palace. It is a 4-hour round trip to the Imperial City, if he has the time. Xingyu feels a sudden chill run down his spine, as if he could actually say no. Agreeing to go, he silently weeps inside. What must come will eventually come. Arriving at the very center of the Dragon Country, they stand before the majestic golden sacred Keelan Gate. Xiaoni politely bows, guiding him inside, where the Empress waits. Xingyu is utterly amazed. The golden sacred Keelan Gate itself is actually a god-level beast. If a fight erupts, does he stand any chance of escaping? He slowly walks deeper inside, following her directions. Once inside, Xingyu spots Guanlan waiting for him. She immediately speaks up, asking if he knows why she summoned him here alone. Xingyu nervously responds that he has no idea, hoping she can clarify. Waving her hand, she cuts straight to the chase. She explains that a mysterious person recently broke a death row prisoner out in broad daylight, right during the time Xingyu was away from Four Spirit City. Hearing this, Xingyu's smile instantly freezes. Was there really such a major incident? But what did this have to do with a commoner like him? Xiao Xingyu felt totally exhausted. She was tracking his whereabouts, yet he hadn't even gone home or warned his sister. The Lujin Guild couldn't reach him. Any excuse he made now was full of holes. Leaning forward with her chin resting on her hand, Guanlan explained, General C has a theory. He says as long as someone hides, they can easily conceal their true power and identity. Xingyu scratched his head with a forced smile. Isn't that conclusion a bit too arbitrary? By that logic, couldn't any random worker, teacher, or student be the mysterious figure? Suddenly, Guanlan stood up from her chair and slowly approached where he stood. She brushed right past him, causing Xingyu's expression to turn increasingly pale and uneasy. Guanlan suddenly whirled around and demanded, You are the man in the black cloak, right? The question left Xingyu speechless. Panic set in. He had indeed been exposed. What now? Should he run? But could he actually escape? Even the legendary dragon's tears couldn't turn back the clock and rewrite yesterday. Then he hesitated. Should he risk his life fighting her? But what about his sister? And what about the Lujin Guild, who fought so hard alongside him to win the championship? And the Qinglong Academy? But right then, Guanlan reached out and patted his head. Just teasing. Kid, don't be scared, she chuckled. My people already called. They said you've been home for 2 days, getting ready to capture a new spirit beast. That electric-eared rabbit, isn't it? You have a sharp eye, and your performance truly surpassed expectations. Xingyu gasped. But didn't your majesty suspect me of being the man in the black cloak? She flashed a beautiful smile. It's nothing. You're just so cute and pleasing to the eye, I couldn't resist teasing you. Xiezhong suspects you, but you've possessed a spirit beast for barely a year. How could your strength match that of a high-tier beast tamer? Xing Yu panicked internally. Man, she scared me half to death. He almost thought she'd really found him out. Luckily, his sister had covered for him. He'd definitely have to thank her later. Guanlan continued. I quite like you, and I didn't summon you just to tease you. Once you graduate from Qinglong Academy, what are your plans? Hearing this, he replied, I still have 3 semesters left. I haven't really thought about life after graduation yet, she calmly stated. Any student graduating from a beast-taming academy has only 3 real paths ahead of them. She continued explaining. First, join the beast-taming guild. Second, join the military and serve in the army, navy, or air force. Third, join the international mercenary organizations at the border and become a bounty hunter. Reaching her hand forward, Guanlan added, but what if I offered you a 4th option right now? Would you accept? Xingyu muttered the words, 4th option, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Don't tell me she wants to play some unspoken rules with him? Wait, why did he feel so ashamed of that thought? He wanted to slap himself, yet kept a perfectly calm face. Your Majesty, what exactly is this 4th option you're talking about? Guanlan proudly declared, become a member of the Imperial Soul to serve me. Absolute dread washed over him. The Imperial Soul was Shang Guanlan's personal inner circle, where members were treated essentially like expendable death soldiers. They undertook near-suicidal missions. At the entry level, silver priests were replaced almost monthly, proving just how deadly this occupation truly was. He continued calculating. The red priests, positioned above the silver level, also suffered extremely high casualty rates. Most of them died while executing espionage missions, suffering fates far worse and more brutal than the silver priests. Only the black high priests enjoyed the highest survival rate, matching their incredible strength. But reaching this rank required 3 strict conditions. One had to be an 8-star beast tamer, perform legendary service for the Imperial Soul, and gain the Empress's absolute trust. Standing beside him, Guanlan spoke up. Xiao Xingyu, are you willing to accept this 4th path? How long do you plan on thinking about it? He looked up and said, Your Majesty, first of all, thank you for your faith and for holding me in high regard. Instantly, the pressure in the room skyrocketed. By the sound of that, are you rejecting me? Handing me a nice person card? He quickly explained. No, not at all. I'm eager to advance. I'd love nothing more than to join the Imperial Soul this instant. Guanlan smiled and patted his shoulder. You are a smart boy. You've made the absolute right choice. Xingyu mentally grumbled in despair. Choice? Did I even have a choice? He comforted himself that while living with a tiger is risky, it wasn't all bad. The Empress clearly didn't trust Xiezhong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned his suspicions in the first place. Once he became a Black High Priest, he might actually have a shot at replacing Xiezhong entirely. He plotted further. By then, Xiao Xingyu would be second only to one, utilizing his secret identity as the cloaked figure. Striking from both inside and out, he would eventually dethrone the Empress herself. Beside him, Guanlan spoke. Xiao Xingyu, let me show you something. Bring it in. The moment those words left her mouth, heavy, rumbling tremors echoed from right outside the room. A maid walks in, leading a massive dark shadow. As the dust clears, an adorable baby blue Qilin pops up right in front of them. Seeing this, Xingyu's eyes light up as he immediately activates his system's appraisal scan. Reading the stats, he gasps. No wonder it is a Qilin beast from one of the 3 legendary bloodlines. Its stats are so well balanced. It basically has 0 weaknesses. Looking ahead, he thinks to himself, the Qilin is the exact beast Shang Guanlan is master at controlling, reserved strictly for royal family members. Even though its level is super low, it is clearly just a newborn cub. That is when Shang Guanlan speaks up, asking if he likes it. Xingyu is completely caught off guard. She asks again, demanding to know if he likes this beast. Hearing this, he quickly replies, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, not a single beast tamer could ever resist the temptation of a Qilin beast. Shang Guanlan smiles, highly pleased. She tells him that if he likes it, she will simply give this beast to him. Xingyu points to his own shocked face, asking what she just said. She repeats it, making him scratch his head in a panic, apologizing to Her Majesty for misspeaking. He secretly thinks to himself that the Qilin-type beast is exclusively meant for royal use. Yet, only Shang Guanlan and her daughter Shang Guanchan carry that name. Giving him this Thunder Jade Qilin means she must think incredibly highly of him. Smiling, She looks at him and says, Xiao Xingyu, this rare beast will not be given to you for free. You must fulfill one condition. In the upcoming supernova trials next month, you must take on an S-rank mission and complete it successfully. Hearing this, Xingyu understands that this task is extremely difficult. No wonder. He remembers that the supernova trials are specialized tests for competitors who fought in each round, held exactly 1 month after the main supernova tournament wraps up. The trials are divided into 4 difficulty ranks, from C, B, and A, up to S. Most competitors usually go for B rank. Only those highly confident in their abilities will go for A rank. He recalls previously asking the dean about the results of the last supernova trial. Only 8 competitors chose the S rank difficulty, and 6 of them failed miserably, leaving only 2 who barely managed to scrap by. It seems Her Majesty wants to test his true potential to see if he qualifies as a candidate for the elite Emperor Soul organization. Placing a hand over his chest, he speaks up. This humble citizen will absolutely fulfill his duty and complete the S-rank mission. Empress, please see for yourself if I am truly qualified to join the Emperor Soul. She smiles, praising how clever he is. Zhang Guanlan chuckles, mentioning that Shi Zhang wanted to put Shi Weian into the Emperor Soul, but she has not agreed yet. She then dismisses him, noting it is getting late. Xingyu clasps his hands respectfully, announcing his departure to the Empress. Afterward, Zhang Guanlan leans back in her chair, thinking he is quite a promising young man, wondering why she could not resist teasing him like that. Her golden eyes narrow slightly, lost in deep thought as she reminisces, while a toy rattle nearby shakes, with a playful sound. Zhang Guanlan flashes a warm smile, her face filled with absolute joy beside the child. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a massive, brightly lit hotel. Back inside his room, Xingyu plops straight down on the bed and looks forward to speak. He tells Lulu to back up, complaining that everyone is way too tense and asking for a smile. Dalu immediately snaps back, calling him a fool who does not know that serving royalty is like walking with tigers. Xingyu argues back, saying he understands, but asks his dear Lulu a question. Could he have actually survived if he had refused her back then? Beside him, Medusa also speaks up, stating she completely understands his difficult situation in that room. Agreeing with Zhang Guanlan was just a temporary survival tactic, but she has to warn him about something. The entry-level members of the Emperor Soul organization, the Silver Priests, have a mortality rate of over 90%. He smiles, telling Lulu that sometimes a dead end hides the only way out. He then asks if they both remember Zhang Guanlan's final words. Medusa warily asks if he means the Empress turning down Xie Zong's attempt to force Xie Weian into the Emperor Soul. Zhang Guanlan is naturally paranoid, meaning she probably does not fully trust Xie Zhong. Dalu also chimed in with agreement. Indeed, the Xie clan is growing far too powerful, likely slipping right out of her control. Xingyu snaps his fingers, declaring this is their perfect escape route from the dead end. Xiao Xingyu has absolutely no power or backing, being a mere commoner with a clean background. By joining the Emperor's Soul, he will serve Her Majesty with absolute loyalty, unable to form political factions, which is why she needs him to counter the Xie clan. He explains that as long as he keeps acting, he can earn Zhang Guanlan's complete trust. He will play along until she completely lets down her guard, and once he is strong enough, he will stab her in the back and kick her off the throne. His face lights up, dreaming of renaming the Dragon Kingdom after himself. Dalu warns him, pointing out that he is playing with fire. He smugly counters that he is simply playing with human hearts. Hearing this, she stares ahead with a slight blush on her face before speaking up. She asks if becoming the emperor means he will have countless women by his side. He quickly denies it, shaking his head and claiming he has no such thoughts. Beside him, Medusa warns, "Master, once we start, there is no going back. If we fail, we are doomed forever." Xingyu confidently reassures her, "Do not worry, just follow my lead in this game, and I will guide both of you to victory." Hearing this, she immediately drops to one knee. "My life was given to me by you, Master. Even if we face a bottomless abyss, and even if my body is torn to pieces, I will always follow you." Beside them, Elu mutters to herself, "Since when did this snake learn how to flatter like that?" He turns to the other side, seeing Medusa already on board. He asks Lulu for her stance, and she can only sigh reluctantly in response. "Fine, fine, do whatever you want. I will always stand right behind you." The moment she says this, all three look at each other and laugh happily. Soon, their plane soars into the brilliant blue sky. Carrying his backpack and rolling his suitcase, he smiles, Knowing he is finally going home, Teacher Chen asks if he has packed everything. Looking around the empty cabin, Xingyu wonders, Teacher Chen, how come we are the only ones on this flight? The teacher chuckles, explaining, the dean was so thrilled that he booked the entire flight first thing this morning. Xingyu laughs at the grand gesture. Next to him, Yang Shuo eyes his stuffed backpack, noting all the beef jerky, malt candy, and local specialties from Four Spirits City. Xiao Xingyu, did you come here to open a grocery store? Hearing the teasing, he turns around with a grin. I just thought my sister would love these, so I bought extra. Yang Shuo smiles, realizing just how much he spoils his older sister. Xingyu beams with pride. Of course, she is the best woman in the world, and I will protect her for the rest of my life. All right, taking care of family is great. He glances over at Xin, wondering how things are progressing between her and Xingyu, and if he should play matchmaker. Outside, the plane climbs higher, reflecting the bright sun. Suddenly, the four of them are nearly thrown out of their seats by violent turbulence. Terrified, Yang Shuo asks, what is going on? But Teacher Chen is just as clueless. That is when Xingyu sniffs the air and notices a faint smell of alcohol. The teacher panics. Alcohol? Oh, no. Up in the cockpit, a completely drunk Ruyan has just knocked out the pilot. Drunk out of her mind, she wonders why there is a man in the restroom and why there are so many buttons. Dean, that is not the restroom. It is the cockpit. Get out of there right now. They scream in panic. What does this wheel do? She mumbles, sending the plane into a terrifying nosedive. Fortunately, they survive, stumbling out of the cabin, completely dizzy. They finally made it back to Longyan City, barely escaping with their lives. Suddenly, a massive crowd rushes forward, cheering. Xiao Xingyu is incredible. You are the pride of our academy. God, we have been waiting forever. They hail him as the ultimate genius of Longjin City. Just then, two familiar classmates run up to greet him. Xiao Xingyu, being roommates with a legend like you is the ultimate blessing from my past life. From now on, you are my absolute boss, and I will proudly follow you into any battle. Xingyu plays along, teasingly pretending he has no idea who they are. That is cold. How could you forget us so quickly? Xingyu chuckles, replying, come on, how could I ever forget my two favorite adopted sons, Wu Shengyu and Songhu? The two of them immediately snap back, warning him to stop messing around or they will kick his butt. Who are you calling your son? They yell. Laughing, Xingyu unzips his backpack and pulls out a notebook. Xingyu hands it over, explaining, I actually put together some custom training plans and schedules based on your beast's habits to help you guys boost your overall combat power. Their anger instantly evaporates. Grinning, they cheer. Oh, Papa Xingyu. I knew we could not survive without our beloved foster dad. Xingyu then turns to the Murong siblings, telling them to stop hiding because the crowd wants to see them too. Yang Shuo declines, pointing out that Xingyu is the school's true star, while Xin giggles, agreeing that they cannot steal his glory and refuses to be pushed forward. They drag him forward anyway, leaving him completely flustered. The cameras flash rapidly as reporters capture the moment. Suddenly, their faces are projected onto a massive digital billboard, while the crowd cheers below. Watching from the alley, a bitter young man slams his fist into the wall. It is Wang Yan, his face tense with pure fury and sweat. Staring at the massive screen showing Xingyu and Xingxin laughing happily, he clenches his fists, gritting his teeth in absolute hatred. Xiao Xingyu, he growls under his breath. If it was not for you, my contracted beast would still be alive today. If not for you, I would not have been expelled. I refuse to accept this. And because of you, my father is now missing. Why am I the one forced to live on the streets like a worthless, abandoned dog? Just then, a mysterious figure looms behind him. Too consumed by rage, Wang Yan fails to notice them, muttering, I was supposed to be the star of Azure Dragon Academy. That glory belonged to me. Suddenly, a hand taps his shoulder, causing him to jump in shock. He whips around, demanding to know who it is. The cloaked figure replies, Wang Yan, son of Wang Dongsheng. Startled, Wang Yan asks how they know his father. The stranger tosses him a paper, saying, You do not need to know. If you want to destroy Xiao Xingyu, come find me. Watching the mysterious cloaked figure vanish, Wang Yan wondered who on earth he was. Reading the note, he froze in utter shock. He recognized the crest, muttering under his breath, the Dark Abyss Beastmasters Guild. Suddenly, a loud gasp echoed through the classroom. Wait, what? Midterm exams? Standing at the podium, Mr. Kai Nian adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Yes, we have scheduled a midterm exam for you this semester. It consists of 2 parts, starting with a written theory test and a practical field test, where you must personally battle and slay demonic beasts. He continued, for this midterm, our class will escort military supply train number 13, safely delivering resources from Longyan City to Huangyan City. The time limit is exactly 24 hours. Xing Yu smiled. Huangyan City was perfect. City Lord Chu Xiang had promised to help him gather the Firefly magic flower, which meant his heavenly soul vine was finally ready to sprout. Down below, a student raised their hand. Excuse me, sir, where exactly will we be going? How dangerous are the beasts there? Mr. Kainian replied that their route would take them through 5 Poison Ravine, Mount Kunyi, and White Bone Abyss. There is a chance of encountering extraordinary tier beasts, or even a terrifying Demon King tier monster appearing on the way. The class panicked. Mr. Chen, I still want to live a few more years. Please let me drop out right now. This is not a midterm, it is a one-way ticket to the grave. Mr. Kai Nian explained with a dead serious expression. Do not panic. The primary escort for train number 13 is actually the Kainqiang Guild. If any high-level beasts show up along the way, the legendary Kainqiang Guild will handle them. You kids are basically just going along to boost your resumes. Sitting in his seat, Xingyu pulled out his phone. He wondered if Sister Yanran would join, since escorting major military supplies was a massive mission for the Kangchung Guild. He shot over a text and got an instant reply. But suddenly, Mr. Kai Nian called his name out, making him jump. He was just replying to a text. The teacher turned around and called, Xiao Xingyu, step outside with me. Nearby, a classmate snickered, teasing that Xiao Xingyu was about to get a massive scolding. Once outside, Xingyu nervously asked, Mr. Chen, what is going on? You are not about to punish me, right? Kai Nian chuckled. Punish you? I am pretty sure the dean would wring my neck. He then reached inside his coat and pulled out an object. This is a perfect beast core from a flame lizard. A special gift from the dean to help your hell netherworld wolf finally break through and evolve. Xingyu took the core, smiling. Mr. Chen, please help me thank the dean for this. Kai Nian suddenly added, by the way, when you asked for leave last time, I called your sister. You never went home. Xingyu grinned, realizing his cover was blown. The teacher sighed. Do not pull that stunt again. Once class is dismissed, go straight home to your sister. Xingyu helplessly agreed, promising he would, but right then, sensing a strange presence, his face turned serious. He pushed the window open, feeling a massive wave of dragon power in the air. Standing nearby, Mr. Kai Nian asked, is something wrong? He stared up at the sky. This dragon energy was incredibly pure and sacred, completely different from Shangguanlan's power. Could there still be pure-blooded dragons left in this world? High above, a massive shadow suddenly sliced through the clouds, giant wings flapping with enough force to tear the sky apart. Standing on the dragon's head, someone spoke. Little Yu has actually grown this much in less than 6 months. Beside him, Ye Mei suggested, Boss, he is in the city below. Should we disguise ourselves and pay him a visit? Lai Yan shook his head. Now is not the time to meet him. Hearing his reply, she asked, Boss, what kind of perfect moment are you actually waiting for to meet him? He smiled. He is growing remarkably fast, and I believe the day we reunite is not far off. Controlling the massive beast beneath his feet, he commanded, let's go. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Xingyu found the whole thing incredibly strange. He clearly felt dragon power, yet now, not even a trace of its aura remained. Whatever, as long as it was not Shangguanlan, it did not matter. Time flew by, and soon, a quiet night enveloped the apartment. Xingyu pushed the door open and announced he was home, making little Meng Meng immediately run over to hug his leg. Brother, you were gone for half a month. I missed you to death. Leaning down to pat her head, he smiled. I missed you too. You should have seen me in the arena. Shimeng cheered. Once I grow up, I am definitely going to marry someone just like you. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Meng Meng, you are still too young, and besides, I am not into little girls. I prefer older, mature women. The little girl pouted. What is so great about mature women anyway? Whatever they have, I will have too. Just then, Yu Shui stepped out of the bathroom. Meng Meng, let go of Xiao Yu. He is carrying a ton of luggage. Xingyu smiled happily, calling out to his sister. Ignoring everything else, he quickly tossed his backpack onto the floor, rushed forward, and threw his arms around her. Sister, I missed you so much. Yu Shui gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. I missed you too. Xiao Yu, watching them, Meng wondered why the way her brother and sister interacted was so different from her relationship with sister Ye Ningxuang. A glowing window stood out among the silent rooms in the dark night. Yu turned to his sister and asked if he could sleep with her tonight. Absolutely not, Xiao Yu. You are a 6-foot-tall young man now. He ran over to plead. But did we not sleep together all the time when we were kids? She smiled, teasingly reminding him they only shared a room back then because they were broke. She points out that since they have an apartment now, sleeping together with Meng around is a bad influence. When she refuses, Yu begs her to let Meng sleep in the car, just for one night. Nuexu finally gives in, unable to say no to him, but warns this is strictly a one-time deal. Night falls quickly, as a crescent moon hangs silently in the dark sky above their peaceful roof. Snuggled together under the warm blanket, the atmosphere is incredibly peaceful, as Nuexu gently caresses his face, deeply worried that he has gotten way too thin from his long journey. Yu reassures her he is fine, before mentioning he must head out for their upcoming midterm exams next week. Though she worries about him leaving again, he explains the exam requires him to escort Train 13 to Huangyan City. She warns him that the city lies on the harsh western border of the Long Nation, filled with extreme environments. She warns him about the dangerous beasts along the way, but Yu proudly brags that he is incredibly strong now, making her smile. She teasingly agrees, remembering when she could hold him with one arm, whereas now both of her arms can barely wrap around him. Yu sweetly promises that it is his turn to hold her now, pulling her close as a tender, romantic warmth fills the air between them. With a slight blush and affectionate eyes, she listens as Yu promises to make tons of money for their future. He promises to buy her a beachfront villa where she can spend her days peacefully collecting her favorite seashells. He envisions returning home from successful missions every single day, just to eat her delicious home-cooked meals. He claims that would be his ultimate dream, and Nuexu softly admits she is already looking forward to the beautiful future he painted. But deep down, she sadly sighs, knowing she cannot stay by his side forever. Raising her hand, she asks him to make one promise, prompting Yu to ask what she wants from him. Interlocking their pinky fingers, Nuexu begs him to live a happy life no matter what happens to her, while Yu softly reassures her that she is going to be perfectly fine. As he promises, memories of their past flash back, showing them holding hands under a beautiful, crimson sunset. The next morning, warm sunlight bathes the academy as Yu begins dramatically complaining about their upcoming exams. He whines that failing is fine, but dying during the exam is real, causing Yu to jokingly ask if he needs to write a will. Panic-stricken, his friend begs him not to raise any death flags, just as Songhu slides onto the desk to invite their golden boy to the canteen. Songhu offers to treat, but Yu jokingly accepts the gesture from his quote-unquote son, declining because he already has a hot date. As Yu walks away, the two buddies start gossiping, wondering who their school legend is actually meeting. Since he is now a major big shot at Qinglong Academy, they assume one of the school beauties must be pursuing him. Songhu tries listing the 4 legendary school beauties, naming Ye Changning, Murong Jingxin, Chen Karen, and that mysterious double-pupil girl whose name slips his mind. His friend helpfully chimes in with Bai Wang, prompting an excited nod, as he confirms that is exactly who he meant. Yu points out that Bai Wang is highly unlikely, since she is practically a ghost around campus whom they never see. He bets on his teammate Murong Xingxin being the one, which his buddy agrees makes total sense given their close bond. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshuo excitedly tells his sister that their dad is finally back and cooking a massive feast tonight, which she admits she has been deeply craving. Spotting a familiar face, he calls out to Yu, and both siblings quickly approach their friend with bright smiles. Teasing him for smiling like an idiot, they invite him over for dinner, mentioning their dad specifically wants to meet him, but Yu politely declines, explaining he already has a dinner date with an older sister, leaving Yangshuo completely stunned. He gasps, wondering how many older sisters Yu has. While elsewhere, Nuexu happily notes that her little boy has grown up. Her face blushes as she thinks of some rather naughty things. While back on campus, Yangshuo questions if this sister is adoptive. Yu confirms they met before enrollment, and she is actually Qin Yanran from the Giant Beast Guild, just as his phone begins ringing. He answers to hear her sweet voice, inviting him to meet her right outside the back gate of the academy. Standing outside, she smiles as he enthusiastically promises he is already on his way to see her. Yu waves goodbye, promising to treat Yangshuo and Lu Jin next time, leaving the bewildered brother to suspiciously repeat the words adoptive sister to himself. If they are not blood-related, then doesn't that mean something else? Urged by Xingxin, they decide to secretly tail him down Peace Street, amidst tangled power lines and warm golden sunshine. Just as Xingyu spots her and happily calls out, he calls out to Yanran, who instantly glides over and hugs him tight, crying about how much she missed him. Watching from their hiding spot, Yang Shuo gasps at the gorgeous girl, warning his sister that she has some seriously tough competition. Warning her that charming boys like Xingyu are prime targets for gorgeous women, he pats her head, urgently advising her to be much more proactive if she wants to make him their family's son-in-law. With a tease, she spoke. He didn't know how to make a move, thinking it was useless. But Yang Shuo smiled, realizing it was time to unleash his ultimate strategy. Soon, inside a modern restaurant with glowing glass walls, she picked up the menu and decided to take charge. Xingwu, this is the best restaurant in town. Order whatever you want. He tried to protest that it was too expensive, but she completely brushed it off. Money is no issue for me. Waiter, bring us one portion of every single dish on this menu. The waiter bowed politely, promising to hurry. In no time, their table was stacked high with steaming, delicious dishes. The two clinked their glasses, the crisp sound echoing through the room. She warned him, "Little brother Xingwu, even though my team is escorting you to Huangyan City, you still cannot afford to let your guard down." The beast horde at the border was growing restless, making the outer regions far more dangerous than the peaceful inner cities. She warned that if the border fell, the monstrous beasts would invade the entire dragon empire. When that day comes, we will lose these peaceful times of good food and wine. Hearing this, Xingwu smiled and told her not to worry, since he would protect them. Smiling, she happily agreed, promising to rely entirely on him when the time came. Nearby, other diners were chatting about the upcoming auction at the famous Tianji Pavilion, eager to find rare treasures. Someone wanted materials to upgrade their beast. This caught Xingwu's attention, knowing Tianji Pavilion was the grandest auction house in Longyan City. Yanran noticed his curiosity and asked if he wanted to check out the auction at the Tianji Pavilion with her. He declined with a wry smile, knowing a broke kid like him could never afford to step into such a place. She stood up, grabbed his hand, and insisted on showing him around. Despite his embarrassed protests that they had barely finished eating, Yanran laughed, telling him they could just pack the food. That night, the grand auction tower towered high into the starry sky. The manager bowed, welcoming Miss Qin through the VIP entrance. Xingwu silently marveled at the perks of having a wealthy friend. The lobby was massive with a towering dome, where Xingwu gazed in awe at the rare artifacts on display. He pointed out the Hunter Eagle King's feathers, an Ice Naga Queen's tail, and even the skull of a black gorilla. Yanran explained that everything on the first floor belonged to the pavilion master, Jiang Shueru, and was not for sale. As he muttered Jiang Shueru's name, an arrogant voice suddenly barked at them. "Get out of the way for this young master, before I gouge your eyes out." Xingwu turned with an alert look, spotting a wealthy young man strutting forward with a group of guards. He immediately recognized the Gale Guild's crest. This had to be Li Hang, the famously spoiled heir of the Gale Guild. He strutted over with a smug grin, claiming it was a pleasant coincidence to meet Yanran here. Yanran coldly told him to back off. Li Hang just sneered, glancing at Xingwu. Li Hang mockingly asked who the scrawny kid next to her was. Yanran quickly defended him, warning Li Hang to show some respect to Xingwu, the reigning supernova champion. Li Hang merely scoffed. He ridiculed Xingwu as a powerless two-star tamer from the countryside, mocking Yanran's terrible taste before turning his hostility directly onto the young boy. He warned Xingwu to leave Yanran alone and scram, but Xingwu cut him off with a calm challenge, asking what he would do about it. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted, warning them to take their private disputes outside rather than risk damaging any valuable goods in the pavilion. Onlookers gasped, recognizing her as the pavilion master herself. Elegant footsteps echoed down the grand staircase as a breathtakingly graceful woman appeared, casting a mesmerizing charm over the entire room. Jiang Shueru raised her elegant paper fan, asking if they would respect her enough to stop. Li Hang instantly lost his tough attitude, stammering apologies and begging Boss Jiang not to take offense. Although she maintained a gentle smile, a terrifying and suffocating aura radiated from her, making everyone in the room feel incredibly uneasy. Xingwu stared up in confusion, sensing her hidden strength. Jiang Shueru then turned to the crowd, announcing that the auction was about to begin on the top floor. The two silently watched as her elegant figure disappeared into the hallway. Yanran playfully nudged his arm, teasing that men could never look away from a beautiful woman. Xingwu snapped out of it, quickly apologizing for his brief distraction. He was actually thinking about her snow-treading sable. A Tier 3 Beast King meant she was at least a 6-star tamer. Meanwhile, Li Hang glared back, warning Xingwu to watch his back. Xingwu fearlessly welcomed the challenge. As they walked, Yanran let out a sigh and asked Xingwu if he knew just how detestable that Li Hang guy truly was. Xingwu nodded, admitting he knew a little. She explained that their bitter rivalry began when her Firmament Guild fought against the Gale Guild to become the absolute best in town. She went on to explain, the tyrannical Hurricane Guild has held the #1 spot for years, yet they constantly screw over their clients and exploit their employers. They charged 5 million gold coins to slay a minor beast and still demanded full payment, even after failing 2 S-rank missions. Because of this, more and more clients are choosing to work with Yanran's Firmament Guild instead. Taking the top spot from the Hurricane Guild is practically a done deal, Yanran explains angrily as they walk up the stairs. But then, to make matters worse, the Hurricane Guild orchestrated a vile scheme, letting that lustful creep Li Hang relentlessly stalk Yanran to force her into becoming his 8th wife, plotting constantly to ruin her pure reputation. Disgusted by Li Hang's behavior, Xingyu promises Yanran that he will definitely teach the creep a harsh lesson if he gets the chance. Just then, a voice calls out from behind them, prompting young Xingyu to turn around in surprise, recognizing the woman immediately. Xiaoer smiles warmly and asks him if he can step aside to chat with her for a brief moment. Wondering if this is about the Empress, Xingyu politely asks Yanran to wait for him for just a moment before following the maid. He immediately follows her into a private room, where she pulls out a special item, explaining that the Empress wanted him to have it since he left in a rush. When a confused Xingyu asks what it is, Xiaoer reveals it is the Imperial Soul Token, which he carefully takes from her hand. She explains that holding the Imperial Soul Token is just like facing the Empress herself, commanding absolute, unquestioned authority. Even though he did not officially meet the requirements, the Empress still chose to grant him this symbol of his elite status. She hopes this token will clear any obstacles in his path, keeping him completely safe and secure during his time at the academy. Grateful, Xingyu politely thanks the maid and expresses his deepest gratitude to the Empress for going to such great lengths for him. Xiaoer waves it off, mentioning she was just passing through anyway, as she is currently escorting an important figure to the border. Pointing to the side, a shocked Xingyu asks why she brought him in while the lady is bathing, but Xiaoer simply giggles, assuring him that the noble lady will not mind. She bids him farewell as he heads toward the exit to leave. Once outside, Yanran anxiously asks if he is all right, to which Xingyu jokingly replies that nothing could possibly happen to him. He eagerly urges Yanran to hurry up so they do not miss the auction, but she leans in close, teasingly questioning if nothing really happened with that gorgeous woman. Breaking into a nervous sweat, he protests that he was only inside for 5 minutes. But Yanran continues her playful interrogation. She asks him directly whether he prefers someone like Jiang Shueru, the maid from earlier, or perhaps someone like her instead. Without hesitation, Xingyu reassures her that he absolutely prefers a brave, bold, and heroic beauty, just like Yanran. Pleased with his high emotional intelligence, she smiles, while elsewhere, a furious Li Hang slams his fist onto his chair. Seething with jealousy, Li Hang curses Xingyu for getting so close to Yanran, prompting his butler to slide over with a dark proposal. The butler suggests waiting until after the auction to drag the kid into a dark alley and teach him a brutal lesson. However, Li Hang immediately scoffs at the idea, declaring that waiting around for the auction to finish simply does not fit his style. The butler quickly hands him a photograph, asking his young master to take a close look at it. He reveals that the girl is actually Xingyu's older sister, causing a despicable, sinister grin to spread across Li Hang's face. She is truly a stunning, gorgeous woman. Down below, wealthy bidders scream out massive offers of 6 and 8 million, before one desperate man bids 10 million gold just to secure a dinner date with Madame Jiang. Xingyu sighs in disbelief, pointing out that a spirit beast skull, worth only 3 million, is being sold for 10 million. Wondering if these rich fools simply have too much cash, Yanran laughs, telling her silly little brother that he is far too naive. Yanran explains that they are buying Madame Jiang's attention rather than the item itself, but Xingyu quickly flatters his companion, insisting that no elite woman could ever match Yanran's youthful and gorgeous charm. She beams, thoroughly enjoying his sweet compliment. Looking up at Jiang Shueru, Xingyu's eyes flash with light as he tries to read her, sensing a mysterious aura surrounding her. Though he has no romantic interest, he notes she is shrouded in a deep mystery. deciding it would be wise to befriend her if given the chance. Up on stage, Jiang Sueru continues her presentation. She calls for the 9th item and dramatically unveils a legendary, century-old treasure that possesses the absolute, miraculous power to bring a dying spirit beast back from the brink of death. It is Dragon Horn Ginseng, starting at 80 million. Gasps echo through the crowd, as excited bidders declare they would gladly pay 800 million gold, let alone 80 million, just to acquire this legendary herb. Watching the chaotic bidding war unfold, Xingyu's eyes gleam as he realizes this is the perfect opportunity. Amidst the wild bidding war, a sudden loud crash echoes through the hall as a glass shatters on the floor, spilling expensive wine everywhere. While Xingyu sighs over accidentally spilling the pricey drink, Li Heng sneers from nearby, mocking him as a poor peasant who only knows how to embarrass himself. Zhuru ordered, "Where are the guards? Take this gentleman to the washroom to clean up." But Jingwu smirked, "Boss Jiang, would you mind guiding me there yourself?" Jiang Hai barked, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask Boss Jiang to escort you?" The crowd jeered, a toad wishing for swan meat. He just wants an excuse to touch her. Dream on, where is security? Throw this trash out right now. Li Heng sneered, "Are you not embarrassed to use such a pathetic pickup line? Qin Yanran, look at the absolute garbage you brought here with you today." But Shururu simply smiled. "Sir, let me escort you to the restroom." Xingwu smiled. "Much appreciated, Boss Jiang." Seeing this, the entire crowd absolutely lost their minds, crying out, "What? My goddess actually likes this pretty boy? What about all the money I spent over the years? What does he have that I do not? Just his good looks? I refuse to accept this." Meanwhile, Yanren thought to herself, "My little brother Xingwu purposely broke that glass just to get close to Jiang Shuaru. Does he actually prefer women in cheongsams? Next time, I need to buy one for myself too, maybe one with a low-cut neckline." Soon, they walked down the hallway. Once inside, Suru asked, "Mr. Xiao, you went to all this trouble to approach me. Do you have something to say?" He grabbed a towel and said quietly, "That dragon horn ginseng you just auctioned off is a fake." Hearing this, she narrowed her eyes. "A fake? Mr. Xiao, our Tianji pavilion has always run an honest business. Watch your words carefully, or I will have no choice but to kick you out." Xingwu spread his hands open. "Boss Jiang, I am only a 2-star beast tamer. You, on the other hand, possess a Beast King level snow-treading falcon. What could I possibly gain by offending you?" Zuru was taken aback. "You recognize the snow-treading falcon? You have incredibly sharp eyes. Tell me, how did you know the dragon horn ginseng was a fake?" He explained that genuine dragon horn ginseng grows in the Hanbing Kingdom, absorbing natural essence to emit a faint herbal scent. Hers had no scent, meaning it was likely Flood Dragon Blood Herb. Flood Dragon Blood Herb looks almost identical to dragon horn ginseng. She murmured in disbelief. Could it really be a fake? I will have my people withdraw it for inspection. A moment later, Sweru confirmed the truth. It really is a counterfeit. That Lingnan faction set me up. Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao. Xingwu smiled. It was nothing. Do not worry about it. She pulled out a reward to show her gratitude. This is our Tianji Pavilion Supreme VIP Gold Card. Please, accept it as a gift. He quickly shook his head, objecting. Boss Jiang, this seems a bit too generous, does it not? Yet, he immediately swiped the card anyway. Well, I will hold on to it for now, and return it next time. Shu Ru giggled, covering her mouth at his antics. You are quite amusing, Mr. Xiao. She smiled. The auction is resuming. Please return to the main hall first, and I will join you shortly. Hearing that, Xingwu nodded. All right, I will head back to my seat now. Behind him, she silently watched his departing figure with a soft smile, murmuring in admiration. He truly is a worthy son of our supreme leader. Outside, the crowd whispered gossiping. Why did Boss Jiang spend so much time alone with that kid? Do not tell me they are actually together. And for some reason, that dragon horn ginseng was suddenly withdrawn from the auction with no clear explanation. Meanwhile, he silently slipped back into his seat next to Yanran. She immediately poked him, asking, Xingwu, what on earth did you and Jiang Shueru talk about? He smiled. Nothing much. I was just building a perfectly healthy, wholesome friendship with her. Yanran narrowed her eyes. A wholesome friendship already? He raised his hands defensively. Sister Yanran, Boss, Jiang and I are just ordinary friends. I swear, how could a simple friend ever compare to my dear sister? Only then was she finally satisfied. That is more like it. Up on the stage, Shuru announced, Apologies everyone, but the dragon horn ginseng was pre-ordered by a regular client. Therefore, it is no longer available. Next, we present an even rarer treasure. She unveiled the next item, revealing a special Holy Light Attribute Spirit Beast Core. The auctioneer announced, "Starting bid is 10 million. The crowd below began whispering in excitement. Holy Light Attribute? But I do not have a Holy Light Beast. Those beasts are incredibly rare anyway. Even if I buy this core, it would just sit on a shelf." Xingwu was stunned. This divine energy was stronger than demon power. It would be perfect for Freya. Seeing this, she whispered from beside him, "Xingwu, you seem to really like it. Should I bid on it for you?" Moved, the young man started to decline, but she instantly raised her paddle, bidding 20 million. Hearing this, Li Hang smirked and shouted, "I bid 30 million. Yanran frowned deeply. That absolute jerk Li Hang was clearly targeting her. Without a single moment of hesitation, she raised her bid again, 40 million. But his voice immediately boomed out, 50 million. No matter what Qin Yanran bids, I will add 10 million. Infuriated, she stood up and snapped, "Li Hang, you are crossing the line." But he laughed. "Yanran, I just want to make life difficult for that pretty boy. If you actually have the guts, go ahead and empty out the entire Chongchong Guild treasury. I am out." The girl snaps at him. Seeing this, Xingyu tries to calm her down, saying, "Sister Yanran, I appreciate the thought, but let's just let it go this time. Besides, it's just a monster core. You'll definitely have other chances to get one later." Hearing that, he hesitates, but a high-quality one like this won't be easy to find again. Suddenly, up on the stage, Sweru picks up the item from the auction table. Then, in a sweet voice, she addresses the crowd. "Everyone, Mr. Xiao is a supreme gold card holder of our TNG pavilion, and also a dear friend of mine, Jiang Shueru. So, I declare that this core is officially withdrawn from the auction and will be given to Mr. Xiao as a personal gift." Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupts into chaos. Wait, what? How on earth does a kid like him have a supreme gold card from Tianji Pavilion? I have spent half my fortune at these auctions, yet I'm still just a diamond member. Miss Jiang, we need a clear explanation about this immediately. Li Hang stands up and shouts, "Miss Jiang, this is completely unfair. Are you saying all our money is worth less than your brand new friendship with a nobody?" Hearing this, Shueru flashes a dangerous smile. "That is my personal business. Even if there is a financial loss, I'll bear it myself. No need to trouble yourself, young Master Li." Xingyu is utterly confused. It was just a simple appraisal of a fake dragon horn, and getting a gold card made sense. But why go this far to help him? Is she really that impressed by his appraisal talent? Meanwhile, Li Hang is absolutely boiling with rage. "Impressive, Xiao Xingyu. You really have luck with women. Let's see if they still help you after I smash your face in." With a wave of his hand, Li Hang's bodyguards immediately begin clearing out the surrounding guests to make room for a fight. Seeing them approach, Yanran steps forward and demands, "Li Hang, what do you think you're doing?" He sneers in response, "I am just teaching my future brother-in-law a lesson so he knows exactly who calls the shots here in Longyan City." Hearing this, Xingyu stands up and steps protectively in front of Yanran. "Brother-in-law?" Li Hang smirked, holding up his phone to show a picture of Xiao Ningshu. "You should feel lucky to have such a beautiful sister, or you would be dead today. Seriously, she is absolutely gorgeous. Just looking at her picture makes me crave her sweet scent." Instantly, Xingyu's eyes flash with a golden light, radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Li Hang steps even closer, adding, "I used to chase Qin Yanran, but honestly, I completely regret it now. Your sister can be my 8th wife, and Yanran will be the 9th. Tonight, I'm going to make your sister cry so hard, she won't be able to walk." Enraged, Xingyu unleashes a massive punch straight into his face, shattering his teeth. Li Hang is knocked off his feet, crashing heavily onto the floor. Trembling violently, Li Hang struggles to stand. His breathing is a ragged mess as intense, agonizing pain suddenly surges through his entire body. "How dare you hit me?" Li Hang screams in agony. "You are dead. Do you even know who my father is?" He points a shaking finger at Xingyu. "My father is Li Jianghe, president of the Hurricane Guild. Crossing me means crossing our entire guild in Longjin City." Before he can even finish his threat, Xingyu delivers a brutal kick straight to his stomach, proving that having a powerful father won't save him here. Once again, Li Hang is sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Yet, the fool still tries to threaten him. "Hit me again, and I'll make your sister. Before he can finish, Xingyu moves like lightning, grabbing his face. With absolute fury written all over his face, Xingyu slams him into the ground with explosive force. Mention my sister one more time, and I will make you wish you were dead. Cold sweat pours down Li Heng's face, his eyes filled with pure terror. Without another word, Xingyu slowly raises his fist once more. The brutal sounds of the beating echo through the room, leaving the onlookers completely horrified. A bodyguard nervously asks, "Butler, should we save young Master Li?" The butler's face turns pale. Save him? How? The young master is completely at his mercy. Quickly, contact the guild president instead. Finally, Xingyu stands up, shaking his sore knuckles. Man, his face is so thick it actually hurts my hands. Meanwhile, Li Heng lies on the ground, swollen like a pig. Seeing the beating finally stop, two of his lackeys rush over and desperately drag their bruised master away. Kill him! Somebody kill that bastard for me! Li Heng shrieks. The butler immediately backs him up, barking at the guards. You heard him. Get him. Charge. But before they can move, a booming voice echoes. Who dares to lay a finger on my son? President, you are finally here. A guard cries out in relief. A powerful old man in a purple robe steps forward, flanked by bodyguards. Li Heng immediately wails, Dad, you have to avenge me. Jiang He gasps in shock. Is that you? Han Er? How did you get beaten into a literal pig's head? He then glares at the young man. Are you the one who did this to my son? Yes. Li Heng whimpers from the floor. It was him, Dad. Facing the powerful guild leader, Xingyu calmly retorts. Yeah, I beat him up. What about it? Nearby, Xueru silently watches the entire drama unfold. Furious, Jiang He barks to his men. Guards, break this brat's arms right now, but Yan Ran immediately steps in front of him to block them. President Li. Xiao Xingyu is not just my brother. He is also a specially recruited member of our Changqiang Guild. If you dare lay a finger on a pharmacist from our Changqing Guild, it means you are declaring war on us. But he did not care. Her father was not even in Longyan City, so why not teach her a lesson? Would he really turn against him over a minor clash like this? Xingyu gently pushes the person in front of him to the side. Xingyu tells Sister Yanran to step aside, so he can see if the man actually dares to strike. Shocked, she wonders if he has no backup plan at all. With a slight smirk, he suddenly summons a token and tosses it to the ground, casually apologizing for dropping his property. The token lies on the ground, radiating absolute majesty. Li Jianghe freezes in pure terror, the cigarette slipping from his mouth as he mutters the Imperial Soul token. Unaware of the danger, Li Heng blindly orders his men to charge, demanding they cripple Xiao Xingyu now that his father has paved the way. Suddenly, a furious slap sends him spinning as an angry voice calls him a scoundrel. Confused, he cries out for his father. Ignoring his son, Li Jianghe respectfully picks up the token with both hands and carefully blows the dust off its surface. Drenched in cold sweat, the man begs for forgiveness, pleading that his foolish son did not mean to ruin the young man's mood. He offers to buy out the entire auction for him. Figures like military advisor Shi Zhang and other great generals are all powerful experts under Empress Guanlan, but they are not the closest. Despite being the pillars of the country, they are still not the ones the Empress trusts the most. To secure her rule over the Dragon Kingdom, Guanlan founded the Imperial Soul, an elite force loyal only to her. Every member of this group is a sworn warrior, granted supreme authority and privileges directly from the Empress herself. In the Dragon Kingdom, the unwritten rule is simple. Holding this token is like facing the Empress herself. Seeing this, Li Heng yells out in frustration. He asks why his father struck him, demanding they execute the boy immediately. But his father only snaps back in pure rage. He barks at him to shut up, disowning his foolishness. Meanwhile, Xingyu calmly points out that the president's son just tried to destroy him. He demands a proper explanation for the death threats. Terrified, the president immediately humbles himself, desperate to make things right. He pleads that it is all a misunderstanding, taking full blame on behalf of the Gale Guild to calm the young priest down. To show their absolute sincerity, he offers to pay for any other auction items the young master desires as a gift, but the young master indifferently rejects the offer, claiming he has no interest in money, before offering a much harsher condition. He tells the president that since the guild admitted their mistake, the terms of the apology should be up to the victim. Forced into a corner, the guild leader anxiously asks what it will take for the young priest to accept his apology. Xingyu calmly delivers his simple terms. Since the young master dared to insult his two sisters and threatened his life, he must pay with one of his arms. Surely that is not asking too much. The president is left completely speechless. As the leader hesitates, Xing Yu cold-heartedly pressures him, asking if he wants to take his son's place or if his guild is ready to die. Swallowing his pride, the president bitterly asks which arm of his foolish son the young master wishes to have broken. With a cold smile, Xing Yu demands the right arm, warning that if he ever sees that arm move again, the entire guild will face the consequences. Terrified, Li Hang screams in disbelief, desperately warning the young priest not to do anything reckless to him. Without hesitation, the father personally delivers the brutal blow. His son screams in agony as the president suppresses his rage. He asks if the priest is satisfied, and Xing Yu coldly dismisses them. The submissive father bows and promises to handle things. He thanks him repeatedly, swearing to properly re-educate his foolish son the moment they return home. Shifting back to a harsh tone, the president snaps at his men, ordering them to drag his useless son out of there immediately. Turning around, he gently tells his sister Yanran that it is time for them to leave. Right then, Sharu steps forward to make a solemn announcement, warning the crowd to remember the rules and act as if nothing happened here tonight. Everyone quickly nods in agreement. They all agree that Madame Jiang is completely right, claiming they saw absolutely nothing. Later, Yanran scolds him out of deep worry, pointing out that he would have been completely doomed without that token, and that he acted without any logic at all. With a calm smile, the young man reveals he was only acting and had everything planned out. Stunned, she asks why he would do such a thing. He calmly explains that he wanted to leave a deliberate opening for his enemies. Meanwhile, in a private room, Guan Chan quietly asks her secretary if she managed to record the boy's incredible display. The secretary respectfully confirms that she recorded everything, and Guan Chan immediately orders her to send the footage straight to her mother. After receiving the confirmation, a curious voice on the other end of the line asks Suishu if she met the young master yet. Shuraru happily confirms she did. Looking down from above, she admits that the boy is actually far more clever than she expected. Meanwhile, a bitter Li Hang complains that his father broke his own son's arm just to please an outsider with a fancy token. Enraged, the president snaps, asking if the absolute idiot still has not realized the massive mistake he made. Grabbing him by the collar, he warns that he will only say this once. The young master has the backing of the empress herself. He was lucky to survive. Next time, avoid Xing Yu if possible. If not, you better behave yourself and stay quiet. Even if he makes you eat dirt, you swallow it. Li Hang bitterly protested, but Dad, I cannot just swallow that down. Jiang He warned him desperately that if he kept trying to fight Xing Yu, they would cut ties forever, so he wouldn't ruin his father's precious Cyclone Guild. Li Hang bitterly wondered if some stupid guild really mattered more to his own dad than his flesh and blood. Filled with pure hatred, he swore, Xing Yu, this is all your fault. You made me a cripple and ruined my worth in my father's eyes. You forced my hand. Right after that, Li Hang was sobbing over the phone to his powerful backer. Third Master, I got beaten up. My right arm is broken. Cut to a high-rise building surrounded by a heavy winter blizzard. Just as Xing Yu was fast asleep, his phone suddenly started ringing loudly. Half asleep, he answered. Who is this? Yang Shuo greeted him warmly. It is your big bro. I am downstairs. Xing Yu was totally lost. Brother Yang Shuo, what is going on? Yang Shuo frowned over the phone. Come over for lunch today. My dad is home and dying to meet you. Xing Yu bolted upright in shock. Admiral Marong wants to meet me? He awkwardly tried to get out of it, asking if he could skip. Yang Shuo sternly threatened him. Do you want me to tie you up? Xing Yu quickly gave in. Fine, I will be right there. Seeing him get ready, Yushu asked with concern. It is freezing and snowing out. Where are you heading? Xing Yu smiled and said he was just grabbing lunch with a friend. Cut to Yang Shuo's majestic ancient villa, where their housekeeper stood waiting. Young master, you brought a guest home. Yang Shuo nodded, confirming it, and warmly led Xing Yu inside. Xing Yu, this is my place. He gasped in awe. Your house is incredibly massive. Yang Shuo helplessly explained it was a gift from the empress. Otherwise, with only 6 of them, including staff, they never needed this much space. Stepping inside, Yang Shuo called out warmly to his dad and sister. Seeing his son, Murong Qin happily urged him to wash up while he quickly finished up their final dish. Seeing this, Xing Yu asked with deep confusion, Brother Yang Shuo, your dad is literally a Grand Navy Admiral, yet he cooks? He replied proudly that he and his sister had eaten their dad's home-cooked food since they were 6. The admiral greeted him warmly, asking if he was Yang Xiao. Xing Yu politely stepped forward to greet Admiral Murong, expressing his utmost respect. "This is my first time visiting. Meeting you is truly my greatest honor, Admiral." Murong Qin laughed, telling him to just call him uncle. Shuo said, "You are normally super outgoing, so why are you acting so formal today?" The kid smiled sheepishly, thinking, "I literally fought you to the death on Icefire Island. How could I not be nervous?" Once seated, the admiral praised him warmly, mentioning he had watched video footage of Yang Xiao's outstanding performance during the supernova competition. "The next generation is truly taking over." Xing Yu smiled modestly, saying Uncle Murong was praising him way too much. Murong Qin chuckled, calling him too modest, unlike his own useless son, who could never get anything right. Yang Shuo protested loudly, claiming his theory class essay actually won first place in the entire school. His father looked highly skeptical. "I remember you being terrible at theory. First place for an essay? You definitely plagiarized it. Let me see that certificate." Without hesitating, Yang Shuo whipped out the award certificate, leaving his father completely speechless for several seconds. For his essay titled "My Admiral Father," he won the Azure Dragon Academy Literature Prize and was highly commended. Yang Shuo proudly revealed he had simply copied their family tradition. Since his dad wrote the same essay back then, it was totally fair game. Murong Qin sputtered in embarrassment, asking if generations of Murong family heroes were just a joke to him. If his ancestors were still alive to see him plagiarizing their work, they would have slapped him silly. Just then, Xing Qin sweetly served some food directly onto Xing Yu's plate. Murong Qin froze in shock, noting she had never served him before. Yang Shuo swiftly shoved a piece of meat into his father's mouth. He covered his dad's mouth and whispered that he set this up for his sister's future marriage, so he better just play along. Murong Qin nearly choked. Yang Shuo silently recalled how Xingxin had completely shut down after witnessing their mother's tragic death. Ever since that day, she had suffered from severe trauma, staying quiet and avoiding outsiders. Even her own family could barely manage to get a few words out of her. But now, just a few weeks into school, she had already exchanged nearly 20 sentences with this newcomer. 20 sentences was more than he had heard from her in months. Xingxin even kept feeding him. "This sweet and sour pork is amazing. You should try it." Murong Qin felt a wave of anxiety, wondering if his little girl actually liked him. Suddenly, protective dad mode kicked in. His eyes narrowed sharply as he prepared a barrage of heavy interrogation questions. "Hey kid, how many people are in your family? How much land do you own? What do your parents do for a living? What about your grandparents? How many stars was your great-grandmother's beast taming license?" Yang Shuo frantically tried to stop him. "Dad, stop it. You scared him so much he ran off," she complained. But Rong Qin stood firm. No way was he letting his beloved Xingxin suffer even a tiny bit of grievance. Watching his father bite down on his arm, Yang Shuo shrieked in pain, "My hand!" Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, a strange, suffocating silence filled the air. Yang Shuo protested in confusion, "Dad, it is rare for my sister to actually care about a guy like this. Why are you even opposing it?" Rong Qin sternly shot back. "Xing Yu might have some good qualities, but the kid is still absolutely dirt poor. If we marry her off to him, what if she ends up suffering?" Yang Shuo casually chimed in, "Well, can't the two of us just support her?" His father hesitated, but Yang Shuo eagerly cut him off, insisting there were no ifs or buts. "Xing Yu is a special ops alchemist for the Firmament Guild. In the future, he might easily match our family's status." Rong Qin frowned in deep thought, weighing the words as his mind snapped back to the present. He stared intensely at the young man, making Xing Yu shift uncomfortably. Xing gently urged, "Go on, eat some more." Xing Yu cautiously leaned in to whisper back, "Lu Jin, your dad's glare is terrifying. He won't literally pull a knife on me, right?" Just then, Rong Qin cleared his throat to ask cautiously, "Xing Yu, I'm quite curious. You only recently entered the Azure Dragon Academy, so how did you already become a special ops alchemist for the Firmament Guild?" Xing Yu smiled humbly and replied, "I wouldn't dare boast about my skills, sir, but I have a knack for medicine, creating formulas that can restore injured beasts back to their absolute peak power." The general laughed, praising his bold spirit. He might be young, but the kid certainly didn't lack confidence. Special ops alchemists are incredibly rare resources, prized by any major guild. If you only had basic knowledge, how could you win over the Firmament Guild? Xing Yu cleverly turned the question back on him with a sly grin. "So, You think I got in through the back door, Uncle Rong? Rong Chin stroked his chin, convinced. Well, obviously, I poured my heart and soul into this little blue bottle. The clever youth knew talk was cheap. Facts would prove everything. Xing Yu got straight to the point. Uncle Rong, as a Navy general, you know your aquatic beasts are highly prone to severe skin-cracking disease. This illness severely cripples their body's ability to clot blood. Once they are injured, stopping the bleeding is nearly impossible. And up until now, has any pharmaceutical company on the market ever managed to release a truly effective cure for this? Intrigued, the general pressed him further. Don't tell me you actually have a cure? Xing Yu confidently presented his creation. I would not dare boast, but this right here is the specialized formula I developed specifically to treat severe skin-cracking disease. It is a high-energy, skin-protecting antioxidant herbal essence inside this little blue bottle. Rong Chin grabbed the bottle, utterly baffled. High-energy, skin-protecting herbal. What? You mean this little blue bottle? Sensing its sheer value, he immediately barked out a sudden order. Xiao Liu, summon your beast and let it soak in that fountain over there. The soldier saluted, ready to obey. Outside, right before the grand fountain, Xiao Liu focused his energy to summon his beast partner. The Tempest Fang beast emerged. Within seconds, a seal covered in painful, bleeding cracks rose from the water. The beast awkwardly waddled onto the ground, looking incredibly innocent. Xing Yu stepped forward to instruct them, telling them to apply the liquid directly onto the wounds before letting it soak. Xiao Lu quickly tried to soothe his anxious beast. Relax. Ya, just a quick soak, and you will be fine. Carefully, Xiao Liu dripped the medicine onto every single wound. Almost instantly, the cracked skin began to fuse shut. Ya squealed happily as the agonizing pain vanished. It wiggled its adorable body, completely restored to its cute, healthy self. Overjoyed, it splashed around, sending water everywhere. Xiao Liu's eyes lit up with absolute joy as he reported, General, look, Ya's cracked skin is completely healed. Rong Chin clenched his fists in sheer shock. This is unbelievable. It is way more effective than the Royal Hospital's premium SK-92 medicine. Xing Yu smirked triumphantly. So, Uncle Rong, do you finally believe in my medical skills now? Slapping him on the shoulder, the excited general asked. Tell me, Xing Yu, can this little blue bottle be mass-produced? Xing Yu gave a confident grin. As long as you provide the factory, mass production will be a breeze. Overjoyed, Rong Qin showered him with praise. Xing Yu, you are a once-in-a-century genius. With you on our side, our Navy's future will be completely unstoppable. I really like you. Xing Yu then cautiously cleared his throat. Uncle Rong, shouldn't we discuss the technology licensing fees next? The general blinked, completely caught off guard. Licensing fees? He repeated, a mix of excitement and confusion on his face. Kid, are you seriously trying to negotiate business with me? You little rascal, you're basically my future son-in-law already. Yet you're demanding cash from me? Xing Yu firmly shot back. Of course, I poured my heart and soul into making this little blue bottle. Only then did the words sink in, leaving Xing Yu completely frozen. Wait, did you say half a what? Yang Shuo sarcastically sniped. Dad, chill out. People might think you are selling your own daughter. You might not care about your face, but shouldn't she get some respect? Hearing this, he cleared his throat and calmly asked, Xing Wu, that makes sense. How much do you want for the patent fee? Xing Wu smiled and dropped a bomb. I don't want much, just 100 million. Rong Qin gasped, utterly shocked and furious. That is a sky-high price. Try me, and I will hit you with a brick. But Xing Wu just calmly analyzed. The Dragon Kingdom Royal Hospital's TSK 92 drug costs 500 million, but cures nothing. Is my 100 million really that unreasonable? My little green clam is the only cure for this paralysis syndrome. Hearing that, his face turned pale. Oh my god, Yang Shuo whispered a sneaky plan. Dad, just think of this 100 million as Ying Xin's future dowry. Problem solved. Then we can just sneak some tricky clauses into the contract. Rong Qin was amazed and grinned in approval. You sneaky little rascal. Seeing the two whispering with their heads together, Xing Wu scratched his head in confusion. What are those two plotting? Xing Wu had a bad feeling he was being set up. The father and son shared a smug, knowing smile. Xin Shen caringly asked if he really did not need her brother to drive him home, but Xing Wu quickly waved it off. Thanks, Lu Jin, but I have some errands to run first. She nodded, telling him to stay safe. Xing Wu then checked his balance to budget his next moves. With a 50 million deposit, what should he buy for his sister and his beasts? some skincare and a massage machine for her. Mang Mang wanted snacks and cute new clothes, while Master Jen loved fine tea. Right, Freya. Without hesitation, he made the purchase and raised his hand. Come out, Freya. In a flash, she appeared, and he gently handed over her gift. This is for you, Freya. You have been with me for a while, yet I have never given you anything truly special. Seeing her face light up, Xingwu explained, this is a holy light beast core. I want you to break through and evolve first. She happily nodded as he added, I also got you meridian protection herbs and a heart-calming pill. Once you consume them, if your body hurts, you must hold on. If it is too much, I will cut off my spiritual energy. Xingwu prepared to start, only to find her already waiting with her mouth open. Ready, Freya? He popped the stone onto her tongue, and she instantly swallowed it. Suddenly, Freya gasped as her heart began pounding furiously. Clutching her chest, she doubled over as raw power surged inside. Then, Freya threw her head back, roaring as energy erupted. In an instant, she leaped high into the sky, screaming in agony as the power threatened to tear her apart. Blood suddenly sprayed from her body like rain. Dizzy and exhausted, she lost control and began to plunge rapidly toward the earth. She crashed violently onto the ground. Horrified, Xingwu rushed over to check on her. Freya, if you cannot take it, I am stopping this. He braced himself to cut off the flow. Just then, her eyes snapped open. Memories flashed of her dark past being sold as a defective slave. Sir, I can give you a discount on this defect. If you like it, take it now. But Fat Lu, a slimy merchant, frowned in disgust. These trash have zero potential. The slave merchant grabbed her friend, kissing her face over and over to claim ownership. You will only serve me from now on. Back then, Freya could only watch from her cage, begging for help. Great Spirit, please send someone to save me. Back in reality, she opened her eyes and saw Xingwu standing right in front of her. Forcing herself back to reality, she slowly turned her head and dragged her trembling hand across the cold snow. Determined, she slowly wrote 3 words in the snow. I can do it. Suddenly, we are cut to the desolate snowy mountain. Freya curled up, fighting the raging energy within. Screaming in pain, she released a massive shockwave and stomped her feet, bracing herself. Terrified by the violent reaction, Xingwu cried out, Freya, stop, give up. But in that exact moment, her wings erupted into flames. As her wings began to burn away, a panicked Xingwu rushed forward. But before he could reach her, she suddenly shoved him to the ground. Without a word, Freya pressed a gentle kiss against Xingwu's lips. Watching this, Dalu shrieked in absolute jealousy. How shameless! Medusa tried to calm the fox down during this critical evolution, but she snapped back. She stole my move. That kiss was my signature move. Damn it. But right then, brand new wings erupted from her back. They evolved into wings of pure, blinding white. Blushing, Freya parted her lips and closed her eyes as an ocean of power erupted. Xingwu cheered in absolute delight. Freya, you actually did it. The system screen instantly popped up with her details. Name, 4, Winged Holy Angel, Mature Stage. First Phase, Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Mythological Bloodline. Talent 1, 3 Holy Light Protections. Talent 2, Astral Power, channeling the 12 constellations at a low probability to trigger a massive 10 times critical strike effect. Talent 3 is the Astral Mark. Dealing damage marks the target with a crescent moon, which instantly refreshes the cooldown of her powerful angelic class skill, the Holy Light Astral Slash. A flying type, Holy Light Beast with 100% loyalty. Wielding the Holy Light Cross Slash skill, she swings both swords simultaneously, releasing a cross-shaped wave that inflicts triple critical damage on her target while casting a protective holy shield over herself and her allies. Her flowing light sword array deploys glowing wings, unleashing 188 feather-shaped blades, dealing massive area damage with her Holy Light Spirit Slash, which teleports her instantly at light speed right before her marked target, cutting down every single enemy along her path. With her Starburst Flash, she absorbs starlight energy to unleash a single target kick, guaranteed to trigger a massive 10 times critical damage. This is the evolution path for the Holy Light Angel, from 4-winged and 6-winged Holy Angels, to Angelic Saint, 8-winged Archangel Queen, and, finally, the mighty 10 and 12-winged Seraphim, along with their unique habits. As she absorbs the moonlight beside her master, Xingyu excitedly celebrates, congratulating Freya on her incredible success. He points with concern, asking Freya if she is hurt. Xingyu then naively adds that her chest looks swollen and offers to help her remove the armor to check. The embarrassed girl quickly protests, calling her master a pervert, but he just laughs it off. Insisting he is innocent, Lulu interrupts with a dark expression, but then playfully teases them about how surprisingly close Master and Freya really are. Confused, Xingyu asks Lulu how she managed to get out of her summoning crest. Lulu questions him in return, asking if they are forbidden, while Medusa playfully chimes in, teasing that everyone saw their little romantic moment. Slightly embarrassed, he tries to play peacemaker, offering to make it up to them since there is nothing else he can do. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the mischievous girl suggests he compensate her tonight since she is free, making Xingyu flinch away. Politely declining her offer, Medusa pouts and grumbles, asking if her master secretly dislikes her. Panicked, he quickly reassures her, claiming they are all his most precious companions, and he could never hate them. To make amends, he offers to take them shopping for some new clothes. Arriving at the downtown mall, Xingyu generously tells Lulu to pick out whatever she likes. Lulu shyly confesses her hesitation, admitting that none of them have ever been to a human shopping center before. Stepping up as their personal guide, Xingyu happily offers to show them around and begins introducing the options. The first option is office wear, which she rejects with a blush, calling the skirt way too short, so he happily shows the next. Medusa eyes the second option, a kippao dress, nodding in approval. Thrilled, Xingyu finally unveils the ultimate choice. The third option, and his absolute favorite, is a maid outfit. But right then, the wall behind them suddenly explodes. Furious, the two girls yell in unison, accusing him of bringing them here just to satisfy his dirty fantasies. Calling him a total pervert, Xingyu desperately tries to defend himself, pleading that he was only trying to find them some nice casual wear. Lulu leans in close and whispers that he is making her angry, which only makes her want to possess him even more. She decides to force him into a new outfit instead, ignoring his panic as he desperately tries to warn her. Pleading about the store clerks watching, his cries are ignored, leaving him completely helpless to resist as he screams for his life. Meanwhile, the water spirit anxiously asks if they should save him, but the fire spirit casually tells her not to interfere with rich people's business. Back in the classroom, Kainan seriously announces the midterm exam details, stating that Train 13 will depart at 2 p.m. They are scheduled to arrive in Huangyan City by tomorrow afternoon. He clearly explains. Every single stop and route detail is detailed inside their map guide. While the passing grade is C, the maximum grade is S. At that moment, Xingyu curiously turns around to look, wondering why Xingyu looks so completely drained of life. The nearby Songhu replies with equal confusion. Unsure if it is from exam stress, Kanan's sudden announcement of an amazing prize catches everyone's attention, sending the class into wild cheers. If they encounter extreme danger, turn the crisis around, and serve their country, their score can reach double or triple S. Their senior, Yi Qingfeng, achieved a double S and currently serves as deputy commander at Huangyan City. Clearing his throat, he promises that if anyone manages to achieve an S rank, he will personally pay out of his own pocket to reward them with an extraordinary lightning-type beast core. Kanan then frowns, warning someone to stop dozing off. Startled, Xingyu asks if the teacher is calling him, while his classmate quickly whispers the prompt. The classmate whispers that old Chen promised a rare lightning-type beast core for anyone who gets an S rank. Xingyu confidently boasts that he will easily secure that S rank, leaving his classmates sighing and just hoping they will actually survive long enough to return. With the briefing finally finished, the teacher tells them to head to the station. Outside, heavy snow blankets the crowded train platform. A group of excited students chat amongst themselves, asking which train they got, only to find out they are both on 13. Shivering, Xingyu complains about the freezing weather, just as Jingxin cheerfully calls out his name. Xingwu turned around in surprise and asked, Lu Jin, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at another station? Blushing, she handed him a gift. What is this? Xingwu wondered out loud, taking the item and asking curiously. Fidgeting nervously, she explained, I knitted this scarf, but it's not very pretty. I wanted to give it to you earlier, but I kept hesitating. Without hesitation, Xingwu wrapped it around his neck and thanked her sincerely. Thanks, Lu Jin. It's really warm. Right then, the train's whistle blared, signaling its arrival. As the train ground to a halt at the station, Xingwu said with a trace of regret, Our train is here. Once you're back from exams, Lu Jin, movies on me. She smiled and agreed. Deal? It's a promise. Xingwu waved goodbye, while a voice mocked. A promise? Huh? Songhu teased them immediately, laughing at the sickeningly sweet scent of young love. while Sheng Yu pouted in agreement. Now, I get why Father Wu looks so drained all the time, Sheng Yu whispered. Xing Wu looked over suspiciously. What are you two whispering about? Song Hu stammered. Oh, nothing. The three of them boarded the carriage together. Just then, Yan Ran stepped forward with a professional smile, saying, Welcome, students, to train number 13. I am the team leader in charge of supply transport. As the vice president of the Firmament Guild, she explained that their guild was the primary force handling the supply transport. Your job is simply to provide support. Hearing this, the students gasped in awe. She was actually the vice president of the prestigious Firmament Guild. Rumor had it that Vice President Qin was a 5-star beast tamer. With her leading them, they felt safe. But she quickly laid out the harsh reality. Carriages 2 through 5 were highly vulnerable to ambushes and attacks. On the other hand, carriages 6 through 10 were relatively safe. But carriages 11 to 15 were the absolute most dangerous, prone to vicious attacks, and even a high risk of derailment. She instructed them to choose their support carriages based on their exam requirements. Xing Wu stepped up first, deciding to take the riskiest spot. Carriages 13 to 15, higher risk meant a higher score, after all. His friends excitedly chimed in, Count us in. We're following Father Wu. She smiled, thoroughly impressed. As expected of our top student. Make sure you show off your skills out there. Yan Ran quickly made the assignments. You three, follow me. I'll take you to the carriages at the back. Xiao Wang, stay here and organize the rest. He politely complied. Understood. With that, they made their way to their designated carriage. Wrapping an arm around his shoulder, she asked playfully, Little brother Xing Wu, have you ever been to Huangyan City before? He honestly admitted he hadn't. Yan Ran gave him a knowing wink. Then this time, I'll make sure to show you a whole new world. The scorpion wine there is legendary. We're drinking until we pass out. As soon as they arrived, Shi Hao chimed in with excitement. Xing Wu, when we reach the final station, you've got to have a drink with me. Chen Yuan eagerly added that Huangyan City was packed with incredible food and attractions. Since the guild was paying for everything, he should just let loose. Lu Yang quickly agreed. Exactly. You're basically a national treasure to our Firmament Guild. So, we're going to treat you like royalty. Xing Wu smiled awkwardly and replied, I didn't come here for a vacation, guys. Right then, Sheng Yu chimed in with a smirk, joking that Father Wu wasn't there for an exam. It looked more like a corporate team-building trip. Song Hu looked on in awe, adding, if he wasn't wearing his Azure Dragon Academy badge, I'd swear he was a founding elder of the Firmament Guild. Yu Fu explained with immense pride. Well, he basically is on their level. After all, he is a specially appointed master alchemist for our Firmament Guild. That was when Ling Yue sneered in jealousy. A specially appointed alchemist at his age? Give me a break. Pulling strings to get in isn't exactly an achievement. Hearing this, Vice Captain Li scolded him sharply. Lin Yue, if you can't measure up to a specially appointed alchemist, that is your own problem. Stop using that bitter tone to mock Xing Wu. He smirked with utter disdain. Am I wrong? An outsider like Xing Wu, if he wasn't riding on Captain Qin's coattails, would he even be a specially appointed alchemist? Yan Ran fired back angrily. Lin Yue, don't slander my little brother. Our evaluation and selection process for special alchemists has always been completely fair and objective. Still dissatisfied, he began listing his own achievements. Captain Qin, I've served the Firmament Guild for 8 years, risking my life time and again. I've earned countless merits, worked myself to the bone, and even spent 6 months away completing S-rank missions. Why should some kid like Xing Wu steal my position the second I return? Xing Wu replied with absolute calm, Dr. Lin, to evaluate a specially appointed alchemist, we don't look at tenure or hard labor, we look at medical skill. Lin Yue challenged him suspiciously. What is that supposed to mean? Are you saying you're extremely confident in your medical skills, Dr. Xiao? Do you dare to make a bet? Xing Wu shrugged with nonchalant confidence. What's the wager? He proudly laid down the gauntlet. A medical duel. If my skills prove inferior, I will pack up and leave the Firmament Guild forever. But if you lose, you are the one who gets kicked out. Xing Wu accepted the bet without hesitation. Meanwhile, the train hurtled through a raging blizzard. Just as it pulled up to the location, you and I can spot a few ominous shadows watching from the cliffs. Suddenly, a swarm of aggressive plague rats poured out, and the train's emergency alarm started blaring instantly. An urgent battle cry rings out. Ambush! Just as everyone is told to stay alert, a sharp blade pierces right through the wooden ceiling. A massive rat tears through the wooden ceiling, ravenous and wild, before diving straight down at them. Yanran immediately orders a counterattack. The students quickly summon their spirit beasts to the field. Come forth. Saber Fang, out comes the ancient hound. Suddenly, two giant rats crash through the windows. Surrounded on all sides, she screams in pure terror. They are here too? The hot-blooded youth steps up. Sister Yanran, leave these pests to me. Then Xingwu confidently summons his warrior. Come forth, Freya. Within seconds, the fierce rats rush in like a wild wind. She calmly watches their every move. Freya's eyes glow, unleashing a devastating beam of pure light. She leaps high into the air. Freya channels all her power into the tip of her spear, nimbly weaving through the swarm. Holy light astral slash. Freya gracefully sweeps her spear, breaking the enemy lines. Xingwu smiles with deep satisfaction. Great job, Freya. She nods with a bright smile. Suddenly, a panicked squad member screams out that something is terribly wrong. Captain Qin has been dragged to the roof. Xingwu whirls around in absolute shock. What? Up on the train roof, the leader rat is holding Yanran. She desperately fights back and screams, "Let me go, you sneak-attacking beast." Within seconds, Xingwu climbs up and glares at the enemy. You smelly rat, release Sister Yanran right now. Before the rat can react, Freya charges forward. She drives her spear directly into the giant claw, holding Yanran. Screaming in pain, the rat leader flings Yanran aside. She shrieks in terror as she plunges toward the lake below. Panicked, Xingwu calls out to his teammates, Old Wu and Song Hu. They firmly nod and take action. Got it, come on out. Storm Butterfly. In the nick of time, a massive butterfly swoops in to catch Yanran. The rat leader instantly aims a dagger at its wing, but Song Hu is faster, ordering his ox demon to use a taunt skill to draw the monster's attention. Sensing the threat, the rat leader spins around and hurls his blade backward. Seizing the perfect opening, Xingwu quickly signals his beast. Freya, take this chance, and finish it now. Without a single word, she charges straight in to attack. The furious rat leader spits a stream of burning acid at Freya. She quickly dodges the toxic liquid using her wings with absolute mastery. Freya lands perfectly on the roof right behind the beast. Without a moment of hesitation, she kicks the rat leader straight into the air. Freya looks up with unyielding determination. Seizing this golden opportunity, she leaps high into the sky, locking her sights right on her target. With incredible skill, Freya slices the rat leader into pieces. Xingwu rushes over immediately, deeply worried about Yanran's safety. Sister Yanran, are you all right? Seeing this incredible display of power, she can only stare in sheer amazement. I'm fine, Xingwu, but is that your light angel? He nods with a smile. Yes, she has officially evolved into the four-winged holy angel. Right then, Shang Yu happily runs up to show them a glowing core. Xingwu, a mature stage toxic beast core. Xingwu nods. Keep it safe for me. Suddenly, Yanran points ahead in sheer terror. Xingwu, look at the front of the train. Standing right there is a transcendent-class blood-eyed great ape king. Shocked, Xingwu spins around and locks eyes with the beast. The train suddenly screeches to a violent halt, throwing everyone forward off their balance. The giant ape leader reaches out with a colossal hand, grabbing the train engine. It uses its massive body to forcefully stop the entire train. With brute force, the ape easily tears the train apart. It reaches in, playfully scooping up a panicked survivor like a toy. Help me, the victim screams. Without showing any mercy, the monster simply tosses the poor soul straight into its mouth. Stunned by the horror, Xingwu raises a question. Are these hibernating magic beasts being drawn here by the scent of fresh blood to feed on humans? Realizing how bad things are, Yanran rushes back inside and barks out orders. Everyone, hear my command. Protect this train and repel the beast. A terrified student protests. Our spirit beasts are way too weak. How can we possibly fight that monster? Another student sighs in agreement. Just then, Lin Yue arrogantly slaps his hand on a boy's shoulder, trying to reassure him. Weak, you say? Let me show you how it is done. Suddenly, a bright golden fox unleashes a bolt of lightning at the giant ape. He praises her in excitement, as expected of the three-tailed thunder fox. Sister Yanran, you are incredible. She smiles proudly. Of course. If that filthy rat had not blindsided me earlier, they would not have stood a chance. But the giant ape suddenly roars in fury, glaring at them. Hearing the call, a whole pack of wild monkeys instantly swarms the area. They surround them on the cliffs, as the ape leader stands tall, acting like a king. Seeing the danger, Xingwu groans in frustration. What a pain. We just finished dealing with rats, And now we have to fight monkeys. Come on out. Hey Feng. Suddenly, he shouts in excitement. Finally, backup has arrived. Let's charge together and take down these beasts. Everyone. Right then, the giant ape leaps forward to attack the fox, unleashing its raw energy with a fierce growl. Then, the red fox bared its fangs and let out a fierce roar. Watching this, Xingwu felt a wave of unease. Realizing these tamed beasts were acting completely bizarre, Shenyu cautiously reported the situation, calling out, "Boss Wu, look, there is something lurking beneath the water." Hearing this, he spun around as the water surface suddenly churned with rising bubbles. Deep below, a massive, pitch-black serpent was silently tracking its next meal. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool shot into the air as the serpent launched the violent torrent straight at their ship. Panicking, Xingwu barked an order for Heifeng to unleash its hell roar. The wolf immediately fired a blazing crimson blast directly into the swirling vortex. Upon impact, a blinding explosion erupted, violently scattering the massive torrent as thick smoke and heavy dust filled the air. He warily kept his eyes forward as the serpent slowly emerged from the water, flicking its venomous tongue. Wang Wen gasped in terror as he recognized the beast a fully matured crowned anaconda, prompting Yan Ran to swiftly issue orders. "Hurry back to the ship and leave the outside to our firmament guild," she ordered. But the students panicked, crying out that their beasts had stopped listening. "Lin Yue caused my beast to go wild, it won't come back." Furious, she demanded to know if this was another one of Lin Yue's disastrous schemes. Meanwhile, Xingwu stepped up to divide their forces, calling out, "Sister Yanran, you focus on handling the massive blood-eyed ape king. Leave the crowned anaconda and the other blood-eyed ape to me." Startled, she asked, "Xingwu, are you sure you can handle this?" But before he could answer, the serpent lunged forward with bared fangs, forcing him to order a swift counterattack. "Freya, use light flash." Nodding, she zipped forward and kicked the crowned anaconda right in the jaw. She then darted around, striking the beast from every angle before teleporting above it to launch a devastating energy blast straight into its belly. Battered and broken, the serpent crashed hard into the dense foliage below, giving the beast no time to recover. Xingwu seized the moment and ordered Heifeng to unleash a hellfire barrage on both the serpent and the ape perched on the cliff. The wolf swiftly hurled its destructive flames forward, forcing the weakened crowned anaconda to desperately conjure its remaining energy to defend itself. But having depleted its strength, the giant snake collapsed backward just as a crazed horde of apes suddenly rushed in to attack. Spotting the vulnerable crowned anaconda, Freya seized the moment to hover close, staring down her target with absolute determination. With one decisive, brutal swing of her sword, Freya decapitated the beast, sending its massive head tumbling onto the dirt. Thinking fast, Xingwu called out, "Freya, grab that beast core. Heifeng, go back up Sister Yanran right now." "No need for that," Yanran suddenly called out, stepping forward with her own divine beast to confront the ape leader head-on. Her beast whipped its tail, releasing a devastating thunder burst that slammed a massive orb of crackling lightning straight into the alpha's stomach. The beast shrieked in agony as its stomach began to swell up unnaturally. Instantly, the alpha blew apart into a cloud of smoke. Terrified by their leader's demise, the remaining pack scattered and fled. Yanran and the others cheered in relief, celebrating, "We actually did it. The train is safe." Meanwhile, inside the train, Deputy Captain Li slammed his fist on the table in fury, shouting, "Lin Yue, you gave nerve stimulants to all our beasts. This is completely unacceptable." But Lin Yue merely shrugged, casually replying, "Come on, Deputy Captain Li, I only did it for their own good. Just think about it. Without my intervention, these coddled midterm students would have stayed hidden inside the train the whole time. They never would have managed to drive off those blood-eyed apes without me." Disgusted, Yanran immediately shut down his excuses, snapping, "That is complete garbage. You are playing with human lives." But Lin Yue just sneered, saying, "Captain Chen, I really don't like your tone. I only drugged some beasts. How on earth is that disregarding human lives?" He arrogantly sneered. "Besides, I'm a professional doctor way more qualified than some backdoor fraud." Grinning, Xingwu retorted, "Are you talking about me, Dr. Lin?" Lin Yue smirked and challenged, "Do you still remember our little bet? If you actually have talent, go cure these beasts. I'll even lower the bar, just save one, and you win." Hearing this, Yanran and Xingwu exchanged a knowing glance. He confidently continued to mock, "Well, what's taking you so long, Dr. Xiao? Don't tell me you're already completely out of options, but hey, if you get on your knees and beg me, maybe I'll cure them all myself." Wang Wen scoffed, exposing him. Quit acting like a clown. Why don't you check the other carriages? Xingwu already cured every single beast before we even boarded. Lin Yue jumped to his feet, completely shocked. What? That's impossible. That neurotoxin took me 10 long years of research and formulation to perfect. How could you possibly cure all of them in just a few hours? Xingwu smiled calmly, declaring, nothing is impossible. Our medical skills were never on the same level to begin with. Xingwu then slowly stepped forward with absolute confidence. Sister Yanran already told me everything. You were denied the special pharmacist title because of your utterly vile and corrupt actions. You sacrificed your teammates' beasts, illegally sold beast parts and cores, and even smuggled goods to foreign dark guilds. Glaring at him with utter disgust, Xingwu sneered. Honestly, just remembering that I made a bet with absolute scum like you makes my skin crawl. A jealous rival sneers in contempt. It turns out, Captain Qin had already investigated everything, which is why Lin Yue suddenly pulls out a hidden dagger. The madman prepares to stab Xingwu. So what? If I can't become the specially appointed alchemist, then you won't get to be one either. Yanran reacts in the nick of time, rushing forward to kick him aside. Lin Yue, you are asking for death. Xingwu sneers in absolute disdain and immediately gives a command. What are you thinking? You really think you can kill me? Little Free executes the order, instantly slicing off his head. She then solemnly announces that the traitor Lin Yue has been executed, exposing his crimes on the official website. Next, we have to cross the White Bone Abyss and Mount Kuni. All members, prepare for battle. Vice Captain Li boldly steps up to acknowledge the command. Meanwhile, the train continues through the freezing mountain peaks, grinding to a halt late at night in the middle of a massive blizzard. Yanran peers out the window, deeply puzzled. Normally, crossing the White Bone Abyss and Mount Kuni means getting swarmed by countless magic beasts. Why is it so quiet today? Standing beside her, Xingwu agrees. Right? I have a feeling those magic beasts are plotting something big. Just then, a subordinate seriously announces, Captain, we are approaching Heavenly Wolf Lake Station soon. She nods to show she understands. I know, there is no need to report that to me. Vice Captain Li Jinzong then adds, the princess sent word. She wants to travel with us to Huangyan City. Xingwu asks in complete shock. The Dragon Kingdom princess? Guanxian? As the train stops at the station, Song Hu excitedly asks, is it true? Our Dragon Kingdom princess passed the 6-star beast tamer exam, and she wants to travel to Huangyan City with us? Hearing this, Sheng Yu curiously notes that the empress only has one daughter. If I fix my hair, do you think I have a shot at becoming her prince consort? He retorts with a sigh. Forget it. With Brother Wu here, she wouldn't even look at you. Speechless, Xingwu warns them, don't drag me into everything. Suddenly, the crowd erupts in awe. Look, everyone, it's the princess. She is so beautiful, even more stunning than on television. Hearing the commotion, the three of them instinctively look over. Guanqian gently waves to greet the excited crowd. Hello, everyone. You have all worked hard on this journey. Xingwu stares blankly, completely mesmerized in his heart. Guanqian is indeed gorgeous, but she doesn't really look like her mother. Then, Yanran respectfully steps forward to greet her. Yanran of the Kangchong Guild formally welcomes the princess. Your private VIP suite has already been fully prepared for you. Smiling warmly, she replies, Captain Qin, no need to be formal. Guanqian then begins looking around, deep in thought. Noticing this, Xingwu curiously asks, who is she looking for? A playful Song Hu jokes, maybe she's searching for her future husband. Xingwu sighs in disbelief. Hu Si, you are completely hopeless. Suddenly, her direct order leaves everyone in the room utterly shocked. Xingwu, you're going to serve me. Xingwu is completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. Wait, me? The next morning, the train resumes its journey. Inside the VIP room, Xingwu stands sheepishly on guard beside Guanqian. Xingwu cautiously asks, forgive my boldness, princess, but do we know each other? She tilts her head proudly. What's wrong? Can't I order you around if we don't? Or are you complaining about having a beauty like me near you? Xingwu awkwardly defends himself. Not at all. If you weren't the princess, I'd probably have hugged you already. Guanqian suddenly adopts a serious tone. All right, no more teasing. Pull out your treasure. Terrified, Xingwu instinctively covers his lower body in defense. In utter confusion, he asks, pull out what? She loses patience and snaps. What else? The Emperor Soul Token. Xingwu awkwardly reaches into his pants, realizing she is also from the Emperor Soul. What are your orders, princess? He asks, pulling out the token. I thought you found out a long time ago. Guanqian shyly covers her face. Why on earth would you store the Emperor's soul token there? She clears her throat and quickly gets down to business. According to the official reports from our Emperor's Soul organization, a humanoid magic beast infiltrated Huangyan City a month ago, causing our military forces to suffer multiple defeats. Strategist Shay highly suspects the spy is hiding within the upper management. The Empress ordered the two of us to cooperate and capture this mole without fail. Surprised, Xing Wu inquires, a humanoid magic beast? Come to think of it, since there's no beast in Whitebone, Abyss, or Mount Kunyi, could they be plotting something huge? Suddenly, the system interface pops up, triggering a special quest that requires him to achieve a SSS rating in the midterm exam. Reward: a random SSS beast, taming stone, and 20,000 points. Stunned, he looks closely at the high-stakes SSS requirement. With this level of difficulty, and even the princess involved, things are getting complicated. Xing Wu then curiously asks, Your Highness, forgive my curiosity, but with your high status, why would the Empress place you in the dangerous Emperor Soul organization? Guanqian calmly remarks, that is not something you should be asking. Xing Wu silently speculates in suspicion. She doesn't have a single trace of dragon power. Could she not be Empress Guanlan's biological daughter? Could it be? Just then, the train's PA system announces, Attention passengers, we are arriving at our next station shortly. At their final stop in Huangyan City, night has already fallen as they gather inside a small, quiet inn. City Lord Chu raises his glass with a warm smile, thanking the princess for taking the time to visit Huangyan City. He toasts her, but she politely brushes it off with a gentle smile, telling him he is being far too polite. She thanks the city lord for guarding the border for decades. Meanwhile, Deputy Captain Li whispers to Captain Qin, highly jealous of how incredibly close Xing Yu seems to be with the princess. He cannot believe Xing Yu is at the main table. Nearby, Yanran pouts, grumbling that her brother forgot her for a pretty face. City Lord Chu warmly turns his attention to Xing Yu, calling him his dear old friend. He hands over the demon firefly flower that Xing Yu previously asked for, and Xing Yu quickly thanks him. But right then, Guanqian suddenly nudges his arm under the table. She seriously reminds him not to get distracted by gifts and focus on the mission. Xing Yu whispers back with absolute confidence. He tells her not to worry. Meanwhile, City Lord Chu eagerly apologizes, realizing he almost forgot to introduce his officers to them. He introduces his deputy, Zhao Ming, who is responsible for commanding 3 elite units of beast tamers in their defense forces. And next is the vanguard commander of the Shuiji battlefield, a guy with skin darker than charcoal named Sun Lang. Leading the assault squad, he waves in a friendly manner, warmly greeting the princess and his new brother, Xing Yu. Guanqian remains on high alert, scanning the room. Everyone looks normal. Could the spy be another officer, or is City Lord Chu himself the traitor? Right then, Xing Yu suddenly reaches out and firmly grabs Zhao Ming by his wrist, trembling with pure confusion. The officer asks why Xing Yu is gripping his hand so tightly, but Xing Yu's next sudden declaration completely shocks everyone in the room. He exposes him as a doppelganger beast in perfect disguise. City Lord Chu frowns, questioning why Xing Yu is suddenly accusing his trusted deputy. Zhao Ming panics, desperately arguing that he has nothing to do with any doppelganger beast. After all, wasn't their city the one that asked for help? Guanqian carefully asks Xing Yu how he can be so absolutely sure. When asked for proof, Xing Yu candidly admits that, since he just arrived, he actually doesn't have any concrete evidence on hand. The deputy quickly accuses him of slander, but Xing Yu immediately fires back, with a brilliant and undeniable logic. He explains that these imposter beasts completely lack the ability to summon companions. If General Zhao wants to prove his innocence, he should simply summon his beast right now. Zhao Ming is completely speechless. City Lord Chu narrows his eyes, staring at his deputy in shock. He remembers Zhao Ming claiming his beast was injured, making him wonder if the accusation is actually true. Just then, a strange flower suddenly sprouts right out of his ear. Exposed, the imposter roars in fury, demanding to know how this brat saw through his disguise. The monster lunges at Xing Yu in a desperate attack. Guanqian immediately orders her guards to capture the exposed doppelganger beast. Instantly, a barrage of summoned beasts charges forward, but the imposter smirks, wrapping himself in a massive shield of thick, thorny vines. He forms a protective cocoon around his body, as the beasts unleash their combined energy attacks directly at the barrier. The onlookers gasp in utter shock. Xing Yu stands frozen, completely stunned by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Before he can speak, a massive explosion rips through the room, scattering dust and shattered vines. Out of the smoke, a mysterious creature slowly emerges. It is the demon-devouring poison vine. It leaps onto the wall, triumphantly gloating about its sinister, hidden plot. It sneers that while Xingyu is clever, exposing it is useless since the city's defense plans have already been sent to the enemy. Once their army marches in and flattens Huangyan City, the entire human race will finally meet its ultimate doom. Undeterred, the princess summons her legendary beast, the Frost Qilin. With a mighty roar, it unleashes a deadly blast of pure freezing energy. Hit hard by the blast, the poison vine shrieks in pain, quickly retreating dozens of meters to escape the chill. Enraged by the murder of his deputy, City Lord Chu charges forward in a fury, swearing to slay the creature himself. He loudly commands his beast to stamp the monster into dust. On command, the heavy one-legged rhino stomps down, instantly flattening the enemy. Deputy Captain Li scoffs at how incredibly weak the beast was, but Yanran calmly corrects him. She points out that these creatures aren't meant to fight beasts, but rather to assassinate regular human masters. With its final breath, the dying poison vine wheezes a last warning. It calls upon its heavenly father to lead their army and destroy humanity, desperately stretching out its thorny, venomous hand, promising to drag the princess of the Dragon Kingdom down to hell with it. The dying creature suddenly fires its sharp thorns straight at Guan Qian. Just as the deadly spikes are about to pierce her, Xingyu dives in, saving her while playfully teasing her. He asks her what sweet perfume she is wearing. Seizing this golden opportunity, City Lord Chu issues a final, decisive order to kill. The rhino stamps down, completely crushing the monster. Guan Qian blushes furiously, quickly asking Xingyu if he got hurt saving her. Xingyu hesitates for a second, then reassures her, before curiously asking her the same silly question again. He asks about her sweet perfume, making her shyly snap at him to stop asking ridiculous questions and get off her already. Yanran suddenly ran over in a complete panic, calling his name. Xingyu quickly stood up, awkwardly defending himself. Sister Yanran, I swear I didn't touch the princess. She urgently cut him off. I am not blaming you for that, but you need to leave Huangyan City right now. Xingyu was completely confused. Why? Guan Qian solemnly dropped a bombshell. A level 1 god-tier mutated demi-human beast named Heavenly Father Undis was on his way. Yanran earnestly warned him that very soon, Huangyan City would become a brutal war zone. Run while you still can. Xingyu grew anxious, but shook his head. Sister Yanran, I cannot leave. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. You captured a demi-human beast. According to the rules, your rating will rise to SS. Go back now. But Xingyu resolutely brushed her hand away. No. I want to stay and protect this city. Yanran stared at him in disbelief. You know it is a god-tier beast, yet you still stay? Do you have a death wish? He stood tall, determination burning in his eyes. Protecting our home is my duty. Sister Yanran, do not worry. I will survive. Hearing this, Cheng Gong praised him with absolute excitement. Well said. Protecting our home indeed. Brother Xiao, you are absolutely right. Nothing matters more right now than defending Huangyan City. Rallying his troops, he roared with burning spirit. Soldiers, we are about to face the ultimate battle. Prepare yourselves. Fight to the absolute end. The crowd roared in excitement. Fight to the end. Guan Qian carefully analyzed the grim situation. A god-tier beast was no joke. They needed a grand general to even stand a chance. Sighing, she made a phone call. Holding onto a sliver of hope, the only person who could reinforce Huangyan City in time was probably that man. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted across the darkening sky. Inside the city lord's mansion, Cheng Gong made a solemn report. Your Highness, except for Xiao Mingyu who agreed to stay as a healer, all Azure Dragon Academy students have evacuated. Furthermore, after a thorough sweep, no other demi-human taming beast was found. Guan Qian sharply analyzed their current situation. A grand general will arrive before noon. By then, the beast army cannot easily breach Huangyan City. Now that the poisonous demon vine is dead, they know they are exposed and will attack furiously. Hold out until General Lu arrives. Chen Gong stood firm, roaring. This old man swears to defend Huangyan City to his absolute grave. Meanwhile, inside Xingyu's room, he stared excitedly at a potted plant. The phoenix tail grass essence, glowworm demon flower nectar, and god-tier beast residue were finally ready. It was time for cultivation. Xingyu carefully poured both solutions directly into the pot. He gasped as a strange phenomenon occurred. It was sprouting. Within seconds, a massive vine shot upward, leaving Xingyu completely amazed by its insane growth rate. Suddenly, it shattered the pot entirely and leaped forward, wrapping itself gently around his arm. Seeing it play around, Xingyu smiled warmly. "Hey, that tickles. Behave yourself, all right?" He gently gave it a name. "You are my very first plant-type taming beast. I will call you Xiao Yin." It swayed obediently, nodding its head. Xingyu praised it proudly. "As expected of an ancient phantom god bloodline, with you by my side, we will absolutely dominate the battlefield." Just then, the system screen popped up. Name: Heavenly Soul Vine. Level 1 complete form. Ancient bloodline of phantom god quality. Talent 1. Disarm. Once bound by vines, enemies are temporarily disarmed. Talent 2. Essence of Sun and Moon. It releases a scented mist, providing steady healing to allies within a designated range. It can also restore ancient attribute structures of the plant or psychic types. Talent 3. Soul Siphon. Upon any beast's death, it automatically absorbs their soul, boosting its growth rate. Skill: Death Thorn Tempest. Mass vines surge up from the ground, instantly hardening into a thorny field that inflicts continuous poison damage and slows down the enemy. Skill: Death Bind. It constricts enemies like a giant python with 100% loyalty. Next evolution path: Blood Heavenly Soul Vine. Soul Vine King, Soul Vine Emperor, and Heavenly Phantom God Vine. Skill: Firefly Release. It showers silver, firefly-like particles over all allies, providing massive continuous healing. Each heal restores up to 60% of max health. Habits: Clingy, loves soaking. The water must be pure glowworm demon flower nectar. Hidden evolution path: Underworld Heavenly Soul Vine. Undead Underworld Flower. We cut outside to a raging storm as a mysterious creature gasps in utter shock. Unbelievable. The poisonous demon vine is dead? Romeo, a level 3 Beast King Underworld Night Butterfly, gloomily confirmed. She is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Our plan has failed. Hearing this, a figure gently swirled his wine glass. The level 1 god-tier beast, Heavenly Father Undis, coldly gave his command. No more waiting then. The Dragon Kingdom will likely send by you or that Lu brat for backup. Dispatch forces to stall them. Meanwhile, Romeo, lead an army there. We will strike from both sides to conquer that city. Kneeling down, she swore absolute loyalty, promising never to fail his divine mission. Meanwhile, up on the watchtower, a group observed the scene as Gong expressed deep concern for Xingwu, whose face looked incredibly pale. Xingwu confessed honestly, saying, "Princess, something feels totally off here." Frowning with curiosity, Guanqian questioned, "What exactly is wrong?" He warily analyzed the situation, noting the eerie silence and zero signs of an attack, arguing that they should have struck much sooner if they truly feared the general. Could they seriously be afraid of a little rain? Then, suddenly, a shocking realization hit Xingwu. This was bad. Panicking, she asked what he remembered, prompting Xingwu to urgently share some critical news. "Princess, the devouring demon poison vine's abilities extend far beyond camouflage. It can actually control the sand veil worms." Guanqian skeptically recalled that those sand veil worms were meant for city defense underground. But right then, the earth shattered, sending panicked soldiers plunging into a massive abyss. A pack of massive gorillas riding giant worms erupted from the soil, leaving Gong completely stunned as he cried out. As Gong peered down inside the city walls, something suddenly forced him to snap his attention backward. He saw thousands of beasts rushing forward, making Gong curse himself for his sheer carelessness. Gritting her teeth, Guanqian decided to risk it all. With only 5,000 garrison troops defending Huangyan City, their only remaining option was to fight to the bitter end. Stunned, Xingwu estimated the enemy army at easily 20,000. Without a moment of hesitation, Guanqian instantly summoned her spirit beast and fiercely ordered the charge. "Soldiers of the Dragon Nation, follow me out of the gates and crush these invaders." Down on the battlefield below, students screamed in absolute terror as vicious monsters gouged at their eyes. A brutal goblin impaled a fighter with its sharp horn, while savage foxes eagerly tore apart the fallen. Right in the middle of the chaos, a terrified little girl cried out for her mother. As she closed her eyes, blood splattered everywhere when Yanren's loyal little fox aggressively leaped in to save the day. Shredding the grotesque beast to pieces, Yanran rushed over to comfort the child, asking if she was okay as Meow Meow sobbed hysterically. Looking anxiously toward the tower, Yanran knew the monsters inside were tough, but the massive beast horde gathering outside was even more elite. She silently prayed for Xingwu to be careful, who was currently focusing entirely on unleashing his devastating Hellfire Lotus skill. Heifeng blasted scorching fire straight into a goblin's chest, instantly grounding it, leaving Xingwu heavily panting as he analyzed the battlefield. The sheer number of monsters was insane, with undead, giants, and beasts from both the Whitebone Abyss and Mount Kunyi swarming in. Guanqian warily asked him if he could hold out, but Xingwu simply smirked back, claiming that, as a man, backing down was never an option. Instantly, his Ice Soul Qilin unleashed a freezing blast of pure frost directly at the enemy. Within seconds, the giant frog was frozen solid, and the Qilin decisively shattered it to pieces, leaving Xingwu watching in absolute awe of its strength. He praised the princess's pet beast, which had easily taken down a Beast King-level Sand Demon Toad King in just 2 moves. She casually brushed it off, letting him keep the Sand Demon Toad King's beast core, since she had absolutely no shortage of them. Xingwu expressed his immense gratitude, but Guanqian remained anxious, noting how incredibly deadly the Toad King's 80% damage reflection ability really was. It had almost dragged her precious Ice Soul Qilin down to the grave with it. With her Qilin too severely injured to continue fighting, she wondered if she had to retreat, but Xingwu simply smiled and gave an order. Summoning Xiao Yin's Sun Moonstar Essence Firefly, a vibrant green light instantly washed over the wounded Qilin to heal its deep injuries. Completely shocked by the display, she demanded to know if this silver vine was actually the legendary Heaven Soul Vine beast. Xingwu calmly confirmed her suspicion, explaining that Xiao Yin could instantly restore 60% of health for their entire team. Combined with Freya's Holy Light protection, they could easily neutralize any status anomalies. Furthermore, Heifeng's demonic aura boosts attack and defense by 20%, allowing him to easily support everyone within range. Guanqian stood there, completely blown away. She called him an absolute monster, pointing out that his 2-star Beast Tamer rank was criminally holding back his true potential. Xingwu confidently agreed, stating he planned to skip ranks and take the 4-star exam once this war ended, which prompted Guanqian to make an immediate, generous declaration. She officially declared, on behalf of the examiners, that his midterm score was immediately upgraded to an SSS rank. Thoroughly thrilled, Xingwu bowed and expressed his deepest thanks for the princess's incredible generosity. Right on cue, the system interface flashed to report the completion of his special quest, rewarding him for achieving that legendary SSS midterm evaluation. He received a random SSS tier Beast Energy Crystal along with 20,000 points, prompts urging the host to claim his rewards. Inspecting his loot, he noted it was a Hellpath SSS tier crystal, meaning Heifeng was about to feast on some serious power. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the area as a desperate student radioed in, pleading for immediate backup at the breached northern gate. Staring into the thick smoke, Xingwu sighed, realizing that now was definitely not the time to let his guard down. Guanqian urgently gestured for him to move, while over on Qinggong's end, panicked soldiers rushed forward to deliver more bad news. City Lord, more than half of the Third Army is gone, and Squad 5 Captain Chen Yan has fallen. City Lord, the veteran General Wang Fan was killed fighting the colossal Imperial Bone-Armored Giant. I must also report that every single member of Squad 3 has been completely wiped out. He remained dead silent. Before them stood a massive skeleton, the fused Tier 2 Beast Emperor Bone-Armored Giant, but Zhou Shang stood tall, absolutely refusing to submit. A fused beast? Even if the White Bone Abyss and Kunyi Mountain merge into an Emperor tier beast, so what? He made a solemn vow, this is Huangyan City, not a place for you monsters to run wild. Even if he had to sacrifice his old life, he would defend the gate of the Dragon Kingdom at all costs. Zhou Xiang stood tall and bravely faced the bone-armored giant as it raised its massive axe. He roared his command, ordering his giant war rhino emperor to unleash its thunderous wrath. In an instant, the divine beast charged forward, cloaked in crackling lightning. It used its horn to block the giant's axe dead in its tracks. With sheer will, the giant rhino successfully shattered the axe's blade. Seizing the opening, it drove its horn straight into the bone-armored giant. In a flash, the massive beast was sent crashing backward in defeat. Watching the chaos, Guanqian anxiously noted that, with the endless wave of beasts, City Lord Zhou probably couldn't hold out much longer. Xingyu rubbed his chin and realized they had to cut off the beast supply at the tunnel. Suddenly, he smiled and cried out, I have a plan, Princess. Right now, I need some specific ingredients to brew a potion that will completely disorient the monsters in that tunnel. Huangling grass, bamboo lingji, yin spirit flower, and fire yang jade bone ginseng. Hearing this, she immediately barked an order. Guards, Gather every single ingredient on Xingyu's list. Double time. The students nodded quickly, understanding their critical mission. Before long, Hefeng used his demonic flames to brew the contents inside the cauldron. Smelling the horrible stench, Guanqian pinched her nose and questioned him. This stinks. Is this really going to work? Can we trust it? He reassured her with a mysterious grin, telling her to trust him. Right after, Xingyu excitedly showed off his success, declaring it a triumph. He firmly instructed them to pour the vials into the tunnel one by one, guaranteeing it would disorient the beast army and drive them into utter madness. The students saluted in agreement. Shortly after, the students carefully checked the perimeter, reporting that no beasts were appearing on either of their sides. She praised him with deep admiration, calling him a genius. Xingyu humbly scratched his head, replying that he was just an ordinary 2-star beast tamer. Right at that moment, a hook suddenly pierced his shoulder, dragging Xingyu away in an instant. The massive lizard dragged him away like helpless prey. It was a transcendent mutant beast, the deadly demon scythe alligator. Facing extreme danger, Xingyu quickly summoned Freya. In the blink of an eye, she appeared and severed the heavy chain. Rescued just in time, he collapsed onto the ground, dizzy. Guanqian rushed over in a panic, asking if he was okay. She cried out in horror, realizing he had been poisoned. Panting heavily, Xingyu comforted her and ordered Freya to cleanse him with her holy light. Turning around to face the demon scythe alligator, Xingyu locked his gaze and commanded Heifeng to unleash his devastating hellfire burst. A second later, purple flames erupted toward the demon scythe alligator, but the agile beast managed to dodge every single blast. Seeing the monster closing in fast, he issued a swift order. Freya immediately scooped Xingyu up into the safety of the sky. Medusa asked anxiously, wondering if the master needed their assistance to fight. Dailu cautioned him that with his current strength, taking down a transcendent mutant beast all by himself was simply impossible. However, Xingyu confidently smiled, asserting he could handle it. He then tossed a glowing gemstone, telling Haifeng to consume this triple S beast energy crystal. Seeing the crystal flying over, it swallowed it whole. In a split second, Hefeng's power surged to an unbelievable level. Its massive aura caused the ground to crack open. Thrilled by the sight, Xingyu encouraged Heifeng to go completely wild. Answering the call, it opened its jaws to form a gigantic sphere. Haifeng let out an earth-shattering roar, readying his Hellfire Lotus. At this sight, Dailu and Medusa gasped in shock at the 5 Hellfire Lotuses, keeping their eyes glued to the center. Freya held Xingyu at the very center of the storm. Frowning, he raised his hand and commanded them to strike. Instantly, the 5 lotuses shot forward like meteors. They merged into a single point, forming a gigantic lotus hovering right above the demon scythe alligator's head. Without hesitation, the lotus detonated, sending thick dust billowing everywhere. As the flames died down, a shadowy figure slowly began to emerge from the haze. Crushed at the epicenter of the explosion lay the defeated demon scythe alligator. Once defeated, the alligator's body dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a sparkling crystal in its place. Stunned, Guanqian remarked that defeating it in a solo battle made him far scarier than any monster. Meanwhile, a violent thunderstorm brewed over a distant mountain range. Losing all patience, Und roared in fury, demanding to know why the frontline army had still not conquered Huangyan City after all this time. Romeo knelt in sheer panic to report the situation, explaining that there was a very unusual 2-star beast tamer in the enemy ranks. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he spat that a mere 2-star nobody was actually capable of holding them all back. She desperately begs on her deathbed, pleading, "Sir, please give me one more chance. I promise to take down Huangyan City within 10 minutes. Undis grits his teeth in anger and barks out an order, saying his patience has run out, so he will personally handle this 2-star beast tamer. Meanwhile, Xingyu respectfully reports some good news, telling the princess that the Ice Soul Killen's wounds are now completely healed. Guanqian gratefully thanks him, before curiously asking a lingering question. "Xingyu, why do you always wear this scarf around your neck?" He smiles, touching the fabric, and softly explains it was a gift from a good friend, leaving her quietly wondering. Right then, Cheng Gong interrupts with an announcement, praising Xiao for pulling off another massive victory. Just then, a guard rushes in with an urgent report, shouting that a divine-bodied demon beast has arrived. The city lord turns around in absolute shock. Moments later, a massive horde of ferocious demon beasts advances, led by a terrifying commander radiating an overwhelming aura and an unstoppable presence. That leader is Eunice, ranked 78th among demon beasts. He arrogantly sneers, saying, "City Lord Chu, it seems we meet again." The city lord turns pale with terror, Panicking, Chenggong immediately shouts orders to quickly evacuate and abandon Huangyan City, but Undis refuses to let them escape, slamming his axe down with a furious roar. Die! That single earth-shattering strike from Undis sends rocks flying and throws everyone off balance, completely blowing them away while the inner city crumbles to pieces. Thick smoke and dust blanket the ruined city as the survivors struggle to stand back up after that colossal attack. Xingyu is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that a single attack could entirely destroy the massive Huangyan city. Guanqian adds in absolute terror that they would all be dead by now, if not for the city's defensive barrier. Clutching his chest in pain, the city lord urges them to hurry, telling the princess they have no other choice but to flee immediately. Just then, the boy cries out in shock, asking where his scarf went. Xingyu frantically looks around and spots it snagged on a nearby metal bar. Right at that moment, Undis frowns as he spots a familiar figure, realizing it is the Hellhound and the four-winged angel. It turns out to be that kid. Without a word, Undis immediately teleports straight to their location. Arriving instantly, Xingyu gasps in horror at the teleportation. Before he can react, Undis lifts him high by the neck, making the princess scream in terror. Undis chuckles, staring down with a dark grin. Young human, you are quite special. I wanted to kill you, but I changed my mind. I wonder if your blood tastes sweeter than those girls. Trembling, Xingyu desperately grips his scarf as his mind grows heavy, cursedly thinking that the pressure of this divine-bodied demon beast is simply too overwhelming. Taking advantage of the beast's brief hesitation, a brave Xingyu throws the scarf right into his face, refusing to let him have his way. Holding Xingyu high by the neck with one hand, Undis violently drives his weapon deep into the ground. The massive double-edged axe strikes the earth, sending debris flying everywhere as Undis squeezes the boy's neck, growling if a dying human like him still dares to resist. He ruthlessly hurls the boy down to the ground, unleashing a wave of energy that explodes into blinding bands of light. Out of nowhere, General Lu leaps in to catch him, asking if the kid is still alive, leaving Xingyu feeling embarrassed. The boy sheepishly asks the general not to carry him like that. General Lu laughs, noting he is clearly fine if he can still joke. Guanqian runs over in a panic, screaming out his name. General Lu apologizes to the princess for his late arrival and urges her to quickly take the boy and escape. Right then, Undis emerges from the heavy fog, charging at lightning speed toward them. Rocks and debris explode behind the beast as Undis roars in absolute fury, calling out General Lu's name. General Lu arrogantly snaps back, asking if he was calling his father, which enrages the beast into ordering his horde to charge forward. A swarm of ferocious beasts charges straight at General Lu, who calmly commands his vermilion bird, Zhu Ke, to unleash her heavenly flame strike. The majestic beast soars into the sky, circling as intense heat begins radiating from her body. Zhu Ke unleashes a deafening screech as a blazing inferno wraps around her body, and she dives straight down to the earth. The intense heat completely vaporizes the charging beasts, causing utter panic and leaving the battlefield in absolute ruin, as burning ashes scatter across the entire sky. Those beasts that failed to escape are instantly turned to ash by the flames. Outside the hospital, an eerie silence fills the air beneath an exceptionally clear blue sky. The doctor reassures the princess that although Xingyu is severely injured, his core is unharmed, advising them to go back first. A relieved Guanqian agrees to head back for now, while Yanren also nods in comfort. Guanqian then gently strokes the unconscious boy's pale cheek. She whispers that she prefers his usual talkative self, finding this silence too unsettling, and begs him to wake up soon. As the hospital door gently clicks shut, the room plunges back into a quiet stillness. Xingyu slowly opens his eyes, grumbling that the princess is way too cheesy, while his black-robed companion warns him of her hidden motives. Sitting up, he tells the black-robed spirit that it is time to act, though she wonders if her master should rest more. Medusa's voice rings out, claiming Undis is no match for the Air Force general, who can handle this alone. As Xingwu puts on his shirt, he worries that his scarf is still missing and that Lu Jin might blame him. Besides, he just felt the aura of another beast god near Undis. She gasps in shock at the mention of another beast god. Meanwhile, the battlefield remains a chaotic war zone of endless smoke and raging fire. Raising his hand, General Lu unleashes a fiery red glow around his weapon, the Red Lotus Phoenix sword. Standing atop the vermilion bird, he points his blade at Undis, determined to reduce him to ashes. Despite the chaos tearing up the sky, Undis stands ground against the gale. He sneers, acknowledging that the youngest and strongest 9-star beast tamer is indeed a formidable opponent. General Lu calmly manipulates the flames dancing in his hand. General Lu promises to crush the monster's core within 30 minutes. Undis simply laughs in mockery, asking the foolish human if he really thought there were no reinforcements coming. Suddenly, the sky erupts into chaos as massive torrents of water swirl together into a giant vortex. In the middle of this dry desert, everyone is stunned by the sudden scent of the ocean, as the sky literally turns into a sea. A massive waterspout descends with crackling lightning, striking the earth, revealing a menacing figure of pure power emerging from the deep waves. Naga sneers, mocking Undis for being a total embarrassment who gets tossed around like a punching bag by the Air Force general. He desperately begs her to stop talking and help him, terrified that Lord Nihawk will execute him for failing the mission. Brimming with hatred, she reminds him of his failure on Sky Island with the red-haired girl, vowing that this time, he won't even be able to save this entire city. Hearing her words, General Lu freezes in shock as painful memories suddenly rush back to him. He recalls holding a little girl with silky red hair beneath a giant tree, and the memory sends him into a violent rage as blinding flames explode around him. As both forces clash, the battlefield becomes completely blurred. Naga looks at her opponent and speaks. She curses the general for her past defeat, promising to reclaim her honor today by cutting off his head to use for wine. Undis arrogantly chimes in, saying since she claimed the general's head, he will gladly take the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's princess. General Lu charges forward, roaring that they will have to go through him first if they want to touch the princess. Consumed by rage, his eyes turn a menacing, blood-red color. Unleashing the blazing ocean of 10,000 flames, General Lu conjures a massive firestorm, a sea of red flames that sweeps across the field, incinerating everything. The intense heat severely burns Undis, making him spit up blood. The entire area turns scorching hot, as absolutely nothing can withstand General Lu's terrifying wrath. Undis complains, blaming Naga for provoking the general when everything was going perfectly fine. Naga snaps back, pointing out that his desire to eat the princess was what actually triggered him. Raising his massive battle axe, Undis snarls that if he cannot kill the general, he will simply destroy the city, immediately activating his devastating gravity manipulation. A colossal meteor suddenly summons and hurtles down from the sky directly at General Lu. With a quick hand gesture, he commands the vermilion bird to block it. The beast quickly charges forward as the two massive powers prepare to clash, unleashing waves of energy. Upon impact, the colossal meteor shatters into a million burning pieces, scattering across the battlefield. A deafening blast echoes through the area as flying debris and shattered rocks collide, creating brilliant sparks. Standing proudly, General Lu watches the massive explosion unfold, completely unaware of a purple light suddenly flashing from the smoke. Suddenly, Naga appears right behind him, mocking his carelessness. She begins chanting a dark spell, a smug, triumphant smile lighting up her eyes. Activating her mirror world technique, a massive net materializes, trapping both General Lu and the vermilion bird inside. Undis gleefully screams that nobody is left to protect the humans now. Slamming his heavy axe deep into the earth, he swings it to send gravity spiraling completely out of control. General Lu floats helplessly in mid-air, surrounded by massive, floating boulders that threaten to crush him. He cries out in utter desperation, but just then, a blinding pink light flashes across the sky, hurtling toward Undis. Undis watches in absolute shock as the blinding streak of light targets him directly. The blast hits Undis dead on, blowing him away and forcing him to lose his grip. He crashes hard, skidding across the dirt. Dust and debris fly everywhere as Undis struggles to stand, groaning in pain, while demanding to know who unleashed the dragon flame. Looking up at the castle, Undis spots several figures. Xingwu turns to Lulu, admitting he can only hold out for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he warns that he will fall into a deep coma, just like during his rescue from the execution grounds. He tells her to protect the city, while leaving the fighting to them. Naga gasps, feeling a powerful bloodline suppression from his pure dragon aura. She refuses to believe it, since human dragon tamers supposedly went extinct 100 years ago. Suddenly, General Lu charges in from behind, demanding to know where she is looking. Calling her a smelly loach, he lunges forward, while a heavy fist blindsides the distracted Undis before he can even react. Punches rain down in rapid succession, relentlessly battering his face and body. Dalu lands a heavy kick, sending him flying back. Undis barely blocks it, shocked by this fox's insane power. Retreating might be his only option, but retreating means Lord Erwo will execute him. His only option now? Kill that beast tamer first. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushes forward, ignoring Dalu to charge straight at Xingyu. He leaps high into the air, aiming his heavy axe right at Xingyu's head. Go to hell, beast tamer, but Dalu instantly rushes over, placing herself in front of him. She casually catches the deadly axe blade with her bare hands, completely unharmed. Undice's eyes widen in sheer shock. Barehanded? How is that even possible? Furious, Dalu growls. A weakling like you thinks you can harm my master? With a squeeze of her hand, she crushes his axe into tiny fragments. Instantly, she lunges forward and delivers a brutal steel punch straight to his face. The shockwave of her punch ripples through his entire body, shattering every single bone in his chest. Undice gasps in sheer agony as blood gushes from his mouth. Hunched over from the devastating blow, blood erupts violently from his chest, but Dalu suddenly freezes, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing her strange reaction, Xingyu immediately calls out, Lulu, what's going on? Dalu's fist has completely pierced through Undice's body, but it is entirely hollow inside. There are absolutely no internal organs at all. Right before their eyes, Undice shatters like glass, completely dissolving into thin air. Xingyu gasps, unable to believe his eyes. A mere reflection? Meanwhile, an irritated Naga screams, Undice, can you get anything right? I can't hold off that Lu guy forever. Clutching his chest, Undice sighs in relief. That was close. A third punch would have killed me. Naga, thanks for the save. Suddenly, his eyes gleam with a wicked idea. I'll keep her busy. You take out that beast tamer first. With that, he leaps forward, shouting, You smelly fox, let's settle this once and for all. Dalu charges back, yelling, Since you are begging for a beating, don't expect any mercy. They clash, trading heavy blows in a seemingly equal duel. Blood sprays from Undice's nose and mouth, yet a triumphant gleam suddenly flashes in his eyes. His eyes shift backwards. Undice roars out a sudden command. Romeo, do it now. A butterfly appears and rapidly expands into a humanoid form. Xingyu spins around in shock, crying out as she charges straight at him. This is bad. Romeo reaches out and grabs the back of Xingyu's coat, lifting him up into the air as he hangs there helplessly. Dalu whips her head around in absolute fury. How dare you? Don't you dare take my master. Calamity Eye, to her horror, Romeo's body begins to crumble. She quickly lets go of Xingyu, screaming, I leave Tianfu to you all. Dropped from the sky, Xingyu screams as he plummets. But then, Naga raises her hand and conjures a swirling portal. Get dragged into my mirror world, she sneers. Xingyu spins helplessly in the air before being violently pulled into this new dimension. Dalu dashes forward to save him, crying out, Master? But after just a few steps, Undice blocks her path, grinning, Your opponent is me. Completely out of patience, she turns and screams right in his face. Get lost. Dalu unleashes another devastating punch, totally twisting Undice's face. Meanwhile, inside the mirror world, Xingyu carefully looks around to assess his bizarre new surroundings. Countless illusions of Yu Shu surround him, whispering, Little Wu, come with me. Let's go play together. Come jump into my arms, dear. Little Wu, I'm right here. But Xingyu easily sees through the fake illusion, snooping through my memories. Have you had enough yet? Naga finally reveals herself, stepping forward with the elegant and imposing poise of a true queen. She speaks with disbelief, shocked to realize that he's actually that legendary 2-star beast tamer. Xingyu replies coldly, Now that you know my secret identity, I'll just have to bury you with it. Naga sneers arrogantly, Kill me? You don't even have a spirit beast nearby. Let's see you try. With a wave of her hand, a massive bow appears. She draws her bow, unleashing thousands of razor-sharp glass shards that explode outward and rain down straight on him. Caught completely off guard by the terrifying speed, a panicked Xingyu cannot dodge. Too fast. But suddenly, General Lu lunges in, pushing him away. Watch out. Countless sharp glass fragments pierce straight through the general's body. As his form begins to fade away, a horrified Xingyu screams out at the top of his lungs, General Lu. Xingyu stands frozen in absolute shock, watching the general's body dissolve into dust and scatter across the ground. Naga is absolutely ecstatic. He's dead. I actually just slaughtered the Air Force General of the Dragon Kingdom, she cheers. 10 long years. For 10 years, I have dreamed of the day I would finally kill him. And now, it's finally reality. No one is left to shield you from my blades. Let's see who can save you now, Xingyu. But suddenly, Xingyu bursts into loud laughter. Baffled, she asks, What's so funny? Slowly clenching his fist, he sneers. I'm laughing because your death day is finally here. This time, I'm going to rip out your beast core. Panicked by his absolute confidence, she hurriedly raises her bow once again. You think I'm afraid of a beast tamer with no beasts? Die like the rest of them. Before she can fire her dragon force, an overwhelming impact blasts the bow out of her hands, shattering the solid wall behind her. Naga curses in frustration. That damn fox. Useless Undis couldn't even delay her. As Dalu breaks into the space, she screams, Medusa, hold her back. Medusa stays completely calm like it's nothing. Undis struggles. Suddenly, a massive dragon silhouette rises right behind the boy. Xing Wu realizes that if General Lu hadn't bought him a few seconds, he'd be dead. Now, he wants blood for blood. Naga snaps. So what if he has dragon power? After all, she already killed the master of that immortal bird. She looks up in absolute shock to see the vermilion bird soaring freely in the sky, while even Xing Wu is completely stunned. She panics. The vermilion bird? Is that man still alive? How could that even be possible? General Lu mocks her. The flame of immortality. Naga is clueless. Doesn't she know a level 9 beast master can share skills with their beast? Naga knows she can't fight two god beasts at once. She needs to retreat, immediately unleashing a fast move as cover. A massive mirror wall appears. Instantly, General Lu steps up to shield the young boy. Tell him to step back and leave it to him. Xing Wu trusts him, backing off as the general triggers the vermilion bird soul fusion. A massive ring of fire erupts in the sky, instantly swirling into a destructive vortex. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, blasting debris everywhere, but General Lu stands proud, shielded by the blazing wings of the vermilion bird. He calls out to his black-robed ally to charge together. Xing Wu agrees, completely amazed by this ridiculously flashy transformation. Undis gloats over her failure, but Naga quickly warns him they need to run. They can't beat these two monsters. The trio blocks their path. General Lu's powerful voice echoes, asking them if they really think they can escape. Medusa playfully teases that she won't let them leave. Undis snaps in frustration, realizing they have to fight to the death to escape. Unleashing gravity magic, Naga also strikes. Success or failure depends entirely on this final move. Activating the illusionary sea mirror, they combine their powers to launch a massive energy blast right at the trio. Yet General Lu just smiles, totally unfazed. He casually asks his ally if he likes playing with fire. Xing Wu smirks, and a crimson flame flashes in Dalu's hand. Absolutely. He charges forward, throwing a massive wave of flames. Unleashing the burning heaven nirvana, Dalu follows right behind him to strike. With the dragon's breath, two massive torrents of fire merge and roar violently toward the enemy. Four massive forces collide, creating a violent struggle. Heaven's Mansion 3 powers. Imperial Sea Whale Fall. General Lu pours in more power, unleashing the Dragon Phoenix Return to Origin and the Blazing Court Tribulation. A titanic explosion erupts, blowing everyone back as a shockwave of fire and shattered rock tears through the battlefield. Naga panics in terror as the intense heat of the flames consumes her body. Undis is engulfed in fire, his entire body burning as he screams in agonizing shock. General Lu leaps out of the smoke, landing firmly with his strong hands bracing the ground. Dust and ashes billow into the sky, carrying the glowing remnants of the blaze. The entire battlefield is completely devastated, and the caved-in ground has formed a massive crater. Deep inside the crater, two glowing crystals shine brightly. Up on the city walls, the soldiers explode in wild cheers of victory. They keep shouting that they won. The young soldiers can hardly believe it, crying out that they actually held the fortress. General Lu is incredible, and that mysterious guy is just on another level. Still glowing with fading embers, General Lu thanks him for his help. Having nothing else to offer, he tells him to take these two magic beast cores. Xing Wu accepts without hesitation. Suddenly remembering something, the general turns to ask if he managed to find his scarf yet. After he says yes, Xing Wu is completely caught off guard. How did General Lu even know about that? The general acts like it is common knowledge, pointing out that he is a high-value target wanted by the Empress. He claims he just gathers intel. Shocked, Xing Wu directly asks the general if he plans on turning him in. Mid-conversation, General Lu suddenly collapses, scaring him half to death. The general groans that his spiritual energy is completely drained. He claims he's too dizzy to catch any wanted criminals. Xing Wu sighs, completely speechless at this obvious act. As Dalu and Medusa approach, she asks what happened. He simply replies that it is nothing and tells them to leave. Xing Wu notes that the dragon spirit pill has worn off. Just then, the phone in General Lu's pocket starts ringing off the hook. He quickly pulls it out to check the screen. It is a text from his little monster, complaining about being hungry but refusing delivery. General Lu's gaze immediately softens. He sends back a warm reply, telling them to hold out for 2 days until he can cook. Meanwhile, in another location, a desk is completely piled high with endless stacks of newspapers. Outside the hospital as dusk begins to fall, Yanran asks the doctor in panic why Xing Wu's condition is suddenly worsening when he seemed fine earlier. Dr. Yuan hesitates, admitting that he honestly has no idea. Even their medical equipment cannot find the cause. Guan Qian steps in to tell her to stay calm. She orders Dr. Yuan to save Xing Wu at all costs, leaving the poor doctor sweating under the princess's heavy pressure. A loud shout suddenly echoed as General Lu and Empress Guanlan approached. Guan Qian gasped in pure shock. Mother. Empress. Guanlan pulled out a mysterious vial, noting that normal medicine wouldn't cure him. Luckily, she had come prepared. Guan Qian reached out to take it, questioning what it was. Her mother replied, 7-colored Qilin blood. Give him this, and he will wake up in no time. She froze in shock. This legendary blood was only harvested when the sacred Qilin shed its horn once every 10 years. Rumor has it that this miraculous cure can pull anyone back from death's door, no matter how badly injured. Guan Qian recalled only using it once herself when she was dying, but since Xing Yu is a total stranger, why would her mother care about him this much? Talk about favoritism. She carefully poured the potion into his mouth, secretly begging the young rascal to wake up soon. Inside a creepy chamber lined with freshly bloodied skulls, a sinister, bone-chilling voice echoed. Are you telling me my 10-year invasion plan was completely ruined by some lousy 2-star beast tamer? The terrified minions didn't dare look up, stammering in fear. Meanwhile, the young demon lord sat arrogantly, casually playing with a ball of pure fire. Slamming his hand on the throne, he roared in fury, unleashing a wave of scorching energy that crushed his terrified minions. The wretched little demons were crushed out of shape, screaming in absolute agony. With an angry wave of his hand, he marked the human for death. Meanwhile, Xing Yu slowly opened his eyes, grimacing at the harsh smell of hospital disinfectant. Squinting at his surroundings, he realized he was in a hospital. He hadn't been dragged off after all. Sitting by the bed, Guanlan smiled warmly. You're awake? Xing Yu scrambled up in panic, but she gestured for him to lie back down and rest. Tasting a strange sweetness on his lips, Xing Yu wiped his mouth in confusion, wondering what they had given him. General Lu chimed in, warning him that the 7-colored Qilin blood was incredibly precious, and he should show his gratitude. He quickly sat up, bowed, and thanked the Empress for saving his life, promising he would never forget her kindness. He secretly rejoiced, knowing his gamble had paid off. A contribution this massive guaranteed the Empress would protect his life and reward him. Even if he'd guessed wrong, at worst, he'd just reincarnate as a hero 18 years later. Guanlan turned to General Lu, asking why he was still lingering around unless he had something specific to say. Chuckling awkwardly, the general praised Xing Yu's legendary talent, predicting the boy would soon become the ultimate pillar of the Dragon Empire. Frowning, she told him to cut the act and speak plainly. General Lu just offered another flattering smile. Well, our Air Force is incredibly short-staffed, so Guanlan cut him off coldly, asking if he was trying to steal her recruit. He quickly waved his hands, claiming that Xing Yu was actually terrified of heights and completely unfit, so she should assign him elsewhere. Gesturing toward the door, she coldly dismissed him. General Lu didn't waste a second, quickly backing his way out of the room. All right, I'll go. Guanlan stood by his bed, asking, see how valuable you are? Everyone was eager to recruit him now. She warned that though her path was dangerous, the ultimate rewards would put all others to shame. She warned him to remember his sister before ever planning to betray her. Xing Yu quickly bolted upright, frantically assuring her he understood. Telling him to rest, she walked away. Xing Yu politely bid her farewell, but secretly, he scoffed at her threat with burning annoyance. One day, he would surely take her throne. Leaving the room, Guanlan noticed General Lu waiting, casually leaning against the wall. Demanding to know why he was still there, the general answered that they needed to discuss the mysterious man in black. She snapped at him to get to the point. Lowering his voice, he revealed that the mysterious fighter felt just like that man. Guanlan grew suspicious, but before she could press, General Lu bolted, claiming urgent business back at the Sky Island. Guanlan wondered if the mysterious warrior was actually the bastard son of Xiao Liyan, in some nameless, low-life fox spirit. Xiao Liyan let out a massive sneeze, prompting Ye Mei to ask if their great leader had caught a cold. 2 weeks later, in the bustling imperial capital, glittering neon lights surrounded Xingyu as a swarm of aggressive reporters cornered him. Xingyu, tell us about your heroic victory. Why do you wear this ragged scarf? Is there some deep meaning behind it? Is it true you slaughtered 800 magical beasts? And what's the deal between you and the princess? Are you two dating? Dodging their relentless questions, Xingyu told them to go ask her instead. The press immediately swarmed over to the princess. Guanqian, princess, with the empress favoring Xingyu so much, is there a chance he's your future husband? If you like him, what about Wei An? Did anything happen between you two in Huangyan City beyond pure friendship? Guanqian smiled, but her chilling tone carried immense power as she asked if they dared to slander the royal family. Terrified, the reporters scrambled back 100 yards. Xingyu watched in awe, realizing just how incredibly useful royal status could be. Sighing, she warned him never to throw her under the bus again. He quickly agreed. Just then, a familiar, warm voice called out. Hearing his name, he grinned and waved like a happy child, shouting out that he was finally back. Suddenly, remembering Guanqian was still standing there, he turned to her. Princess, I'm heading out first. She replied, Go on. With our bond, Emperor Soul Master, we will meet again soon. Xingyu rushed over to the group, calling for his sister while pinching his nose in discomfort. Dean Ruyan, why do you reek of alcohol? Ruyan laughed and replied, because I am just too happy. Thanks to you, enrollment at our Azure Dragon Academy will easily double next year. Smiling, she pulled out a card and handed it to him. By the way, take this room card. Xingyu gasped in shock. Dean, are you seriously trying to pull some unspoken rules on me right in front of my sister? Ruyan helplessly explained, saying, What are you thinking? Your sister has one too. She pouted in mock anger. What kind of person do you think I am? This is your key card to Azure Sea Golden Estate. His eyes widened in disbelief. The Azure Sea Golden Estate? Isn't that the luxury villa area in Longyan City's eastern suburbs? Ning Shui asked excitedly. Exactly. Xiao Yu. From now on, we won't have to squeeze into that tiny, cramped apartment anymore. Xingyu suddenly realized something. Wait, doesn't the Lu Jin gang also live at the Azure Sea Golden Estate? Are they going to be our neighbors? Standing before a majestic, luxury villa with a dazzling, gold-plated front gate, Xingyu arrived with a smug grin, striking his most handsome and confident pose. But as he confidently tried to walk inside, Yang Shuo and Xinxin blocked his path. Xingxin stared at him in surprise, her eyes flickering with emotion. Xingyu felt a bit shy too, casually tossing his scarf over his shoulder. She quickly stepped forward, gently touching his scarf. Unable to stand their lovey-dovey display, Yang Shuo spoke up in irritation. This is way too cheesy. I can't look anymore. Inside the equally luxurious Xiao family mansion at Azure Sea, a gleaming sword and a crystal stone sat neatly on the table. Picking up the sword, he grinned. An S-rank magical demonic sword, crafted from a mystic scaled star beast's spine, paired with a crimson flame king beast, core-wielding hellfire power. With this luxury villa included, the academy went absolutely all out this time. Xingyu grabbed his phone. Since the academy valued him so highly, it was finally time to add the 4-star tamer exam to his schedule. Calling on his phone, Xingyu said, Hello, Teacher Chen, can you help me arrange the 4-star beast tamer exam? Heron replied excitedly, 4-star? You are incredibly bold. All right, I'll set it up for you next Wednesday at the Sea Spirit Ruins. Qi Meng walked over, calling out sweetly, Big brother. He turned around and replied gently, Meng, what's wrong? The little girl spoke hesitantly. I want to summon beasts, win the laurel wreath, defeat powerful enemies, and protect the borders just like you do. Qi Meng continued sadly. I've tried summoning beasts so many times, but I just can't do it. Xingyu crossed his arms confidently. I get it. Meng, come outside with me. She nodded happily. Inside a dark, spooky forest where moonlight filtered through the canopy, Qi Meng fearfully grabbed his shirt. Brother, it's too dark here, and there are beasts. Let's go back. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out of the bushes right in front of them. A fierce, Tier 2 initial stage crimson poison wolf growled at them. Terrified, she backed away and screamed, Brother, it's a crimson poison wolf. Xingyu grabbed her shoulders. Meng, until you defeat this crimson poison wolf yourself, I will not summon any beasts of my own, so whether your brother survives here or not is entirely up to you. Qi Meng trembled, crying, I can't do it. Please, just summon your beast already. The savage crimson poison wolf growled, lunging forward as its claws violently tore up the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Xingyu stood completely still, letting it bite him. She gasped in horror. Brother, why? Its sharp fangs sank deeper into his shoulder. Xingyu winked at Meng Meng. If you don't act now, I'm really going to die. Xi Meng trembled in fear, hesitating to step forward. The crimson poison wolf howled loudly and lunged at him once again. Suddenly, Xi Meng's hidden power erupted. I want to protect you. Xingyu was shocked as the little girl defeated the wolf with a single strike. Hovering right above her trembling, teary face was a massive phoenix, majestically spreading its wings. He marveled silently. As expected of the Ye family's innate connection with purebred phoenixes, even at Tier 3 initial stage, it is more than enough to suppress ordinary monsters. A status screen appeared. Golden Feather Phoenix. Tier 3 initial stage. Bloodline. Purebred Phoenix. Beast quality. Phantom God grade. Talent 1. Phoenix Nirvana. It can resurrect after death, though its level resets to the lowest tier. Talent 2. Golden Lotus Karma Fire. Deals burning damage to enemies and lowers their defense. Attributes: Phoenix, Fire, and Flying. Loyalty: 93. Weakness: Poor at sea combat. Feathers weaken when wet with seawater. Active skill: Golden Lotus Karma Fireball. Spits golden fireballs that burn and knock back enemies. Skill: Golden Feather Explosive Torrent. Flaps, wings, unleashing 360 golden feather needles to attack enemies, which explode on impact, dealing double damage. Evolution path: Dark Gold Crimson, Feather Phoenix, Golden Phoenix King, Black Gold Phoenix. Hidden evolution path: Golden Feather Phoenix, Purgatory Blood Phoenix, Soul Guardian Blood Phoenix King, Black Flame, Sky Phoenix, loving to sleep in midair. Xi Meng orders her Golden Feathered Phoenix to use Golden Feather Torrent Strike. It slowly folds its wings, launching razor-sharp tail feathers like a storm of deadly arrows. Struck by the barrage, the scarlet venomous wolf howls in agony, thrashing violently on the ground. Xi Meng declares fiercely, I will make you pay for hurting my brother. A massive fireball of pure energy hurtles toward the scarlet venomous wolf. The resulting explosion is so deafening that everyone recoils in sheer shock. Xingyu claps in proud approval, congratulating Meng Meng on her success. Honestly, Xi Meng is completely stunned that she actually summoned her spirit beast. The little girl leaps up and hugs him. Brother, why are you so foolish? Xingyu laughs, knowing only desperation could awaken her fighting spirit. Meng Meng, you are 16 now. It is time to grow up. Xi Meng wipes away her tears. She asks if he really knew she was not a kid. Helpless. He smiles. Obviously, both he and their sister knew. Xi Meng sinks deep into her thoughts. She knows she is no child. At 6 years old, a demonic beast attacked her. Living in terror for 10 long years, her family constantly hoped she would overcome this fear. But she simply could not. Disappointing them meant they could never truly hold their heads high in the outside world. She fondly remembers how Xingyu dragged her out of that paralyzing fear. And then there was Yu Shui's love. She had always foolishly believed she had plenty of time, thinking growing up would magically cure her fears. In reality, everything she did was just a pathetic excuse to avoid growing up. The more Xi Meng reflects, the sadder she feels, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, remembering something critical, she gasps out loud. Supporting him, she insists on carrying him to the hospital. Xingyu waves it off with a laugh, admitting he was only teasing. How could he ever throw away his own life? He extends his fist, initiating a summon. Come forth, Xiao Yin. Freya. Freya emerges from behind him, accompanied by glowing vines bursting with life. Annoyed, Xi Meng playfully hits him. Brother, you are so mean. You lied to me. Xingyu playfully jokes. How is that a lie? I really was injured, you know. Just then, his system chimes. Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the prestigious honorary title Benevolent Healer. Dispensing reward. The God-tier alchemy vessel. The Azure Dragon Purple Bronze Cauldron. Xingyu is completely speechless, secretly thrilled by this incredibly massive bonus harvest. He speaks up. It is late. Let us head home. Sister is waiting. Xi Meng chirps happily. Brother, I have decided. I am enrolling in Chenglong Academy too. I want to tell Sister Changning this amazing news myself. Smiling warmly, Xingyu replies. Sure, as long as it makes you happy. In front of Yelan Palace, exquisite, lifelike dragons are carved directly into the grand entrance. Guanlan asks him, Xingyu, do you know why I summoned you today? He boldly guesses. Does the Empress wish to bestow the lightning jade Qilin upon me? She snaps back. Keep dreaming. Your trial is far from over. However, you are here today because of the Star Elimination Project. Confused, Xingyu looks up at her. The Star Elimination Project? Guanlan produces a booklet. Inside, there is a hit list targeting genius beast tamers. Although they previously targeted only 5-star tamers and above, you might very well be their next exception. As for the reason behind it, surely you can already guess. They will likely strike in a deserted place like the Sea Spirit Ruins, and I do not intend to send anyone to protect you. She then pulls out a key. I possess the key to the Sea Spirit treasure. If you accidentally fall into their forbidden zone, that legendary treasure is yours. If you are frightened, I can keep you perfectly safe until you eventually become a 5-star beast tamer. But the treasure, Xingyu is thrilled. Higher risks mean greater rewards. Empress, I want to take this gamble. She tosses him the key. Then perform well. You had better return alive. Grinning with pure excitement, he replies. This humble citizen guarantees his safe return. She steps down from her throne, waving her hand. Dismissed. He complies, turning to leave, a sharp, determined glint flashing in his eyes. Guanlan watches his departing figure with a deeply calculating gaze. Meanwhile, at the Sea Spirit Ruins, violent waves crash heavily against massive boulders. Leader Chen strictly instructs his team, give everything a final, thorough check. Tomorrow, candidates arrive for their trials. No mistakes. Liu Li requests, Leader, I need a quick restroom break. He glances back, nodding. Make it quick. Outside the restroom, a thick, sweet perfume is already spreading heavily through the corridors. She relaxes her tense muscles with a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a bizarre, unsettling noise echoes nearby. Liu Li flinches. Is there a leak? High on the wall, a grotesque lizard goblin slowly creeps closer and closer toward her. A piercing shriek echoes from the stall, only to be instantly silenced. Behind that closed restroom door, a massive, unnatural transformation is underway. The door creaks open, revealing a pair of lifeless, hollow eyes. Liu Li steps out, looking chillingly gloomy, unrecognizable from her usual bubbly self. Down by the busy riverbank, heavy machinery operates at maximum capacity. Xingyu asks excitedly, Uncle Murong, are you absolutely sure we are using this machine to reach the Sea Spirit Ruins? Murong Jin replied that his budget was tight, so he couldn't afford a private yacht. They only had public transit, which was slow, but he asked Xingyu to bear with it. Xingyu was shocked, asking if this was way too flashy. He wondered if the entire country would soon find out he took a military battleship to an exam. Placing a cigarette in his mouth, the older man urged him to hurry, as no other ship nearby could take him to the Sea Spirit Ruins. Xingyu agreed. Meanwhile, Murong Jin secretly thought that with his future son-in-law being so powerful and highly respected, he had to show him off before someone else snatched him away. He wanted the entire world to know that Xingyu belonged to the Murong family. Mr. Wang was furious, muttering that Xingyu was incredibly arrogant just because of his talent. Every other candidate had arrived hours ago, leaving only him missing. Suddenly, Mr. Huang pointed and yelled, asking if that was the Poseidon battleship. He gasped, utterly shocked to see a warship arriving. Murong Jin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, apologizing for bringing his daughter's friend so late. He hoped they did not delay the exam. Hearing this, Mr. Wang broke out in a cold sweat. He insisted Xingyu arrived perfectly on time, praising his punctuality. Soon, Liu Yi stepped up to explain the rules of the first trial. They had to hunt down 20 black star snakes, 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 poison-winged sulfur python. For the second trial, candidates had to cross the thorny swamp at the center of the ruins to find the exit. The third rule strictly forbade entering the forbidden areas of the ruins, warning that violators would suffer the dire consequences themselves. While there was no time limit, candidates could forfeit at any moment. Raising his voice, he declared the exam officially underway. Murong Jin asked if he was confident, to which Xingyu arrogantly replied that passing was absolutely guaranteed. He warned the kid not to boast too soon, or he might end up humiliated. Meanwhile, the exam was broadcasted directly to the monitoring room. Liu Li's eyes grew sharp as she spotted Xingyu on screen. Watching her slip away, Chen Yang turned and asked where she was going. Yuan Xing gasped in confusion as his monitor suddenly went black, and a baffled Chen Yang realized his screen had failed too. Surrounded by a beautiful, picturesque landscape, Xingyu raised his hand and commanded He Feng to unleash his devastating hell howl. With a powerful roar, energy erupted from the beast's jaws, instantly knocking out a black star snake. The defeated snake dissolved into a blue crystal at his feet. Xingyu happily collected it, having already gathered 20 black star snakes, 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 poison-winged sulfur python. The first trial was complete, proving to be an absolute breeze. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from behind. Spinning around alertly, he saw Lu Li step out from behind a tree, praising his incredible speed in clearing the trial. He scratched his head bashfully, thanking her, but as soon as his guard dropped, she hurled a deadly blade straight at him. Sensing the danger just in time, Xingyu swiftly dodged the sudden, lethal strike. Lu Li waved her hand dismissively, admitting she was surprised he managed to react so quickly. He scoffed, pointing out that since the exam was still ongoing, no real examiner would be here. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, warning him that she was the Dark Knight Bat Empress, Ni Huo's trusted general and a genuine beast emperor. Medusa warned him that despite her demi-human form, her head-on combat might be weak, but with her raw strength, Heifeng stood no chance. She then asked Xingyu if his body could handle taking a dragon soul pill right now. Lu Li unleashed her power, sneering that he was clever but could never escape. Behaving like a wicked witch, she summoned massive, thorny roses that gradually morphed, revealing eerie, human-like silhouettes. Xingyu braced himself in a defensive stance as the monstrous flowers began their deadly charge. Liu Li provoked them, claiming this human killed their hero and ordering them to destroy him. Pointing forward, Xingyu told Heifeng that his life was in his hands. Haifeng, use Inferno Lotus. A massive fireball suddenly surged out of nowhere, obliterating every obstacle in its path with explosive force. In response, 3 demon-swallowing poison vines slithered forward, ready to fight. Heifeng charged forward, instantly tearing one of the demon-swallowing poison vines to shreds. Terrified, the remaining 2 retreated before leaping high into the air to counterattack, launching thorny vines from their razor-sharp claws. A barrage of thorny projectiles flew straight at Xingyu, but he merely stared back calmly as they closed in. Freya suddenly lunged forward, using her sword to block the incoming projectiles in a spectacular clash of blinding sparks. Leaping into the air, Freya unleashed a devastating strike that sent the 2 vines flying, shouting her Sword of Light technique. Simultaneously, Heifeng leaped from the ground. He assisted Freya by sinking his razor-sharp fangs into one of the vines, completely severing its upper body. As Freya gripped her sword tightly, releasing an intense, chilling aura, Lu Li observed her with a mysterious, calculating look. She remarked that since he possessed an S-class magical weapon crafted by Xuanji science, he must be highly valued. Xingyu calmly replied that all the friends she brought along had already been dealt with. Friends? Spreading her arms, Lu Li mocked him, asking if he was joking by comparing her to mere low-level lackeys. With an evil smile, she began playfully twirling the dagger in her hand. Frowning, Lu Li declares that she is about to play with him, then suddenly charges forward to launch a surprise attack on Xingyu before he can react. Freya refuses to stand by, stepping in to block the vicious strike and shield Xingyu from taking any damage. Lu Li steps right onto Freya's blade, smirking coldly as she remarks on the decent reaction speed, though calling it way too slow. With that, she delivers a devastating kick to Freya's stomach, knocking the wind out of her as she goes flying back. The massive force of that kick fractures Freya's ribs. Unable to bear it, she collapses into Xingyu's arms, coughing up a violent spray of blood. Unable to stand this, Haifeng launches a surprise attack from behind, opening its massive jaws to tear Lu Li apart. Completely unfazed, Lu Li does not even look back. She simply closes her eyes and hurls her dagger behind her. The razor-sharp blade, packed with immense power, drives straight into Haifeng's stomach. Leaping to the side, she pins Haifeng's head down before violently throwing the beast away, sending it crashing into the dirt and scattering rocks. Clutching her aching chest, Freya stands with Xingyu beside their weakened companion, crying out Haifeng's name in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Lu Li uses her power to recall the dagger from the beast's stomach. Gripping the blood-stained hilt, she licks the fresh blood from the blade, casually murmuring that this is just a tiny taste of pain. She tells them not to worry, promising to send them to the afterlife very soon. Frowning deeply, Xingyu clenches his fists in shock. She easily suppressed his 2 strongest trump cards while in human form. Is this the terrifying power of an emperor beast? No, she has not even gone all out yet. Gritting his teeth, he yells for Xiao Yin to launch a surprise attack. Poised to strike with her dagger, Lu Li calmly challenges them to show whatever final tricks they have while she is still watching. Suddenly, Xiao Yin shoots a silver thorny vine straight from Xingyu's chest. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lu Li is left startled and utterly confused, giving her no time to react. Xingyu points directly at Lu Li, signaling Xiao Yin to strike. Right on cue, Xiao Yin lunges forward, binding Lu Li's arm tightly. She gasps in shock as the dagger slips from her grasp. The dagger flies off, stabbing deep into the nearby ground. Unable to believe her eyes, Lu Li screams in anger that her weapon was disarmed, pointing right at her. Xingyu yells that this is Xiao Yin's unique disarming talent. Since she is currently in a mortal body, she cannot break free from Xiao Yin's restraint. He orders Xiao Yin to heal their allies using Sun and Moon Essence, while Haifeng and Freya attack the Dark Wild Bat Emperor. Suddenly, a system status screen pops up, displaying Xiao Yin's level information. Even bound by Xiao Yin, Lu Li remains unfazed, scoffing at the idea that a mere 2-star beast tamer could actually stop her. With a sudden surge of raw energy, she completely shatters the vines binding her, warning him never to underestimate her. The overwhelming pressure forces Freya and Haifeng to retreat. Tilting her head with a playful wink, Lu Li declares this to be round 2. Elsewhere in the laboratory, Chen Yang frantically calls out to the examiner, reporting that an Emperor Beast's demonic energy has been detected on the island, leaving Lu Yi utterly stunned. An Emperor Beast? How is that possible? Gripping his tablet, he gasps in shock at the 27% demonic energy concentration. The Navy Admiral might not be far away yet. He urges them to send a distress signal to bring him back to the peak. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Xingyu, Freya, and Haifeng are all severely injured, their bloody faces filled with sheer frustration. Spreading her bat wings, Lu Li slowly descends toward the battered trio. She taunts them to get up because she is not done playing. Xingyu can only curse her silently in response. Beside him, Haifeng glares at her with pure hatred, its body trembling from the agonizing pain. Freya barely stands by leaning on her sword, completely exhausted from the relentless attacks. Though not as severely wounded as the other two, Xingyu is still utterly exhausted. Gasping heavily for air, his eyes suddenly catch a nearby stone monument marking the forbidden territory of the Sea Soul clan. Seeing the warning against entering, a sudden plan forms. Xingyu gathers his remaining energy into his hand and yells to his companions. He commands them both to return, immediately releasing his built-up energy in all directions. Liu Li finds this highly amusing, mocking his lack of fear even in such a hopeless situation. She admits Xiao Xingyu is far braver than those cowardly 5-star beast tamers. She admits that if Lord Erhu had not ordered his death, she would have spared him. But playtime is over. Unleashing a massive wave of murderous intent, her eyes turn dark and deadly as she raises her dagger high to end Xiao Xingyu once and for all. Lu Li leans back and hurls the cursed blade directly at Xingyu. Caught completely off guard, he takes the vicious blow directly to his shoulder. The force of the impact knocks him flying backward. With the sharp blade still buried in his shoulder, his entire body plunges straight down the dark abyss as he screams in terror. From the cliff's edge, Lu Li watches him fall with a cold, sadistic grin. Holding the paper slip bearing Xingyu's name, she laughs in triumph. Declaring Xiao Xingyu dead, she departs into the shadows. As night falls, desperate cries echo through the dark forest as Rong Jin leads a search party, frantically calling out his name. Eventually, the group stumbles upon something, but their faces instantly turn pale with sheer horror. He found it. Turns out, it is a blood-stained stone tablet, marking the Sea Spirit clan's forbidden grounds, strictly off-limits to candidates. Meanwhile, in the quiet Yalan Palace, Shangguan Qian frowned and questioned her mother, Shangguan Lan. Why did she not include Xiao Xingyu in the star protection plan? You must have foreseen An Yi forcing our family's hand long ago, right? Shangguan Lan furrowed her brows in response. Is it because he is not a 5-star beast tamer? Shangguan Qian asked in frustration. Why treat him so highly then? You fed him 7-colored Qilin blood and even gave him the Emperor's soul decree. Mom, did you actively want Xiao Xingyu to die? Shangguan Lan snapped, her sharp eyes glaring like daggers. Shangguan Qian, never forget your true identity and your mission. The Imperial clan has no room for emotions. Shangguan Qian muttered back. I understand, mother. Shangguan Lan closed her eyes and turned away. I am tired now. You may leave. Elsewhere, Yang Shuo stared at Xin Xin, who was hyper-focused on her phone, and frowned. Xin, he is gone. No matter how many texts you send, he will not be able to answer. Keeping her eyes away, Xin firmly replied. He is not dead. She curled up, hugging her knees with a sorrowful voice. He survived falling off that massive cliff before, and he literally promised to take me to the movies. Right then, her phone screen suddenly lit up with an incoming text. Seeing this, Xin gasped in pure shock. Tears still streaming down her face, she let out a joyous scream. Look, Yang Shuo. Xingyu actually replied to my text. Outside, a perfect full moon hung between the rocky cliffs as the glittering Milky Way stretched into infinity. Down at the bottom of the abyss, Xingyu sat holding his phone. He stared silently at the screen, deep in thought. Quickly, he typed out a reassurance that he was safe and hit send. Lu Jin, once I finish the exam, I will take you to the movies and the arcade to play claw games. Leaning against the cliff, Xingyu sighed in relief, knowing they would not worry anymore. He propped himself against the rocky wall, dragging his heavy footsteps forward, while groaning in agonizing pain. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. You despicable outcast, sooner or later, you will die by my hands. My top priority right now is entering the Sea Spirit Forbidden Grounds. Finally, he stopped right in front of a colossal structure tucked away at the bottom. Xingyu carefully pulled himself along the giant stone pillars. He looked completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of this ancient structure. He halted before a massive pillar, its entire surface completely covered in thick green moss and ancient seashells. Around the base, several concentric circles were intricately decorated with shells. Staring at the pillar, he fell deep into thought. The Sea Spirit clan, allegedly 200 years ago, fused the bloodlines of humans and sea beasts to create their descendants, starting what was once an incredibly prosperous, thriving civilization. Yet for some unknown reason, they could not escape their tragic fate of destruction, completely vanishing into the dust of history. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a golden key. To Xingyu's absolute shock, the key was beginning to glow. Floating gently above his palm, the key unleashed a brilliant, blinding light before shattering into hundreds of tiny fragments. Those shimmering golden specks slowly fused back together, forming a dazzling gold cube. Xingyu stared at the glowing artifact in his hand, completely stunned as a sudden realization hit him. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot out from the cube, aiming directly at the lake ahead. Zhang Wanlan told me, only the key can find the true treasure of the Sea Spirit clan. Turns out, she meant it literally. This is definitely the place. With those words, Xingyu plunged into the water, diving deep like a swift fish. Appearing right before his eyes was a magnificent, grand temple submerged under the deep blue water. Suddenly, a powerful suction force dragged his body downward, completely ruining his swim. Xingyu tumbled and crashed heavily, his back slamming against the mossy ground below. Groaning in pain, he cursed under his breath. He could only sit there helplessly, staring up at the grand palace, towering over him. Examining the cube in his hand, he frowned and muttered, "How am I supposed to get up there now? Or maybe there is another entrance?" Suddenly, a glowing jellyfish drifted right over Xingyu's head, making him gasp. A jellyfish? Rumor has it that after the sea spirits fell, the souls in these ruins turned into extremely lethal, vengeful spirits. Better not touch anything recklessly. Just then, the jellyfish suddenly spoke, commanding him to stop. Xingyu's jaw dropped in pure shock as, further away, massive waves of dark energy began condensing at the center of the temple, creating a terrifying, blood-red vortex. Completely stunned, Xingyu gasped, "What is that?" Meanwhile, dark energy tentacles gathered like monstrous limbs, right at the top of the palace. This malicious energy slowly seeped into the dormant cocoons resting on the palace stairs. Creeping inside, the dark mist sought to awaken whatever lay sleeping. From within each cocoon, a pale, skeletal hand with razor-sharp claws thrust upward, looking like a corpse rising from the grave. Those sleeping spirits broke through the cocoons that had trapped them for ages. Together, the spirits raised their hands high, as if performing a bizarre ritual beneath the eerie, blood-red water. The scene was incredibly eerie and terrifying. Xingyu bit his lip, immediately channeling his energy straight into his hands. As the crest on his hand flared, he realized a fight was completely unavoidable. Xingyu charged directly at the spirits, as both sides braced for absolute chaos. Xingyu reaches out, summoning Freya. The little beast spreads her wings and shoots forward like an arrow, charging the fierce wraiths. Freya swings her sword, unleashing a blinding flash of fire. The sudden strike cleaves the enemies in half before they can react, shredding them to pieces under Freya's blade. But bizarrely, despite being sliced in two, the vengeful spirits instantly regenerate. Now fully restored, they glare at Freya and Xingyu with pure malice, as if ready to tear them apart and eat them alive. Witnessing this bizarre regeneration, Xingyu can't help but gasp in shock. Can't even a holy attribute spirit beast leave a scratch on these things? Behind each wraith, a pale green tentacle is attached, steering them like puppets. These glowing threads, controlling hundreds of spirits, trace all the way back to the very center of the palace. Xingwu swims around, scanning the area. Turns out, the source is right here. Suddenly, Vinternum swims slowly toward him, catching him completely off guard. The mysterious soft phantom just hovers near him in silence. They lock eyes silently, sizing each other up. Xingwu then looks up and signals Freya, telling her to hold them off while they find an exit. From the darkness, the wraiths rush the soft phantom, stretching their long, withered arms toward the duo. Freya slashes a nearby wraith right down the middle, unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes that knocks back the surrounding horde. Pointing at Vinternum, Xingwu asks, "Since you don't want to hurt these wraiths, shouldn't you at least help me figure out how to survive?" In response, Vinternum merely releases a stream of glowing blue bubbles that drift aimlessly. Staring at the floating bubbles, Xingwu asks in confusion, "What is this even supposed to do?" Suddenly, a raging wraith breaks free and targets Xingwu instead. It bears a maw full of razor-sharp teeth, lunging straight at him. Unfazed, Xingwu braces himself and readies his hands to fight back. Suddenly, Vinternum's body expands massively. Her giant tentacles sway gently along with the ocean currents. She uses her colossal body as a shield, blocking the oncoming wraith's attack. The creature freezes right in front of her massive frame, its toothy maw wide open. Instantly, one of the floating bubbles she just released traps the monster inside, sealing it completely. With a gentle wave, she sends the bubble-trapped wraith drifting far away from Xingwu. Watching this unfold, Xingwu gasps in realization. So those bubbles can actually be used like that. He quickly shouts out to guide Freya above. Using her light speed, Freya needs to spin rapidly, churning the seawater beneath them to draw in air and create tons of bubbles. Receiving the command, Freya swings her sword. A brilliant aura of light wraps around her, forming a massive underwater vortex that is ready to sweep away any obstacle. Vinternum lends a hand as well, relentlessly firing off hundreds of air bubbles. These rising spheres firmly lock the raging wraiths inside. Watching them plunge down like a reverse meteor shower is a strangely breathtaking and beautiful sight. Xingwu pumps his fist in pure excitement. They actually cleared them all. He turns and smiles at Vinternum, thanking her for helping him handle the restless souls of the Sea Spirit clan. Xingwu gently touches Vinternum's fading body, his brow furrowing. Why is she suddenly turning translucent? Did she exhaust too much energy just now? As his hands grasp her form, his eyes suddenly widen in pure terror, as if witnessing a living nightmare. In his horrified vision, a massive silhouette materializes, a terrifying black dragon with blood-red eyes and a gaping maw of razor-sharp teeth. Before the beast's giant maw, the sea spirits look utterly microscopic. They can only shriek in sheer terror. This is the Dragon of Despair. Run for your lives. The panicked crowd shoves, screams, and scatters in chaos. Save me, I don't want to die. Quick, find the Sea Spirit King. The Dragon of Despair bares its jagged teeth, dripping saliva like a beast starving for centuries. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, opening its mouth wide enough to swallow an entire ship whole. Riding the raging waves, the Sea Spirit King brandishes his scepter, furious at the dragon's arrogance. Leaning forward, he hurls a massive power-infused trident directly at the beast. Yanking his hand back from Vinternum, Xingwu's face goes pale, sweating as if waking from a brutal nightmare. He falls deep into thought. That black dragon was terrifying. Could it be the mastermind behind this? No, that's not right. Ancient records say the Sea Spirit clan vanished over 200 years ago, and the Dragon of Despair is Nidhogg's title. With a serious look, Xingwu asks Vinternum, "Do you know where the Sea Spirit King is? Did he defeat the black dragon back then? Or did he perish?" Vinternum remains silent, and the two just stand there, staring at each other. Crossing his arms, Xingwu sighs at his own foolishness. Am I stupid? Nidhogg is still alive, while the sea spirits are gone. There's nothing left to ask. Whatever, I should just focus on finding the treasure myself. An hour later, Xingwu and Freya stand looking up, staring intently at the ceiling. There are no exits anywhere. Could the only way out be up there? Freya, fly me up to that beam of light. Freya grabs Xingwu and spreads her 4 wings, leaping straight up. The two fly off, leaving Vinternum completely alone in the depths below. Carrying him high, Freya guides them closer to the massive pillar of light rising from the heart of the palace. Xingwu looked down in shock, watching 2 vengeful spirits clash inside a cave. Seeing the green spirit rip the blue one apart, he wondered if another wave of spirits, perhaps a beast army, was coming. Deep beneath the sea inside a majestic palace, the skeletal sea spirit awakened, shattering the sanctuary where it had slept for ages. Dark flames enveloped his body as the sea spirit gripped his trident and roared in fury. Watching this eerie sight, Xingwu gasped in shock. The sea spirit king lunged forward to attack them both, radiating a chilling, terrifying aura of murderous intent. Vinternum suddenly appeared right next to Xingwu, startling him as she launched one of her defensive air bubbles. The bubble shot toward the sea spirit before everyone's stunned eyes, leaving the mighty creature staring in sheer disbelief. He hurled his trident to counter Vinternum's strike. The weapon parted the waves, racing straight toward the incoming bubble. The massive collision triggered an explosion that blew Vinternum back, sending her crashing straight into Xingwu's chest. Xingwu gritted his teeth through the sudden impact. Meanwhile, a massive surge of dark energy gathered in the sea spirit's chest. His body began glowing with a strange green light, unleashing a crushing pressure that shattered the surrounding rocks. The sea spirit calmly looked up at Xingwu's group, gripped his trident tightly, and charged at them. Freya grabbed Xingwu, dodging the sea spirit's deadly claws. But as they hit a sudden whirlpool, she lost her grip, sending him spiraling into the vortex. Xingwu held Vinternum tightly as the raging whirlpool spun them around. Blinded by dizziness, he couldn't open his eyes, while the sea spirit pursued them relentlessly. The quiet Vinternum in Xingwu's arms suddenly erupted in a brilliant glow, projecting a massive defensive shield that saved him from the sea spirit's deadly strike. The sea spirit king paused, pointing his trident toward the water's surface. The king stared blankly for a long moment. Sensing a golden opportunity, Xingwu quickly urged Freya to take action. Hearing the command, she dove underwater to launch an attack, only for the sea spirit king to suddenly grab her. Spinning around, the sea spirit king flung Freya aside, leaving her dazed as she crashed hard into a rock. Seeing her knocked out, he paused in silence before channeling his power to generate a violent whirlpool. Xingwu frantically called for Freya to return, but the king's summoning beast and deadly attack both targeted her at once. Fortunately, Freya retreated just in time. But as the sea spirit king swam upward, Xingwu sensed a looming disaster. Panicking, he asked Vinternum if she had a backup plan, warning that they would die there if she did not. Right at that moment, a sudden beam of light pierced through the water. Seeing the control center spark to life, Xingwu swam decisively toward the ancient city, realizing there was no time left and he had to gamble everything or drown. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed inside. Before long, Xingwu had entered the city and surfaced for air. He took a deep breath, overjoyed to find air at last. Right before him stood a ruined, desolate palace. Right in the center, a mysterious figure sat proudly on a throne. Xingwu gently placed Vinternum on the floor and walked forward to inspect the petrified stranger. Confused, Xingwu asked who it was, only for Vinternum to stammer out the word father, leaving him completely stunned. Xingwu wondered if the jellyfish could talk. She hesitantly apologized, explaining her vocal cords had degenerated from long silence. Introducing herself as Princess Vini of the Sea Spirit clan, she sadly gestured toward the petrified figure. She identified the figure as Griffin, a key vanguard in the War of Nihei, and the main culprit preventing their souls from resting. Vinternum pleaded, explaining she had guarded this place for years, waiting for a brave hero. She begged him to defeat Griffin and bring peace to her clan. Curiously, Xingwu asked what would happen to them afterward. Feigning sadness, she explained they were merely wandering souls in this world and only wanted to be set free. Xingwu considered her words for a moment and decisively agreed to help, calling out for his beast, Heifeng, to emerge. Ordering Heifeng to unleash his howl, he watched in shock as the Sea Spirit King suddenly surfaced from the water. The furious king charged, standing defiantly in front of the stone statue and using his trident to block their attack. As the king growled through the struggle, Xingwu grew irritated by his persistence, muttering about his stubbornness. In the midst of their intense battle, a sudden silence fell over the chamber. As Xingwu called out to Freya, Vinternum added fuel to the fire, declaring that the noble king had ultimately become Griffin's puppet. Hearing her call him father, Xingwu confidently declared that he would defeat the king. Taking advantage of his confidence, she feigned kindness, begging the hero to defeat her father without truly hurting him. With determination, Xingwu ordered Heifeng to prepare his ultimate attack. Taking a deep breath and glaring at the king, as Black Wind growls, the king charges forward with everything he has, but the agile beast easily dodges the strike. Black Wind slashes the Sea Spirit King with lightning-infused claws. Screaming in agony, the king tightly grabs the beast by its leg. Slamming Black Wind down with one hand, the raging king steps forward, ready to deliver the final blow. Just in time, Xingyu signals Black Wind to create shadow clones, while Freya seizes the moment to strike from behind. But the Sea Spirit King sees it coming instantly summoning feral spirits to counter their attack. Caught off guard, Freya barely manages to block the incoming strike, but the sheer force still leaves her injured. Seeing Freya collapse, Xingyu quickly orders her to cast Holy Light Protection on herself for defense. Meanwhile, the king closes in. Fortunately, Freya activates her skill just in time to block his crushing aura. Losing patience, Vinternum slyly suggests that she and her beast will hold her father back, while Xingyu destroys the red orb. Hearing this, Xingyu dashes toward the stone statue. Seeing his daughter in danger, the king throws his trident straight at her. The trident hits her as she screams in agony. Watching her get struck, a panicked Xingyu cries out. Faking her final breaths, she urges him to ignore her and hurry before their entire plan is ruined. Nodding, Xingyu slowly pries the red orb from Griffin's hand, causing the Sea Spirit King to panic in utter disbelief. He looks back in confusion, but by then, he has already pulled the glowing orb completely free. Startled by the king's reaction, he accidentally drops the orb, sending it shattering into pieces on the ground. As Xingyu turns to ask what the king meant, Vinternum suddenly turns blood red and bursts into a sinister laugh. She gleefully declares that the warning was completely literal. Her terrifying transformation leaves him stunned, as syrup-like liquid begins oozing from her jellyfish body. Flashing a wicked grin, she reintroduces herself as Vinternum, the notorious former deep-sea vanguard of the demon beast army, leaving both Xingyu and the king frozen in absolute shock. Shocked by her betrayal, he clenches his fists tightly. When accused of lying, she shamelessly replies that deception is a jellyfish's nature. Since she saved him before, she claims they are now completely even. Xingyu angrily demands to know why a fellow sea spirit would betray her own kind. Vinternum just sneers. She explains that serving Lord Ni is the only smart move, and sacrificing her own clan is a small price to pay. She then bitterly rants about how unfairly she has been treated. She complains that her foolish father preferred extinction over granting her the clan's power, choosing an outsider instead. Angered, the Sea Spirit King instantly lunges at her, but she disdainfully bats him aside, mocking him for still trying to suppress her power. The weakened king crashes heavily into the wall. Suddenly, a purple spear shoots out from the rising dust. The weapon pierces Vinternum's stomach as the king tries to tear her apart, but her vicious tentacles quickly overpower him. Furious, she screams at her father to stay down and accept his death, instead of wasting her precious time. She then turns to the human, offering him a chance to cooperate. If he helps her finish off her father, she promises to spare his life and let him serve Lord Ni. Mocking the idea of joining Lord Ni, an angry Xingyu throws up his middle finger, reminding her he is already on Ni's hit list. Ordering Black Wind and Freya to attack, he rejects her. She sneers, doubting a 5-star beast tamer could ever pose a threat. Unbothered, she maliciously declares that killing them will simply cost her a little extra time. She never planned to keep her word anyway, announcing that both he and her father are going to die right here. She throws her head back, spraying a massive wave of corrosive fluid from her body. The toxic fluid splatters across the pillars and walls, instantly melting everything it touches like pure acid. Within seconds, a river of acid surrounds them, forcing a startled Xingyu to quickly step back. With only the throne left as safe ground, a brilliant light suddenly bursts from the center, leaving Vinternum and the king utterly speechless. Stunned, he turns and spots the key, quickly deducing its true purpose. He wonders if the treasure key was hidden on her all along. Meanwhile, she begins screaming frantically, realizing the Sea Spirit Tide power is active. Vinternum screams in fury, realizing that woman is still alive. She immediately lunges forward to reclaim her power. Instantly, the key glows brilliantly. Infuriated, she charges forward like a wild, raging beast. To her shock, the Sea Spirit King grabs her, using every ounce of his remaining strength to hold her back. Furious, she flings him aside, shattering his weakened body as she warns him to stay back. At the same time, the crown crashes to the ground as Griffin suddenly radiates brilliant light. Screaming in desperation, Vinternum cannot return to the past. Furious, she demands to know why her father gave the tide power to an outsider. She insists she is his sole heir, but the Sea Spirit King coldly rejects her claim. He states he never gave it to anyone else, but she cannot possess it yet. Bitterly, Vinternum spits out a vow of intense hatred. She warns her father to remember those words, promising to make him pay for this sooner or later. Watching her storm off in anger, Griffin asks with deep concern if the king plans to explain the truth to his daughter. Sighing in disappointment, the Sea Spirit King sorrowfully explains that the tide power actually controls the entire ocean, originating from the divine Sea Dragon clan. All that remains now is this lifeless, dormant dragon egg. Any explanation would only trigger a far worse disaster. Trusting her completely, he declares that the only one who can hatch the egg and save the Sea Spirit clan is Griffin. As the dragon traveler, she faithfully vows to her king that she will do everything to revive it. Just then, Griffin witnesses a vision of Xingyu, and the scene shifts to a secret underwater base. Nidhogg ambitiously plots. Knowing that pureblood dragons rule the ocean, he believes that absorbing its power will force all sea creatures to serve his command. But with the Sea Spirit Fortress being so heavily fortified, who should he send to attack? Just then, a guard respectfully reports that a girl claiming to be from the Sea Spirit clan requests an audience. Nidhogg smirks, noting her timing is absolutely perfect. Approaching Griffin with curiosity, Xingyu listens as she regretfully explains that the Sea Spirit clan originated from ancient dragons. She tells Yifeng that even until the very end of her life, she could not fully hatch the dragon egg. Sighing that this might be her clan's fate, she is questioned by a skeptical Xingyu. If her words are true, why does she possess the tide power? When asked about the egg's location, Griffin calmly reveals that she and the dragon egg merged, making her the new Sea Spirit King. Shocked, Xingyu asks if she is truly the Sea Spirit King, which she sorrowfully confirms. She admits she is, though she is already dead. Confused by her sudden strange behavior, Xingyu asks why she is smelling him. Smiling, Griffin explains that it has simply been too long since she last smelled the scent of her homeland and dragons. He wonders in astonishment if she can actually smell dragon energy on him, while Griffin decides to offer him a gift. Calling him a kinsman, she feels a deep connection and trusts he is a good person, willing to bestow the tide power upon him. Asking him to accept this gift, she hands it over to Xingyu, who takes it with sincere gratitude. Before fading away completely, she makes a heartfelt plea, asking her fellow kinsman for one final promise. As she expresses her deep, lingering regret, she asks him to look at the changes in her homeland on her behalf once he leaves this planet. Noticing the glowing fragments around him, a puzzled Xingyu wonders what she meant by this planet. Suddenly snapping back to reality, his eyes fly open, staring at the rare item in his hand. Xingyu gasps in shock, realizing it is the Sea Spirit's sacred relic, the Eye of the Tide. Stunned by the beauty of the mysterious ring, the system screen suddenly pops up to display its name, the Eye of the Tide. Originating as a Sea Spirit sacred relic, a legacy of the Sea Spirit King, it grants the host absolute power to control the vast ocean, but its true might can only be unleashed underwater or during rainy days on land. Featuring 3 transformation modes, this sacred relic can shift forms to perfectly match whatever the host currently needs. Form 1, the Eye of the Tide in its base form, continuously supplies the host with massive spiritual energy, boosting sea combat stats and unlocking uncharted water routes. Now for Form 2, it morphs into a dragon-carved golden trident, granting the host total control over raging waves and powerful ocean tides. It unleashes devastating water attribute attacks and triggers massive sea tremors, though some ocean abilities remain locked. Form 3, the Sea Soul Beast Kren Subdragon, condenses the Sea Spirit clan's power into this world to summon a subdragon rivaling a Beast Emperor level beast, wielding the terrifying ocean curse. A friendly reminder, the Kren subdragon can continuously level up alongside the growth of the host's own power. Finishing the description, Xingyu widens his eyes in shock at the growing power of this Beast Emperor class subdragon. Suddenly, a powerful pressure wave violently explodes, forcing both Vinterum and the Sea Spirit King to step back in shock. Furious, she growls, demanding to know how the tide power fell to an outsider. In response, he smugly provokes her, asking if she wants it. Livid, Vinterum charges forward, screaming for him to return it. Instantly, Xingyu activates the sacred relic, triggering the third form. In the blink of an eye, a colossal dragon manifests, leaving her completely stunned as she asks what it is. Once again, the system displays the detailed stats, identifying it as the Sea Soul Beast Kren, a rank 1 Beast Emperor. This creature boasts legendary quality mutated blood from the ancient Azure Dragon and the traditional Dragon clan, with a first talent that triples all its attributes whenever it is in water environments. He possesses water control abilities, gifted with 2 unique dragon powers. This beast can suppress any non-dragon bloodline, and through self-detonation, it can deal massive area damage while healing its own allies. With dragon, water, ghost, and dark attributes, its loyalty sits at a perfect 100%. Using Ocean Wall and Raging Waves, Ultrasonic Dragon Roar, and the ultimate Sea God's Wrath. Hobbies and habits. Absolutely none. Witnessing this terrifying sight, he stared blankly as Vinternum recklessly spat toxic fluid at Klen. I do not care what dragon you are, die. Xiao Xingwu quickly ordered Klen to use water dragon breath, unleashing a powerful torrent of water. Seeing her attacks neutralized, the furious dragon beast immediately unleashed her deadly poison. Vinternum glared in denial. Cursed beast. How could a former god beast lose to a mere emperor level? Not stopping there, Klen unleashed a pure water stream. While she viciously triggered her Venom Pierce skill, Vinternum then dove into her summoned pool, soaking in the water to recover her strength, before suddenly leaping out to launch a sneak attack. However, Klen anticipated the move, glancing back, and instantly turning to blast her with a powerful torrent. Aiming directly at her pool, Klen fired, but Vinternum countered fiercely, summoning massive tentacles to bind him. Xiao Xingwu quickly ordered the ultrasonic roar, sending out overwhelming sound waves that completely dazed the jellyfish. Even so, a few jellyfish managed to cling to Klen, violently attacking him in a split second. Vinternum gleefully declared she would end him while he was weak, but she froze right before rushing forward. Klen glared back resiliently, standing firm and completely unfazed right in front of the beast. But a second later, cracks ruptured across his skin, and blood began pouring out like rain. Klen shrieked in pure agony, his cries echoing as he collapsed, coughing up blood from his wounds. She mocked him smugly, laughing that no matter how strong his beast seemed, it was still crippled by her poison. She claimed the beast would die soon, but Xiao Xingwu just crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Without hesitation, he ordered Klen to bite her, and the drake instantly pinned Vinternum down. Panicking, she screamed in fear. Are you insane? I am pure poison. This will only kill your beast faster. Ignoring her cries, Xiao Xingwu calmly commanded Klen to trigger his mutated dragon force and detonate. Seeing his absolute stubbornness, she shrieked in total shock. What? Klen folded his wings to trigger the ultimate blast, leaving Vinternum to struggle and scream. No. Let me go. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. Shrapnel and rocks flew everywhere under the relentless shockwave, forcing Xiao Xingwu to shield his eyes. As the smoke cleared from the ruined room, the defeated dragon lay dying on the cold floor. With the victory secured, he recalled Klen. While a trembling Vinternum tried to struggle up, she spat in anger. Why does the title power always belong to outsiders? Xiao Xingwu scoffed. You destroyed your own clan for this power. You never deserved to hold it in the first place. Vinternum let out a manic laugh, asking in complete confusion, how am I unworthy? Collapsing weakly, she defended herself, claiming it was never about the power. She just could not accept defeat. With those final words, she closed her eyes forever, leaving only dead silence in the cold room. At that exact moment, dark energy began surrounding the Tower of Light outside. The souls residing inside the castle slowly dissolved, fading away like sea foam. Seeing the headless Sea Spirit King, still clutching his trident, Xiao Xingwu asked if he still wanted to fight. Without a word, the giant king walked straight toward him. Stepping forward, the Sea Spirit King bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. He slammed his trident down, cracking the floor, and uttered his final words of gratitude as he faded. Thank you. He begged for one last wish, asking him to guide his people, before countless souls rose up and swirled through the chamber. They swirled lazily above Griffin's head, weeping and sobbing with deep, sorrowful wails. Xiao Xingwu complained with a sigh, telling them to stop crying since their king had finally escaped his torment. He firmly declared, instead of guarding this empty throne, why not follow me instead? Raising his bracelet high, he swore an oath, promising to repay the kindness he received. I, Xiao Xingwu of the human race, swear to avenge the Sea Spirit clan and completely destroy Nihawk. Hearing this, the surprised souls turned toward his voice. Without a moment's hesitation, they eagerly rushed straight toward him. Every single soul voluntarily entered his ring, which immediately burst into a brilliant light as it absorbed the merfolk's immense energy. A system interface popped up, detailing the title Dragon Eye, a legendary sacred relic belonging to the Sea Spirit clan. This ancient artifact granted the host absolute power to control the vast ocean, though its true devastating power could only be unleashed in the ocean or during rainy days on land. Even better, this sacred weapon offered 3 different forms, swapping seamlessly to match the user's strategic needs. Form 1 was its default state once equipped. It granted immense spiritual energy, massively boosted maritime combat, and could literally part the seas. Form 2 transformed the weapon into the Golden Dragon Abyss Trident, a striking golden weapon adorned with dragon patterns. This powerful form could control violent waves, unleash devastating water-based attacks, and even trigger massive earthquakes deep beneath the ocean. Form 3 summoned the Sea Soul Beast, Clan Dragon, condensing the entire clan's strength into a level 20 entity. Summoning this Clan Dragon granted him Emperor-level strength, complete with the Sea God's fearsome curse. Best of all, the system noted that this beast would grow stronger as Xingyu leveled up. If the Clan Dragon died, a 72-hour cooldown was required to resummon it. Next, a system notification flashed a new feature called Divine Echo was unlocked. Looking over his current status, Xingyu frowned and fell deep into thought. Xingyu quickly chose the trident, initiating the transformation. "I will shoulder your legacy and carry your hopes forward," he vowed. Meanwhile, on Snake Spirit Island, a search party moved through the pouring rain under the cover of night, desperately looking for him. Murong Jin muttered to himself. His daughter was absolutely sure about it. "That kid isn't dead yet. He even sent me a text," she'd said. Could he have fallen into the sea spirit ruins? Right then, Xingyu called out from a nearby peak, making Murong Jin gasp in pure relief. "You troublesome brat, I finally found you. If I had gone back without you, my daughter would have honestly nagged me to death. Relax, I have a long life ahead of me. Dying isn't that easy," Xingyu chuckled. But Murong Jin suddenly spotted something behind him and ran over. "Kid, get behind me right now." As Xingyu looked back, he saw the sea spirit souls flying closer, with Murong Jin already stepping in front. Sea soul beasts are extremely vicious undead creatures. "Stand back and let me handle this." Xingyu simply smiled to reassure him. "It's fine, uncle." Raising his trident, he chanted, "Hear me, wandering souls. In the name of the Sea Spirit King, I guide you back into the warm embrace of this sacred relic." The souls immediately froze in place, before being pulled back into his weapon, turning into pure white energy as they vanished. Stunned by the sight, Murong Jin curiously asked him what on earth was going on. Xingyu explained how the Nightbat Emperor had ambushed him, causing him to fall into the ancient ruins, and of course, how he casually ended up with their legendary treasure. Hearing this, the older man had to admit the kid had absurd luck. He then urged, "All right, kid, let's head back. We need to report this Nightbat Emperor ambush directly to the Emperor himself." But Xingyu remained calm. "No rush, uncle. My 4-star Beastmaster exam isn't over yet, and I intend to finish it." Murong Jin could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, over at the Shi Mansion, Shi Zhang stood looking at the heavy rain, smugly believing Xingyu was already dead, saving him the trouble of dealing with the boy. Wei and muttered, "Father, even if Xingyu is dead, I still can't accept his success." His father laughed. "Wei on, your vision is too narrow. Throw away that foolish, petty jealousy of yours. Xingyu's success came from his raw talent, but in the end, he is merely a passing face in your life. Only the one who survives to the very end is the true winner." But Wei En silently grumbled, interpreting his father's words as proof that he was inferior to Xingyu. Meanwhile, a very happy Xingyu was busy hugging his new Thunder Jade Keelan. "This is great. You finally belong to me." But Shangguan Lan dryly chimed in, pointing out that the beast looked completely unimpressed. "Xingyu, do you want me to get you a different beast?" But he refused instantly. "No way. This one is perfect. We'll get along just fine." She raised an eyebrow. "A Qilin beast has noble bloodline and is incredibly stubborn to tame. Do you really have the patience for it?" Xingyu confidently grinned. 3 days? No, I only need 1 day to make it bow and submit to me." With that, he initiated the blood contract. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Shezong questioned his son, "Wei An, do you still remember our family's ultimate goal?" The young man answered proudly, "Of course. To bring this entire empire under the absolute control of the Xie family." Eavesdropping from outside the door, Xie Lian froze in shock. Did her father and brother really just suggest stealing the entire imperial throne? Suddenly, Shi Zhang's phone rang. When he picked up, his face went pale with shock. What? Xingyu was alive and being escorted directly to the imperial palace? Wei An rushed over, eyes wide with disbelief. "He's still alive?" Grimacing, Shezong ordered his son to immediately head to the palace, under the pretext of visiting the princess. Seeing him dash outside, Lian quickly yelled after him, "Wait, brother, wait for me." Meanwhile, back inside the Yelin palace, Shangguan Lan smiled with genuine admiration. "Xingyu, you truly never fail to amaze me." Just like her younger self, she noted. Xingwu humbly declined the high praise, thanking the Empress for making all of this possible. She reminded him about their deal. But looking at his blank face, she sighed, realizing Xingwu had completely forgotten about it. Shangguan Lan explained that she had promised him a rare Qilin beast if he managed to pass his 4-star exam this semester. Now it was his. On her command, a massive Thunder Jade Qilin stepped into the Grand Hall, its towering body commanding absolute respect. Shang Guanlan smirked, asking if he was truly that confident. She gave him exactly 1 day to form a blood contract with the beast. If he failed, she would take the prize back. He panicked slightly, asking if he could get 2 days instead. But the Empress quickly shut down his playful request. She told him she preferred his confidence side. Realizing he had no choice, Xing Wu accepted the challenge, muttering that a single day was plenty for someone who constantly pulls off miracles. With a wave of her hand, Shang Guanlan dismissed him for the day. She promised to wait for his return tomorrow. Xing Wu then walked up to the massive beast, calling it brother and inviting it home. Just then, Shang Guanqian walked in, warning him that purebred Qilins only trusted her family line. He turned around, quite surprised to see the princess appearing before him. After greeting the princess, she gently told the Qilin to cooperate for just 1 day, promising that nobody would force it if it truly refused the bond. Xing Wu could only sigh, realizing how powerful their family bloodline really was. He quickly activated his demon god eye to scan the beast. Its status screen popped up, identifying it as a fully completed Thunder Jade Qilin. It possessed a first-tier purebred bloodline of divine quality, featuring a powerful lightning sensing talent. In stormy weather, its attack, defense, and agility stats would triple. Its second talent was the Flying Lightning Mark. Once an enemy was marked with lightning, the beast could instantly teleport directly behind them for a surprise strike. Its third talent was still locked, requiring it to evolve into a super-tier form to unlock the blood-bathed Divine Thunder. This skill turned its own blood into crimson lightning, leaving enemies utterly confused. Meanwhile, its fourth talent was also locked behind that same evolution requirement. Once unlocked, this purification talent would cleanse itself and allies with heavenly lightning. It washed away debuffs like burns, poison, and slow effects. It was a lightning and healing type with 44 loyalty points. Its signature skill roared to unleash 18 massive bolts of heavenly lightning, dealing explosive area damage that scaled higher depending on its power, scaling with its overall stats. It could also swing its tail to unleash lightning chains, completely trapping a target enemy unit. While its awakening skill remained locked, its evolution path stretched from a Thunder Jade Qilin all the way to a Purple Thunder Qilin Emperor. Its favorite hobbies were playing in the rain and grinding its teeth. Xingwu realized today's stormy weather was actually the perfect chance to take it out for a walk, but to help it grind its teeth, he still needed a decent lightning-attributed whetstone. He recalled that during their very first meeting, the creature's favorability toward him had only been at 30%. Xingwu then asked the princess where he could find lightning ores, prompting a surprised Shang Guanqian to mention the Ore Treasure Bureau. Xingwu smiled, explaining that he naturally needed them to win over the Qilin. She playfully teased him for treating beasts better than humans. Blushing, he rubbed his neck and denied the claim with an embarrassed chuckle. Calling her a beautiful and kind young lady, his smooth flattery quickly made the elegant princess blush in embarrassment. Agreeing to help, she was suddenly interrupted as Weian rushed over, loudly demanding that Xingwu stay far away from the princess. She quickly stepped in front of Xingwu, telling Shi Weian that Xingwu was her friend, so he had no right to interfere. Xingwu frowned at the newcomer, recognizing him as Xie Weian, his formerly defeated rival, and casually greeted him. The guy stood speechless. Xingwu just ignored him, waving at Xie Lian behind him and teasingly saying she had grown prettier. Xie Lian gave a cold thank you. Weian quickly cut in, desperately telling the princess that he had loved her since childhood. Zhang Guanqian quickly shut him down, repeating that she had no feelings for him. Annoyed, she decided it was time to leave. She turned to Xingwu, suggesting they head to the Ore Bureau. He agreed, calling out to his new Qilin companion to follow. Leaving the furious group behind, Weian grumbled in anger, recalling how Xingwu was praised as the hero who saved Huangyan City. He was seen as a massive threat, yet he remained close to the princess. Not only did he survive his trials, but he even got a Qilin. He couldn't understand why this guy got all the luck. Shi Lian tried to calm him down, suggesting they just avoid Xingwu since they lost. She begged him to let it go, but Weian snapped, grabbing her throat and yelling. He demanded to know if she had any pride left after being defeated so easily. He declared that Xingwu was a threat to their family, and he would stop at nothing to see him dead, warning her never to defend him again. He finally let go as a choking Zilian gasped and begged for forgiveness. Xingyu asks curiously, "Princess, is Jie Weian pursuing you?" "As you and I can guess." She shrugs it off, claiming her suitors stretch from the Imperial City to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, and he is nowhere near the front. Besides, she is the princess of the Dragon Kingdom. She has countless suitors, but few truly care for her. She knows Xie Yan is only after her royal status, making him far worse than Xing Yu, who is at least honest about his motives. Xing Yu asks cautiously, "Princess, you are not planning to do something to me, are you?" Blushing with embarrassment, she snaps, "What are you thinking? I just meant you are an obvious, money-grubbing opportunist, and it shows." Suddenly, a subtle scent drifts over, freezing Xing Yu in his tracks. He immediately looks toward the source. Why does this smell exactly like the demon glow flower given by City Lord Zhou Shang? Shang Guanqian explains that it actually is the flower, with its scent drifting over from the Royal Academy. Xing Yu is completely stunned by this. What? The Royal Academy. He immediately begs her, calling Miss Shang Guanqian the most beautiful woman in the universe, pleading for her to take him there. She sighs, teasing him for being a shameless opportunist, then grabs his hand to pull him along, promising to show him the finest scientific research institution in the Dragon Kingdom. The two of them make their way to the Royal Academy. Xing Yu is amazed by the architecture. This place is truly magnificent, living up to its reputation as the most prestigious scientific research facility in the nation. Her eyes crinkle with laughter. "Stop flattering me. Do you not want that demon glow flower? Go grab it then." He obeys, thanking the princess, and steps inside. Xing Yu is instantly amazed by all the mechanical creations. This is the Mecha Angel Hunter, and that massive beast, submerged in water, is the Mecha Blue Dragon. Holy cow, its torso even has a Spirit Light missile launcher. Oh my god, there is even a Mecha Leviathan model. Shang Guanqian explains that science strengthens the nation, especially with the constant threat of magical beast armies on the border. Many in the Dragon Kingdom still lack the talent to become beast tamers. However, mecha beasts can be mass-produced, and they feel no fear of death. By mechanizing these beasts, they can boost national defense while creating countless job opportunities for the citizens. Curious, he asks how strong they actually are. She ponders for a moment, admitting it is hard to explain in words. Suddenly, a mecha beast storms right in front of them as panicked screams echo. Oh no, the mecha Kaiki is completely out of control. Xing Yu shields her, telling the princess to be careful. The rampaging machine immediately locks its sights on them. Poison gas spews from its arm as its eyes glow, staring at the intruders. A researcher runs over in a panic, shouting for the princess to run because this fully armed Mecha Kaichi is extremely dangerous. Shang Guanqian confidently disagrees. "No way, I have your back. Besides, mecha beasts need real combat data anyway, so go ahead and fight without holding back." Xing Yu realizes this. "Princess, it looks like it is going to attack us. If I end up breaking this mecha beast, do not blame me." With her permission, he summons his beast. "Then I will not hold back. Come on out, Black Wind." The beast growls, glaring at the giant machine. Xing Yu guides his beast, step by step. Black Wind unleashes Hellfire Roar, spitting a massive orb of purple energy directly at the mecha, engulfing its chest in flames. However, Xing Yu is stunned to see the machine emerge from the blast completely unscathed. Black Wind's Hellfire Roar uses hellfire that is supposed to completely bypass defense, yet it did absolutely zero damage. It seems this thing is a massive tank. The machine then opens its mouth, revealing a cannon that unleashes a devastating counterattack. He orders Black Wind to use Shadow Sneak. A massive explosion erupts immediately upon impact. The giant machine is pushed back, cracking the ground beneath it, while Black Wind is knocked high into the air. Xing Yu is highly impressed by its combat AI. It can automatically predict attacks and instantly plan counter-moves, proving it is a worthy masterpiece developed by the Royal Academy. He commands Black Wind to use the Blade of Judgment, and the beast swings its tail, launching energy at its foe. Instantly, the machine deploys a shield. Seizing this moment, Xing Yu orders his beast to circle behind and strike. Black Wind successfully gets behind it, but the machine has hidden weapons on its back. Even Black Wind hesitates. Two back-mounted cannons activate instantly, unleashing a barrage of energy beams straight at the beast. It quickly ducks to avoid the lethal blast. The twin beams hit the wall behind, completely blowing it apart. Xing Yu is absolutely loving this, shouting, "So cool, this mecha beast is awesome." Black Wind complains grumpily, "Master, should you not be worrying about me instead?" Cracks spiderweb across the ground as Black Wind struggles to stay ahead of the relentless gunfire. Dodging each energy blast with agility, Xing Yu commands, "Black Wind, find a way to get close and use Silence Claw." Understanding the plan, Black Wind watches closely, and spots an opening at its neck. The moment the cannons run out of energy, Xingyu shouts, "Now is our chance." While the machine is merging its arms into a giant cannon, black wind flashes behind it and strikes with Silence Claw. As the claw lands on its head, the mecha's skill is instantly cancelled. Xingyu orders Hei Feng to unleash the Hellfire Lotus. Landing behind the enemy, the beast charges up its power. The Lotus of Flame surges toward the mechanical beast. Heavy smoke fills the air as electric currents crackle around its body. The robot freezes, sparks flying everywhere as its eyes flash wildly before completely dying out. Xingyu finally lets out a sigh of relief, glad that is over. This mechanical beast is incredibly durable, taking a full Hellfire Lotus and only suffering 43% damage. If it had not run out of energy, this fight would have dragged on forever. Shangguan Qian chimes in, explaining that Xuanji technology has some of the most advanced armor defense designs in the world. He is surprised, asking if Xuanji is run by Senior Lin Xuan. She smiles and asks if he has done his research. Xingyu obviously knows. 80% of the nation's magic gear and mechanical beasts come straight from Xuanji. Even the mystic sword Freya wields was crafted by them. He realizes that Grandmaster Lin Xuan is definitely a formidable figure. Not only is he a titan of technology, but also a 9-star beast tamer, one of the legendary 4 beast kings. To overthrow Shangguanlan in the future, Xingyu knows he must win over powerful figures like this man. An elderly man approaches, expressing his gratitude for the rescue. Xingyu is surprised. Shangguan Qian steps in to make the introduction. This is the director of the Royal Academy of Sciences, Meng Zhongguang. He can just address him as Elder Meng. "This is my friend, Xingyu," she says. Elder Meng studies him closely, praising the young hero for his impressive accomplishments. He admits that he has heard all about the intense battle back in Huangyan City. He asks the young man what brings him to the Royal Academy of Sciences. Xingyu gets straight to the point, presenting his request clearly. His beast, a heavenly soul vine, needs as much ghost firefly flower nectar as possible. Meng Zhongguang is deeply shocked, a plant-type beast carrying ancient bloodlines. Glancing cautiously at Shangguan Qian next to him, the elder makes a prompt decision. Since the boy is friends with the princess, he will gift him 10 ghost firefly plants on behalf of the academy. Hoping for a bit more, Xingyu negotiates. The elder quickly raises the offer to 15 plants instead. That is the absolute limit, since these flowers are notoriously hard to grow. Yet, looking over, Xingyu spots at least 300 of them. For his companion Xiao Yin, 15 plants will not cut it, but asking for more seems too greedy. Would pushing it put Shangguan Qian in a difficult spot? Just then, an assistant named Hong Xuan rushes in, panicking. She reports that their 8th trial for Project 379 has ended in complete failure. Elder Meng tries to remain calm. He sighs, saying he is used to it. Yet, the assistant is deeply worried, since the Empress herself heavily relies on this vital project. Xingyu is intrigued that the Empress cares so much. Raising his hand, he asks Elder Ming to explain what Project 379 actually is. He offers his help, but Hong Xuan snaps, highly doubting that a kid like him could ever assist. She argues that he is too young and the project is highly classified. However, Meng Zhongguang decides to take a gamble and shares the files. Reluctantly obeying, she hands over the documents. Xingyu accepts them gratefully, thanking Elder Meng for placing his trust in him. The elder warns that if he fails, the reward drops to 10 plants. Confident, the young man agrees to the deal. Reviewing the files, Xingyu learns that flying insect beasts are actually the weakest but most numerous creatures out there. These monsters form massive swarms to attack human cities, devouring everything in their path until nothing is left. Project 379 Swarm Control is meant to wipe out these massive flying insect swarms. Unfortunately, despite dedicating 3 long years, their top research team has failed 8 consecutive times. Every single attempt ended in failure. As Xingyu carefully studies the documents, Elder Meng speaks up. Honestly, the elder does not expect a teenager to solve this crisis. Even a few constructive suggestions would be welcomed and taken seriously. But then, Xingyu suddenly declares that the formula's ratio is completely wrong, shocking the elder. He points at a specific section, showing that the ratio between Earth Core Spirit Fluid and Ice Marrow Liquid is off. Adjusting it to a ratio of 1 to 2.35 should guarantee success. Elder Meng double-checks the numbers, asking if the boy is actually a pharmacology expert. Smiling humbly, Xingyu reveals that he serves as a special alchemist for the prestigious Shuchong Guild. The elder grunts, pointing out that they are the top national research team, and a mere special alchemist might not be enough. Zhang Guanqian suggests trying it out anyway, arguing they have already failed 8 times. A small test is much better than throwing away all their progress and starting over. He instructs Hong Xuan to run a small-scale trial using the boy's proposed adjustments. She reluctantly agrees to do so. 2 hours later, she rushes back with incredible news, announcing that the experiment was an absolute success, thanks to Xingyu. 3,000 Blood Emperor locusts used in the test were completely wiped out. Shocked, Meng Zhongguang demands to see the video. Staring at the screen, he watches the entire swarm get engulfed in a destructive wave of crimson energy. Then, a massive blaze erupted, completely consuming them in the raging fire. The sight made Zhongguang tremble with absolute excitement. We did it. It finally worked. He tightly grabbed Xingyu's hand with immense relief. Young Master Xiao. No, Mr. Xiao. I was blind before. Thank you for saving everyone and rescuing our entire nation. He replied, Elder Meng, please don't. I only want to help the people and accumulate some good karma. Zhang Guang pointed behind him. Mr. Xiao, this entire glow demon flower field is yours now. Take as much as you need, and we will grow more if it is not enough. Please join the Royal Academy of Sciences as our Black Deacon. Show the world your incredible medical expertise. Confused, Xingyu turned and asked, what is a Black Deacon? Sheng Guanchen explained. The Black Deacon is the chief advisor of the Royal Academy. The last Black Deacon was Lin Beiquan 15 years ago, but he is now one of the 4 cardinal guardian kings, guarding the Eastern Dragon Vein on Spirit Snow Mountain. Since it is one of the 4 great dragon veins, he has no time to serve. He asked curiously, can I really stand on equal footing with such a leader? Elder Meng replied, Mr. Xiao, do not underestimate yourself. With your talent, you are just as brilliant as Lin Beiquan was back then. You easily have the potential to reach the peak as a 9-star beast tamer. Xingyu glanced at the girl beside him. Princess, what do you think? Our identity as Imperial Soul users. She quietly advised him, just accept Elder Meng's offer. Having extra identities will definitely come in handy for our future plans. And so, Xingyu agreed. Elder Meng, then I shall gladly accept your generous offer. I agree to join the Royal Academy of Sciences as the new Black Deacon. Overjoyed, Zhang Guang thanked him for joining the Royal Academy of Sciences. As the director, I warmly welcome you. Shang Guanchan also offered her congratulations, saying, Congratulations, Xingyu, now you have a steady connection to the royal family. Xingyu suddenly remembered something. Right, Princess. We still need to visit the Mineral Protection Bureau. She suggested doing it another day, but he refused. No, that won't work. I only have 1 day left to tame my Thunder Jade Keelan. She gave in to his wishes. All right, let's head out first then. Zhongguang waved goodbye as they left. Mr. Xiao, I will host you next time. I will have someone deliver the nectar of the glow demon flowers to your home. Xingyu replied. Got it. Meanwhile, in the research lab, staff members gathered around a mech on a stretcher, whispering, strange, why did this beast mech suddenly go out of control out of nowhere? I find it bizarre too. The miracle mech is supposed to fight for days, yet its energy is completely drained. Someone asked about its damage level. A staff member reported, Deputy Director, armor is 48% damaged. Chip is 7% damaged. Energy is completely empty. Du Ya swiped her card at the mech's core. Beeping sounds filled the room as its eyes glowed pale yellow, and it instantly sat right up. The staff panicked. It's moving again. Is it about to go on another rampage? Du Ya observed the wreckage. Did Xingyu do all this damage? Did he even use his full power? Zhongguang replied, It seems he didn't. He looked like he had plenty of energy left. She ordered, All right, record the battle data, and I will forward it to the Empress. Meanwhile, inside the central building of the Mineral Protection Bureau, Luo Tianen greeted him with a smile. Young Master Shay, what brings you here? He replied, Director Luo, I heard the mining team unearthed a new 9 Thunder Jade stone in the Phoenix King Valley. Tianen answered, The 9 Thunder Jade is extremely rare. It is perfect for researching magical tools, and it has already been sent to Swanji Tech headquarters. The young master probed, knowing your greedy personality, Director Luo, you definitely did not turn in all of it, right? You kept a piece for yourself, didn't you? He admitted, Young Master Shi, I won't lie to you, I did secretly keep 1 stone. Wei On cut straight to the chase. Then I won't beat around the bush. I recently obtained a Thunder Emperor Soul Beast, and I need that 9 Thunder Jade. Director Luo, My father is waiting for me to bring it home and evolve my beast. Tianan smiled awkwardly. Well, please wait a moment. Young Master Shi, let me go grab the 9 Thunder Jade for you. Moments later, he brought it out. Young Master C, this is the 9 Thunder Jade mined from 1,382 meters deep, tougher than 3,000 types of industrial ores, impervious to fire and water, completely immune to oxidation, and harder than a god beast's bones. Look at this color and pattern. Isn't this gemstone a true masterpiece? Weian gasped in excitement. Magnificent. This is exactly the stone I need. This time, I will definitely crush him under my boots. His hand slowly reached for the box. Director Luo, I will take this 9 Thunder Jade now. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and the Xie family will assist you. However, Tianan suddenly slammed the box shut. He reminded him, Young Master Shi, there is only one of these 9 Thunder Jade stones. Giving it away just like that. Wei An frowned deeply. What do you mean? Luo Tianan, do not forget that my Xie family kept you from being kicked out of your position at the Mineral Protection Bureau. Tianan was flustered. Yes, of course. You are absolutely right, young master. I am deeply grateful for Lord Shi's patronage over the years. He ordered sharply. Now hand over the 9 Thunder Jade to me immediately. An employee rushes in to report that the princess and Lord Xiao are visiting. Director Luo Tianan is completely baffled. Which princess and Lord Xiao could they possibly mean? He rushes out to greet them with a massive smile, welcoming the princess. Luo Tianan of the Ore Bureau offers his deepest respects to Her Highness. Shang Guanqian steps forward and asks him directly, Director Luo, do you have an incredibly durable lightning attribute ore? Luo Tianan is curious, wondering why the princess would suddenly need such a rare spiritual gemstone. Xingyu chimes in, explaining that Her Majesty the Empress recently bestowed a qilin upon him, so they need a high-quality lightning attribute ore to nourish it. His mind is completely blown. A qilin personally gifted by the Empress? The qilin is exclusive to the Shangguan royal family. For this Xiao guy to have one, could he be the future prince consort? Luo Tianan probes further, asking about Lord Xiao's official rank. Xingyu reveals he is actually a Black Deacon of the Royal Institute of Science. He is utterly shocked. A Black Deacon? Right then, Shi Weian mocks him, calling it a ridiculous joke. Just a few hours ago, you did not have any official title, but the princess confirms it is absolutely real. He was just appointed by Elder Meng Zhongguang himself. With Weian completely stunned, Luo Tianan quickly brings out the treasure. Lord Zhao is truly a brilliant young talent with an incredibly extraordinary aura. In fact, it is a massive stroke of luck that you came today. Take a look at this rare gemstone and see if it catches your eye. Xingyu is utterly speechless. It is the legendary 9 Thunder Jade Stone. The director opens the box, praising Lord Xiao for immediately recognizing such a premium treasure. This is the very last piece left in my collection, and I would love to gift it to you. Behind them, Weian is absolutely fuming. He yells that he arrived first and claimed the stone first. But Director Luo casually lectures him, saying the world does not work on first come, first served. Besides, I never promised you anything. Enraged, Weian begins to threaten them. He warns that opposing him means opposing the entire Xie family. But the princess steps in, asking what he means, noting she has not even used her royal power yet. How dare you threaten the bureau director? If you want to use power to oppress others, do not forget that I can easily crush you too. He demands to know if she is seriously going to protect Xingyu, but she immediately fires back. Why would I not protect him? Powerless against her royal status, Weian retreats, declaring he will leave, but he is burning with absolute hatred. He vows that Xingyu will not stay arrogant for long, swearing to end his life. Xingyu feels guilty, asking if offending the powerful Xie family was truly worth it. Luo Tianan replies that choosing the right side is what matters, as no subject can threaten the crown. He adds that he is no fool, and jumped off the Xie family's sinking ship long ago, earning the princess's praise. She commends him for his foresight. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Xi mansion, a defeated Weian kneels down before his father. He confesses he failed to secure the stone, meaning his Thunder Sovereign beast cannot evolve. He is practically consuming himself with pure hatred. Desperate for revenge, he begs his father to help him eliminate Xingyu once and for all. Xiezhong subtly suggests that to destroy an enemy, one does not need to dirty their own hands, nor is that jade stone the only path to evolution. Still confused, he begs his father for guidance. He reveals a purple lightning crystal, containing an energy far purer than the jade stone. He shushes his son, telling him to just follow the plan without asking questions. He is highly suspicious, wondering if this forbidden item came from the Rakshasa organization. The next day in the peaceful forest, Xingyu holds up the glowing jade stone, teasing his divine Qilin companion to see if it wants the tasty treat. He holds it out before tossing it straight into the beast's mouth as a special gift. The Qilin happily munches on the premium stone, looking absolutely thrilled with the snack. Xingyu smiles, asking the majestic beast if it truly enjoys the rare treat. Showing the glowing contract crest on his palm, he says this is just step one before summoning his next powerful beast from the shadows. Medusa materializes, asking her master why she was summoned. In response, Xingyu pulls out a glowing beast core. This is the core from their previous battle with the Naga, containing triple S rank mirror power. He tells her to consume it and assist him. She swallows the purple crystal, and an immediate surge of massive power courses rapidly through her entire body. Her eyes flash with light as she winces from the raw energy. With a loud shout, a bright blue mirror shield suddenly expands around them. The entire forest is now encased within a massive sphere. Xingyu realizes they have successfully transitioned into the alternate mirror dimension. Since they can manipulate the physical laws here, he asks her to change the local weather and summon a massive, crackling thunderstorm. Medusa complies, channeling blue energy into the sky. As heavy rain begins to pour down onto the majestic Qilin, the cold water bathes its scales, instantly triggering a violent surge of spiritual energy to erupt all around the beast. Xingyu watches in absolute awe, asking if it enjoys this wild storm. Understanding his words, the creature happily nods in agreement. He smiles, noting that if it had not chosen to become his companion, they could never enjoy such perfect training conditions together. First, close the mirror dimension, he ordered from afar, and the reflective barrier immediately began to fade away. The Qilin bit Xingwu's coat to get his attention, and he chuckled. You want a contract? Fine, I can't say no to you. Medusa sighed, thinking her master sounded exactly like a sketchy kidnapper. He was truly beyond saving. Xingwu bit his own finger to draw blood, gently pressing his bleeding fingertip against the Qilin's forehead. As his blood touched the beast's spirit core, an ancient magic circle flared to life on the Qilin's forehead. Xingwu snapped a quick photo of the completed contract, planning to send it to Shangguanlan to stop her from taking the beast back. Done with his task, he hopped onto its back. Let's go, buddy. To Longyin City. I have a date with Lu Jin tomorrow. Xingwu cheered as the Qilin dashed forward. Clinging onto the beast, Xingwu wobbled unsteadily as the Qilin bolted like a flash of lightning through the dense forest. Slow down, buddy, I'm about to throw up, he screamed. Sometime later, Xingwu successfully arrived amidst the bustling crowds of Longyin City. It was already 10 o'clock, and Lu Jin was due any second. Suddenly, bells chimed, sending a flock of pigeons scattering into the sky. Xin is here. Sorry I'm late, she panted, but Xingwu smiled warmly. Don't sweat it, I just got here myself. Stunned by her appearance, Xingwu complimented her, saying she looked absolutely breathtaking no matter what she wore. I'm dressed way too casually to deserve you, he muttered. Accepting his drink, Xin quickly shook her head. Feeling her soft touch, Xingwu's heart fluttered. Xin then locked arms with him, whispering, dressed up or not, you're the only one I like. Flustered, Xingwu began to stutter. Lu Jin, the movie starts in 5 minutes. Do you want some popcorn? Whatever you want, she murmured softly. The two then headed inside the theater as the film finally started rolling. Xingwu turned to gaze at her, his blushing face practically glowing in the dark as his eyes locked onto her lips. Xin felt incredibly flustered under his intense gaze. Is something on my face? She asked. Xingwu shook his head, replying, no, it's nothing. Draping his arm over her seat, he slid his hand down to pull Xin close. Resting against him, she suddenly asked, Xingwu, what do you think Rose was thinking when Jack was in danger? Probably wishing they would both survive, he reasoned. But Xin shook her head gently, thinking otherwise. When I heard about your accident on Lin X Island, I prayed so hard for your safety, she whispered. I wanted to run to you, even if we ended up buried at sea together. Blushing wildly, Xingwu whispered her name, pulling Xin into a warm embrace. He leaned in for a soft kiss. Forgive me, he murmured as her hand went limp on his shoulder, yielding completely. Sitting right behind them, Yang Shuo was panicking. Hey, watch your image, guys. There are still other people in this theater. Just as he was about to speak up, Yang Shuo glanced at his neighbor. Yan Ran looked absolutely furious. A freezing cold aura radiated from her entire body. Shivering, Yang Shuo glanced further back, spotting two more familiar faces sitting there. He shifted his gaze to the other side. only to see Shangguan Qian watching quietly as well. Deciding it was best to keep quiet, Yang Shuo stayed still. Meanwhile, during their passionate kiss, Xingwu's phone vibrated, prompting him to pull away in annoyance. Who the hell is calling now? He grumbled. But looking at the screen, he froze. It was the Empress herself with an urgent update. Xingwu, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. A magic beast capable of triggering a massive tsunami is heading toward Yuguan Island. Go, stop it. Accepting the order, Xingwu promised to get the job done. Beside him, Xin Xin asked nervously, wondering what target location the Empress had mentioned. Yuguan Island? Leaving the theater behind, they were soon boarding a boat that tossed wildly on the waves. Xin Xin explained that Yuguan Island was her childhood home, a place she and her brother considered their true second hometown. Chief Li looked after us like our own grandfather, she reminisced, and he always made the most delicious grilled fish for us. The magic beast itself was weak, but the triggered tsunami would be devastating. Worried about the stubborn elders refusing to evacuate, she trembled with fear. Xingwu reassured her. Don't worry, Lu Jin. I promise to keep every single resident on that island safe. Stepping forward, Murong Jin smirked. Not bad, kid. We're almost there. Are you actually confident you can defeat the underworld Emperor Beast? If it gets too dangerous, let me handle it while you play backup, he offered. Gripping his legendary tie-dye sword, Xingwu refused to let human territory be destroyed by some sea monster. Secretly, he smiled, excited to show off his absolute power in front of Lu Jin. Nodding, the older man agreed. Fine, I'll focus on evacuating the islanders. Just make sure you don't embarrass me out there. Xingwu confidently gave his word. Suddenly, the deep sea began to churn violently as a monstrous, colossal octopus breached the water surface. A barrage of fiery projectiles rained down on the colossal octopus, whose glowing red eyes glared back with pure malice. As explosions lit up the turbulent sea, Xingwu stood tall on the deck, shouting, "Hey, you oversized squid, hold it right there. Surrender now, and I'll only chop off your tentacles for a barbecue," he yelled. Enraged by his mockery, the giant beast thrashed the sea in fury. Xingwu smirked, feeling incredibly proud of himself. Turns out, trash-talking worked like a charm on giant sea monsters too. He orders an immediate detour. Right on cue, all three ships pull back, keeping their distance from the giant octopus. Xingyu quickly calculates the distance. If they pull too far ahead, the beast will turn around and ravage Yuguan Island instead. He barks out an order to prepare for battle. Instantly, the cannons pivot and lock straight onto the target. Glowing artillery fire rains down, blasting the giant octopus from every side. Driven mad by the pain, its eyes flare with absolute rage. Gigantic tentacles rise as the ocean churns. Unsheathing his weapon, Xingyu prepares for a head-on clash. Time to summon his beast. Out comes the mighty subdragon Glen. Facing this apex predator, the octopus cowers as Xingyu orders Glen to unleash furious waves. Cosmic energy pools beneath Glen's sharp claws before crashing down like a massive waterfall, completely engulfing the helpless octopus below. On Xingyu's command, Glen opens his jaws and unleashes a devastating dragon roar. Realizing it is completely outmatched, the octopus panics, diving straight back into the deep ocean to escape. As Glen soars through the pouring rain, the ocean below violently erupts into a massive, looming tsunami. The beast retaliates with its ultimate tsunami dance. Sensing the danger, Xingyu recalls Glen to handle this disaster himself. Glen's massive form instantly dissolves into particles of light, safely returning to the summoned space. Gripping his spear, he calls out the second form, the golden abyssal dragon trident. Meanwhile, dawn breaks over Yuguan Island. Near the shore, loudspeakers on the rescue boats blare out. Move quickly, everyone. The tsunami is coming. Stay in line. Prioritize the elderly, children, and pregnant women. Hey, stop pushing. Let that expectant mother through first. Murong Jin urges the elder. Elder Li, you must board now. If that wave hits, no one survives. But the old man sighs. I appreciate your concern, young man, but do not waste your breath. This island is my home. If it goes down, I go down with it. Just then, a panicked scout rushes over, screaming, General Murong, we are out of time. The tsunami is here. Staring at the towering wall of water, Murong Jin's heart sinks. Did that kid fail to stop it? Xingxin urges him. Dad, we need to focus on saving everyone. Summon your beast now. He nods, but suddenly, a blinding light erupts on the horizon, catching them off guard. What on earth is that? Hovering high in the sky is Xingyu, completely radiating a blinding, divine light. It is Xingyu. Wait, Did he just dye his hair? He stands there, masterfully spinning his glowing trident. Xingyu raises his weapon high, roaring, "Begone!" An overwhelming, godlike pressure rains down as the giant octopus readies itself for a final stand. The razor-sharp tip slices through the air, diving straight toward the beast. Spotting it trying to retreat, Xingyu sneers. "Oh, trying to run?" He triggers the secondary form. The golden trident morphs, taking the terrifying shape of the roaring sub-dragon Glen. Glaring down at its helpless prey, Xingyu commands his beast to unleash its ultimate skill, Wrath of the Sea God. Glen flaps his wings, radiating cosmic energy as the raging sea below begins to swirl into a massive whirlpool. Glen clasps his claws, unleashing a barrage of fiery beams that lock onto the crown of the giant octopus. With a deafening blast, the massive beast is instantly blown to pieces, leaving nothing behind. The heavy storm clouds part, letting golden sunlight bathe the ocean. Xingyu touches down, his hair shifting back to normal. Shengxin runs up to him in sheer excitement, and he playfully asks her, "So, was I cool or what?" She throws her arms around him, cheering, "Xingyu, you were incredible." Murong Jin beams, muttering, "That's my future son-in-law for you." Ding. The system chimes in. "Congratulations, host. You saved Yuguan Island, stopped the tsunami, and earned the Navy's absolute respect. Achievements unlocked. Level-up rewards and a dragon egg incubator have been delivered to your inventory. Go ahead and claim them now." Xingyu smiles. A dragon incubator. Finally, he can hatch that mysterious dragon egg he's been holding on to. News of his feats spreads like wildfire. Headlines everywhere rave about how he single-handedly stopped the tsunami and saved the island. Deeply grateful, the villagers of Yuguan Island decide to build a grand statue in Xingyu's honor. Meanwhile, the Royal Academy of Sciences officially announces Xiao Xingyu's appointment as their prestigious black adjudicator. At the Grand Yelin Palace, Xingyu stands before Empress Shangguanlan, flanked by rows of court officials. He bows respectfully, greeting the ruler on behalf of the Azure Dragon Academy. The Empress smiles, saying, "You are far too polite, Master Xiao. Guards, bring him a chair." This gesture completely stuns the entire court. Wait, a chair? Even Xingyu is left speechless. Seeing that luxurious golden seat carried in, the entire court gasps, in shock. One of the elders protests, "Your Majesty, Xingyu is merely a young, hot-headed student. Giving him such high honors so early is completely inappropriate." But Empress Shangguanlan simply sneers, asking, "Inappropriate? How so? He may be a student, but he single-handedly resolved major crises at Huangyan City, Yuguan Island, and stopped the airburst bomb. Can any of your children boast even a fraction of those achievements?" Confronted with his legendary exploits, the complaining minister is left utterly speechless. The Empress is absolutely right. Behind Zhezhong's back, rumors swirled. Strategist Che had held his post for 20 years, yet he had never once been granted a seat. It looked like the Empress was deliberately squeezing out one of the Dragon Empire's most influential ministers. Clenching his fists in boiling rage, he muttered, "That wretched brat, he has to be eliminated." Shangguanlan turned to Xingyu, getting straight to business. "Do you know what happens in 2 weeks?" He respectfully answered, "The martial arts tournament of the Four Nations." This massive four-nation martial arts tournament was a fierce battleground for the Northern Hemisphere's elite geniuses, hosted by the Dragon Empire. Alongside the Sama, Ying, and Li empires, competitors had to meet 3 strict rules. They must be a 4-star beastmaster, possess no transcendent class beasts, and be under 21 years of age. She confirmed, "Exactly. The Azure Dragon Academy has 1 slot allocated for this tournament, so make sure you do not lose the internal qualifiers." Xingyu clasped his hands respectfully, promising he would absolutely fulfill his mission. Curious, he asked, "Your Majesty, which factions will receive the remaining spots?" Shangguanlan replied that the Black Tortoise Academy currently lacked elite beastmasters, so the final 2 spots were given to the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Academies. With business concluded, she dismissed everyone. Bowing deeply, everyone withdrew. Once outside the Grand Palace doors, the crowd immediately swarmed Xingyu with endless flattery. Lord Xiao is truly a young hero. They immediately began bickering, desperately trying to pitch their own daughters to him, boasting about how perfect they would be. "Pardon me, but I am quite busy today and must return to Longyan City." Xingyu politely declined, but they kept pushing. Luo Tianan stepped in to save him, asking, "Lord Xiao, did we not agree to look at some lightning attribute ores today?" He smiled, quickly agreeing, "That is correct. I have prior arrangements with Lord Luo." Apologies, everyone. Slipping away from the suffocating crowd, Xingyu let out a massive sigh of relief and thanked Lord Luo for the rescue. The older man waved it off, admitting he actually had a small favor to ask. Intrigued, Xingyu asked what it was. A master diviner once told me that my daughter, Luo Wanqing, has a constitution that brings immense luck to her husband. Xingyu instantly declined, terrified that General Morong would choke him to death on the spot. Meanwhile, over at the luxurious Xi family estate, the two cousins were sharing a meal. Sensing Xie Lian's obvious anxiety, Wei An mentioned he heard from the family doctor that her monthly cycle was having some issues. When asked what was going on, she panicked and stammered nervously, prompting him to warn her with a sudden, serious tone. He warned her that their family was on the verge of launching a massive operation, and any health issue could ruin their plans. He then placed some food into her bowl, saying the beef was excellent. Xie Lian accepted it, quietly thanking her cousin. Internally, she panicked. Did a massive operation mean outright rebellion? As a member of this family, was she destined to become a burden? At that moment, Xi Lian had only one desperate wish. She wanted to escape. Back at the palace, Shang Guanqian curiously demanded to know how Xingyu had charmed the Thunder Jade Qilin into signing a blood contract. He simply shrugged, asking if it was really that difficult. I thought anyone with hands could do it, he joked. She rolled her eyes, calling him a total show-off. She then asked if it was true her mother wanted him in the four-nation tournament, which Xingyu quickly confirmed. Yes, but I heard the Dragon Empire has only placed second for 3 consecutive years. Why is that? We certainly do not lack brilliant, young genius beastmasters. Zhang Guanqian explained that while the Sama Empire possessed plenty of terrifying monsters just like him, the real difference was their utter ruthlessness. He questioned if that was all, claiming he could be ruthless too, but she quickly shot that idea down. Would you willingly abandon a beast you raised with your own hands? Would you force your companion to die just to take down an enemy? Could he truly sacrifice his beast's future, or even its very life? The mere thought made Xingyu freeze. Sacrificing his own beasts would drive him absolutely insane. Shang Guanqian pointed out that this was the harsh reality separating them from Sama. To their opponents, beasts were merely disposable weapons, not cherished companions like they were to them. Anything they could achieve, their enemies could match, except those opponents would take things to a far more brutal extreme. She believed he had the raw talent to win, but doing so while keeping his beloved beasts completely out of harm's way was another story entirely. Even if he lost, nobody would blame him. Yet, Xingyu vowed he would protect his beasts and refused to accept defeat. He was determined to bring the championship home to the Dragon Empire, a fierce resolve that brought her some comfort. She eagerly looked forward to seeing him achieve that impossible goal and make them proud. Meanwhile, on a bustling street in Longyan City, young Shuo waited anxiously as 3 o'clock approached. He wondered if Xingyu could actually make it back from the imperial capital in time. Jingxin asked if they could register for the 3-star exam next month, and he casually agreed. Suddenly, Xingyu arrived, riding his Qilin at a terrifying, neck-breaking speed that left him thoroughly shaken. Whoa, take it easy, buddy. The Qilin screeched to a sudden halt, nearly throwing him off. Dismounting sheepishly, he apologized for being late. Young Shuo urged him to hurry, as they were only waiting for him. He then asked if Xingyu was really entering the upcoming tournament. Xingyu could only sigh, wondering why absolutely everyone kept asking him that. Xingxin explains, because none of the students your age can compete with you. Meanwhile, young Shuo holds up his phone to show him. Bro, check out the trending search. Luo Wanqing, a sophomore from the White Tiger Academy, just landed a slot in the martial arts tournament. Xingyu tries to remember. Luo Wanqing. That name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, Yang Shuo's cheeks turn bright red. Xingyu, do you know what love at first sight is? I have totally fallen head over heels for Lady Luo. Xingxin immediately calls him out. You mean your 183rd love at first sight? Yang Shuo fires back. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Your brother here is a very loyal guy. She teases him, saying if he ever joins a monastery, it won't be for enlightenment, but because he found a cute anime nun to worship. Xingyu only now realizes that Luo Wanqing is actually the daughter of Luo Tianan. He thinks to himself, how could a guy who looks like a greasy romantic drama villain have such a gorgeous daughter? It almost makes him regret turning down the offer. By now, the group has reached the food court. Behind him, he hears a few people gossiping. Look, look. Did Ji Yan actually pass the 4-star Beast Tamer exam? No way. His leveling speed is as insanely fast as the ultimate dark horse, Xingyu. Hearing this, Xingyu wonders if Shi Huayan really passed the 4-star exam too. No, his actual strength should only be 3 stars at the very most. Did he use banned drugs just to rush through the exam and qualify for the martial arts tournament? That night, inside a quiet room, Weian raises a glass. Yun Yue raises his glass. Congrats, brother. You passed the 4-star exam. Weian replies humbly. Brother Yun, you flatter me. I just got lucky. Come on, let's drink. Weian then starts plotting, asking, Brother Yun, the Azure Dragon Academy's internal qualifiers are happening the day after tomorrow, right? Are you going to enter? Yun Yue nods confidently. Of course I am. I want to bring glory to our country. A subtle smirk plays on Weian's lips as he adds, Brother Yun, I heard that freshman Jingyu is joining too. He is super strong. If you lose. Yun Yue chuckles. So what if I lose? It just means my skills aren't as good as his. Baiting him further, Weian asks, Don't you want to show off in front of your crush? Yun Yue frowns, asking seriously, What do you mean? Weian lays it out. I know you have a crush on junior Murong Xingxian, but if you lose to a freshman like Xing Yu, what will she think? Yun Yue falls silent. Weian leans in, offering, Brother Yun, I can help you out. Meanwhile, over with Ye Shiming, she is being introduced to her new class. Hello everyone, I am Ye Shiming. Please take care of me. The guys below go wild, shouting, a top-tier loli. Do you need a seat partner? You are so cute. Want a date? 3 years in prison would be totally worth it. I would even brave the death penalty. Shimeng just smiles and replies, No thanks. I came here specifically to sit next to brother Xingyu. Instantly, everyone glares at Xingyu with pure jealousy. He quickly waves his hands, explaining, Sorry guys, but we have actually known each other for a while. The class starts whispering. Man, it is Xingyu again. Why does he get all the good luck? I am so incredibly jealous. Shimeng sits down next to him and whispers, Brother, can we go out and grab some food now? Meng, Xingyu whispers back. It is only 8 o'clock. Be good and study. Confused, she asks, But didn't you say we could skip? He quickly replies, Shh, stop talking nonsense. Xingyu suddenly remembers something. By the way, Meng, is your family easy to get along with? Do you have other siblings besides Ye Chengning? She explains. There are tons of us. My eldest cousin Ye Feng is a filthy rich playboy who recently tried to woo a beautiful teacher. My second cousin Ye Fan cannot tame beasts, but he knows an insanely powerful sword technique and can chase down demonic beasts to slice them up. My third cousin Ye Shou only loves playing games, and I think he even won some kind of championship trophy. And my fourth cousin, Ye Wan, is a brilliant business elite. Xingyu quickly cuts her off. Okay, let's stop there. Just tell me about Ye Chengning. She smiles and says she is extremely easy to get along with. Deep in the forest, the Ziyu Phoenix King receives an order and breathes fire, unleashing its purple phoenix flames. Xingyu ducks to dodge the blazing attack. Meng, is this the easygoing sister you talked about? She tried to roast me the second we met. Hiding behind a tree, she responds. But it's true. Chaining steps forward, demanding, Are you the lowlife who kidnapped my little sister? Xingyu fires back. Kidnapped? Who on earth did I kidnap? Keep talking, and I might sue you for slander. Ignoring him, she orders her Ziyu Phoenix King. No need to hold back. Show this guy his place. Phoenix flames. Ziyu spreads its wings and takes flight, engulfed in blazing fire. Seeing this, Xingyu quickly summons his own beast. A Tier 1 Beast King. A pure-blooded Ziyu Phoenix? Guess I have no choice but to fight. Come forth, Heifeng. The moment it appears, it unleashes a devastating Hellfire Lotus. As the two massive attacks collide, Heifeng is forced back a step. Xingyu is already starting to tire. She really is a once-in-a-century genius. Her power is already close to a 6-star beast tamer. Shimeng quickly runs between them, crying out, Sis, brother, please stop fighting. Channing scolds her, but Meng pleads for him, saying, When I ran away from home, he took me in and cured my fear of beasts. Shuangning walked over to ask if Meng was truly cured of her fear of magic beasts, seeking to confirm it herself. Of course, it is true. Meng replied, asking how Qinglong Academy would accept her otherwise. Realizing her mistake, Shuangning apologized for the misunderstanding. Xingyu did not mind at all, reassuring his senior that it was just a simple misunderstanding and that he was completely fine. Noticing his injuries, she offered to compensate him right away. leaving Xingyu utterly confused about how she planned to do that. Zhuangning declared an eye for an eye, then struck a tree trunk to injure her own arm as compensation. Shocked, Xingyu cried out that there was no need for such extremes. He grabbed Zhuangning's injured arm, channeling his energy into her. Suddenly, a strange surge of power shot straight to his head, causing her to wince in pain, while a sudden realization flashed across Xingyu's face, as if he just uncovered a massive secret. Looking at each other, they both gasped, mentioning a platinum dragon and a red phoenix. Sharing the exact same burning question, they immediately pointed at each other in the present moment, demanding to know who the other truly was. Meng Meng had to step in and explain that she was her sister, while Zhuangning introduced Xingyu as her brother. Xingyu wondered if they had just met or somehow lost their memories, but quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing. Zhuangning wondered if that vision was just a wild illusion, what connection that mysterious man had with Xingyu, and if he truly recognized her as Ye Zhuangning. Those glowing feathers felt like sharp nails piercing her soul, causing her heart to ache with unexplained terror. Deciding to think about it later, Xi Meng thanked Xingyu for curing her younger sister's fear of beasts, calling him a true savior of the Ye family. Looking at Zhuangning, Xingyu offered to heal her injuries, noticing that she was hurt as well. He summoned Xiao Yin, who wrapped around his wrist. Zhuangning instantly recognized it as an ancient plant-type beast, possessing the bloodline of a phantom god. It was the Sky Soul Vine. Xingyu praised his senior's sharp eyes, and in return, she handed Junior Xiao a special card to show her gratitude, offering him the Phoenix Gold card. She explained that he could now shop for free at any store owned by the massive Ye Corporation. Xingyu was shocked to receive the prestigious Phoenix Gold card, protesting that it was far too valuable to accept. She insisted that Junior Xiao accepted, calling it a small token of appreciation from the Ye family. She promised to help him whenever he needed, leading him to finally accept the card with gratitude, while making a funny comparison in his head. He thought that if she were in a martial arts novel, she would definitely be the beloved eldest senior sister. Hearing Zhuangning cough repeatedly, Xingyu suspected there was something wrong with her health and immediately activated his Heaven's Eye to investigate. He discovered that her triple S rank beast, the Purple Nether Phoenix King, used Ziwei Heavenly Fire, which carried a deep cosmic chill that slowly seeped into her body through their blood covenant. This cold affliction and her extreme yin constitution likely originated from this very source. Deciding to find a cure first before telling her, he headed over to the library at Qinglong Academy. Yun Yue scanned the bookshelves in utter confusion, wondering why the water attribute combat manuals weren't on shelf number 14, where he clearly remembered them being. Xingyu approached from behind, letting him know that the librarian had reorganized everything just yesterday. He pointed out that the water attribute manuals were now on the third row of shelf 19, prompting Yun Yue to realize the young man looked incredibly familiar. After Xingyu introduced himself, the senior thanked him, but deep down, he realized this was the exact guy he needed to face. He believed that, by defeating this guy, he could finally catch Xingxin's eye and stand proudly at the absolute center of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. To be admired by everyone, he thought, just as a voice called out to Xingyu from right behind them. It was Lu Jin, holding up a book and happily announcing that she found the Nether Attribute combat manuals before suggesting they head home. She excitedly mentioned learning a new spicy steamed fish recipe and showed off a hand-knitted scarf she made, admitting it looked a bit messy. Accepting it warmly, Xingyu assured her that her sweet gesture meant the world to him and that the scarf wasn't ugly at all. She beamed with joy as they walked away together, while Yun Yue quietly watched them leave from a distance. Seeing how happy they were, he realized there was no room for him to interfere in their relationship, silently clutching a mysterious small vial in his hand. Deciding that using underhanded tricks was completely beneath him, he casually crushed the vial into pieces. As night fell over the busy streets, Wei An sat in a restaurant, desperately trying to persuade Yun Yue to reconsider his decision. But Yun Yue stood firm, noting that Xingxin never liked him anyway, and acknowledging Xingyu's incredible strength as a worthy rival. They loved each other, and that was enough, he added, cutting off the other man's persistent attempts to argue. He declared he would settle things with Xingyu in a fair fight, win or lose, refusing to use dirty tricks before bidding his companion goodbye and walking away. Watching him leave, Wei An frowned and immediately ordered the ghost umbrella lady to activate Plan B, prompting her to appear right on cue to greet him. Greeting young Master C. She drew his alert gaze to the mysterious figure standing right beside her. She introduced him as her ambitious new partner, admitting he was a bit weak. While the man politely bowed to greet young Master Shi, Wei An spoke up, saying, "I do not care about his ambition. I only have one single requirement. Eliminate Yun Yue on the match day. Tan Yang obeyed, guaranteeing she would complete the mission. Wang Yan plotted silently, whispering, Xing Wu, this time I will absolutely ruin your reputation and life. The next day, downtown, Xing Wu was gently serving food to Xin Xin and Lu Jin, teasing, eat up, Lu Jin. We cannot let the baby go hungry later. She pouted in annoyance, saying, Xing Wu, if you keep teasing me like that, I will ignore you. He quickly laughed. Okay, my bad. No more jokes next time. Suddenly, Xing Wu whipped his head around as he sensed the unmistakable aura of a Dark Beast Master. Ever since he defeated Wang Dongsheng, the Dark Beast Master Guild had remained quiet. Their sudden appearance here made him uneasy, prompting him to leave quickly. Lu Jin, you go ahead and eat. I need to make a quick phone call outside. Xing Wu dialed a contact. Upon receiving the call, Du Ya was stunned, thinking, did Lady Empress actually give him my private phone number? Clearing her throat, she answered using a deep male voice. Xing Wu, correct? You sound like you are in a rush. Mr. Du Ya, I have an urgent report, Xing Wu said. She calmly replied, go ahead. He quickly continued, just now, I sensed the presence of a Dark Beast Master nearby. Surprised, Du Ya asked, are you sure? This is no joking matter. Xing Wu firmly replied, I am absolutely positive. She instructed him to stay alert, promising, I will be there immediately. Hanging up, Du Ya grabbed her coat from the chair. After throwing the cloak over her shoulders, she transformed into the High Priest of the Black Alliance, grumbling, ugh. Looks like I have to work overtime again. Meanwhile, over at the peaceful Azure Dragon Academy, Yun Yue was suddenly feeling extremely lightheaded. Damn it, why am I so dizzy? Could the wine he had drank with Shi Weian have been that strong? Suddenly, Tan Yang materialized behind him, asking, you are Master Yun Yue, correct? Turning around, he replied, yes, I am Yun Yue. And you are? She coldly muttered. Good enough. Instantly, a hidden weapon grazed past his cheek. Yun Yue clutched his bleeding ear, shouting, who are you? What do you want? In Tan Yang's palm, a demonic rat was gnawing on his sliced ear. Still haven't figured it out? Obviously, I am here to kill you. Yun Yue raised his hand to summon his Mad Wolf Battlemaster. But nothing happened. He panicked in shock, realizing his beast was completely unresponsive to his call. He remembered his meeting with Wei An and the glass of wine. Yun Yue realized he had walked into a trap. That wine was poisoned. The assassin then commanded, Xing Wu, do it now. Before Yun Yue could even process the name, a sharp needle plunged directly into his back. Wang Yan stepped out, sneering. My apologies, Senior Yun. Horrified, Yun Yue spun around to confront him. Xing Wu, did you orchestrate all of this? Why? Yun Yue gasped. Pulling back his hand, the figure coldly replied, I am sorry, Senior. After all, there is only one slot available in the trials, and I must win. I simply cannot afford to let any unexpected variables get in my way. Yun Yue struggled to flee, shouting, Xing Wu, I am going straight to the school council to expose this nightmare. The two plotters smirked as their scheme fell into place. Meanwhile, the real Xing Wu waited outside, wondering, strange. Why did Senior Yun Yue ask to meet here? Spotting him stumbling forward in a heavily weakened state, he gasped, Senior Yun Yue, what on earth happened to you? Are you all right? Yun Yue gritted his teeth, demanding, Xing Wu, you actually pursued me all the way out here? Xing Wu was utterly bewildered by his words. Meanwhile, the senior furiously yelled, what did I ever do to you? Why force me into a corner like this? Xing Wu stammered, clueless as to how he had harmed him. Suddenly, Yun Yue's body began to swell rapidly. Xing Wu panicked. Is he about to explode? He instantly activated his divine eye to analyze the situation, only to discover a terrifying truth. He had been heavily poisoned by someone. He frantically pleaded, Senior Yun Yue, you have to control your emotions right now. If you don't calm down, you are going to die. Before he could even finish, Yun Yue violently exploded right before his eyes, spraying fresh blood everywhere. He stood there, completely drenched in blood, and utterly speechless. Xing Wu slowly looked up, only to realize there was a security camera pointing directly at him. Nearby, several terrified students began screaming in panic. A girl shrieked, he murdered him. Xing Wu committed murder. Completely bewildered, he pointed at himself, muttering, I did what? Before long, Xing Wu was brought to the Huangzhen court. The sharp, furious slam of the judge's gavel echoed heavily throughout the courtroom. Lord Shaoqing demanded, Xing Wu, You stand accused of the intentional murder of Senior Yun Yue at Azure Dragon Academy. Do you have anything to say? He firmly replied, My lord, I did not kill him. This is clearly a setup. The judge strictly reminded him, Lord Xiao, as you well know, the Huangzhen court has always been strictly impartial. No offense intended, but whether this is a frame-up depends entirely on the physical evidence. A USB drive was plugged into the projector, displaying footage of a figure preparing to plunge a needle directly into Liang Yunyue. Xingwu stared at the screen in complete disbelief. He pleaded, That person is absolutely not me. Besides, I have a solid alibi. Lord Shaoqing replied with a cold chuckle. I recognize the suspicion. However, you remain our prime suspect, and we have made our decision. He slammed his gavel, ordering his immediate detention. Suddenly, from the gallery, a young woman raised her hand, shouting, Wait, my lord, Xing Wu is a prized student of Azure Dragon Academy. We all know his outstanding character and his remarkable abilities. He has no reason to kill anyone, and I won't let you arrest him without any solid proof. Xing Yu is stunned. He wonders how Dean Su could possibly trust him this much. At that moment, Shang Guanqian steps inside to report that Lord Di Shangchen and Xiaoqing were deeply surprised by the princess's arrival to deliver the news. Xing Yu's case is far too critical for you to handle. My mother has ordered me to take him directly to Yelin Palace for a formal interrogation. Xiaoqing complies immediately. Since it is the Empress's absolute will, he must obey. Meanwhile, Ruyan opens her phone. For the sake of Xing Yu and Shifeng, she refuses to sit idly by. She must notify the Lian leader immediately. Over at the crime scene, Duya tests the pool of blood. The blue glow confirms it is indeed the deadly heartbreaking grass from the Luoxia sect. Cut to Yelin Palace, where a grieving Yun Jin arrives holding his late son's portrait, demanding absolute justice. Your Majesty, you know very well that he was my only son, no matter what. Even if I must risk my own old life, Xing Yu must pay with his head for my beloved Yun Yue. Shangguan Lan's attendant snaps at him, demanding how he dares to wail and cause a scene inside the sacred Yelin Palace. The Empress gently dismisses her assistant, Fuling, noting she cannot comprehend a father's grief. Fuling bows and steps aside. A guard announces Xing Yu's arrival. Shangguan Lan allows him in, telling old Yun he can now confront the suspect face to face. He agrees, vowing to make Xing Yu pay dearly. Yun Jin then wheels around to confront the young man. He demands to know what grudge Xing Yu held against his son, and when the Yun family had ever wronged him. He demands answers, but Xing Yu firmly maintains his innocence, insisting he had absolutely nothing to do with the murder. The old man yells in fury, pointing out the video evidence and accusing Xing Yu of blatant lies. Xing Yu attempts to offer some comfort, asking the manager to accept the harsh reality of his loss, but this only makes Yunjin even more furious. Accept it? His son's body is not even whole, and yet this killer dares to ask him to move on. Yunjin snaps that Xing Yu has no right to speak, just as Xie steps in, telling the old man to let him handle it. Shi Zong brushes past Xing Yu and approaches Shang Wanlan. His expression is dark and unreadable, leaving everyone wondering what his next move will be. Xing Yu frowns as he watches him, sensing a deep wave of trouble heading his way. Xie Zhong bows and reports that the death of Yun Yue, a student at the prestigious Azure Dragon Academy, has completely shocked the nation, and the entire empire is watching. He warns that protecting Xing Yu without offering an explanation would ruin the royal family's authority. Hearing this, Xing Yu finally sees the entire plot. Xing Yu realizes Xie Zhong set him up, while a displeased Shangguan Lan demands to know what the advisor is suggesting. He replies that they must strike at the root of the issue, declaring that Xing Yu himself is the root of all this trouble. Pointing directly at Xing Yu, Xie Zhong demands a life for a life, prompting a tearful Yun Jin to fall to his knees, thanking the advisor for speaking up on behalf of his late son. Ji Zong pretends to help the old man up, claiming he is merely doing his duty. Xing Yu watches this disgusting act, thoroughly disgusted by Shi Zhong's hypocrisy. Xing Yu can see the advisor is dead set on taking his life, but Murong Jin suddenly steps up, furiously asking who dares to threaten his precious son-in-law. He dares them to step forward, confronting Yun Jin, and telling him that if he wants real revenge, he should find the actual killer, instead of framing Xing Yu. He warns them to back off, but Yun Jin snaps back, accusing General Murong of blindly protecting his own family. The general refuses to back down, threatening to unleash 3,000 naval warships on anyone who dares lay a hand on Xing Yu. Demanding a real answer, Yun Jin asks who the actual culprit is, just as another powerful figure enters the hall. It is Meng Zhongguang, who uses his position as head of the Royal Academy of Sciences to guarantee that Xingyu is absolutely innocent. Shay Zong sneers, mockingly asking if the old scholar has finally gone completely senile. He wonders if the scholar is throwing away his dignity just to protect this kid. Infuriated, Meng Zhongguang points and yells back, calling him a brat. He snaps that Shay Zhong was barely born when he worked with his father. Just as Lin Beishuan and Ye Zhenan arrive to demand justice, they demand to know why Xie Zhong is acting so arrogant, asking if the Royal Academy lost its voice the moment they stepped down. They declare they will protect Xingyu's life at all costs, leaving Shezhong absolutely stunned by their sudden arrival. Shi Zong is in total disbelief to see Spirit King Lin Beishuan of the Eastern Dragon Vein and King Ye Zhenan of the Lower Dragon Vein standing side by side. Even Shangguan Lan wonders why the Flame King is protecting Xingyu. The old king answers that the young boy earned his favor by successfully curing his granddaughter's phobia of magical beasts. He declares Xingyu is their benefactor. Xingyu realizes this elder is Ye Shimeng's grandfather, while Yunjin continues to glare at him. Yunjin snaps, asking if having two kings and a general backing him is the reason he acts so utterly fearless. Xingwu snaps back in annoyance. They helped me of their own free will. Right then, a bird flies in. It lands right on Shangguan Lan's arm, carrying a small letter tied to its leg. She unties and reads it, her grim expression quickly lighting up with a pleased smile. She announces, "Since all three of you are here for Xingwu, you must completely believe in his innocence. So if you three act as his guarantors, I will release him for now." Yunjin is the first to object, shouting in protest, "What about my son's life? Does his death mean absolutely nothing? Is there no justice left in this world?" Shay Zhong chimes in next, warning the Empress that they cannot just release Xingwu before a thorough investigation. Murongjin fires back with a threat, warning Shay Zhong that if he persists, the naval fleet will pay his estate a little visit. Bei Quan points straight at him. "Listen, Xie Zhang, keep pushing this, and I will turn your family's entire backyard into a live combat training ground for my mechanized beast army." Left speechless, Xi Zhang can only stammer in rage. Yunjin desperately clings to him, pleading, "Lord Si, you are my only hope. Please, you must get justice for my son." Having no choice, Xie Zong retreats, telling the grieving father they should leave for now. He shoots a venomous glare at Xingwu, sneering that having three powerful figures backing him will not save him. In fact, it will only bring his demise much faster. Overwhelmed with guilt, Yunjin mutters to his late son, swearing that he will personally take matters into his own hands. "I will personally take his life to get justice for you." That night, as moonlight filters through the forest, rumors start spreading like wildfire across the internet. Xingwu was declared innocent and released. He even got his tournament slot back. Are you kidding me? So Yun Yue's death is just brushed under the rug? Since when is murder totally free of consequences? With two kings and a general backing him, he could kill 100 people and get away with it. Where is the law? Over 120,000 comments flood the post. The anonymous poster's followers surged to 290,000. Reading through these toxic comments, Xingwu remains completely unfazed. Du Ya carefully watches his reaction, asking if he is angry. Xingwu just smiles, brushing it off because the public is easily misled. Why waste energy being mad at them? The ones who truly deserve to die are elsewhere. He silently vows to clear his name and avenge the brutally murdered Yun Yue by wiping out the corrupt Xie family once and for all. At the Shenong Mountain training camp, Yanran drives him to the entrance, comforting him by saying she knows he is innocent and urging him to stay completely focused on the tournament. Stepping out, Xingwu reassures her, "Do not worry, Principal, I am not that fragile." She watches him go, sighing with worry. As she worries, Xingwu looks up at the massive peak, well aware that Shenong Mountain is crawling with powerful beasts, making fatal accidents quite common for contestants. If someone wanted to assassinate him, this desolate forest would be the perfect spot. Sensing danger, he immediately summons and mounts his majestic Thunder Jade Qilin to ride forward. Suddenly, a voice calls his name. He glances up just in time to see a massive claw tearing through the air, aimed straight at his head. Dodging just in time, the deadly claws strike nothing but air. The Thunder Jade Qilin lands gracefully, facing a terrifying, skeletal creature standing in their path. Riding atop the beast is none other than Yunjin. "Xingwu, you murdered my son. Today, you pay with your life." Xingwu sighs, trying to reason with him one last time. "Manager Yun, Senior Yun Yue was not killed by me." The old man roars in fury, refusing to listen. Lies. I will offer your head to my son's grave. Bone Flame Wolf King, tear him apart. Xingwu immediately summons his own companion. Come forth, Subdragon Kren. The massive beast emerges, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure. Kren spreads its wings, launching into a fierce aerial charge, while the giant skeletal wolf swings its massive claws to swat it down. Yunjin is shocked to see a royal oceanic beast, realizing why the boy was so confident. Xingwu warns him, feeling pity for the grieving, misguided father. Stop this. I do not want to kill you. He laughs coldly. Stop? Never. Your oceanic beast cannot utilize its full power in this deep forest. And guess what? I brought back up. Yunjin calls out to his accomplice. Umbrella Demoness, get out here. She giggles, stepping from the shadows, ready to strike. She tosses a strange rodent forward, telling it to boost Yunjin's potential. The mutated rat lands squarely on the old man's shoulder, sinking its teeth into his neck. Blood pours out as violent energy erupts around Yunjin. He roars as the massive power surge shocks Xingwu. A dark beast tamer? You actually joined forces with a dark beast tamer? Completely unhinged, Yunjin screams, I will team up with the devil himself if it means putting you in the grave. Attack. The Umbrella Demoness licks her lips, knowing his bounty will set her up with endless wealth for the rest of her life. Behind her, the tiny rat begins to swell rapidly, mutating into a giant, bipedal monster. He frowns, realizing facing two king-tier beasts at once will be a tough challenge. Suddenly, a massive flock of birds darkens the sky. Hovering above, Du Ya calls out, Umbrella Demoness of the Rakshasa sect, you finally showed your face. Yunjin looks up in shock at the black storm of crows, while the demoness trembles in absolute terror as the great Emperor Du Ya delivers a deadly greeting. Sir Du Ya, you are finally here. The old man pleaded desperately. Lord Du Ya, please grant me a chance for revenge. Once it is finished, I will gladly surrender to the capital and face death. Du Ya warned him coldly. Steward Yun, just give up. Out of respect for our past partnership, do not make me force you. This only enraged Yunjin further. Why is everyone taking Xingwu's side? Why is everyone constantly trying to stop me? Nobody cares about my family or my son. I only want vengeance for him, so why does everyone make it so hard? She called him out. Yunjin, the actual killer is standing right in front of you. Are you seriously going to keep acting as her mindless puppet? Terrified, he glanced backward. What? Yunjin gasped in utter disbelief. It was you all along? Desperate, the parasol lady decided to go all out. She had to end Xingwu now. She ordered her demon-eye golden-haired rat to control Yunjin. Simultaneously, a sharp pain shot through Yunjin's neck as the bite mark started glowing. Xingwu panicked, realizing things had just gone terribly wrong. Yunjin's eyes turned blood red as he completely lost all control. His bone flame beast went completely wild too, its eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Du Ya immediately leaped forward to intercept the monster, but its colossal frame slammed brutally right into her side. She blocked the hit with her bare hands, leaving Xingwu completely stunned. Did she actually stop that? Du Ya ripped a massive bone right out of the beast. With a deadly serious look, she swung the giant weapon, smashing it back down onto the monster. Xingwu was totally speechless. How could her physical strength be this insane? Was this the legendary shared power of a 9-star Beastmaster? As the system screen flashed with unknown data, Du Ya turned to face the boy, who was staring at her in awe. Xingwu, what are you thinking about? She asked. He chuckled awkwardly. Nothing. It is just, Lord Du Ya, where is your beast? She shrugged. The more people know about my powers, the more danger I face. Usually, my beasts are not even necessary. Desperate, the parasol lady ordered her rat. Quick, take control of that dark Ming high priest. The rodent immediately lunged straight toward Du Ya. Raising the giant bone, Du Ya hurled it with savage force. The projectile impaled the giant rat, pinning it to the ground. The parasol lady was frozen in absolute horror. Staring at Du Ya's back, she stammered, a 9-star Beastmaster. Impossible. You are not human. What are you? Even pinned to the dirt, the assassin sneered defiantly. You want an antidote? We are killers, not doctors. Why would we carry a cure? You will never get the truth out of me. Seeing she would not cooperate, Du Ya ruthlessly executed her on the spot, warm blood splattering across her cold face. Xingwu bowed, thanking Du Ya, while she turned her sharp gaze to the only survivor. With the female assassin dead, Yunjin was their only remaining lead to find the truth. Xingwu slowly stepped toward him, as the old man stammered. Lord Shao, Please, let me speak. Steward Yun, save your apologies. This nightmare is far from over. Yunjin sighed. I understand. My worthless life is yours to take. Xingwu shook his head. That is not what I mean. Steward Yun, the Rakshasa Gate has no grudge against your family. Why would they murder Yun Yue just to frame me? Think carefully. Who did Yun Yue meet the night before his death? And who suddenly stepped up to speak on your behalf? Are you really that close with them? More importantly, who introduced you to the Parasol Lady, the actual killer of your son? Connecting the dots, a horrified realization washed over Yunjin. I remember now. But before he could speak, a sharp horn brutally skewered his chest. The sudden assassination left Xingwu completely frozen. Du Ya snapped her gaze toward the attack, as Yunjin gasped his final breath. Behind his corpse stood Shi Chong. Frowning, she demanded, Lord Shi, what is the meaning of this? He strolled toward them with absolute calm, while a colossal, ominous eye hovered above, radiating sheer malice. Shi Chong maintained a smug, relaxed look, as though everything was going exactly to plan. Highly alert, Xingwu instantly recognized the creature as a first-tier god-slaying abyss lord, carrying the legendary phantom god bloodline. Xie Chong smiled. Lord Du Ya, Lord Xiao, is highly valued by the Empress herself. Seeing him in such grave danger, I simply had to step in. Is there a problem? Du Ya scoffed. Exactly which of your eyes saw Xingwu in danger? In response, he merely pointed toward the bone flame. Wasn't this highly dangerous beast king secretly bred by Yunjin, specifically to hunt down and assassinate Lord Xiao? Du Ya pressed him. How did you know Yunjin was targeting Xingwu? He chuckled. With my level of intellect and high status, digging up this kind of intel is as easy as turning over my hand. Lord Xiao, the Yuns are dead. Do you really plan to pursue this? If you do, more people might end up dying. His veiled threat made Xingwu boil with rage. Shi Chong narrowed his eyes, staring at him with cold malice. Xingwu boldly declared, I will drag the mastermind to light and utterly destroy them. He remained perfectly calm. So, does Lord Xiao actually suspect me? Xingwu stood firm. A guilty culprit always slips up. With patience, the truth will inevitably come out. Xiechong glanced behind them. I see. Fu Ling arrives to summon the three lords. By the Empress's command, they are expected at Yelin Palace immediately to discuss urgent matters. Xiezong agrees to head over right away. As he quickly hides the mysterious eye inside his palm, Xingyu and Du Ya exchange tense looks. Xingyu asks Lord Du Ya for a small favor, arranging a proper burial for Steward Yun. Du Ya notes that plotting to assassinate imperial officials is no small crime. They must let the Empress decide her final fate. By the way, what do you think is the link between Zhejiang and the Rakshasa Gate? Xingyu responds instantly. He is their leader. A bold theory, indeed. Returning to the imperial city's Yelon Palace, the three step into the Grand Hall to pay their respects to the Empress. Empress Shangguanlan speaks up, noting she heard the news. Since Ghost Parasol Lady and Yunjin are dead, did Yunjin confess anything before dying? Du Ya reports they found no new leads. With things as they are, the Empress declares the Yun family case officially closed. Turning to Xingyu, she praises his work in tracking down the Rakshasa Gate's deadly Ghost Parasol Lady. Since he took down a major culprit, Shangguanlan decides to reward him. Fu Ling steps forward, carrying a tray with two rare treasures. Zhejiang's sharp eyes immediately recognize the Thunderclap explosive orbs and the Dark Thunder Lingji. Both items can easily boost any lightning-type beast. A fine mount deserves a grand saddle. Grudges aside, Xingyu is a terrifying genius, and everyone in the room knows it. Feeling exhausted, Shangguanlan dismisses them all. They quickly obey. Meanwhile, back at the Xie estate, a telephone begins to ring loudly. Shi Zhang picks up the receiver. Is that the headmaster of Vermilion Bird Academy? What seems to be the issue? The headmaster asks if his son is sick, since he skipped school for days. Shi Zhang quickly lies, explaining his son is only undergoing intense closed-door training for the upcoming tournament. The headmaster sighs in relief, saying that having a father personally train the boy is absolutely wonderful. Hanging up, Shi Zhang opens his son's bedroom door. He finds Wei An, lying miserably on the bed, surrounded by heaps of trash. Disgusted by the sight, Shezong violently rips off his son's blanket. Wei An lies there, trembling uncontrollably. Terrified, he stammers out, Dad, I am so scared. Do you think Xingyu will uncover the truth? What should I do now? Shizong pulls his son close, promising to protect him and never let anything happen to him. But deep down, he is repulsed by his son's pathetic cowardice. How could a spineless coward like this be his son? If only a genius like Xing Yu was his child instead.